So the day has come where we are going to be taking an entire course on how to start, grow, and scale your agency. And yes, guys, you see that right. This is probably going to be one of my longest videos that I've ever posted on this YouTube channel, with the idea of teaching you everything that you need to know for practically free. So it's gonna be a 7-hour full course on how to grow an SMMA to 100K per month. Because if you didn't know already, we are doing multiple six figures with our own agency, with our done for you, done with you services. And I wanna be sharing with you exactly how to do it. So none of this chit chat on, oh, this is how you could start, and then you don't get the information. You're gonna get all the information that you need to actually grow your agency to the next level. Take pen, take paper, because we're gonna go into how to choose a niche, or how to confirm a niche if you already have a niche, how to choose an offer, right? And how to create a great offer with a good guarantee for clients. We're gonna go into your ideal clients and what they actually are. We're gonna go into onboarding clients, kicking off with clients, communicating with clients, and then we're gonna get into a specific method that worked great for us, which is cold emails, and how to do that, and how to send looms, and all these things. And then we're gonna get into Facebook ads, how to set up Facebook ads, how to scale Facebook ads, and how to implement Facebook ads. And then we're also gonna have, yes, if that wasn't already enough, a specific module from the program where you will be taught how to actually hire team members, right? And how that process looks. So the video might be 7 hours, might be longer. I have no clue how long this is going to be ending up, honestly, but you will see it down below here. So anyways, what I would suggest that you do is take pen and paper, go through everything step by step to understand every single part of how to grow an agency and how we've been able to do it, because it's really important. Even if you're an advanced agency owner or not, take this with you, choose it. And even if you're a coach, you can still watch this video, because it's going to be handy for you regardless of your, experience level or what you are. As long as you have a service-based business, this is practically interesting for anyone out there that has a service-based business. So with that being said, guys, let's go ahead and start with this video. I wish you a lot of, great watch time and enjoyment from this video. I hope that you take a lot from it. And by the way, if you want to get access to any cheat sheet that we are mentioning in this specific video, go ahead and join my school community, which is free, called the agency community or the business community by now maybe. So join that, get access to all the cheat sheets, get access to all the support from us as well into growing your agency. And I look forward to seeing you there. Without further ado, let's get right into this amazing video, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, everyone, welcome to a brand new module of the Agency Blueprint. And today we're going to be talking about becoming a niche expert. And when it comes down to becoming a niche expert, there's nothing more important than you solidifying what you already have in week one. So in week one, we talked about, of course, choosing or confirming your niche. And in today's module, we're going to be using that what we already have and just solidifying it even more with a lot of different questions that you can be using to clarify your niche, to get to know your niche even better, and to start making the next steps when it comes down to actually becoming the niche authority, right? The expert in your niche, and maximizing the potential of what your niche needs, wants, and desires. And then from there on out, give that to them and optimizing it from there. So without further ado, let's dive right into this module, and we're going to talk about where it begins, the problems, desires, and needs, requirements for a scalable niche, opportunities in niches, and one-time switch. Now, one thing I wanted to mention to you as well is also this module is going to be, designated for you if you already have more clients, because it will only, like I said, make your niche, basically your hypothesis on your niche that you already have, really solid and rock solid, so you can pretty much just build it up from there and scale it to the next level. So it will also clarify if you can also go from 5 to 10 to 20 to 30, 40, 50 clients when you've done this specific document. So let's start in the beginning. So where it begins. Now, review of week one. So in week one, we discussed choosing your niche, and I explained how you can learn everything about the niche that you've selected. And the commitment which we did in week one was that it all starts with the commitment to yourself, right? And your niche. So hopefully you've signed a contract with yourself and chosen your niche. And remember, it doesn't matter in which niche your first 5 clients are. The key is to secure them, okay? After securing them, you can specifically focus on scaling with your chosen niche, okay? So like I said, it doesn't matter, your first 5 clients, what I already told you, just sign the clients, doesn't matter, and just take it from there. If you already have 5 clients or more, hone in on your niche. Don't listen to what I'm saying here. You have a commitment, full pace ahead on the niche that you currently have. Okay, and what it takes. So becoming the best agency in a niche requires sacrifices, but also dedication to learning everything about the market you're working in. The same thing I'm doing right now for you. Like I've learned everything that there is when it comes down to the marketing agency market, right? Everything. So be prepared to learn all the ins and outs of your niche, as this will be the decisive factor in attracting clients. Okay. So how to become a niche expert? Now, the first step to becoming an expert in your niche is by speaking their language, okay? And I'm not talking about, the exact language. I'm talking about, this means like knowing and using specific terms in your communication, like jargon, with businesses in that niche. This builds a connection. What I mean with jargon is specific words, like with realtors, you're going to be talking about taxations. You're going to be talking about valuations. You're going to be talking about median price. Like you just knowing these things and understanding these things will already set you apart from a lot of people that don't know these things and just talk about marketing terms instead of niche terms. Now, there's two things in speaking the language, which I also touched upon in week 1. There's two things. So one thing is speaking the jargon, right? And speaking the specific terms that they use in the niche. And the second part is actually you speaking the exact language. So what I mean with that is if you're from North Carolina and you have a North Carolina accent or something, or you have a Boston accent, or like you have a specific accent from a specific area, then you'll be higher inclined to actually sign those people in your area because they'll be more acquainted with you when they hear your accent, right? And especially in the US, it's like that. But in Europe, it's the same thing. If I approach Dutch people with an English, with English communication, they might be higher likely overall, because I'm generalizing here, but they might be higher overall. The chance might be higher that they might say no to me because they might hear a different language. So it's unknown to them. And people, and it's a bias, people will do things that are more known to them because it's closer to their comfort zone. You remember the amygdala? The amygdala doesn't get triggered when you're in your comfort zone. So when clients get approached in the same language, so let's say, for example, you're from Norway or Sweden and you approach clients in Norwegian or Swedish, they'll be higher inclined to actually work with you than to work with someone who speaks English to them, if that makes sense. Okay, so it's really, really important. That's something you should also be making use of. If by this means you don't have any clients, or if you have clients, just sticking to your market, because there's no reason why you, unless you live in a country, that has like, I don't know, population of 1,000 people, which almost no country has, you'll be good to go when it comes down to getting at least 20 clients for your agency. Like, just be honest with yourself. Like, if there are at least 1 million people in your country that you're living in, you can get 20 clients. Like 20 compared to 1 million people is, come on, like, right? So just focusing on that first, and your area, your local area, because that's what you're going to get clients in the most, right? The second step is to learn everything about the niche, everything. Be obsessed with it, as if you were going to have a full-time job in it. And by this, I mean knowing so much about the niche that you could have worked there as an employee, right? So if, I never knew anything about real estate agents until I started working with them, and I had to learn everything. But when I started to learn everything about them, I knew everything. So when I got into touch with them, I talked about, you have these people in your business, these people in your business, this is what you're doing, this is, the steps that you're making. And they were like, whoa, like you really know what you're talking about. Have you ever worked in real estate? I was like, no, like I just learned it and talked with a lot of realtors. That's it, right? I was obsessed with my niche. I wanted to know everything about it, because if I knew that if I knew everything about it, it would be a lot easier for me to talk with them and convince them to eventually work with me, right? And I didn't need ad marketing experience or anything like that. I just needed, to know the niche. That's it. So the last and most crucial step is to become positively obsessed with all the ins and outs of that niche. Okay. And this will boost your confidence and increase the chances of attracting clients, because you'll exude knowledge, right? You'll be showing knowledge through your energy. And I'm still learning things about my niche even now. It never stops. I'm learning more about coaches and about, marketing agencies by the day. Okay, and it's only getting better. So I focus in on the main things and I make them even better, right? So those are the things in terms of the importance of becoming a niche expert, and that you should be really taking seriously if you want to take this next level for yourself. Now, being a niche expert, what it actually means is that you can generally write a day in the life down to the smallest detail for a person in your niche, right? So you know them better than they know themselves, if that makes sense, right? And in this module, so with this module, we aim to make you an expert in your niche. And the goal is to delve into your chosen niche and dissect it even more until you know so much about this market that the owners in that niche would think you've been working in it for years. And we will focus on the exact problems, desires, needs of your niche, the requirements of your niche you must meet to scale, and the opportunities within your niche. So the problems, desires, and the needs. Now, in the last module, we talked about mission, vision, and principles, and we've discussed all these three things, but something that may be even more crucial is the problems, desires, and needs that the niche you are assisting has. And we will explore these in this module because we've talked about in week 1 about, the niche, the skills you already know or you can learn, and the market with the problems, needs, and desires. And the market with the problems, needs, and desires, guys, is one of the most important, if not the most important, because if your niche doesn't have market, doesn't have like problems, needs, and desires, they don't want anything, it's going to be really, really, really hard to put an offer in front of them that they are actually going to say yes to, right? So basically break it down for yourself. Now that we've emphasized the importance of the problems, desires, and needs of your niche, let's delve into breaking them down for your own niche. So I've given you a document called Becoming a Niche Expert. And when it comes down to becoming a niche expert, it's really important that you take a look at the first page, which, says questions to increase niche knowledge. So here are some questions that I've given to you with explanations and some examples that you can use to have an idea of how I would respond to them if I were doing real estate agents again as my niche starting out. So you ask yourself the question, what is a day in the life of a person in the niche like? And the explanation could be, we describe a day in the life. So I here say what a real estate agent is doing, right? So I know their schedule and I can research this. I can also research it by the interview script that I've given you in week 2. That's what I did back in the day. And I write down an entire day in the life, right, for them. So I know exactly what their day in the life looks like. Because if I know that and I call them, I know that I'll be calling them at a certain time because they're probably busy at other times. And I'll be making sure that I call them at the times that they will be, live and that they will be on it. And, other than that, I can also mention these things to them. Oh, you're probably doing a listing, or you're probably, going to a client to show them an apartment at that time, right? I can kind of instinctively assume what they're doing because I know what their day in the life is. So that's 1. 2 is, what language does the niche speak? So the language that the niche speaks, right, is really important because you want to know like what type of terms are they using. So for example, with real estate agents, right, they use the terms brokerage, bidding, funda is more in the Dutch market, mortgage, purchase agreement, broker cost, buyer cost, notary, sales value, appraisal, valuation, transfer tax, surplus value, all these terms, right, that they are using. And when I know these terms, I'm pretty much an expert when it comes down to everything needs to know, like real estate agent involved. So you can learn it. Just like you would learn it in school, you just learn the problems, needs, and desires from your niche and how they're talking, right? Now, we also have what are the problems, wishes, and, needs, problems, I would say desires and needs on a scale of 1 to 10. So I noted this down as well, basically what their biggest frustration is, what is happening currently, everything that is currently happening in the market. So you can note that down as well for yourself. What are the possibilities in your niche? So we describe here like what the possibilities are of working with them and what we will do, right? When you have like 5 customers, I would advise you in any case to answer these questions. Go ahead and answer all of these questions. So are the opportunities for you to scale in this niche? Right? AKA, are there other agencies that have done it? Which scaling method works the best? Are there opportunities for you to connect with owners in this niche, and on which channels are they mainly active? Are there any other agency owners bringing clients in for these things? And you can see like the example answers that I've given you here in terms of what they're doing for real estate agents and regarding that. So with that being said, that's pretty much the problems, needs, and desires and everything you can do. So all the way down, you'll see your niche. So now that you have an idea on how to dissect it, you can basically go ahead and fill out all these questions. If you download this cheat sheet as your own, you can make a copy of it here and then go ahead and change everything for yourself. Now, one thing that is really important as an extra tip, which I would give you, is the possibility to incorporate questions into the survey. So for example, now that I've told you these questions, you could go ahead and approach real estate agents and just go ahead and ask them these questions through a interview or through the interview that I've given you, the script, or you could basically simply just talk with them and send it to them on social media or send it to them on email and all these things. Now, with that being said, you can view a sample survey that I've created for you. And the survey is as follows. So if you go here, you can, by the way, go ahead and just right click on the page and translate it to English. So I'll just go ahead and do that. So right click, translate to English. So you will see pretty much the market research into real estate agent survey that I created. So this specific survey, right, is created and it takes 3 to 5 minutes. And what you can do is you can create this on Google Forms. Now, what I've gonna go ahead and done is I've created a video for you that you can watch here, link to Google Forms, so you can pretty much see how I did it. And we'll be incorporating these questions. So I incorporated like 5 just to give you an idea. So what does a day in the life look like for you as a real estate agent? What are common terms and jargon you use? What are the biggest problems you're currently facing? What are the biggest wishes, needs and desires that you have? How do you assess the future and opportunities? And then I have like an idea of where they're currently at, right? So it helps me figure out where they're currently at, so I can pretty much center my offer more to them. And this is, by the way, also something you can use as like a client acquisition method, right? You doing surveys, filling it out, and taking it to them so they can answer it for you in order to help you. Because if they've given to you, right, they have spent time with you, which means in general, they've kind of spent money with you, because if someone spends time with you, then indirectly they've spent money with you, because time is money, right? So that's pretty much what we want to, understand as well. If we do something like this, it will be easily incorporated where they will actually just go back to us and say, okay, well, I've spent the time. Why not have a call? Like, what are you exactly doing? Right? So, and by the way, you could also, like, a little bit sneaky, but, you could say like this, like you could say, hey, I'm self-employed. I would like to give you something back for completing this survey. Would you love a free consultation? So you could then like have yes, right? And they could like, answer it, and you can pretty much just help them, because the thing is, we ask their email, right? So we can send them an email if we do this. But anyways, the example email about the service, so you can send clients this email. You can pretty much find clients, their email, and just send this to them, right? So I've given you the template for that. But you can also go ahead and do social media posts. If you find them on social media, you can just go ahead and just, send it to them. Or you can even like cold call them and just use this script pretty much, right? To bring it across to them, if that makes sense. So that is the document of this module. Now, with that being said, on a scale of 1 to 10, so you want to ask yourself, what on a scale of 10 the problems, desires, and needs of your niche are. So this, combined with how well your offering aligns, will be the guide for the results you will achieve for this niche. So we talked about, the niche, times the offer is the result, and then we get the feedback, and then we do the same thing again, right? So we will be looking at the niche and the offer, where it's important that we know the niche knowledge, right? The problems, needs, and desires, the niche mindset, and what other people are doing. That's something we'll, basically solidify in this module, what we're doing right now. And the offer will be also real important. How good is your offer? So on a scale of 1 to 10, if your offer is good enough, then you're good to go. So if you have the niche, you have full clearance on the niche, you've improved your niche knowledge, you have a great offer, you improved your offer as well that the niche can say yes to. You take those two things combined, hand in hand, you take them to the market, get the results, and we base the results on how good they are. If the results are great, we keep on doing it. If they're not, we improve the offer, and we try, improving our niche knowledge, right? So that's basically what we'll be focusing on and work it out. So the cheat sheet I'm providing you here is just additional information and support that you can use for your own niche, right? So download the document if necessary and use it as a reference to gather even more information about your niche, because you want to know everything about it. Now, here are the requirements for a scalable niche. So in week 1, I provided you with some requirements that a niche must meet to ensure your success with it. So let's revisit these requirements. It's the niche research document, so I'll just go ahead and link it down below here. So like I said, a niche should be at least having 1,000 businesses within that niche, right? Now, if it doesn't have, it's going to be a hard time to scale, because if you want to get 50 clients in a niche that only has 500 potential businesses, you will need to do your acquisition as a sniper on fire, right? Like someone who's like fully trained on a sniper, because like it's going to be really tough for you to get 50 clients for 500. But if there's 5,000 businesses or 50,000 businesses, it's going to be a lot easier to get 50 clients. I mean, what are 50 clients, right? So go ahead and take a look at this document again. I'll link it down below, and really take a look at and go back on the information that you already put in terms of, are there enough businesses in the niche? Are there enough people actually doing these things in this niche, right? Because if there are agencies that have 20, 30, 40, 50 clients, then the chances are highly likely that they will be probably highly successful in the niche, and that the chances to scaling in that niche will be highly likely. And if you cannot find anyone, just make sure that there are enough businesses. That's something you really need to make sure. So go ahead, check out the document again, and make sure that that's good to go. Now, you make it a success. So as mentioned before, there are factors that will determine your success within a niche. But the most significant factor is you. So by adapting to what the niche needs with your offering, you can make any niche profitable, almost, right? Because if a niche has a low ticket offer, like for example, like people that, barbers that cut hair, it might be a really low ticket offer and they might not have the capacity to scale. So it might be you need to charge lower with your offer and have more volume on clients, right? But you can almost make any niche work if you know these principles that I've given you, right? So why the requirements? Now, I'm telling you about these requirements because they will be crucial when you start scaling in your niche. So once you've secured the 5 clients and now you're looking at this and you have more, we'll focus on getting even more clients. And this will be easier if your chosen niche meets the mentioned requirements, which it already should have, to be honest. So explore and get started. Now, if you don't have 5 clients yet, I recommend discovering whether your niche meets these requirements. And ideally, you've done this in week 1 by choosing the niche. And if your niche doesn't meet the requirements, just continue with your current niche until you have 5 clients at least. After reaching that milestone, you can consider transitioning to a more scalable niche if that's needed. So that's more important with scaling of the niche, right? But if you already have a niche that's working, you see the potential of getting at least 20 clients in your own area or like nationally, then you're good to go and you can move forward. So opportunities in the niche. So guidance for your niche. Now in the cheat sheet of this module, right, I've gathered as many niches as possible to give you a clear picture of the opportunities with those niches. So use these examples and further develop your knowledge about your niche to become an expert. So work on yourself also, not just on the niche, because 8 out of 10 times the issue lies not within the niche, but with ourselves and our offerings that we can tailor to fit that niche. So remember this, especially if you haven't been working in your niche for at least 3 months, or if you have many appointments but no clients yet, work on yourself. Because my experience as well, guys, when I started, we too had moments in the beginning where months passed before we had any appointments with people from our niche. So nevertheless, we persisted, and by the second or third month, appointments started coming in because we didn't give up. Okay, so continuously we tried different methods, getting in touch with companies. And when we eventually had enough appointments but hadn't acquired any clients yet, we focused on refining our offerings and improving our sales skills. Because we saw that we had a lot of calls but just didn't close them, which meant that our sales just needed to improve. And we did that. And what we learned is that you have to persevere and get to take the feedback from the formula that we have. Get to know the niche even better. Be able to identify opportunities for that niche with an appealing offer. And in short, work on yourself until you've done everything you can to attract clients and get them. Because if you know the niche of becoming and also become a niche expert, there's no reason why they shouldn't be working with you. Okay? You are the expert. They should know that. And you should have full confidence on yourself to be there and to make it work. Okay? Now, the adaptability. So 8 out of 10 times also the issue does not lie, with a niche and our offerings that we can tailor to fit that niche. Remember, this is especially if you haven't been working in your niche for also at least 3 months, or if you have many appointments with your clients. I see the text here is the same, but you need to be able to adapt. That's what I wanted to say here. Adapt to the things that they say. Don't take it personally. It's all business. Don't be emotional with it. Just take it logically and just look at it from a logical perspective. If it's logical, then okay, then move forward, right? So the most important, there's no such thing as a perfect niche, guys, okay? Work on your sales skills in week 6, your adaptability, your niche knowledge in this module, and your offering in the future modules that will come in this week. And then you will achieve success in any niche. Guys, I've been able to sign clients with restaurants, yoga studios, e-commerce, realtors, all different kinds of niches. I've probably had the most diverse type of agency journey that you will see out there, right? So when I say this to you, I know what I'm talking about because this has been something that I've been seeing for myself these past years and that you can now take for yourself and don't have to waste time on. So it's just working on yourself, understanding the niche, and adaptability when it comes down to these things. One-time switch. Now, as the name might say it, you might already guess what it's about. Exception. So some niches, right, are not as easy to approach or contact. So here, you will need to find alternative methods to reach them. And this could involve asking your friends, family, or acquaintances if they know people in this niche, because they might be tough to, really approach, like car detailing or anything like that. So you might also considering visiting this niche in person to make contact or conduct interviews in person. It's just a different dynamic when you do it in person. So definitely try to do that. Or go to networking events if you think that your niche would be active there. In any case, do everything in your power to schedule appointments with your niche, right? Do anything that you can. If it doesn't work, and when after 3 to 6 months you've done everything to get in touch with the niche but haven't succeeded in scheduling even appointments with at least 5 people, then I give you the option of a one-time switch. So, but that's only in that case, guys. In no other case do we switch. And when you switch, I want you to approach your accountability coach, okay, and ask them first before you even think of switching, okay? So how the switch works. Now, the one-time switch is a significant exception for people who, after a minimum of 3 months of trying, have not succeeded in scheduling appointments with their niche. If you schedule appointments, skip this part of the video, okay? So don't even listen to this. But the switch is not for you if you've been working for less than 3 months or have already appointments scheduled, usually indicating doubt or not the right offer for the niche, right? So in these cases, just keep pushing and grab everything you can until you have 5 clients. And the execution of the switch, if it, the above applies to you, sign a new commitment to yourself via the contract that I gave to you in week 1, sign it again, set it up, and move on, okay? So, like I said, if you haven't achieved success with the niche or haven't scheduled any appointments for at least 3 months, sign a new commitment to yourself for a new niche. However, only do this if what I just mentioned applies to you. So don't look for faults in the niche, really be self-critical, and then move forward if it's really the case of you not being able to get people in the niche. Now keep going. So, however, if you haven't tried to contact the niche for at least 3 months or you really haven't given it your all, keep going and don't lie to yourself. You don't have to wait until you know everything about your niche to start approaching clients. And like I said, guys, you need to take responsibility. Don't just blame it on the niche. First, look at yourself. What could you have done better, right? And along the way, you will learn whether you have a chance of success with the niche. And this is what successful students do. They keep on going, right? So only switch after a minimum of 3 months without success. Only then will I say switch it. But talk to your accountability coach if you're thinking of this. If the niche really doesn't work, we don't want to be sitting there and just, going through the niche and just seeing that they don't have interest, and you talk with 50 clients and then it just doesn't work. So at all times, communicate with your accountability coach, with your accountability partner, and go to the Q&A so we can actually guide you to what we think would be best. Don't waste any time, okay? Because like, for example, Leroy, who you might know as a coach in this community and as accountability coach, he had like 40 meetings with SaaS companies when he started. None of them were being able to, close because they just didn't need it enough. And then he switched to a different niche with coaches and it worked. Okay. So sometimes you just take a small switch, and he talked with us then and we told him, switch, and he switched and it worked tremendously well. So the action step for this pretty quick module, if you compare it to like different ones, it's download and complete both the cheat sheet from week 1 and the worksheet from this module. Link both of them down below, and take the step to become an expert in your niche and gain even more knowledge about the niche to increase your chances of attracting clients. Guys, you are now a niche expert if you go through this document and you start approaching during your interview script, which you should be doing, the military mode, right now, every single day, sending out, your interview. Calling people, doing the interview, calling people, doing the interview, and then not only calling people doing the interview, but also calling people and then sending them the survey that I just given you, right? Or just implementing those things to make sure that you're getting the most out of the clients. Become proactive, take action to learn everything about the niche, and don't hesitate on the niche or doubt yourself whether the niche is good. Just go all in with the mindset that this will be it. If you've chosen it and confirmed it, go for it. Don't doubt. It's only taking energy from you, which you could be focusing on improving your sales skills and improving your service delivery skills. So focus, do the work, do the action step, and I'll see you in the next module. Bye. Now it's time for the ideal client. Yes. All right. So you are talking with potential prospects and you want to figure out, is this person someone who actually fits in my agency? Because the thing is, what you got to understand is you choose your clients. Your clients don't choose you, okay? You get the privilege of working with amazing businesses, but it all starts with your understanding of that you are the person who chooses to work with your clients. Okay, I see so many agency owners actually just being walked over by their clients because they are just pretty much an employee with their clients. And you gotta have boundaries. You gotta know what to do with clients, but it all starts with knowing who you want to attract. Because if you don't know who you want to attract, how can you actually make sure that you're working with those people? And if you don't know what you want in a client, how would you know which client would be good for you if you start a conversation with them. You wouldn't. So you need to know what specific clients you want to attract, and it all starts with seeing your ideal client and knowing who your ideal client is, which is exactly what we're going to be talking about in today's module. So we're going to be talking about of what is an ideal client to start off with, the niche diversity, and it starts with you, power versus force, and achieving ultimate satisfaction. So let's start with what is an ideal client. So an ideal client to start off with, we need to know okay, what an ideal client is so we can identify them. So let's refer to the definition and requirements of an ideal client. So an ideal client is someone for whom you see a perfect solution to address their problems, desires, and needs with your offer, and someone who also aligns well with the working methods or culture of your marketing agency. Okay, so it's basically someone that you meet and that you look at and that you think, wow, this is going to be an amazing partnership. So you talk with them, you get a good energy, you see that they're easy to work with, you see that they are basically just responsive, you see that they are, easy to go. It's just flowing. It's just going easily. There's no feeling of oh, it's going to be tough or something like that. It's just a feeling of naturally it flowing as it should with everything in life and everything with the people around you. Now, this applies from their perspective as well when it comes to your offering. So it's a win-win situation at all times where both parties benefit to establish a long-lasting and pleasant collaboration. So when you're working together, they also enjoy working with you. It's something that comes from both ways, right? And it's something that's pretty much really important when having a partnership. It needs to be a good fit. Now, some of the characteristics that usually these people have, these ideal clients, are a couple of them basically from my perspective, from the conversations that I've had. I've had more than 1,000 conversations over the past couple of years with potential business owners and potential clients. Number one is that the communication flows well from the beginning, that you understand each other, that you're easy in terms of communication, that you get to the point, and that you know that that person also aligns with your way of communicating to them, right? So if you're communicating in such a way that is clear, concise, they understand what needs to be done, and they do that as well, and the communication is good, and you have a great understanding of what you both want, then it's going to be a match. If the communication is off from the beginning, if there's a lot of miscommunication, if there's a lot of things not understanding each other, if there's a lot of things just not being clear about things, you can probably already assume that it's not going to be a fruitful partnership, okay? So characteristic number 2 is usually they have become almost like friends to you. Now, this is something you'll see further down the line when actually working with potential clients and working with clients in general, because you'll see that it will just be easy to work with them. They will be communicating with you, they will be talking with you, and they will be, almost like friends with you at a certain moment, because you will be building such a bond with them that it's a great connection in that sense, and that they will actually see you as a part of their business and not as a marketing agency, a third party basically that is just there to run their ads or do some lead generation. So characteristic number 3 is that they're easy and quick to work with. One of the biggest characteristics that I've seen in ideal clients for my own agency is that when I send them a message, or I have a request for them, or they need to create something, or I need to get something from them, like an ad or a creative or something like that, they're on it. And they say, okay, I'm gonna get this today. And they get it today to me. So they say what they do, right? And they are clear and concise about the actions that they're gonna be taking. So they're also easy to work with. It's never a hassle feeling like, oh, why should I do this? No, they're always like, okay, let me get this done. Let me get it over to you so you guys can start getting me the results. And that's what you want. You want an easy communication and easy to work with mentality. Characteristic number 4 is they believe in the process. They have a growth mindset, right? So they're more in the growth mindset, learning zone, growth zone. That's what you want to have them in. You don't want to have them in the comfort zone or in the fear zone. If you have them there, it's going to be really tough for you to work with them. So you want to make sure that when you're working with a client, or just as before you start working with them, that they actually believe in growth. So you ask questions like, where do you want to grow to? What do you want to achieve? Why do you have the business? What are kind of your ambitions with this business? And if they show that, if they say like, we need to try, if they say words like, we need to try things out, we need to grow even more, we need to do this, it will show you that they have a growth mindset. If they don't, and they're just stuck in their own ways, then it will show to you that they don't have it. Now, I have to say not everyone will be an ideal client that you work with. That's okay. It's not common that you see people only working with ideal clients. For me, I'm in a pretty luxury position where I can just cut out clients that aren't an ideal client for me, and I just work with ideal clients. Because to be honest, from the beginning, you will need cash flow. So you will need to learn, to work with different types of clients. And I think it's also good working with clients that are maybe not your ideal clients, just to learn how it is, right? And you'll learn quickly, trust me. Like, you'll learn how it is to do that. But then on the other hand, when you've, developed at a certain point, you'll basically within a couple of minutes already see if someone is an ideal client or not, right? So characteristic number 4 is they believe in the process, and you want them to believe in the process, because if they believe in the process, they'll believe in you because you are there to help them with the process, okay? Characteristic number 5 is they provide references for you without asking. So meaning they will provide you people that you could work with without you even mentioning it to them, okay? Because you're doing such a great service delivery, you're doing everything that you can for them. They already mention people to you that you can start working with because they might have a network of people that you can help. I can honestly say that my past clients and my current clients always bring me at least 1 or 2 new additional clients every single year. So imagine just having 10 clients, right, that are active, and them passing you on like an additional 1 or 2 clients every single year. That's an additional 10 to 20 clients every single year just by having those active clients, right? So it's a win-win situation in that regard as well, where they provide me with clients, I provide them with a great service, and it's a win-win scenario. So those are the 5 characteristics that I would say that are really important in an ideal client. Now, can you work with only ideal clients from the beginning with your agency? Yes. Actually, it's something that I would recommend, because what it does when you work only with clients that you want to work with, but it comes from a luxury position, because in the beginning you will need cash flow. So like I said, take on any client up until 5 clients, and that's fine. But after that, you should be becoming a little bit more, right? I don't want to say hard to get in that sense, but like harder to start with, if that makes sense. So you should be saying things like to your potential clients, hey, I'm not working with every single person out there. I'm just working with a select type of people that we think would be an ideal fit for us. That's something that I always say to my potential prospects, which gives them that idea like, okay, this guy is not messing around. Like, he's only working with people that, he thinks he should be working with, right? So that's something you should say. But is it possible to only have ideal clients? Yes, it is. And what it will do is it will create a positive feedback loop. You remember the feedback loop that we talked about previously? The focus times, the time and energy, and, the energy and the time times the focus is the result. Now, if you do that, if you focus your, energy and time and focus on the clients that are ideal, what's going to happen is you're going to get them good results, because you're going to want to have more energy to work with them, because they're going to be so great to work with. So what it's going to do is going to create a loop of them talking good about you, because you have that energy to help them, and then it's going to actually give you that energy to get even more results, because you're going to be in a happy mood, right? So with that being said, that is an ideal client in my essence. Now you'll figure it out for yourself, but I want to give you an example of a matrix. So to give an even better understanding of what an ideal client is and how many of these types of clients are present in most niches, I want to use our matrix to make it visual for you. So with that being said, there's this thing called the Hot Emotional Unavailability Matrix, a woman's guide to men. Now, I'm not going to watch the entire video here with you. I have it linked down below. So what I would recommend that you do is that you just go ahead and stop this video, go and watch that video first, and then come back to this one. So I'll give you just a second to do that. Now, if you're back watching this video, so what this video is it was a great example, right, of a matrix that briefly explains the types of men from a woman's perspective. Now, the video provides an example about men and finding the ideal man, and simply it's also, I've created a specific version for agency owners. So you've seen this one, but there's a version of this for agency owners, right? So while I think it's something really like creative that they've thought of, I've created my own version, but then for agency owners with our clients. So here it goes. Now, on the left-hand side of the table, you'll see fixed mindset, right? So fixed mindset on a scale of 4 to 10. And on the bottom one, you'll see a profitability scale from 0 to 10. So on the bottom, it's how profitable they are and how profitable they'll be for your agency on a scale of 0 to 10, and how fixed their mindset is on a scale from 4, right, to it being like a little bit of a more like a good mindset, to a 10, which is a complete fixed mindset. So I call this the profitable fixed mindset matrix. Okay. So this is the agency's owner's guide to ideal clients. All right. Now bear with me. So the explanation is at the bottom of the matrix, right? Like I said, you'll find how profitable a client is on a scale of 1 to 10. And on the left side of the matrix, you'll find the client's fixed mindset on a scale of 4 to 10. Okay. Now, we have the first zone where you want to stay away from, okay? You want to stay away from this zone because this zone is going to bring you a lot of headaches, all right? I'm telling it to you right now. It's going to bring you a lot of headaches. So stay far away from these clients. Even if you manage to bring them on board, you know, as they will almost fight with you over the price and what you will do for them, they are not profitable and they have a fixed mindset. So the no-go zone, the name says it all. Don't go there. So if you hop on a call with them, they'll probably be looking like this. They'll be mad. Or, you know, you'll be talking with them and they'll just be like, nope, I don't want that. No, I don't do that. No, I don't want that. Those are people that probably have a really, really, really bad wife if they're a man or a really bad husband if they're a woman. So you want to stay away from them. Like just stay away from them, right? If it's a Karen or something like that, just stay away from them. Don't go there. Because if you go there and if you give them your energy, they're gonna eat it up, man. Like they're gonna just take it over. Okay, so don't go there. So beware of these clients because these clients will actually tear your business down and make you not want to run an agency ever again in your life. Okay, so you wanna stay away from these clients and actually make sure that you understand what these clients are. And trust me, when I say this and you hear me, you'll think, oh, Stefan, you're just exaggerating. But trust me, I'm not. There's a lot of things that these people do that is just not good. Okay, so no-go zone. Don't go there. Second zone is the fun zone. Now, the fun zone are clients you will typically start with in your agency journey. So they are somewhat profitable, but they will be difficult to do something for the long term or to give you more of the services you provide, right? For the services you provide. So meaning they will be okay-ish, right? They will have a pretty okay-ish mindset. They won't have the best growth mindset. They will be somewhat profitable. They will be willing to work with you. They won't be the most hard to work with clients. They won't say like, no, I don't want to do that. I want to do this. They'll be like, okay, well, maybe, I tried this before, but it didn't really work, but I'm willing to give it a go again because I know it might potentially work. That's the things that they will say to you. So, and then it's up to you to make sure that they understand, that they trust you to actually get started with you so you can get them the good results. Okay. So they are somewhat profitable because like I said, these clients usually won't be able to pay you, 2K per month, 4K per month, 6K per month, but they might be able to pay you between 500 to 1500 per month for your services. So they're more in the fun zone. The fun zone more or less because like they will be, a learning experience for you. While the no-go zone will be a learning experience as well. The fun zone will be a little bit more fun to work with because they won't go sue you if you want to steal their logo. This is a true story, by the way. I went to a client once 5 years ago, and it was a real estate agent in the Netherlands. And I had a face-to-face call with them, or face-to-face meeting with them. And I was, going there, and he showed me his logo and everything that they're doing. I'm like, okay, great. I have a great feeling about this. I asked them 500 per month for my services, and I got an email the next day where he said, listen, man, I want to, tell you I have a really bad feeling about you. I want to sue you. And if you ever touch my logo, I don't want to work with you, from out of nowhere this came. If I ever see my logo somewhere positioned on your business, I'm going to sue everything out of you. And I was like, bro, what? I was like, what is this dude about? And he was already like a little bit like rah-rah, wishy-washy, like all these things when I met him. So I was like, okay, this makes sense, but this is like the weirdest thing that was ever. So I apologized. I was like, I don't know what I did wrong. Like, I don't know what is this? And then, I never heard anything back from them, but like, it was the weirdest thing. So that was a no-go. Okay. So, but I should have picked up on that. But after that, I learned it. Okay. So fun zone, no-go zone. That's it. Danger zone. Danger zone is probably, guys, even, more weirder at times than the no-go zone, because the danger zone is pretty much the zone where you will get into when, they will pretty much just, well, maybe that client that I just mentioned, they were kind of in the no-go zone / danger zone, because the danger zone came afterwards. So also stay far away from these clients, because these clients will call you on Christmas Eve to change a small word in the ad or threaten you with a lawsuit if you dare to use their logo with a tree on it. Like I said, that was the story. So the danger zone is pretty much the client that I just mentioned, right? A no-go zone is a little bit okay-ish still sometimes, but like the danger zone is like you really don't want to mess with them. Like just like honestly, just don't. And the way that you'll see that in a call is if you ask about their experiences with previous agencies before. If they say, they were all just bad, and you're like, okay, well, so with how many you worked, and they say like, I work with like 10 agencies, man, they're all just crap, and you're like, okay, so you work with 10 agencies, you say, so you wanna just say like that none of them have been good with you, like none of them got results. And they're like, no, man, like they just they're crap, and you're like, okay, well, you should be thinking by yourself when they say something like that, like, okay, that doesn't make any sense, because like how can 10 agencies not get any results? Like it can be all due to the agencies, and you're just blaming them, you're not taking any responsibility for it. So there must be something fishy about that. So you really want to understand the things that are happening. Or if someone says, yeah, no, I'm going through a lawsuit right now, you can say like, oh, okay, it makes sense, like nothing bad, I hope. And they say like, no, it's just like this and this and this, and you already hear lawsuit and all those things. So it's like you should be a little bit aware of red flags, okay? And those will come by the time, okay? And I'll mention to you a couple of them moving forward. Now, most common clients are the normal client zone, are in the normal client zone. So they don't have the best mindset, but you can still make a profit for yourself, although you may not be able to retain them for the long term in most cases, unless you deliver good results. So these clients will be okay, they will be, good to work with, fine. They might not have the best growth mindset. They might be a little bit more difficult. They might say, oh, you sent me like these leads, but like they're just not converting, but they'll still pay, right? They'll still pay you, 500 per month, 1K per month, 1.5K per month, 2K per month, and they'll just, be there with you. But they will be looking more for a way out, right? In all honesty, if you work 3 months for them with the contract that I'm going to give you 3, 6, 12 months, they're going to be looking more for a way out. They're going to be not the easiest to work with when it comes down to the, signing them on, and you'll just feel a little bit of, Barry, but if your convincing is good enough, they'll go through, right? So if your convincing is good enough, if you can really talk well, then you're basically good to go. So those are the normal clients. Those are the most ones that you're going to see. They kind of look like the fun zone ones. It's a little bit similar, although the fun zone ones are a little bit more, in a better mindset, if that makes sense. Although they're, the fun zone ones are not, they don't also have like the biggest fixed mindset. So they're not profitable. They don't want to spend a lot, but they wanna do something with an agency, if that makes sense. Well, whereas the normal client zones, they will be more profitable, right? So they might give you more. They might give you 2K to work with or something like that. But their mindset is just like, it's tough. Like you will feel it. You will feel that they are tough to work with, and they'll always have something to mention to you, always. Okay. So then we have the ideal client zone. Now, these are the most ideal clients we can have with our marketing agency, and they understand what we do for them, that it takes time, and that we are that they are profitable for us. So sometimes they will refer clients to us if we ask, and they are positive towards us. So the only difference between this one and the one that I'm going to share with you in just a second is that with the ideal clients, they are great to work with, good communication, all the things that I said, growth mindset, you name it. They will refer clients to us only usually when we ask for it. Okay, and that's not really a client that you want to have. And usually, these clients will work with you, but they will never say, oh, can you help me with this? Or, I'm trying to, build something out. They'll think outside of the box and they say, if we can do this, I can pay you a little bit more. You could get this client. We can do together things and, just grow. They won't think like that. They'll just think like, give me a little bit more instead of, giving out. But they'll still be great clients to work with. You'll have a lot of fun working with them. They'll pay you good money, right? They have a better mindset than like most of the other ones, right? And they will be easy to work with. So these are the clients that you want to work with. The only thing, like I said, with this one and the unicorn zone one is that these ideal client zone ones won't give you referrals at the top of their head, right? Without you asking for it. And they won't come out themselves to say, okay, let's work for a longer period of time. They will just work with you and work with you and work with you until you keep on working with them. That's basically what an ideal client is, okay? So you enjoy working with them, but there's not like, oh, they will come to you and say like, hey, listen, I want you to run my business. I want you to do something together with me. Whereas unicorn zone clients, these clients, okay, if you find them, I recommend jumping for joy and closing them on a 12K month contract. Better yet, they will come to you with a 12-month contract. So I have one of my clients, who was paying us 5 figures plus a percentage of revenue. He came to us saying, hey, listen, I need you guys. You are really good. I'm going to pay you, 10K per month plus, percentage of revenue. And I'm going to, let's do a 6-month contract and see how it goes. And I was like, okay, man, let's freaking do it. Let's you don't hear me complaining, right? So they have a good mindset, send you multiple clients. And that client also, by the way, sent me one client, and other client he actually did a really good word for. So it was kind of 2 in 1. They have a good mindset, send you multiple clients without you asking. They are pleased with almost every action you take for them, and they are your biggest fans. Don't lose these clients, because these clients will bring you 6 figures, if not more, on a yearly basis for your agency. Okay, they'll bring you a lot of money. So you don't want to lose them, and you want to be aware of when you find these clients, because if you find them, keep them, because if you don't, honestly, like, you're doing yourself a disservice. Okay, so like I said, one of the unicorn clients can pay you 10K per month. That's what I have right now, right? Like, I have multiple clients paying me 10K per month, but like I've like one client where it started with, and he's paying us 10K per month, right? So he's paying us 10K per month, and I'm like, okay, like, that's it, right? Like, I don't, I've set up a lot of systems, but it's pretty much a self-sustaining business. It's pretty much doing its own thing, right? So it's a well-oiled machine, if that makes sense. So this, guys, is the profitable fixed mindset matrix, okay? This is the agency owner's guide to ideal clients. Now, this is what you should take for yourself, take a screenshot of, take some inspiration from, and really utilize this in the upcoming calls that you're going to have, and just knowing, okay, these are the people that I want to work with, and these are not the people that I want to work with, okay? So with that being said, what is not an ideal client? So now that we know what clients are ideal for our agency, it's also important to know which clients we do not want as clients. So these are the characteristics of clients who are not ideal. A not ideal client is someone who is basically the opposite, right? So it's not an ideal client for our agency. They are in the no-go zone. They're in the danger zone, right? And it's usually a person where we are unsure if we can provide a perfect solution to the problems, needs, and desires, and we already kind of doubt ourselves. And one tip I want to give you, one really, 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 really important tip if you're an entrepreneur, is if your gut feeling is saying that you don't need to do something or you shouldn't do something, don't do it, because your gut feeling won't lie to you, okay? So usually these types of clients, they'll also don't really align well with our agency, yet we take them on because we want to secure a client. We want to get the cash flow. So like I said, experience a not ideal client in the beginning. Go ahead and do it. But just be aware of that they'll, bring along with them a lot of trust issues, a lot of traumas, a lot of different things that you will be needing to deal with. You won't be dealing with them, you'll be dealing with their past experiences, pretty much. So in this situation, it's not a good fit on both sides, and the collaboration will likely to be short-lived in most cases. These will be clients that will start with you, and then the day after, they will call you and say, I want to stop. And then they've, provoked, like they've revoked your access on Facebook. Like, that's these clients, okay? So the characteristic number 1 is trying to negotiate the price down multiple times, okay? They'll say, there's a difference between negotiating the price and just continuously not willing to pay it, right? So not willing to pay it is what I'm talking about here. If they negotiate a little bit, of course, they're business people, they're entrepreneurs, so they are gonna try to pay the least to get the most results, which makes sense if they're ROI focused. So when it comes down to negotiating the price down multiple times, right, they'll just go ahead and say, what? No, man, like, no, it doesn't work. Like, it's too much. No, I'm not going to pay it, right? If they say things like that, it's a characteristic of probably them not being an ideal client for you. Second is constant, harassment and poor communication. So poor communication in the sense of it takes them like 2, 3, 4, sometimes 5 days to respond, right? You want a response within the day, preferably within 1 or 2 hours, right? So, or constant harassment. They'll be saying behind your back things, which you will hear, indirectly things from, and just hearing things which say, oh, okay, they're not like doing their job, or like, I don't know, or I don't trust them, or I don't know this, I don't know that. They're just unsure, okay? And by the way, 10K per month clients can also be those clients that have those characteristics, just to make sure that you understand, right? It's not like if someone is willing to pay a lot of money that they are ideal clients, right? They might still have poor communication, right? And constantly harass. Like that's something that can still happen, okay? Now, characteristic number 3 is they're difficult to agree on terms. Like, you'll send them a contract and they'll be doubting themselves if they are actually, if the terms actually just, while the terms are just good to go, they'll still doubt on behalf of the terms. They'll still be like, I still, I'm still doubtful when it comes down to the terms. I don't know this. I don't know that. I want you to change 20 things in the terms and then I'll work with you. Like, no, like, no, like it's not going to happen, right? Like it's either this or it's either my way or the highway. That's how you got to approach it, right? And don't go changing things for them just to change it. Like if you already have to do that, like you're already like, you know, saying yes to things which don't make sense. I've had clients that told me, they sent me like an email with like 50 points that they want to change in the contract. And I'm like, yeah, sorry, I can't do that. Like, no, I'm not gonna change, right? Because I'm already making it easy on you to work with me. Like, there's no other way. Like, okay, if something really makes sense, yes. But if it doesn't, I'm not gonna change just for the sake of changing it. Like, no. So these clients will be dissatisfied even if you achieve results. So you will get them the best results, the banger results, right? Great meetings, great leads, great clients. They'll be closing them. They'll be getting a good show-up rate, everything. And they'll still say, I paid a lot and I didn't get the return. Well, you show the return. And they'll say, nope, I didn't get it. And you'll be like, what? Like, this doesn't make any... Like, I've shown everything to you. And you still tell me that you get... What? It doesn't make any sense, okay? So that's characteristic number 4. And characteristic number 5 is they do not believe in what you do. Fixed mindset. They'll say, I worked with agencies before, just doesn't work. Just doesn't work. You know, it's not working. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. You know, I don't believe in it. You know, I went, you know, I drank water once, which had a little bit of dirt in it, and since then all water has dirt in it, right? That's what they practically say, right? It just doesn't make any sense. So, guys, this is what is not an ideal client. Okay, this is the opposite. So just be aware of people like this. Okay, for your own sake. So how to find out? So now that I've had more than 500 conversations, more than 1,000 actually, with people in different niches, I can sometimes tell within the first 1 or 2 minutes whether someone is an ideal client or not. Now, you'll also develop this skill with practical experience over time. So engage in conversations, take on clients, even those who are not ideal, and enjoy the process. Really enjoy it. Even if there are no-go danger zone clients, just enjoy it. And you'll learn, and you'll see how to work with them, okay? Now, there's a cheat sheet. If you're watching this, you know, from the program, there'll be a cheat sheet down below called the Ideal Client. Now, the Ideal Client cheat sheet is basically a cheat sheet set up for you to actually go ahead and characterize your own clients. So you can make a copy out of it here. You'll go down and you'll have a definition of the ideal customer, the characteristics which I mentioned, which we want to have and attract in an ideal customer, and we're going to be manifesting them by creating this document. So you have a couple of questions, your ideal customer questions, which you're going to answer so you know what your ideal client is. Because I told you now, like what for me ideal clients is, but what is it for you, right? What is your chosen niche? Write it down. Does your ideal client consist more of men or women? Because you got to know that. What is the average age of your ideal customer, right? What is an average income of your ideal client? What is does your ideal customer think of his or her job? What does your customer look like? What is the average size of the company? What role does your ideal customer give themselves? Where are they most active on online? What qualities do they have? How did they get to their current position? How do you immediately recognize them? What is the status of your ideal client? And what is the last thought that they should go through that they're in their mind before starting to work with you? So if you go ahead and answer all of these questions, you'll have an idea. You'll have your ideal customer set up, and you'll know exactly that when you go into a call, how they will look like. And you will know when I ask you a question, what is your ideal client? You'll say, oh, okay, it's mostly women between the ages of 30 and 50 that I work with that, you know, are basically my ideal client that I want to work with. Okay, so then you said like I talked with a couple of men, but you know they're not my ideal client. Like usually women are my ideal client. So you'll understand these things once you complete this document. So go ahead and complete this document. Go ahead and write it out for yourself, have it, save it, and work on that, right? Because it's an ongoing process that you want to have continuously and work on it meticulously. What I always say, continuously, meticulously, you know the deal. Go ahead, download it, work on it, and get that going. Now, let's talk about niche diversity because every niche is different, okay? So every niche, like I said to you before in the previous modules, is, a different language is spoken. So you can think of it as, different countries with unique values, norms, and cultures. And that's something that I also said to you, if you're, in Europe and you're in Portugal, reach out to Portuguese clients, right? It makes more sense because you speak their language. And if you also speak their language in terms of the jargon that they're using, you're speaking language on two ways, man. And you're going to be signing, clients from both ends. You're going to be really having an easy time signing clients, okay? Same goes if you're in the US or in the UK and you're in a local area. If you're in a local area, the chances will be higher likely that you will sign clients there, than in some other place. It's just the way that people work, right? It's just like, It's a specific bias that people have towards people they know. They're more likely to work with people that they know, that are familiar with them, than they are with unknown people, okay? Which is why things like tribes exist. People sticking together because they know what it is, right? They understand the norms, the values, the cultures. So the same applies to your niche and the type of people active in those niches. So you have 3 niches here with like real estate agents, e-commerce owners, and personal trainers. Now with real estate agents, they're usually more commercially focused. They're wearing formal attire, just like you see with this woman, for example, right? They talk about appraisals, they talk about commissions, they talk about property viewings, they talk about taxations, they talk about all these kinds of, terms which are usually mostly used in the real estate agent space, right? So from you knowing that and mentioning those things already to them, you'll have a higher chance of knowing their niche, which is really important when it comes down to the ideal client, because like I said, you want your ideal client to know their niche as well, right? They need to know their market. E-commerce owners will be usually more focused on product sales. They'll be casually dressed. They'll talk about profit margins, online stores, return on ad spend, the ROAS. They'll have an understanding of that. And personal trainers, they'll be health focused, wearing sportswear, talking about fitness, leads, workout schedules, and doing free sessions with people. So you knowing your niche, you knowing your specific segment, you knowing the jargon will actually help you identify your ideal clients a lot easier than if you don't know it. So my recommendation, get to know your niche, which you should have done in the previous module. Now, with that being said, guys, learn the language. The reason that I mention this is because it is crucial to learn the language of that niche as quickly as possible. So demonstrate with your knowledge and speaking their language that you have made an effort to learn more about their territory. Most people will appreciate this. And you got to keep in mind, ideal clients are everywhere. So if you learn and do the research of the niche, you learn the language of what they're speaking. In every niche, there are ideal clients. You just need to find them. I always say probably in your niche, 1% of the total niche of the business owners in your niche is an ideal client. And if you are not working with any of them, you probably haven't found the 1%. Okay? So when this happens, right, when you find them and when you work on your niche knowledge, offering, and sales skills in the meantime, right, you'll basically just trigger them. You'll find them somewhere. They'll pop up. So don't stop if you have spoken to a few people who don't seem like ideal clients, because unicorns are rare. Like, you don't see them, right? You don't see them, and they pop up at the most random times. They won't come from a cold call. They won't come from anything else. And the thing is, it's not luck as well, right? They might come from a cold call, but usually they won't, because usually they'll come from a referral. Like, these are the clients that don't pick up their phone. Like, unicorns don't pick up their phone, right? Like, if you want to call me, you won't get to me. Like, you cannot get to me. If you want to get to me, you'll first have to go through my assistant, and then my assistant will get to me. And then, I will basically take it from there, if that makes sense, right? So remember, when you start talking to people in your niche, you will quickly discover the language they speak. So learn this language and start understanding them better. Every niche is different, but in every niche, including yours, there are plenty of ideal clients. You just need to find them. That's the only thing. You need to find them. You need to see who they are, what they do, and then take it from there. Because like I said, every niche is different, and you got to learn to find them. And the only way to find them is to stay consistent. And the only way by staying consistent is by knowing what you want and knowing what your goals are and knowing what your daily action steps are, which you should have right now with a battle plan. So it starts with you. That being said, be an ideal client yourself. All right. The way people behave towards you is a reflection of your behavior towards others. Guys, this is so important. In short, be an ideal client yourself before expecting it from your clients. You cannot expect to be the toughest client for other businesses and then expect your clients to be the best clients. Like, how can you expect that? Like, remember the quantum physics that we talked about in week 2? So this is a reflection for it. Everything is connected. Okay. So how you are is what you will attract when it comes to the clients you will get. Okay, so our paradigm was an observer can influence the object or result with the focus, energy, and consciousness they have. Rain only occurs when the observer is present. Everything is interconnected. It's a law of attraction. If you are on an energy level, you'll attract clients on that energy level. If you're on a low energy level, you'll attract clients on a low energy level. It's just the way that the nature works. So you can attract the type of clients you want by creating the focus, the energy, the awareness for yourself. And week 2 has given you the steps to more focus and energy. But the worksheet of this module gives you the awareness, because now you know who you are looking for, right? To know exactly which clients you want to attract. So when they come, you'll be like, aha, okay, I want to, yes, you I want to work with. Okay, so remember that everything is interconnected, and you should look at yourself first before blaming a client for how they are or what they're doing. Because self-reflection first, and then assessing if it really is the client's fault. So you got to know yourself, you got to know what you want, because if you know that what you want, no one can come in between that, right? No one can put you off your path if you know what you want to achieve. If I know what I want, if I know what my goals are, if I'm doing millions per month, and I know that I want to go from 1 million to 2 million, there's no one stopping me on my path, right? It's just me, okay? And then when I'm on that path, people will come on my path that might adjust me and help me to go to the 2 million. But if they don't assess me, if don't help me, then it's like, what? I don't want to work with you. That's it. It's simple as that, right? So be an ideal client yourself. Really important, and understand that everything is interconnected. So like I said, you cannot expect to attract ideal clients if you as a client exhibit negativity, lack gratitude, and show no interest in others. The universe is watching at all times. You cannot hide from that, right? And it will give you, clients who behave similarly to you, because it all starts with you. If you're only attracting bad clients, it's probably due to you. So look yourself in the mirror first before blaming the clients. So work on yourself. In addition to learning the language of the niche and improving your offering, it is still important not to forget that you also need to continue working on yourself. Use your battle plan daily, read your own book daily, manifest your reality daily, and behave the way you want others to behave towards you. Always think with that in mind. How would I want others to behave to me? Behave that way, okay? Ultimately, you will win if you keep doing this. So keep this in mind. You will eventually come out as a winner and have a greater chance of attracting ideal clients in your niche. And if you do not follow these principles and forget them, you will have more difficulty attracting ideal clients and truly enjoying the work you do for your agency, okay? It's always been this way, and it will always stay this way, right? So power versus force with Gandhi in the background. Now, power versus force. So an important principle for attracting ideal clients is power versus force. And this principle by David Hawkins tells us that manifesting reality or success can occur by allowing it to come to you through your inner power, okay? So that's the power part, or by externally forcing it, force. Now, Power versus Force, a great book, right? And talks about everything of the human behavior. All of David R. Hawkins' books are just amazing. And I would highly recommend this for expanding your awareness and understanding how, in a higher state of consciousness, you can attract certain things to yourself by exerting power. Okay, so when you do this, you'll exert power and you'll attract it towards you. Okay, so take a look at this book, and I'm going to give you a short explanation of it here. So, power is the variant where results from actions, rooted in power, come from a higher consciousness and are almost always more enduring. So you can use power from the beginning to attract ideal clients. So if you come from a mindset of abundance, right? And as your mindset should be that clients need you and you don't need them, right? That is the thing that starts it all. So however, in the beginning, you may need to seize any opportunity to get up to 5 clients, but you can already apply power from the start. You can do it from the start. It's just your mindset. So we talked about the levels of consciousness. Now think back to how you entered this journey. We had an open conversation probably, or with one of our, growth specialists, and, you and assessed whether we could genuinely help you before you took the step to be here now. Okay, so we talked about it, and it was a conscious choice you made for yourself, and this collaboration with us will be long-lasting with the assistance we provide. So the strength we exert towards people seeking access to this journey is at a level above 200, okay? It's above 200. So I said above 200, but what I mean with that is on the left-hand side, it's basically an awareness level where you are in the, 5D universe, where the consciousness begins, new humanity, non-duality, awareness, great void, divine love. That's where you were. Yeah, right. You were, something inspired you, or maybe something, some desperation or something, or inspiration, whatever it was for you, whichever of the two it was. You got the energy to go towards this. You felt the energy. You got to the energy, because our energy in this group, you might have noticed, is really high. Like we don't accept negativity. Like there's a low, like I don't just take it. If someone is too negative in the group, they get kicked out. Like, we don't need your money, right? Like, I don't want that. I want to have the best group that's a high level of consciousness, okay? So we exert that, and you found that because you were at that energy level, right? That's why we found you. It's not just all of a sudden you saw an ad and you just did it, right? It doesn't come from just something. It comes always from a reasoning, right? So in the same way you took the step to enter this journey, approach clients with the same mindset that you will first see if you can help them. And from there, we potentially make an offer to the client if it's a good fit, right? So if you have that energy, you'll find the clients. Which brings me back to the people, probably maybe people around you or people that you say, oh, this won't work, it sucks, you're a loser. Like it's low levels of consciousness. And they won't get out that because they're stuck. But you took the leap, which is why successful people don't care what other people think about them. They don't care about it. They're just focused on them. They're in a high level of consciousness. They don't compare themselves. Okay? So this principle is also known as taking action with an abundance mindset. And the mindset that there are plenty of fish in the sea for you to catch. The client needs you, not the other way around. They need you. Okay? So that's power. That's what we want. Now, force. We got to put a little bit of attention on it just so you know what that is. So forces, results from actions rooted in force come from a lower consciousness. Consequently, the results are usually short-lived. It's important to remember that until you have 5 clients, you can use force to build experience and cash flow for yourself. After reaching 5 clients, you can employ more, right, power to attract more ideal clients to your agency. So if you've ever been called by an, energy salesman or a salesman selling you, gas billing or something, like in the Netherlands, you have people selling you that. You immediately understand what we mean by, or electricity, right? Gas and electricity, they're selling that on the phone. You immediately understand what we mean by forcing when it comes to doing business. So also, if you've ever been approached by a street vendor, you know the feeling you get from that person. Like if they just approach you, hardcore try to sell you on something, you're not going to do it because it's low energy. So usually these purchases are imposed on you by the seller and there's little relationship built with you. It's a quick transaction that is usually short-lived and the level of consciousness of the seller is usually below 200, which I mean with that is usually below the 4D one, right? It's usually below 4D. So, and they sell for reasons that bring them short-term happiness, but not long-term. You just care about the sale. Give me the quick fix. No second, third order consequences in their mind. Just I want to sell you. That's it. So transactions resulting from forcing to get the client usually happen early in your career as an agency owner. However, I would advise you to change this as soon as possible because only with the abundance mindset approach will you achieve real satisfaction from your work with clients. That's the only time you'll do it. And this mindset of principle or forcing people is usually known as the loser mindset. And the mindset that you have to force something onto the client out of desperation without any customer relationship or a good connection between both parties. We want to stay away from the force mindset, force type of things and the loser mindset. That's not where you want to be. You want to be in an abundant state, right? Even if you don't have clients, from the beginning, I was always like, I'm going to get all the clients, man. And what happened? I got all the clients. That's just what, that you got to have that confidence. You'll get there. Trust in yourself, trust in this process, trust, look how far you've already come from week 1 to this, right? And we're just at week 3. Imagine how of a machine you're going to be as a person and as an agency owner at the end of this program. Just think of that, right? So how to apply this? Now, with this principle, I want to make you aware that you choose your clients from the beginning. So put yourself in a position of higher consciousness and see if you can genuinely help the client first. And if they're a good fit for you, okay? The client needs you, not the other way around. So you want to have a marathon with your clients, not a sprint. And this can only happen if you don't force them to work with you, but sincerely evaluate if it can be a win-win situation. Qualify the client, and this will help you in this regard. Power versus force, one of the most important principles and laws that you need to know and understand in your journey as an agency, guys. Really important. So now let's talk about how to achieve ultimate satisfaction. So where we're heading. Now, this entire journey is designed to bring you not only success and income with your agency, but also to derive satisfaction from the clients you help. And that's where real satisfaction comes and where you'll truly find happiness. Now, the first step to achieving the satisfaction is working with clients that genuinely make you happy. And this can only be accomplished if you attract clients from a position of power and not from forcing. So with a good offer, you can attract any client, but the question is whether the client is ideal for your agency. Because like I said, an ideal client brings positive collaboration for the long term. It will create a positive feedback loop, and it will make you want to work with them even more and make you want to give them results, and it will give them good results because the energy is good. If the energy is low, it's gonna be low energy results. If the energy is good, it's gonna be good energy results, right? So I hope that makes sense. Now, so what does your ideal client look like? So start working on the worksheet for your ideal client and outline how you envision the client you will work with. So how do they look? What behavior do they have? What are their characteristics? Detail this to attract them. If you note it down, you'll attract it. If you don't, and you don't know who you want to attract, you won't attract them. If you don't know who you want as a wife, how are you going to attract the wife? How are you going to attract that person if you don't know who they are? You don't. So list it out. Now that you've designed your agency the way you envision it, become a niche expert and will attract the ideal client with the worksheet you're working on. You've taken another step towards success and becoming an expert agency owner, which is where we're going towards. And like I said, this is just the beginning for you, so keep on going. So with that being said, what you need to do right now, download and complete the worksheet, the ideal client. Keep this document safe, save it somewhere in your bookmarks. Like I told you already, you can have your bookmarks already set up, and with your bookmarks, you can have it, for example, here. If you are doing, let's say profession, and you have like different businesses, you can just note it down here. So you'll always have like the specific tabs open for R&D, right? If you're doing R&D or doing anything like that, you can just note it down here and have it for yourself. So you never lose it out of your sight, which is really important because this is a really important document. Now, with that being said, hope you enjoyed this video, and go ahead and do everything regarding your ideal client, make everything ready. Let's go on to the next one, and I look forward to seeing you there. All right, have a good one. Bye. Now that we've talked about the niche, we've talked about how to find your ideal client, it is the highest importance that we start talking about creating your expert offer. Now, guys, this is something that we have probably already, we've talked about. Like the golden offer, you should already have it in place. But this module is going to just solidify everything when it comes down to your offer. And so you're basically ready to go to the market. And moving forward, you're just, a machine, when it comes down to going to your clients, giving them something that they can actually take and that will solve their problems as quickly as possible. Because if you think about it, with this program, what you're going through right now, this is basically my expert offer for you, right? So I'm giving you the step-by-step plan to get results with your agency as quickly as possible. And you are going to be giving your clients the same thing. Now, one more important thing, which we're going to touch upon in this module, is going to be about you actually productizing your service. And what I mean with that is, if you think of a assembly line, right, in a warehouse, for example, if you think of the assembly line, it's all just systemized in terms of all the same products, same shipment, that's it. It goes out the door. Now, within a service, you can do that as well. You can pretty much just productize it. And I'm going to share with you today how to do that and what it exactly means. So we're going to be starting, though, with the essentials first, the productized service, the minimum viable offer, making the offer attractive, and making it a fit. So the essentials first. Now, like I said, we'll do a short review of week 1. Now, in the module of the golden offer in week 1, you should have already set up the initial version of your offer. So let's take a moment to review this module to ensure you have everything in place. So you should already be acquainted with the managing offer and the result-oriented offer. Now, you will know that the characteristics of a managing offer will usually be that you get paid per hour, right? And that there will not be like a clear ROI. And while on the other hand, with the result-oriented offer, it will be a clear ROI. It will have, specific things which you will do, which will get your client a specific ROI, right? And you will have a cut and clear process to deliver people the service, okay? Now, while with a managing offer, it might not be as crystal clear, it is still an offer to have, right? So you can still have one of these two and focusing on that. I just, like I told you also in week 1, prefer to go with a result-oriented offer because I just think it's just more efficient, right? And we want to be an efficient and results-driven marketing agency, and that's exactly what that offer gives us. Now, we also talked about the specific models, right? So in the upcoming weeks, we're also going to be talking about, specifically pricing your services. While we've kind of already talked about it, right? In week 1 and now again, you have the retainer model, you have the performance model, you have the retainer plus the performance model, you have the hourly rate, and who knows, maybe in the future, I'll give you all different types of models that you can start using. But these were the specifically main ones, right? So because within the performance model, you have pay per lead, pay per appointment, pay per client, right? Then you have, pay per show up as well, which you can do. So it all depends on which offer you want to use. And it all starts with the service that you choose, right? And the specific focus you're going to have. If you're going to have a managing offer or a result-oriented offer, your service is going to be based on, that one that you actually choose to offer. So we've also talked about packages versus single offers. And I told you, packages could be handy, but we don't like to go with packages. We would prefer to go with, a specific offer. And in that offer, give them specific options if they have them, but don't give them multiple things that they can choose of. Because if you give them multiple things to choose, they won't know what to choose themselves. If I give you 3 things right here, and you will need to choose of them, or I give you like 3 things that you see on your screen right now, you're probably going to say, hey, let me start with the cheapest one. Okay, because like that's what you're going to be inclined to do, because that's just human nature. We like to go for the cheapest thing, which will give us the maximum result, because we in our heads will think unconsciously that it will give us the biggest result possible. Well, it is not the case usually. So you don't want to just be packing on things in your offer. That's not what you want to do. You want to really think about how you can solve a specific problem, need, and desire. And for that, you can pretty much ask anything you want, right? If I have a tooth problem and it's excruciatingly painful, on a scale of 1 to 10, it's 10 how painful it is, I'm going to pay whatever it takes to actually get that fixed. I don't really care how much it costs, honestly. So the way that we work is, for example, we'll do a monthly delivery of 10 high quality leads via Facebook. We'll do creation and management of ads for a specific niche. We'll do daily optimization to attract more customers, lead retention and forwarding to you, and then contact via Slack with us. And we'll ask, for example, like $1,000 per month for that. And we can give 3 options. We can give a collaboration for 3 months at a full price. We can give a collaboration for 6 months with a 1-month discount. We can give a collaboration for 12 months with a 2-month discount. Okay, so these are the things that we talked about, and I gave you also the offer research and confirmation document, which you should have gone through. If you haven't, go ahead and stop this video and go back. Guys, you need to do the action steps. You're not here to just look at the videos, okay? I already told you that. So with that being said, your offer should already be in place, okay? Now set these up before you proceed and then move on with this module. With that being said, what you should have done, so you should already understand the mentioned points, and in addition, you should have an offer that fits your niche. So do not proceed if you don't have this in place, okay? And the objective of this module is to provide you with more clarity on creating an appealing offer, right? On the offer that you already have set up for your niche based on what you set up in week 1. And this way you will be easily attracting clients and getting the results possible. So we're going to be combining a couple of things. So we're going to be combining the sales, right? Your sales skills, your niche knowledge, your offer, and how attractive it is for your client to get the best result possible. Now, we already talked about the formula, right? So the offer is as crucial as your sales skills and the speaking of the language of the niche. So being an expert in your niche is especially crucial for success. And that's what we talked about in the previous module. So we talked about, this specific formula, N times O is R, right? And taking those specific things in feedback to improve your inputs that you have. So if you go with your current niche knowledge and current understanding of the problems, needs, and desires with your current offer that you have to the market, you'll get a specific result. And if it's not been ideal, you'll get the feedback that it's not been as good as possible. So you need to take that back, improve your niche knowledge, improve your offer, and take it back to the market again. And you can do that while you're doing 1, 2, 3 calls, 1, 2, 3, 4 calls, 1, 2, 3, 4 calls, right? Now, like, if you notice that you need to tweak things, you tweak things, and then you try it, right? And that's how we're going to do it. And that's what you're going to be doing during the Q&As and during the ongoing part of this program. So the sales plus niche plus offer is result. Now let's talk about the productized service. This is really important to understand, because if you can do this, you're going to be playing at a whole different level when it comes down to your business. So what is a productized service? Now, a productized service means packaging our marketing agency services into direct solutions for our clients, so we don't have to constantly work on our offer, meaning we can package it and just keep on shipping it out. That's it, okay? Now, it's a streamlined process of our offer that we can continuously replicate for new clients. And in other words, we turn our service into a product that we can sell dozens of times without changing. Okay, so we want to just be able to replicate things. Now, I have to say, usually when it comes down to, local businesses, this will be the easiest to do. When it comes down to e-commerce, it's a little bit more difficult, because especially if you work with like different sub niches in e-commerce, it's a little bit more difficult. If you work with the same sub niche, it might be a little bit the same, but it will depend on the audience sizes. With coaches, It's tough, but it is possible because most coaching businesses are the same. And if you work with a specific type of coaching businesses, like for example, high ticket coaches, it is easier somewhat to productize it. And I'll share with you how to do it. So the operational assembly line. Now you can see your marketing agency's offer as a product on an assembly line. Now, if you don't have a productized service, you have to create a new product each time. So put it on the conveyor belt and deliver it to another customer. So you need to change everything every single time. But with the productized service, you can repeat the process and even put it on autopilot so that it continues without too many changes. So this is how it looks like. On the left-hand side, we have one assembly line. On the right-hand side, we have another assembly line. We have the input, which is our niche. We have the throughput, which is our offer. And we have the output, which is our results on both ends. So what this means is we choose a specific niche, right? And then we put them through the packaging, right? Which is our offer. And then we get the specific results depending on, what we've done and how it goes. Now, on the left-hand side, you'll see that we have real estate agent on the assembly line. We have gym, we have a landscaper, we have a call center, and we have a lawyer, right? These are all niches that we're going to be working with, for example. And on the right-hand side, you only see lawyers. And it's the same. Like everything is the same, okay? So the difference between this is that the left-hand side is the inefficient assembly line because you will have different niches. You will have multiple types of offers. You will be struggling to deliver results because you need to assembly every single package differently, okay? Now, if you're doing a general service, it's possible to do this. If you're doing a specific service, it will be even more difficult. Because the thing is, if you want to, let's say, for example, you scale this up to 20 clients. You have all these different clients that you're working with. For each client, they will need a specific different thing. Their needs will be different. Their wants will be different. Their desires and everything that they want will be different. And your results will also be different in terms of what you want to deliver to them. Yes, you can say, I want to give you 10 leads, and you do that for every single client. But one client might not need leads. They might need it less than the other types of clients. Then you're going to do the same service, but it's not going to get everyone the same result. The thing is also, you got to deliver it differently, meaning you got to run a different ad for a real estate agent than for a gym, than for a landscaper, than for a call center. Not only that, when you send them a follow-up, the follow-up and the qualification that you will give your client needs to be different. A real estate agent converts a person different. They talk about different things than a gym, than a landscaper. So your entire process on the back end is different, okay? You cannot really specialize, which will give you that edge and the ability to ask more for your service, which is what I want you to do, okay? I don't just want you to sign clients. I want you to be able to specialize and be the best in your specific market. So there will be inefficient processes if you do this. There will also be a need for many team members because one team member managing these 5 clients already is a headache. But one team member managing 5 lawyers and exactly doing the same thing will take him maybe 2 hours per day. Okay, so compared to each other, it really doesn't make any sense to have the left-hand side, only if you don't have 5 clients right now. If you don't have 5 clients right now, sign these clients. Like, I don't care. If you have 5 clients like these, perfect. But you'll see what the issues will be. And I'm telling it to you now, but you'll see it once you have these clients and different types of clients. And you will be a generalist, which is not what we want to be. We want to be a specialist. So when we look at an efficient assembly line, we will have one niche. In this example, lawyers. We'll have one offer. This example could be that we use Google Ads to give lawyers new clients, or we use Meta Ads to give them new employees, right? Now, there will be an easy delivering of the results. They come on, I have one onboarding process, I have one kickoff, I have one specific way of getting them the results. And I can pretty much just go ahead and even make it completely automated because if you think about it, if they want to buy it, and they want to implement it, I could even completely automate the entire thing for them. So meaning they jump on, they pay, boom, it's all done for them. All done for them, and they don't have to do anything. Okay, so it's all set up automatically, boom, 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 done. That's it. They can just sit back, see the leads come in, and then need to convert the leads. That's it, right? So it's a productized service, meaning we made a product out of our service. So we can package it up every single time the same, and just replicate it. Yes, you might need to do different things for different clients. Yes, you might have questions like, oh, but ain't I doing them a disservice because I'm doing for all the clients the same thing? Isn't that like, what clients want? Do we have like a different type of service? Like, no, like the clients should care about your results. And if they don't, they probably aren't an ideal client if they care about other things. So they should only be caring about you coming in and getting them the thing that they need, which would be clients or employees, right? or awareness, whatever it is. So we want to productize it. And that's the way that we can do it. Now, we do that with efficient processes. We have few team members that are needed. So you can have one person managing 15 clients if you do it this way. And then your cluster of the amount of team members that you have becomes less. And your profit margins become higher because you can actually get more clients, have them pay you more, and then have only limited amounts of people to scale it up to 20K, 30K, 40K per month. Okay? And you're a specialist, not to forget, you're a specialist, which is the most important thing. Okay? So guys, we want to go for the right one. All right? Now, like I said, are there students in this program that have gone through the program and that have gotten results in the sense of them having an inefficient assembly line? Yes. Furthermore, there have been students that have gotten 50 clients with the inefficient assembly line, but I can tell you, their days look like headaches. Okay, so that's just the risk that they've taken. That's just what they've done. Do they have more income now to do whatever they want? Yes, right? But I prefer you to go the route where it's more efficient, where you can truly make this business into a well-worthy cash cow business. That's what I want you to do. I want you to make it easy for you, right? And that's what you can do if you go for the right hand assembly line. Simple as that. Now, that's the operational assembly line. Now, the most successful companies do this as well. Okay, so the biggest companies in the world have often only a few products or services that can be sold millions of times without constantly having to adjust them. And here's an example. Apple. You might have an Apple product. So Apple is one of the biggest companies. They show how to use productized service. In their case, not services, but product. So when you think of a phone they offer, you think of an iPhone. And usually a new version comes out annually and they can sell it millions of times. But the thing is, they don't really change it a lot. They just give it an update. That's it. They don't make a new, brand new, old, weird circle-ish phone. It's always the same phone. They just update it. That's it. That's the only thing that they do. So when you think of a laptop or a computer they offer, you think of a MacBook or an iMac. You don't think of something else. A new version comes out annually as well, but the product remains the same. So they sell millions of these, every single time. Right? So these are Apple's main products. Yes, they might have the upsells, downsells, all these subscriptions type of things, but these are their main products and they make the most money from them, right? So how Apple does this with their products is also how I advise you to look at your marketing agency focusing on one service, not anything else. Amazon, when Jeff Bezos started Amazon, they only focused on books, on selling books online so people can get their favorite books without having to go to a Barnes & Noble or like a different type of bookstore. Okay, so that's what you should be looking at with your agency. Your client shouldn't be having to go and have 5 different agencies when they can just go to you because you're a specialist. It's really simple. So your customer only cares about results. So find out what they consider results and give them what they want. Keep your offer simple. Don't overcomplicate things. Just make it simple. Really keep it, bottom line, just as easy as you could, to make sure that you are getting them the results that they need and the maximum return on their investment. That's it, okay? So, one niche, one offer, one ad. Now, throughout the program, we'll work on making you an expert agency owner, which we're already doing right now, but these agency owners have one niche, the expert agency owners, one niche, one offer, one ad running for their clients. So, for example, with us, I have one niche, which is coaches. I have one offer, which is my done-for-you offer. That's it, right? And one ad running for my clients usually. Well, we have multiple ads running, of course, for multiple ones. But what I mean with one ad is one specific offer. So if we have one coach, we're doing a VSL funnel. We're not doing anything else, okay? And the beauty of this is that you can keep repeating the process up to 10, 20, 30 plus clients. So you know your niche, you know your offer, and you give them that compelling offer and you deliver results in the simplest way possible, which should be the way to go, right? Now, for example, what I'm doing with my coaching business here, this is just like complete overkill. And I know that, but the thing is, I also want to over-deliver. So you want to over-deliver to your clients. You don't just want to be lazy and just do like one ad and one offer and then that's it. And if they don't get results, you just don't care. Like, no, you need to care, but you need to look at how you can do it more efficiently and give it to them so they can get results more efficiently, if that makes sense, right? So that's that. Now, with that being said, let's talk about the minimum viable offer. So as said, nobody cares about you. Keep this in mind. Nobody cares about you. It might sound really hard, but it is. This was an eye-opener for me when I started my business. Like, nobody in business cares about you. All they care about is getting results. So it sounds harsh, but it's the truth when it comes down to business. Like, don't take it personal when a client says something to you. Don't take it personal. They don't mean it towards you. They mean it towards the business. It's a business thing. That's why I love business. I love to be really just hardcore, hard in the business, direct, assertive, firm, and direct towards getting the results. That's what makes businesses a business, right? So results are all that matter. So for business owners, the only thing that matters is the results you can deliver. Now, it might sound selfish, but people care a lot about themselves and their own business. So provide them with a solution to their problem, desires, or needs, and that's all you need to do, okay? So this has always been the case and will always remain so. So with that being said, do you have a beautiful website? Do you have perfect social media profiles? Do you have a podcast done with Oprah? Very nice. But are you delivering results for your clients? Are you getting them results? If you're not getting them results, what are you doing? Like, honestly. Okay, so in business, it's all about results. And in business, it's all about the customer. That's what it's all about. Okay? When Jeff Bezos, I'll tell you a story. When Jeff Bezos was basically just making sure that Amazon was growing as a company, that it was going well, they fell into a lawsuit with, the Regionis. And the Regionis were basically, or I don't know if it's the correct name, the Regionis, but like he fell in a lawsuit with them, which, if I remember correctly, they were from Barnes & Nobles. And because Barnes & Nobles is known as a local bookstore at the time, in 1999, they were going to go online, right? So they tried to go online, they tried to make their own website and do those things and file a lawsuit against them. And when his employees were, just anxious because they didn't know what was going to happen with Amazon because of the competition and the lawsuit, he just told them, listen, guys, no matter what we're going through, no matter what we're doing, we just continue focusing on giving our customers the best experience that we can. That was his answer to a lawsuit that he was going through, like a big lawsuit, basically, from a company that was, just trying to harm Amazon. And he's told his employees specifically that. And now I'm telling you to focus on your customers. Don't focus on anything else. Focus on your customers, focus on them, and give them the best experience and the best results possible, okay? Because the customer is king, always. Although you don't want to have them run you over and walk all over you. You don't want to do that. You don't want to just be a yes man, right? Or yes woman. You don't want to be doing that. You want to be giving them a hard no if it's needed, if a hard no is actually needed. And if it's not needed, then don't give it to them, right? But the customer is always king. You should be looking at what can improve their business the best, okay? So, the minimum viable offer. Now, a minimum viable offer means helping our niche make a transformation towards their goals with the minimum input necessary. Let me give you an example of how this could look like. So, we want to take our clients from their current to their desired situation, right? Just like we want to take ourselves from our current to our desired situation, we want to do that for our clients as well. So we want to undertake the minimum activities to help our clients bridge the gap to their desired situation, because why should we be giving them more in the beginning if it's not needed? Doesn't make sense. So for example, for real estate agents, you can provide 10 leads, right, with potential home buyers through Facebook ads and charge 50 to 200 per lead or per appointment, excluding advertising costs, right? So that's excluding advertising costs. So you could charge them 500 for your service fee, 500 to 2,000 per month, okay? And these businesses only care about results, more sales and more leads. That's the only thing they care about, right? So if you go towards them and you give them this, you only need to give them the leads or the appointments. That's it. You don't need to give them more things. Like, it's not needed. You don't need to give them like a website. You don't need to give them an additional thing. It could be a downsell or an upsell, but it's not needed. It's not necessary. It's not crucial, okay? And for example, if you do e-commerce businesses, right, it makes more sense to charge around 500 to 2,000 as a fixed monthly fee for Facebook ads only, with possibly a percentage of ROAS above the break-even ROAS you provide for them. So there's a bare minimum that you need to hit. If you go above that, you get a percentage of the amount that you've actually generated positively for them. So these businesses only care about the results, more product sales. So if you can show them, which I'm going to share with you, like in our tracking documents, if you can show them how you can get them the results and get them the X amount of clients and get them those things, then it should be a no-brainer for them to actually work with you. Because if you give that to them, like, why shouldn't they work with you? If you can help them to get to their desired situation, and you give that in terms of lifetime value in terms of a client, why shouldn't they work with you? Okay? So keep that in mind. Now, depending on your niche, you can determine the best minimum viable offer to deliver results without doing too much. So you want to see what's the bare minimum that I can do? What's the bare minimum that I can offer? Is it 10 leads? Is it 15 leads? Okay, what is it? What is my guarantee? Boom, this is my guarantee. This is what I go into the market with. This is the bare minimum. I do Facebook ads, that's it. Or I do Google ads, that's it. I do TikTok ads, that's it, right? Don't make it overcomplicated. Keep it really, really simple, Okay, so with that being said, that's the minimum viable offer. Now, the current offer. So revisit your week 1 cheat sheet and see if you've turned your offer into a minimum viable one and into a productized one. So it's not about doing the minimum work for our clients. It's actually quite the opposite. We want to help them, right? But doing the work doesn't always mean helping them, right? So meaning doing the work or helping them can be two different things. So to give you an example, I can do the maximum work and not help my clients. Does that make sense? So I can pretty much do everything for my clients, right? Do the maximum amount of work, but not help them because they might not need it. Or I can do the minimum work and help them maximally, if that makes sense. And that's what we want to do. That's what it's all about. However, right, it's crucial not to throw more things into our shopping cart or on our assembly line, right? But to include the minimum to achieve the maximum results. Less is actually more, guys. Essentialism, Greg McKeown. If you haven't read the book, order it right now. Get it, read it, understand it, see, for yourself how you can have the minimum viable offer placed for your clients, which you should already have. We should already have placed it, okay? Now, let's make the offer now more attractive. So, with that being said, what is an attractive offer? What is it? So, an attractive offer is something your potential customer cannot say no to, okay? So, it addresses their problems, desires, or needs and meets what they want to achieve in their desired situation. Essentially, you provide them with what they want, and it perfectly aligns with their requirements. So an attractive offer may not immediately be well received from day one because we need to continuously tailor it to fit our niche, okay? So like I said, if you notice that someone, if you talk with 5 people, they all say the same thing about your offer, you come back to your Q&A, we tweak it a little bit, right? Improve it a little bit, make changes, and then boom, you go ahead, test it, it works. Okay, boom, you take it through. That's how we want to work on it, and that's how we want to improve everything, okay? So examples of an attractive offer. Here are some examples, right, that you can take in terms of an attractive offer and incorporate this into your offering. So example number 1, let's say you provide 10 leads, right? Name, email, phone number, and maybe a specific niche, specific qualification in a question that in a lead form that you have. You ask them a specific question and then you get a specific answer, and that's what you call a qualified lead. So let's say you do that, you give them 10 leads per month for 50 euros per lead. And if you deliver fewer leads, they get the amount back for the leads not delivered. So for example, they pay you 500 excluding VAT and excluding advertising costs with a 1-month contract and a 30 days notice period. So you go to them and you tell them this. You say, hey, listen, I'm going to give you 10 leads, 500 per month. For 50 euros, you pay, you get 10 leads, 50 euros, 500 euros per month. Let's say you pay 250 euros in advertisement costs or 500 euros in advertisement costs. I'm going to tell them, listen, try me out for a month. If you don't like it, it's all good. But we have a 30-day notice period. So what does that mean? It means that if they cancel, they need to continue for 30 days. Okay? Meaning, if you start with a client, they pay you, chances are they won't cancel within the 30 days, the first 30 days, because you need to get results, right? It's going to take time. So you automatically already work 2 months with them. So you have a payment for 2 months, if that makes sense, right? So that's how we're going to work. Of course, you're going to be aiming to get them 10 leads, 10 good leads that convert, that get them, the clients that they want, etc., etc. So that's example 1. And you can increase the price, you can increase the leads, you can increase everything. But this is just a formal example, just so you have an idea regarding what you could do for an attractive offer. Because this is an attractive offer. You give me a one month, even if you don't give me the leads, you're going to give me the money back. Wow, why should I not work with you? That wouldn't make sense, right? Now, example 2 is, let's say you charge 250 per month for your offer. You will ask an additional amount of 25 euros or dollars per lead that's been delivered. The customer pays you a fixed 250 per month, and if you deliver 20 leads, you get an additional 500 invoiced to your customer. So you'll get a total of 750 per month, excluding VAT and excluding advertising costs. Okay? So the contract duration can be set to 3 months with a notice period of 30 days if they want to stop after that. That's it. So you work with them, right? It's 3 months, and they only pay a small monthly fee, right? Which gives them the understanding that they don't need to pay you a lot. But if you get them more quality leads, right, you will pretty much just get a bonus on top of that because you've delivered them the leads, but they need to be quality. So they need to have a name, email, phone number, and a specific niche question answered to be, like, for example, if you work with real estate agents, it would be like the niche specific question would be, I'm a homeowner, if they want a homeowner, right? So with that being said, that's an example that you can use as well. These are just examples, top of mind that you can use and to get your first clients faster. Now, there are still an additional amount of things that you can do to get your client faster. So if you're looking at this and you still don't have a client, no worries. Here are some things you can use to make your offer even more attractive. You can have an easy yes offer for your customer. For example, a performance model. If you have a retainer model right now and it's just not working, you talk with 5 or 10 or 15 clients, use the performance model. Use a model where they pay you per lead, where they pay you per appointment, where they pay you per client, where they pay you per show up. Okay? If you work with e-commerce, give them something where they pay you on behalf of the percentage of the ROAS, or give them a percentage of the profit. Do something which can give you a little bit more, which can make it easier for them to say yes to it, if that makes sense. So if they only pay you per lead, it should be a no-brainer that if they pay you a fixed monthly fee or high monthly fee, and they will have their highest expectations set, right? So that's one. 2 is a short contract duration or long duration with a discount. So let's say you do 1 month with 30-day notice. Like I said, 1 month, 30-day notice is actually 2 months if you think about it, right? So if they cancel, they need to continue for 30 days. If they didn't cancel, it just automatically continues month by month. That's it, right? So you can do that. Or you can do 6 months with a full month discount. So you say it's 6 months, but you get 1 month discount if you work with me for 6 months, right? Usually it's 3 months. With 3 months, you pay full price. With 6 months, you get 1 month discount. With 12 months, if you work with me, you get 2 months discount. Okay? So with that being said, no results is money back. All right? So for example, no 10 leads is money back. Okay? So in that sense, if you don't have any results, if I don't get you the leads, if I don't get you the amount of appointments, if I don't get you the amount of clients or whatever it is, or the amount of employees or, trials that they will do with employees, you get basically your money back. That's it, right? You do pay upfront, but if I don't deliver, you get your money back, right? Or you could even say like, I work for free. If I don't get you the results, I work for free. So they don't pay you anything. You just work and they pay the ad spend. That's it. You could also say, guarantees of X leads or money back. So you could say, I promise you 10 leads and you deliver 5. If I deliver you 5, you get the money back for the 5 that I've not delivered. So for example, I get you 10 leads, you pay 100 euros for those leads. So you pay me 1,000 upfront. If I, by the end of the month, after the 30-day period, didn't get you the leads, I got you 9 leads, you get the payment back from 1 lead. If I got you 5 leads, you get the payment back for 5 leads. So it's a win-win. They cannot lose anything, right? They can only win because you give them money back if you don't deliver the results, right? So with that being said, you can also do a paid trial period. This is something I'll learn you in further weeks. And in the future weeks, I'll teach you also how to do a paid trial. A paid trial is something that you can use where you say to them, try me out, like I said, for 30 days, see how it goes, right? If you're not happy or didn't get you the results, don't work with me anymore. If you want to, it's a paid trial. It's $250 you pay me for that 30 days and $250 for your ad spend. Because for local business, you can pretty much get results for ad spend with $250 ad spend. With e-commerce and coach, I would say minimum 500, right? Bare minimum. Do that. And if I did get you the results, I would like the possibility to talk with you about a 3-month period contract or a 6-month or a 12-month. Because you knew that I've gotten you the results. And you take it by that. So these are just some easier things to make the offer more attractive, to make it work even better, and to get yourselves that first few clients under your belt before you start scaling it up to the next level, okay? So you can change the contract duration to make it more attractive to the customer. Change it from, 3 months to, from to 1 month. So are you already getting clients with your offer and achieving good results? Implement contracts of at least 3, 6, 12 months and offer the customer a discount when they work with you for a longer period of time. For example, if they, with 12 months, get 2 months off. With 6 months, they get 1 month off, right? Make it easier for them to say yes, and you'll have an amazing time working with these clients and getting them all set up. The best thing that you can do is just a 1-month trial. That's the best thing that you can do. So I would really, really advise you to do that. Get started with them on that, and then boom, get them on a 3-month. Boom, get them on a 6-month. Boom, get them on a 12-month. That's the easiest way to get them through the door, because if you have a foot through the door and you can get them the results, boom, you're already in. But if you don't get started with the client, you're already trying to get them on a 12-month contract, it's going to be really difficult, especially if you don't have results, if you don't have, your sales skills developed to the T, and you don't have, any testimonials or anything else. So make your offer interesting. Then they're going to say yes. And if you just come across a little bit professional and you have a good offer, they're going to say yes without any questions about your reviews or testimonials or anything like that. Okay. Now, quick adaptation and adjustments. Remember that these are just examples and you don't have to take everything literally from me. The most important thing is to adapt your offer to the wants and needs of your customers and find a win-win for both parties. So if you present an offer and notice that your potential customers don't want it, adjust it immediately. Now, don't do this after one call. Do this after a minimum of 5 calls and start tweaking it a little bit. Don't change it fully. Tweak it a little bit. Can the price be different? What did they say? What did they say in the calls that you can take for yourself and adjust it from there? Okay? This is especially true when challenging times arise. So in challenging times for businesses, you need to adapt quickly and adjust things. So a pandemic breaks out, you never know, and clients want to stop. Adapt your offer and think along with them. Okay? Did you previously charge $1,500 per month for a retainer for 15 leads? Make it $750 per month and give them, ask them for 50 euros or $50 per booked appointment for them now. So if they pay now, right, they pay half, but if you book the appointments, you'll get 50 additional, right? So there's a win-win. You are scrapping $750 from their monthly invoice and you're giving them, only to pay additionally when you book an appointment. It's a win-win, but you think along with them. There's always an option for a solution, right? Always. Just you got to think of it. Now move from the retainer model to the performance model if it's needed, right? That's also an option. Adjust your offer for the clients if necessary. Think along with them. Provide more assistance, value, and think along with them, because this will be rewarded in the long term. They really appreciate you and they'll give you referrals if you do things like this. I'm not saying do it for all clients. You don't want to just, spoil them. If you spoil them, they're going to walk all over you. You got to be careful with these things and really don't undercharge yourself. You're worth it. If you're in this program, you're worth it. Overcharge in the beginning. Do it, right? But when things come and they have issues, think along with them and help them as long as it's a logical and legit reason that they're giving you. So it's not just them using you, okay? So with that being said, listen to your niche. So the biggest mistake starting novice or beginner agency owners make is not listening to their niche and what the niche wants. So start here immediately, right? Listen to your market, mold your offer into the ultimate offer for your niche that appeals to what they want, right? I've given you all the tools, you just need to set it up. Remember that they only care about results, so ensure your offer aligns with that. Nothing is perfect in the beginning, so work daily to improve your offer, okay? Do that, and trust me, you'll be golden when it comes to making everything set up as smoothly as possible. So let's now talk about making it a fit, because the most important thing you can have, right? The best offer and excellent sales skills, but if your niche has no problem, need, or desire, it will be challenging to sell them anything. So your offer must be attractive, but as you have more conversations with your market, you will gain more insights into what the niche wants and needs, okay? Like I said, dare to adjust. When you notice that your market is interested in something else, you must dare to adjust your offer. So in 9 out of 10 niches, customers only care about the results you deliver, right? And in the 1 out of 10, you don't want to be working with them, trust me. So if they care about the other things, it's just BS. So adjust your offer until you have something your potential customers can easily say yes to, and keep it simple. You need to find a fit between what the niche wants and your offer, okay? So when we take this, what we were talking about in week 1, we want to be seeing first the niche knowledge and your offer. So how well do you speak the language of the niche? How well does your offer fit the niche on a scale of 1 to 10? Then the market with problems, needs, and desires. How significant are the problems? How great is the need on a scale of 1 to 10? And then the skills you already know or you can learn. How, which skills do you already possess? How well do you master them on a scale of 1 to 10? Now, we want to be there in the middle, right? We want to be in the middle. And what we want to do is we want to, be there, because if we have on a scale of 1 to 10, the best niche knowledge and the best offer, it's a 10 out of 10. Great problems, great needs that the market has. Great skills that we possess that you're going to learn from this program. You're going to have a great opportunity for scaling and retaining your clients. That's what we want to go to, okay? Now, the biggest companies do this as well, right? To give you another example of the best companies in the world, they look at what their target audience needs and then start working on the product and service. They look at what the people need and give them that, right? They don't work backwards. They don't think, oh, how can I have the best product and service, and then let me find out what they need. No, you're not gonna make the service. I'm not gonna make a cup if no one needs it. Like, it doesn't make any sense. So if the market doesn't want it, you have to make adjustments until it meets what they want. Again, Steve Jobs, I'm going to link a video down below where someone insults him and he talks about, getting a product market fit in terms of like the most important thing, that it's all about the customer. And I love this. I've watched it so many times because it's so important to understand, like, hey, it's not about what you want. It's not about what I want. It's about what makes the user experience as easy as possible, as most simple as possible, so people can get started. They have an easy process, ongoing process, and make it even better for them. And that's what you want to do. You want to always reverse it to what they need and then create a product or a service that meets their needs. So everything revolves around the customer and their experience with our offer, always. Watch the video. Stop this right now. Watch the video. And you're going to have a great insight in terms of how this person thought, like this amazing person thought, and how he created one of the best products that there is right now. So for now, present your offer if you haven't done so in the community. Keep learning more about what your niche wants, and then we only need to improve your sales skills so you can, attract countless of clients. And if you're struggling to set up one niche and one offer, bring it up in the Q&A sessions or just message us so we can help you with that in the school community and get you running as soon as possible. So like I said, go through the cheat sheet from week 1. I'll link it down below here again so you can go through it, watch the Steve Jobs video, and then take it from there. And ensure that you incorporate the points of an attractive offer if you haven't done already from this module, as well as the minimum viable offer. Really look at how you can productize it, refine your offer into the ultimate offer for your niche, and go into battle. Okay, so your niche knowledge has expanded, your offer is even sharper. Now proceed with military mode mindset and try to get that first client, or try to get an additional and double the amount of clients that you have right now. So always keep on learning more about your niche, continuously prove your offer. This never stops. This also goes for you if you already have clients in a specific niche. Go talk to them, go visit them one day in their specific offices or what they're doing. Learn more about them, see what they are doing, learn how you can understand their business even better to give them an even better service. You'll build a better bond with them, you'll become friends with them, and that's what you want when you want to have ideal clients and when you want to have an agency that you actually enjoy running and not have it be a hassle or a headache every single day. Efficient assembly line, set up to the max. Let's continue with military mode, and I see you in the next one. Bye. All right, guys, brand new day, brand new module for the agency blueprint. And today we are going to be talking about pricing your offer. Now, when I make these modules, I try to make them as efficient as possible. And sometimes it takes 4 days, like this module, to actually make sure that everything is ready. So I've gone ahead and really taken the next step when it comes down to pricing your, your services, your offer, everything that comes to look at it, because I know that some of you guys might, be doing websites for clients, or you might be doing social media management or content creation, or doing ads, or for local businesses, or doing job marketing. So I've taken all of these things that you guys might be doing and put them into a specific category so you understand how to price your service. So by the end of this module, regardless of which service you have, regardless of which niche you have chosen, I will be sharing with you how to exactly price your offer. So when you come to your client, you can actually not only show the value, but also know exactly what to charge them. Okay, so let's get right into this module and talk about pricing your offer. So we're going to be talking about the purpose of your offer. We're going to be talking about specifically the pricing models, and we're going to be talking about pricing for convenience offerings and pricing for ROI offerings. And then the last thing will be the key points to remember. So let's talk about the purpose of your offering. So with the offering you have, presented and that you have created for yourself, you help businesses with a problem, need, or desire that they have, right? And that's what we talked about in, the previous couple of weeks. So you're offering assistance, your offering assists a company in moving from their current to their desired situation. That's the only thing you're doing. You're not doing anything else. You're helping them go from A to B and make a leap of change towards what they want to achieve with their goals. Okay? That's the only thing that we're doing with our offer. Now, there's two types of offers that we already talked about. There's convenience offers and there's ROI offers. And we can always distinguish an offering into two categories. Your offering can provide convenience to your customer, right? So it's basically something that they could do, but they just don't have the time for. So it kind of conveys in a specific way time benefit, if that makes sense. While, when we're talking about a ROI-based offering, we're talking about really giving them a return on their investment that we can clearly see, right? So that's basically the difference from the convenience, where it's more, reliving basically them from doing it themselves, or your offering can bring a clear ROI. Those are the two distinctions that we've made, right? So when we talk about convenience offerings, we talk about the characteristics of it's typically there to carry out, to provide convenience to the customer, okay? So they don't have to spend time on a task themselves. And it does not necessarily bring an immediate return on the investment. I mean, yes, if you do social media management, or yes, if you do content creation, yes, it might bring a social ROI of more engagement, more views, and all these things. But it's not, I make a post, or I shoot content for them, or I make content for them, and it directly brings a client. It's more indirectly, if that makes sense. And when it comes to this, it's usually a management-oriented offering, right? So for example, managing websites, creating websites, content creation, social media management, all these offers, which are more or less not intended to provide a direct results, ROI for their business, okay? So with that being said, we want to focus our time on ROI offerings. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't offer convenience offerings. You might have chosen convenience offerings with your offer right now. It's completely fine. I'm still going to give you trackers to use for your convenience offering, okay? So the characteristic of the ROI offering is that this offering is executed to achieve a return on investment for the customer, allowing the customer to derive more value from the collaboration. Right? So it yields more money for the customer over a longer period of time, which means if you start working with a client right now and they stay with you 3 months and you can clearly provide them a ROI that they can see, they'll be more inclined to stay with you than with a client which you'll be only showing social ROI and where it's a convenience offer. You'll be easy replaceable, okay? And that's not what we want to have. We want to have an ROI results driven agency, hence the name, right? ROI offering. So with that being said, usually a result-oriented offering, right, is basically just focused on a couple of different offers that we can have. So usually it's online advertising for more leads, online advertising for more calls or appointments, and online advertising for more sales. But it could also be, running ads to get more employees, right? Or it could also be email marketing, right, which we're going to be touching upon in just a second. So understanding the difference of and the purpose of your offer is really important, because the convenience offer will be more focused on social ROI, whilst the ROI offer will be more focused on really the clear results basically that you're going to be getting, on the investment for the client. Okay. So the biggest difference, like I said, between these two is the value you provide, right? With an ROI offering, you deliver value that can immediately and ultimately yield more for the customer. That's why you can usually charge more for your services with an ROI offering than with a convenience offering. Okay. So that's the difference. And that's something you need to understand first before we move on. So now positioning your offering. So when focusing on management-oriented services, you will typically have a convenience offering with an hourly rate. Okay. However, with result-oriented services, right, you will quickly have an ROI offering with a retainer or a monthly performance fee. That's also a big difference, because you usually base a convenience offer on an hourly rate. I'm going to be sharing with you how you don't have to do that, okay? So even if you have a convenience offering, I'll share with you how you don't have to do it on an hourly rate, because I just think an hourly rate, yes, it is there. Yes, it is one of the, pricing models that exists, but it doesn't mean that we have to use it, because I just think putting in your time for money is pretty much just being an employee for a business, and that's not what we want. So the way you position your offering is crucial to the success you will achieve. Therefore, I always recommend having a result-oriented offering so that you can demonstrate a clear ROI to your potential customers. Now, I'm not saying you should only have that. You can have backup convenience offerings, right? So for example, a lot of people that I work with, what we do is we set up a convenience offer with a funnel, so not a website, but a funnel creation. That's a one-time fee. And because I know that it's a one-time fee, we set it up. And then after that, we get a fee for a monthly retainer where we actually maintain those things and run the ads for the client. Okay. So let me give you an example of a convenience offering and an ROI offering in terms of the real life practical situation. So you have a bookkeeper, right? And you have a tax advisor. The bookkeeper is usually someone who does the management things, the convenience things. The bookkeeper keeps track of all the receipts. He needs to download the receipts every single day, put them in a bookkeeping software, track them all there, calculate how much taxes you've paid, VAT, how much tax income you need to be paying, and then calculate that, send you a document on that, do the request for you to do the tax income, and then basically based on that, you're going to be paying the tax income, right? While a bookkeeper does that, a tax advisor has a 1 hour session with you per month, maybe even 1 hour session with you in 3 months, gives you advice, and you save, perhaps even depending on your situation, between multiple 5 figures to multiple 6 figures every single time you talk with him. Who are you going to be paying more money? Not the person doing more, right? You're not going to be paying the bookkeeper more. You're going to be paying the tax advisor more because the tax advisor brings you more money, right? So this is a clear example of an ROI offer versus a convenience offer that you can understand within your agency as well, right? So if you come to me, for example, right, and we charge more, right, but it's going to be ROI based, I'm going to get you incredible return of 6 figures plus, you're going to come to me. It doesn't matter if I'm 20K. But if someone else is 2K, but they don't give you the ROI offer, you can go to them, but you're not going to get clear results, right? So with that being said, the difference between these two, like I said, bookkeeping is a convenience offer, tax advice is a ROI offer. Now, bookkeeping is management oriented, tax advice is result oriented. And the biggest difference is, because of that, the tax advisor earns 10 times more. Guys, I couldn't give a better example of a clear, cut to the chase example of these two offerings and your purpose with your offering. So really think this through. I'm not saying you need to change your offer from what you have right now, keep it, but just clearly understand this before we move on. Okay, so if you have a convenience offer, we can still use upsells or downsells towards a ROI offer. If you have an ROI offer, we can use downsells or upsells to a convenience offer. It's all good, no worries. Okay, so it's no problem having two offers if you specialize in either one of those two. Okay, so like I said, we're not saying here that you should never have a convenience offer. Far from that. So what we're saying is that you should try to focus mainly on ROI offers, right? And that you can keep convenience offers more as a downsell or like an upsell. Because if you have a main offer, that's your main offer. That's what you base your entire, agency on. But an offer is dynamic. It doesn't have to be set in stone, like, oh, this is my offer and that's it, right? With the niche, it's different. You choose a niche, that's it. You know the niche, you understand the niche, you go with it. But with the offer, it has to get tweakings over the years, and you can implement more things depending on what your clients need, right? So if you're doing lead generation for real estate agents, for example, you can downsell or upsell a website to them as an additional service. You can give them that and say, hey, listen, we've been doing ads now for 2 to 3 months. You've been getting great results, great seller leads, buyer leads, all these things. And they come to you and they say, I need a website. You say, okay, well, maybe I could do that for you. And you charge them 2K, basically on top of already what you're charging, right? A one-time fee for 2K to build a website, and you start building the website. And you hire a freelancer that can help you with that can help you build the website. That's it, okay? So with that being said, since a website is usually one-time project, you will get additional cash flow from it on top of your service fee that you might have for the lead generation that you do. So like I said, for now, right, and in the past weeks, we have established your expert offering. So now you should have a ready-made offering that aligns well with the problems, desires, and needs of your niche. So now let's briefly just revisit our pricing models. So we have that at the top of our head before we get into the exact pricing for each individual service or each individual niche that you might be in. So let's talk about the pricing models. Now our models, there's a couple of models that we've talked about. So we distinguish several pricing models that you can adopt. So let's take a look at them to get a better understanding of what's available. So we talked about the retainer model, right? A model where you do a fixed monthly fee that they pay you, and they basically from there pay you a single monthly fee, like for example 1K, 2K, 3K or something like that, to actually have you create these things. So you can charge that for all these examples that we've given. Then we have the performance model. The performance model is basically based on, if you get people on a performance basis, right? So meaning I will get you 10 leads and you pay me per lead, or I will get you 10 appointments, you pay me per appointment, or I will get you 10 clients, you pay me per client, right? So that is the performance model that we talked about. And you can do that for the number of leads, the number of appointments, the number of clients, the number of revenue that you actually generate, everything regarding that. Then we have the retainer plus the performance model. Okay, so those two go hand in hand, specifically because, you can pretty much just have a base fee, lower your base fee, have a performance fee on top of that, earn more because you actually have, a lower base in that case, but the performance fee will be higher, right? But it won't show to the client that you are actually asking more for the service. So it indirectly, subconsciously, it won't trigger them as something that might be more expensive, or something that might be more, a bigger investment in their eyes. So then we have the hourly rate, which I'm not a fan of, as I may have told you before. Fixed hourly rate that the customer pays you. No, I wouldn't go with that, because it's easy to start with. It's easy to say to a client, I'm going to work 5 hours for you, but then suddenly you see yourself just trying to work all the hours to make sure that you get the 250, for example, if you charge $50 per hour. And that's not what you want to do. You want to be focusing on the ROI. You don't want to be focusing on doing a lot of work, because like I said, then you're just an employee, right? Then you're just a bookkeeper. You don't want to be the bookkeeper. You want to be the tax advisor, no matter which offerings you have, convenience or ROI. Okay, so hope that makes sense. Now, that's our models. Those are our models. And then if you're just starting out, right, what I see many agency owners figuratively shooting themselves in the foot by using an hourly rate when they could be charging much, much more for their services. Okay, so don't make this mistake and base your offering from the beginning on the value you provide or the number of leads you generate. So all the convenience offerings that I'm going to be sharing with you are going to be usually based on the value you provide. The social media management and the content creation are going to be hourly rates, but you can still change them to the amount of posts that you're going to be writing for social media management, and content creation for the amount of content pieces you're going to be creating for the client. So like I said, based on ROI, not on hours worked, preferably, okay, if possible. So I see many agency owners, like I said, it's basically the same, but like in that sense, base everything on ROI, not on the hours that you work. So meaning trying to base it as much as you can, if you have a, inconvenience offer, on a amount of posts type of thing, or amount of, revenue, or amount of, type of projection that you can give them on time saved. If you cannot really show the money ROI, show it on the ROI on time, efficiently spent, ROI on time, right? So always think of how can you make it ROI based to show them that you actually are doing something that is worthwhile for their business, instead of just doing it to get the hours. Like don't have the employee mindset. We need to get you out of that and focus in on an ROI based results type of agency. So what it all boils down to is pretty simple. When it comes down to pricing our services for businesses, it's important to know that we do nothing but ask less for the actual ROI we can or will deliver for companies. Let me explain this to you. I have a pin up down below here that you can print out basically for yourself and put it on somewhere so you can see this, because this is really important. What is really important is that when it comes down to our pricing of our services for businesses, you need to understand that we want to ask less, right? We want to ask less for the potential ROI that we could bring them. Let me give you an example. Let's say I work with realtors, and I calculate with them before starting that my potential ROI that I can bring them would be 3 clients per month. I then go ahead and decide to calculate with them how much these 3 clients, not right now, but with a lifetime value, so for a lifetime, would be valuable for them. Because if they do a good job, the client is going to stay, right? They're going to give them referrals. They're going to help them. So let's say they get 3 clients per month from my end. Those 3 clients would be worth maybe 10K for them. And that's only considering the one-time fee that they're going to be paying for that one time. But if they come back, it's going to be more, and they're going to get referrals. So let's say that I bring them $20,000. $20,000 I bring them. So meaning, based on that I can bring them 20,000, not having brought that in for them yet, I show to them I can bring you 20,000, and based on this 20,000, I can say, okay, because I'm bringing you 20,000 in potential ROI, I can ask 2K for that, because that's 10% of what I'm going to be estimating to be bringing you in. That way, you always make a 10x ROI, even if I charge you 2K. Because every single month, you're going to be getting those 3 clients. So over a time span of time, let's say you spend 12 months with me, you're going to be paying me 24K. That's going to be worth for you, not 20K, but 240K. So you're always going to be making almost a 10 times ROI on my efforts. So then it makes sense. Meaning, you always want to be charging less compared to the potential ROI that you can bring them. I'm not saying, really clearly here, really important guys, I'm not saying charge less for the sake of charging less. Don't charge less. So when I say charging less, I don't say charging them $20 or 500. I still mean charge them high ticket, 1500, 2K, 2.5K, 3K, 4K, all these numbers, like higher numbers, because you need to be confident that you know what you're doing, because you know what you're doing. You're in one of the best programs that can actually help you get results. So to have the confidence to charge more, right? But what I mean with charging less than the potential ROI that you can bring them is just charging less, so it indicates to them that you are going to be bringing that value exponentially higher than what you're going to be charging, because that's the case. That's what it is, okay? So print this out and make sure to have it somewhere close to you so you never forget it. With that being said, let's dive into the pricing for convenience offerings. So, clarifying convenience offerings. Let's dive in again and go into this a little bit more clearer. So to give you clarification on what we mean when it comes to convenience offerings, we are talking about a specific amount of services regarding these offerings that we see our previous students utilize as upsell or downsell offers. Like I said, convenience offers, usually, people come into this program and they have a convenience offer. And they say, you know what, Stefan, I want to, stop doing graphic design. And I'm like, okay, well, then we have to get started as you seeing and treating your convenience offer as a convenience offer, right? So you need to see it as something that you can pretty much just have on the side, use as a downsell or use as like a mini upsell or something like that, and then focus in on an ROI based offer. That's how we gotta start seeing it. Or if you don't want to do that and you really want to become like a website agency or a funnel creation agency or a social media management agency, that's all good too, right? You just need to know how to price it. And when we can get into that and specifically, dive into those things. So here's an overview of the convenience offerings pricing. So let's check out these ones so you have an idea of these. So I'm going to be clarifying 4 different types of offers for convenience offers. Now, there might be more, right? There might be like graphic design, or there might be, just, different types of things that you can do. But pretty much just graphic design, I've put that under content creation, to be honest. And I just specified it a little bit more so it's clearer for you, like in terms of how to, price it if you are doing those specific things as for right now, okay? So let's start with social media management. Now, social media management, if we take a look at that, it entails usually writing the captions for social media posts and managing the social media channels. So meaning you will be writing the texts under the posts for the client, and you'll be managing the social media so it aesthetically looks pleasing, so it aesthetically looks good, okay? So that's something that you will want to pretty much just keep in mind when doing a service like this one. Usually, we get priced per hour when we do these tasks because we base it on the hours that we work to manage the social media or make the content pieces. But you can also price it per caption that you write. So for example, the hourly rates vary from $20 to $100. You can also ask a rate between that for the content that you write. So caption. So per caption, you charge them between 20 to 100, for example, right? So that way you do the performance model instead of the hourly rate model, okay? So this offer specifically can be packaged together with content creation as a bundle. So you can bundle it together and you can do per X amount of content pieces that you create and that you write the captions for, you're going to be charging them X amount, okay? So maybe between 20 to $100 or even more for each content piece that you create and that you write the caption for. So they could pay you, for example, also a fixed monthly fee for X amount of posts created in management. So you can say, we're going to do 20 posts. I'm going to be creating them on Canva from the content creation, and I'm going to be writing the captions and managing your social media. So for all that as a package, I charge 100 per post that I create, and we do 20 of them. So that's 20 times 100, that's 2K per month that you're going to be paying me to do this service for you. Okay, so that's something that is definitely possible. And an example pricing, what I also want to share with you. So that was one of the example pricings that you could do. But another example pricing, if you even decide to go to the hourly rate, you could say, you charge 50 an hour for a total of 20 hours per week for 10 captions per week and ongoing management. And the way that you could structure it within the hours is you can base it not on the hours that you worked and then get paid afterwards. You can get paid before you get started. So they kind of buy you in with the hours, meaning it's still something you get paid up front. That's, if you were to do the hourly rate, something I would do instead of getting paid afterwards for the hours, because then it's like a clock in, clock out type of thing. And if you spend less hours, then you get paid less. Or if you spend more hours, you get paid more. Like, no, we don't want to do that, right? We don't want to base our service on hours. We want to base our service on ROI. Okay, so that's social media management to start off with. And then we have content creation. So it's kind of similar to social media management, but it's a little bit different. So content creation could include graphic design. So designing content for clients online, right? Through Canva, Photoshop, all these things. It could also mean physically going and creating content on a location for clients. So for example, we used to do that 5 years ago when we started our agency. We used to go to the clients, shoot content with them, then get a fixed price for doing that, then go back, write all the captions, post the captions on social media, and then manage your social media. We did a lot of things back in the day. So usually content is priced per content piece created. So this is a little bit more performance based, because yes, you can do an hourly rate. You can do an hourly rate for everything, but regarding the performance model and the content creation, it's a great example of being able to use that, because you can take this model and you can say, okay, I'm going to charge you, from $20 to $100 per post for, the ones that I'm going to be creating for you. And the thing is, with content creation, you only create the content. You create the content, you send it to them, right? It's similar to like videography and photography. What they usually do is they have either, a specific amount of content pieces that they're going to be creating. So they say you can have 10 content pieces for this price, 20 content pieces for that price, 30 content pieces for that price. And you can package it in some way, right? So to make it a productized service, but it's not really needed. So you can really base it on the different needs, on what your niche needs and what your clients need, right? So for example, one thing that I really noticed in the Dutch market is that gyms really need this. Like gyms, you have a lot of lead generation agencies going to them, but they don't have content creation agencies. So they don't have agencies coming to them and making a lot of content where a lot of money can be made on that part as well, right? By just outsourcing and finding the right people for your team. So like I said, this offer usually goes hand in hand with social media management, as these two, like I said, are, pretty much complementary to each other in that sense. Now, example pricing could be you charge 50 per post for a total of 20 posts per month designed via Canva, right, for an Instagram profile. And you charge 75 per post for the caption and ongoing management as well. So for example, if they say, we don't only want content creation, we also want social media management. You say, okay, that's possible. So what we can do is, instead of me charging 50, I'll charge an additional 25 on top to make sure that we write the captions, we post the content for you, and that we manage it ongoing. Okay. So social media management, content creation is the first two convenience offerings that I have done myself, as well as, the other ones that I'm going to be touching upon right now. But these ones I've experienced with, and this is the way that I would do it if I were to start over with it again. Okay. So let's go into websites. So website creation. So website creation as an offer usually consists of the creation of a website, maybe already coded, like fully coded, then it's usually a higher price, or it's already pre-built with a template, right? Which is a lot easier, but it's a lot cheaper in price because you're not going to be doing as much work. Then we have the design, designing the website, the aesthetics of it. And then we have the optimization for a website, which usually happens after the website has been created or designed, created, and done. So in some cases though, SEO or CRO could also be added as services. So with SEO, I'm going to touch upon that, which is search engine optimization, in just a moment. But CRO is conversion rate optimization. So meaning you step into a client, they say, we already have a website, we already have the design, but we need someone optimizing our current website and our current efforts to increase the conversion rate of the website. Where you say, Okay, I could do that. And what you can then do is usually you would go ahead and base like an hourly rate to take a look at it, which would be the usual case for the CRO. But you could also base this on the value you could provide, because if you increase the conversion, and I'm going to give you a tracker to actually see how much you're going to bring them. If you show them the conversion, you can base your specific price on that. So if you bring them a higher conversion rate and you know that they're doing, going from 1% conversion to 2% conversion, you know that they're going to be making, if they're currently making 100K from the website, they're going to be making 200K. So you can base that price of the 100K lab that you're going to be creating for them over a longer period of time and base your price on that. So you could say, I could charge 5K for conversion rate optimization for 3 months, for example. Anyways, with the website in itself and that process that I told you, those 3 things that we do, usually we have a price per hour, but we can also, be a price as a flat one-time fee with a retainer for ongoing management. So how that would look like is, in this sense, like I said, website goes hand in hand with CRO, where that is used as a monthly retainer offer. So the CRO could be used as a monthly offer. The continuation of the optimization could be used as a monthly retainer. So what your offer could be, for example, is you could say you charge a one-time fee of $2,000 for a website creation and design, right? And by the way, this all depends on the revenue that the client is making and kind of the calculation that we're going to be making with the trackers that I'm going to be giving you in the cheat sheet. But we're going to say, it's $2K for the website creation and the design, and then it's $100 per month for ongoing optimizations of the website afterward. So meaning the website cannot be just created and just that's it, like it's created. The website needs to be optimized. The website needs to be revamped. It needs to be improved, right? And in order to do that, you need people to do that work, right? So you need to pay those people. So by the way, $100 is pretty much like really on the low end. Like you can really also charge like $500 per month for ongoing management of the website, right? Especially if you're going to be doing additional things, right? And checking out different things. And with SEO, you're going to be adding blogs and all those things. Like you can charge even more. But that's usually a price that we're going to be charging. And we base that price off of the value that we can bring them, depending on the increase of conversion rate that they're going to be getting, which we'll touch upon in just a moment with the price trackers. So then we have SEO. And with SEO, SEO, if you don't know, is search engine optimization, and pretty much means improving the quality and quantity of website traffic to a website from search engines. So meaning, we have the website, but if no one can find the website doesn't matter, because the website is meant to have traffic on it and to convert it into something that you want to have. Either give them information, education, or convert them, right? Convert people. So with SEO, right, since it's, kind of an offer that, it's a convenience offer in a sense, but we can kind of position it as a ROI offer, okay? Because usually it's priced as a monthly retainer, but it can also be priced per hour, which we don't want to do, of course, but we can base the price off the lifetime value we give the client, aka how many, keywords can we take and how many keywords can we rank in the top 10 category of Google, for example, and based on the top 10 category, how many extra visitors is going to bring, and if your conversion rate improves from the website you created, how much traffic is that going to do at an average sale price that you have with your business. Let's say 1K, you sell something for 1K. Based off of that and the increase in traffic that we're going to get, you're going to get this amount of people that we're going to be getting you as a client, right? So we can do the calculation with SEO. With website, it's a little bit different, but we can also base it on the conversion rate that we're going to calculate with them. So SEO can be split up between basic SEO and deep SEO, where you can charge more if you also do more. But this can also include the writing of blog posts. So with basic SEO, it's just some basic things and optimizations of the website, right? To make sure that traffic comes, and maybe one blog per month that you write for them. With advanced SEO, you could maybe start doing backlinks. You could start doing, or basically deep links or anything related to like linking of the other websites, so more traffic starts coming to that. You could even run search engine ads, so for example Google ads, search ads, so people can find the website more and start engaging more with that website. So the example pricing of this would be, for example, you charge $750 per month for basic SEO with 1 blog post per month, and $1,250 per month for deep SEO with 3 blog posts per month. Okay, so that could be something that you could take a look at and you could be doing for them. And by the way, also one thing to remember, SEO goes hand in hand with websites. Just like social media management and content creation goes hand in hand, website creation and SEO goes hand in hand, because think about it. What is a website without traffic to it? SEO is needed for that. And what is SEO without a website? If the website isn't improved, if the website isn't created and designed well, what is the use of SEO? Where does the SEO going to, what can it be optimized for if there's no website? So it all goes hand in hand, as you can see. It's all holistic. That's the pricing for the main convenience offerings, okay? Now, I want to implore you to go ahead and really take action on the cheat sheet for the price trackers for clients. So what we have is, if you go down below, you'll find the price tracker for specifically, your clients. And with this document, you can take a price tracker and you can pretty much just calculate for every single model that you use, every single offer that you use a price tracker to calculate and show your client, even if you have a convenience offering, how much the price that you will ask is actually worth for them. So you base your price off of what it's worth for them, or in social media management and content creation instance, you just go ahead and share, your hourly rate, or you can change the hourly rate to basically the price per content piece or price per caption that you're going to be writing, and then you change it like that. So we created a total of 4 for convenience offerings. For social media management, you can download it here, watch the video here. For content creation, you can see the tracker here, watch the video here. Same goes for website creation, same goes for SEO, and we'll have another 4 ones which we'll get into in just a moment for the ROI offerings. Okay, so choose the one for your offer. Go ahead, grab the price tracker, watch the explanation video. I made explanation videos for all of them, and take that to consideration for yourself the next time when you start talking with a client with your convenience offer, okay? So, with that being said, change when needed. Now, these are the best ways to price these convenience offerings from our own experience and from the most successful students that have been in our programs. However, don't hesitate to adjust these offerings to your own needs and increase or improve them for your own agency. Like I said, it's not set in stone. Nothing that I'm sharing here is black and white or set in stone. It's always adaptable, okay? So be adaptable, be like a chameleon, always change whenever it's needed, okay? So add things, add a different offer, test a different offer, see how that goes. Because you gotta keep in mind, you're a CEO. A CEO of a business can always find someone who can do the work as a freelancer and do the work so you can focus on doing different things, like going through this program, getting coaching from us, really improving your business and taking it to the next level. So it's all about optimization. So our pricing, when we started our agency, wasn't the same as today, okay? Hence the importance of optimizing your pricing so you can make sure that it perfectly fits your niche and what they're highly likely to be saying yes to, okay? So optimize, keep optimizing, and maybe, just maybe, use the pricing for ROI offerings. So let's get into that. Now, when it comes to ROI offerings, we can separate different types of sectors to specify the offers that can be used. So these sectors are local businesses, right? Any business that's selling something locally and cannot go like nationally or internationally. E-commerce businesses and online services. So businesses selling everything online or selling their, info products like online, or selling their online services online, which is like one-on-one coaching or like group coaching. And job marketing, which is employees. So more focused towards employees, where you're running ads for employees to get them more employees for their business, because if they don't have employees, they might not be able to scale their business and get it to the next level. So let's clarify all of these so you understand fully how to optimize your pricing depending on which one you do. Now, local business, as I said, what is a local business? Local business makes sense, right? So it's a company that sells products or services, can be both, to people in the city of its local or geographic area. And an example of this is a hair salon, as the salon would only be able to offer services to the people in the vicinity where it operates. So it could be a restaurant, it could be solar panel companies, it could be real estate agents, dentists, chiropractors, local businesses. You get the gist. Now, for most, agency owners and in this program, it will apply that the niche you will choose has fallen under local businesses. And with local businesses, you can pretty much use any of the pricing models that I shared with you. Pretty much any of them. There's no right or wrong. And personally, I used both the retainer model and the performance model. So for local businesses, what I used to do, usually, and what I did was, use the retainer plus performance or only performance model. So how does this work? I work with real estate agents. I used to charge them, let's say 1K per month, right? Plus a small fee on top of that for every appointment that I get. I did that, or the other offer that I also had was only a performance-based offer. So I said, I'm going to bring you 20 leads for 50 euros per lead and basically assist you with that. So when it comes down to local businesses, the specific thing that we are usually doing is, that's it's basing our price on the lifetime value of the clients we can bring. And we use the price tracker for this specifically. So there's a price tracker in the cheat sheet that I've given to you that you can start using to actually implement also the price based on the lifetime value that you're going to be bringing. So if your client is basically worth, like I said with realtors, the example that I gave beforehand, like 10K, then you can charge a higher fee for the client because you're bringing them a lot more in. Right? So example of the pricing that we could do is you could charge 1K per month because the lifetime value is 4,000 for the business. You charge a flat fee, flat retainer fee, 1K per month. That's it. And you have a goal to get them 10 leads or 15 leads or however many leads you're going to be charging or getting them. So example pricing 2 is you charge 100 per lead because the LTV is 4,000 for the business. So you charge $100 per lead for 15 leads. So that's the 1,500 per month. But you charge that you get for the amount of leads that you're going to be getting them, and then getting the results from that, basing it off of basically, you could have a performance model. So meaning you could get them the results, right? But if you don't get the leads, you could tell them, for every lead that I don't bring you, you're going to get your money back, right? So that's the thing for local businesses. Now, that's local businesses. How about e-commerce? So e-commerce, an e-commerce company is, as it makes sense, a business that sells products online through a web shop, okay? It involves an exchange of money and data to facilitate the sale, okay? So an e-commerce company usually targets a larger demographic audience than a local business, usually national, right? And sometimes even divided over multiple countries. Now, when I talk about e-commerce companies, I don't only talk about e-commerce companies, I'll talk also about info product. But e-commerce company could be clothing e-commerce companies. It could be tech e-commerce companies like the Oura Ring. It could be SaaS, right? Like software as a service e-commerce companies. But it could also be fitness e-commerce companies that are selling some, fitness program online as a recurring type of thing, you name it. So like software as a service and e-commerce is kind of similar. It's a little bit different, but it's kind of similar in that sense. So we can also put, like I said, online service companies and then especially info product or coaches in a category for pricing. So it's kind of the same as e-commerce, but look at it like this. Info product sells programs online without anyone having to have a call with them. So it's direct sell. That is more e-commerce. Online coaches though, that are doing like one-on-one sessions or group sessions, they are, basically selling kind of a convenience offer if you think of it. Like, because it's not automatic. So meaning it's more like, local business type of thing because it's different, right? So that's kind of another sector that we've talked about, like the 3 levels. You remember, like local business level 1, e-commerce level 2, coaches level 3. Well, the coaches part is something that's a little bit sometimes in the gray area because it's, we work with coaches, we're coaches ourselves, and it's tough to have a fixed type of thing for them because it's a different type of niche, it's a different type of dynamic, if that makes sense. So, but for these businesses, for info product and for coaches, pricing your offer is usually based on the same pricing structure as e-com businesses in general, right? And this is the niche we have with our agency. And I must say that it's sometimes a gut feeling instead of a tracker I use. Like I don't go ahead and talk with the client and say, I'm going to use a tracker and then do that. I don't do that anymore, right? It's just for useful purposes for yourself to make it easy for you to see what the value is that you're going to be bringing. So with e-commerce, the most common model is to charge a retainer per month, right? A fixed fee per month with an additional percentage of the products sold that you deliver for the company. So for example, it's a 1K per month as a fixed amount plus a percentage of return on ad spend, so ROAS, representing how much you actually generate for the company with the advertisements minus the advertising costs. So if you bring them 5,000 and your advertising costs were 2,500, the gap between that is 2,500. That's the profit you would have brought them from the ad spend that they have implemented with you, meaning they will be getting 2,500. You'll get a percentage of that 2,500 because you delivered them the results. Okay, that's on top of your retainer that you will be charging them anyways on the side. So as I said, e-commerce summed up, with e-commerce, it's mostly a retainer plus percentage of products sold or ROAS. With online services, the pricing is usually a gut feeling, but it can also be based on a retainer plus percentage or retainer plus percentage of ROAS that you get for the client. That's also a case. And because usually with online services, we build a funnel. So it's like website creation plus like ads that we do. So in that sense, you could base it off of that and give them that specific result on that part. So we can base our pricing depending on the profit margin of the client and what they currently make per month. So we base it, what are they making, how much profit are they making, how much revenue are they making, and then we base our price off of that. Example, an e-com store is doing 20K per month with 40% profit margins. So from that 20K, they're left with 40%, meaning like 8,000. Of that 40%, right, your price can be 1,500 per month plus 10% of the ROAS, because if they are making 8K, it makes sense for you to charge 1.5K because it's less than 20% of what they're making, less than 25% of what they're making. So it's all good. So you need to calculate like that, and that's exactly what I'll explain to you in the price tracker for e-com and online services. So that's local business and e-commerce and online services. And the last sector we can distinguish is job marketing. So job marketing entails running ads on social media channels to acquire new employees for existing businesses. So we run ads on Facebook, Google, LinkedIn, you name it, to acquire more employees. So let's dive into the most common use models for this specific sector so you understand this as well. So when it comes to job marketing, it's common to price in 3 different ways. The first way is a no cure, no pay model. It's a performance model, meaning when I get you an employee that signed the employer contract, you get paid 2K. That's it. You don't get paid anything up front. The only thing the client covers beforehand is the ad spend. So you say 500 for the ad spend and 2K after I've delivered the client for you. Okay? That's the no cure, no pay model. It's an easy model to get clients, to be honest, and it's a great way to get started with everything, right? Which is the kind of the performance model where you don't get paid until you've gotten results. Okay? So it's a great model. You can use it. Students of ours have used it, great success, and then they've gone through and used different models. Different model being the container model, which is a performance model, right? And the performance model with the container model, it consists of you get 50% before you start as a setup fee. So for example, if you charge 2K for the total grand scheme of things, you get paid 1K before you start so your team can do the work. That's also with the ad spend. The ad spend is separate, by the way, that your client pays to the ad platform, right? But we're talking about the service fee now. So the 1K service fee that you get upfront is like the setup fee for you and your business that you keep. And then the 1K afterwards, you get only when the employer signs the contract that they're going to be starting as an employer for that business. Okay? So that's the container model that works really good as well. And then we have a monthly service fee, which is a retainer. This one is a little bit tougher to do with job marketing because if you've delivered someone as an employer, it's kind of, ended there. Like it's not like they need more like employers. Unless they need more employers, then you can do it. But I've seen students of ours charge pretty much like $750 per month or 1K per month and, deliver 10 to 15 potential employers basically for a company. That is possible. You could do that, right? Now, another thing that you could do as well is you could just, divert from giving them employees because they need employees. They cannot have more clients because they need more employees. You get them the employees. Now they can have more clients. You can go from getting them more clients to getting them more, or getting them more employees to getting them more clients, right? So you can just diverge your focus, but keep on doing the monthly retainer thing day by day for them. So that's already explained. So like I said, with no cure, no pay, you only get paid once someone becomes an employee and signs the agreement. So container 50-50, monthly service, fixed retainer, deliver X amount of leads or potential employees. An example pricing is, like I said, you charge 2K when someone signs the actual employee agreement, which would be the no cure, no pay model. That's job marketing. Then I have a bonus for you because I know email marketing is something that a lot of people, in this program want to do as well. So we're going to be adding that as well as a service that we're going to be teaching you how to position it and how to do it for you. So how do you price email marketing? So by the way, what is email marketing first? Email marketing is doing emails for clients. So writing emails, designing emails, and scheduling emails so they can send it to the list that they have of their clients. So with email marketing, we usually opt for a performance fee for the setup of the flows. Flows is like a one-time setup of like an X amount of emails. So for e-commerce, you usually do like 5 basic flows, like the abandoned checkout, abandoned cart, all these things. And for the, coaches, you do like a VSL funnel, then the VSL flows, which are just like 5 to 7 emails. So you can charge to set up that one time, and then it's set up, and then you can charge a monthly fee to optimize those ongoing. Okay. But you can also charge a performance fee for newsletter emails. Newsletter emails are like weekly emails that get sent out to the list, so they can be, nurtured and engaged with and all those things. And basically, when it comes down a retainer, you can also charge a retainer. You can say, I'm going to write you 10 content pieces per month for the emails. I'm going to charge you 10K for that, or 2K for that. And then you base the pricing off of how many content pieces you're going to be creating, right? As a performance model in a retainer way, if that makes sense. So what we can do with e-commerce or email marketing is we can give our client an overview on the ROI that we can generate. But usually this pricing is based off of intuition more than the ROI it can bring. And I'll share that with you in the price tracker that you will be able to see. But an example pricing could be, hey, I'm going to charge you 4K for the setup of 5 basic flows where there's 5 emails in a flow. So that's 25 emails. So that's around $150 per email that I'm going to be charging you. And I'm also going to be charging you a retainer afterward of $1,500 per month, right? Where you write and design 12 emails per month, but also optimize the email flows for performance. So you charge a one-time fee, setup, and then an ongoing fee of $1,500 per month for 12 emails with the creation of that, designing, and optimization. So that's what we can do with email marketing, just to give you an idea as a bonus. Now, like I said, for most of these sectors, we have created specific trackers that you can use to price your offer. So go ahead, check out these ones as well. You'll see that, number 5 is for local businesses. Number 6 is for e-commerce. Number 7 is for job marketing. Number 8 is for email marketing services. So choose the ones needed for your offer. Go ahead and get started with the cheat sheet, because everything in there is going to be explained to the T for you to understand and get started with it. Couple of key points to remember, guys, is exceptional cases. Like I said, if you have the opportunity to land your first paying client and they strongly prefer a management-oriented service or a convenience service-based service on an hourly basis, take them on, okay? Don't hesitate. In the beginning, it doesn't matter what you do as long as you take action and gain experience. Even if you do no cure, no pay, even if you do an hourly rate, if you get your first 1 or 2 clients that way, it's all good. And then we're going to be starting to optimize it from there. You're going to have experience, confidence, because confidence comes from competence. If you know how to do it, and learn how to do it and go into the field and just practically practice, you're going to be having more experience than someone who doesn't have any clients. So take them on, get started with it. Just remember, I would advise no trial periods. As I mentioned in week 3, I strongly advise against offering a free trial, right? And if you decide to offer trials, make them paid versions with a minimal fee for the period. Now, you provide value with your offering and you should receive something in return. I was only talking about high ticket fees here, because you shouldn't be charging less than what you're worth. You know that you can do more. With this program, you've got the best. So charge high and aim high, and you will get rewarded for it. They'll say yes, all right? They won't have a reason to not say yes, because you have price track. You can share them the value, all right? So use that, and if really, really need it for your first 1 or 2 clients, do a free trial, okay, if really needed. Think along with the customer. So I can't emphasize enough, but the importance of addressing the problems, desires, and needs of your customers is paramount. Adjust your pricing to make it a win-win for both ends, and you'll attract an abundance of customers. So like I said, think along with them. If they say, I'm doing a website offer, go with the website offer, do it, right? Don't just say, oh, I'm doing social media management. Go ahead and do the offer with them, right? So try the trackers for yourself now. Download the tracker for your specific niche and offer. Try filling it out to get a better understanding of how realistic it is to present your offering to the businesses. Do it yourself, like you would be your business owner. Do it yourself as you would be a business owner in your niche. Okay? If you already started reaching out to clients to schedule appointments, you can also bring the tracker to the conversation, to the meeting, to show them how much value you already deliver. So you can already start doing that in the meetings and start getting them results and start sharing with them what the value is, and use the tracker there. So use it in the face before you start mentioning your price. Base your price off of the price tracker. Use the price tracker, then say your price. It will create a subconscious thing with them where they will be intended to actually say yes, because you show them the value that you can bring. ROI-based offer. Remember that. So download the cheat sheet, like I said. Open the tracker that you can use for your niche and offer, your specific one. Save the tracker properly. Go through it yourself a couple of times and see how realistic the price that you have is compared to the ROI that you can bring for your companies in your niche. Repeat the process several times if necessary, so you'll be ready to present it to companies in your niche when the time comes. Guys, that was the module. For now, like I said, take the price tracker, really use this to your advantage. We're going to be talking more about this in the next couple of weeks. For now, use it. Let's set up the incredible offer with the pricing of your offer, get it to the max, get those clients in, and start getting results. Look forward to seeing you in the next one. Bye. Alright guys, what is up? Welcome to this brand new module where we're going to be talking about onboarding clients. And in this module specifically, we're going to be talking about you sign a client, you sent the invoice, you got the contract over to them, they have agreed upon everything verbally and on paper, and now you need to start onboarding them, which means you need to get them on board with your agency. You need to get access to their ads manager or access to the social media accounts if you're doing social media management or content creation, or getting access to their email marketing software if you're doing email marketing services. So we're going to be talking about how to specifically do that in this specific module. So let's get right in and talk about what is an onboarding process, why we are doing an onboarding process, the efficient onboarding process, the mindset for creating the onboarding process, and extinguishing fires for clients. So let's talk about what an onboarding process is. So what the onboarding process is it's a procedure through which we orient clients to gather all the essential information needed to start delivering results for them. It's fairly simple. You get all the information in order to get started with them, and then you get started. Okay, so when do we use the onboarding? So we send the onboarding to the client after they have paid our initial invoice and potentially signed the contract. So we have a specific process, right? We have the sales conversation, the closing phase where the client agrees, the sending of the invoice, the sending of the contract, and then we have the onboarding process. So the onboarding process is what we're going to be focusing on. Now the invoice and the contract, we talked about that in the previous modules. So the invoice should be sent immediately and paid immediately by the client. If it didn't happen, at least it should happen within maximum 4 days, where you schedule a follow-up, and then a contract should have been sent and created by yourself, and that should have been signed immediately as well, or at least within 4 days of them actually paying the invoice. If that hasn't happened, make sure to do that first regarding the follow-up with them. Get them to sign the contract, get them to pay the invoice. And then when you've done that, we will go ahead and go on with the onboarding process. So immediately after the payment of the invoice and possibly signing of the contract, or with, only the payment of the invoice. So the onboarding, you get started with that after the payment and the signing of the contract. But if those two are not able to be done, for some reason the contract just isn't done and the invoice isn't done, you wait until you get that done. If the invoice is done, but the onboarding process or the invoice is done, but the contract is not done yet, then you can still send them the onboarding process, because the onboarding process can also be completed during the onboarding, meanwhile while they're doing the onboarding process, or during the kickoff. You can check it with them. We'll give them a reminder during the kickoff that they need to actually, do it, and then we'll talk about that with them, right? So make sure to do that at that specific stage that I just mentioned. Now, the steps of the onboarding process. So the onboarding process consists of 5 steps that the client needs to go through in their own time. Now, completing the onboarding process usually takes 60 to 90 minutes. And for this process, we have a system in place where we don't need to be present to actually, have them do it. So it's automated, right? So with that being said, we have the onboarding process. When we take the onboarding process specifically, we have 5 specific steps that we will take them through. So we have the introduction and explanation of the collaboration process, the accounts creation, which is step 2, the setup and setting up integration, the tools and insights, and the scheduling of the kickoff. So when we take these things and we talk about these things, the first thing that we're going to be using is a software named Growzy, which we talked about in the softwares, which are software that we use and that we have set up for you guys to be able to use as well. So Growzy is a tool that gives us the, templates of all the onboarding process steps that you can start using, and it's already created for you. Actually, what we've also gone ahead and done is we actually created white label videos that where you don't specifically have to create videos. We've already done them for you, so you don't have to think how you need to do it. You can just watch the video, put that video on, and no one of your clients or your potential clients can actually find out that we are the agency that is talking. You just mention us as a partner of your agency, okay? So meaning, With all these other steps that we have the recording your screen and yourself. Those are the things that we'll be needing. And a couple of things that we'll need is Loom, right? And Loom will be used to actually record your videos and your screen, which will be needed. You'll use Zoom. If you don't want to have Loom, you can use Zoom. And if you don't have Zoom, you can just record yourself with a phone, honestly. Like, it just doesn't matter. Like, don't overthink the quality. Overthink the speed over the perfection. What I told you from the beginning, speed beats perfection with these things. Don't overthink it, just do it, okay? Hosting recordings. So basically we'll use Vimeo. If Vimeo for some reason has a cap or they change their subscription, we're just gonna use YouTube videos unlisted, put them on there and use them as the specific source of where we can host our videos on the Growzy funnel. And then we also have additional resources. So we'll use Growzy for some couple of other things, maybe for the calendar, but usually we'll use Calendly for the calendar. And then we'll have sign requests where they also need to sign the contract, which you could optionally use, but we already use that during the contracts, of course. So these are the steps of the onboarding process, and these are the main softwares that we're going to be using. There might be some different ones that we might use, which you'll find in the cheat sheet of this module, but stick with me and we'll, go through those things as well moving forward. So those are the steps of the onboarding. Now, the importance of the onboarding. So now that you have a better understanding of what an onboarding process is, I'd like to show you why establishing an onboarding process is crucial for your agency, because it is really, really important. One of the most important things. So why do we want to have an onboarding process? Now, the reason we are establishing the onboarding process for our agency is to appear professional to the client. So with the onboarding process, you immediately convey to your client that you know what you're talking about and don't want to waste their time. Now, additionally, we frame the client's expectations regarding how the collaboration will unfold and what they can expect from it, right? So immediately we set a statement, hey, this is the professionalism that we want to have with our agency and that you can expect from this partnership. They can immediately sense that because you know what you're doing. You know what you're, putting them into, and then from there on out, what you're going to be giving them in terms of the service. You know it crystal clear for them to go through, so you can actually help them from there. Now, it's also creating convenience. Besides being professional, having an onboarding process also creates convenience, right? You don't have to spend weeks or months onboarding the client. You can start delivering the results for them within a short time, which is what it's all about. The thing is, you want to get your clients the quickest possible results when they jump on with you. That should be your main focus. If they jump on with you, how can you get them results as quickly as possible? That should be on the front of your, head. So if you can make sure that you have that, that is pretty much your golden. If you can get them results from day one, they will be happy with you and they'll stick longer with you. They will have a good feeling with you, okay? That's what you got to keep in mind. So we want to create convenience and we want to be efficient at all times. Now, as you already may know, this program focuses on having an efficient and driven agency. Therefore, we aim to automate and establish most processes, including the onboarding process, to make work easier for ourselves. We want to make it as efficient, guys. We want to make it automated, systemized, or delegated to the things that we are doing. Not have to, make this thing every single time, okay? So we have talked about the different kinds of agencies. The freelancer solopreneur marketing agency, which does everything themselves, thinks they know it all the best. Then we have the Ogilvy traditional marketing agency that does the flyers and posts mentality. Gary V, an efficient agency. And then our modern efficient marketing agency, which is we have a small team, but everything is results driven. It's efficient. We know what we want to achieve. We know what we want to reach and we go for that, right? So that's what we strive for, to have a specific agency that is that, right? Not an inefficient one, not an old school one, not a freelancer one, an efficient one, a modern and efficient agency. So with that being said, this is how you can implement it. So now that we understand what the onboarding process is, why it's important to establish, we can proceed to take it and set it up for your own agency. So the efficient onboarding process. So this, before we get into how to actually do it, I want to share with you how most agencies do it. So most marketing agencies take on an average a few weeks or even a month to onboard a client. Like if you didn't know, most agencies take a huge amount of time to basically onboard their clients. Moreover, they manually handle all the work, making it even more efficient. They do everything manually, right? Which is insane. But how we do it is different. So for us, onboarding clients takes a maximum of 90 minutes And the best part is we don't do it ourselves. They can do it in their own time, right? So meaning you have the Gary Vee, an efficient agency, and us ourselves as the modern efficient agency. With Gary Vee, it would take weeks or months to onboard them. Then all processes are done manually. You need to do manual, setup for them. You need to do manual things for them and all these kinds of things which are just a hassle to do. Then the client immediately has a worse experience because if it takes you a month to get started with them, think about, they paid you money, it takes a month, then you already need to charge them a second fee, then you need to postpone that fee because it took you a month to get prepared. Like, it's just super inefficient. Like, you don't want to be an inefficient agency. Like, that's not what you want to be. So you want to focus on the short-term goals, right? And that's basically what the Gary Vee agency say. Focus on the short-term goals. While we need to think of the longevity with the client. Like, we want to keep this client for at least a year or 2 years. That's what gives us the security. So clients are onboarded with us within 60 to 90 minutes, and they will be with your agency when you implement the things that I'm going to be sharing with you in this module. All processes are automated with us. The client immediately has a good experience, and the focus is on long-term goals. Long-term goals for the client, long-term goals of keeping them, and long-term plans on giving them a good experience. If someone gives you a good experience, you'll stay. You'll be their most loyal client, right? And that's what we want to achieve. So the funnel is ready. We have basically done almost all the work for you guys. You just have to implement it. That's it. So in the previous modules, we talked about Growzy and the templates you will receive from us. Now, you also received the funnel for your onboarding process from us if you created a Growzy account. So let's go over this with an explanation of how to implement it for yourself. So you have 2 cheat sheets. Now, there's a free cheat sheet and a paid cheat sheet. So if you go down below, you'll find 2 versions. I'll explain briefly these versions to you. So the free version of the cheat sheet is basically intended to give you an email template that you can send to a client where they have all the steps of the onboarding via email. Meaning, if you don't want to use Growzy for some reason, you can do this via your email. So just send it to your client through email. They can do it easily and it's done. The paid version is a version where you will take Growzy, you will activate Growzy, and then you will have different templates. If you do Facebook ads, if you do Google ads, if you do TikTok ads, and who knows in the future, you might add like if you do email marketing or different types of onboardings for that as well. You can just grab that funnel, connect it to your domain, and use the funnel. You have a full-on funnel that we created for you, and that's not the only thing. We also created the videos for you. That goes, by the way, for both the free one and the paid variant. You can both use all the videos that we created for you white labeled, meaning you won't never see that it's, us. Like it's an external party, but your client would think it's your team because we share our logo, we mention who we are, what we do. It's just you. It's just your business, okay? So take the cheat sheet, choose one of the 2 versions. In my opinion, if you want to do it professionally, do Growzy immediately. If you don't, do the free version. It's up to you, right? I would go with the paid version. That's just my personal preference and what I would recommend for you to do to have it set up immediately as professional as possible from the get-go, okay? Now, implementing the onboarding process. So the best advice I can give you about the onboarding process is to make it your own and start implementing it immediately. You shouldn't spend more than 3 to 5 days on your onboarding process. If it takes longer than 3 to 5 days, you're striving for perfection and you're wasting time. Guys, I've had different niches that I've gone to in the US or anywhere, and I didn't have an onboarding process when I signed the client. Just imagine that. You don't have an onboarding process when you basically sign a client. So a client says yes to me, and I'm like, okay, I don't have an onboarding process. And then I tell the client, okay, give me 7 days, and then we'll do the kickoff from there. And we'll do the onboarding from there. So in those 7 days, I create this entire onboarding process. I didn't have this template that I gave to you. You can create it within less than 7 days. Like 5 days should be the max, honestly. And if you don't want to record yourself, your face, just do screen recording with only your voice. It's all good, right? Just create it and think of it when you're recording it that it's always going to be a draft. And you record it, you listen to it, you're like, okay, great, put it on. Don't think about it. The first version is always going to be rough. And that's all good. That's how it's supposed to be. In everything. The first time you do something, it's not going to be the best, but you got to do it. That's it. So this is the mindset for creating the onboarding process, which a lot of people struggle with, right? Same goes for the website, which I always say, do it within 24 hours. So you should have done that. Now, my experience is that many students in this program aim to create the perfect website or the perfect onboarding process from the get-go. And I'll be straightforward with you. That's not possible. Okay. That's not possible. Imperfect action and speed will always prevail, especially when it comes to aspects like your website and onboarding process. All right. So just keep that in mind. Speed always wins. Always. Your mindset. So the mindset you should have when creating the onboarding process is that your first version of the process will never be perfect. That's why it's crucial to set it up as quickly as possible, because you can always adjust it in the future if it's needed. This is how my first version of the onboarding process looked like. This was me sitting in an office, tailored up, thinking that, I looked really professional and high tech. And it was 5-6 years ago. And, I really wanted to come across like I'm being, serious, but I was just talking gibberish. Like I didn't even know what I was talking, honestly. So, but I still did it. I didn't care. The second version was a little bit better. I looked a little bit more, my style, which is a little bit laid back and just relaxed and all those things. So it was a little bit better. And then the third one was basically my onboarding process version 3, where, I did a slide presentation and it felt more natural. It's just my natural way of presenting things and doing things and all those things. So it looked, in my opinion, was one of the better ones. And now we have version number 4. And version number 4, I haven't changed, honestly, in the last 2 years because it's not needed, right? So that's the mindset I had for creating an onboarding process, because I knew I was going to get better with the versions. What most people try to do is try to do my 4th version that I share with you on the first version of theirs. Look, don't get me wrong. Your version is already going to be a lot better than my first version. My version was just freaking terrible. But your version is going to be a lot better already. So your version is already going to be like 2.0, my 2.0 or 3.0 version, right? Probably 3.0. So don't think about it, just do it. And it will be a lot better, because I'm giving you everything that you need to do to actually implement this for yourself to the T, right? So doubts and questions. Now, your background looks fine. Mine is white. Like, come on. The quality of your videos is good. Your hair looks good. Start recording and don't overthink. Consider this a step out of your comfort zone and just freaking go for it, okay? You can do it. And I see so many people making the mistake that they just don't go for it. Same goes for the cold calls. Same goes for the outreach. Same goes for the website. Same goes for the onboarding. They make things too difficult for themselves. And you need to prioritize speed over perfection, and speed over making sure that every nitty-gritty thing is great, because it cannot never be great to the T. You need to just do it, get it going, because the most important thing is signing clients, okay? And getting them results, not making it fancy. So follow the steps. If you go through all the steps of the cheat sheet, it will become clear how to set up the onboarding process for yourself. So go through these steps, apply everything for yourself, because we've made the process as simple as possible for you. Go through it, set it up, and now let's talk about the last part, which is the extinguishing fires for the client part. So what can happen? Now, in the past, I've experienced situations where the client gets stuck in a video during the onboarding process, and they say, I'm just not able to go through with this because I have no idea how to do this. And I'm like, okay, that's all good, but you need to know that sometimes this can happen and occurs frequently. They're humans at the end of the day, especially in niches where they may not be technically proficient to carry out certain tasks. So I noticed with real estate agents, it was kind of a tough thing, honestly, to make sure that they go through the entire thing, because especially in the Netherlands, like they're a little bit older men, and then for them it was usually really tough. Like they just didn't know the technical things, right? So I needed to help them, assist them. But don't worry about this, because there is a really simple solution. Firstly, in the onboarding process videos, we emphasize that the client should proceed to the next steps if they encounter difficulties at a particular step. If they still send you a message stating that they are unavailable to proceed, you can simply instruct them to move on to the next step, and then you will attempt to resolve this during the kickoff session. And you'll learn everything yourself from this part and from the kickoff to know exactly how to do it. We'll teach you that. So you do that, set it up, get it going, and that's the solution. So you tell them, just don't worry, keep on going, we keep calm, and that's it. So future issues. Prevention is better than cure. Prevention is better than cure. What do I mean with that? So if you notice that multiple clients go through your onboarding process and get stuck at a certain step, so for example, the ad account creation, or giving you access to these business manager things, or anything else, review whether that step is clear enough, and possibly create a new explanation to make it clearer for them, so they know exactly what they need to do. Okay? So make sure that you give them the clarification and optimize it. It's not you create it once and then that's it. If you notice that people are doing the same thing over and over and they're just not, having a solution, fix it for them. The same thing is what I do for you guys in this program. If I see that you are, continuously struggling with scaling of ads or just onboarding people or something like that, I create a module for you like this, so you know how to do it, right? So always look at your clients and how you can help them the best way possible. Now the kickoff session. So in the next module, we will discuss the kickoff session, what you should say during the session, and how to help them and the clients with the final concerns for the client before you start working on their project. But this is really important to know, the mindset and distinguishing fires, and always optimizing it whenever it's needed. For now, guys, go through the cheat sheet for setting up your own onboarding process and give yourself a maximum of 3 to 5 days to initiate the entire process and to create it and have it done in Growzy. Okay? Share your onboarding process with your accountability partner, your accountability coach, and perhaps even with the group, the school community, and take their feedback into account so we can help you along the way. Now, with that being said, hope this video made sense. Hope everything that I shared with you today was actually something that you're going to be implementing immediately, because the onboarding process is an amazing thing to have. I use the same one that I gave to you. I also use the same kickoff presentation that I'm going to share with you, so you can start using that and implementing that for yourself, because I know that for me, it's made it more efficient, and for you, it's going to do the same exact thing. Go ahead, implement everything. I look forward to seeing you in the kickoff session. All right, everyone, welcome to this brand new module. And today we are going to be talking about the kickoff call. So the kickoff call is something that comes, of course, after the onboarding process, and is something that is really important before actually being able to start with a client, because this will be the session where you will be, as the name says it, kicking it off with your client and making sure that they've gone through the onboarding process, that they've completed every single step in the onboarding process, and that you can now go ahead and start with them, right? Which is exciting, but it's also really important that you do the exact steps in order for you to actually get started with the client, right? So with that being said, let's get right into this module, and we're going to be talking about what is the kickoff, why the kickoff, and the kickoff process. So what is the kickoff? So the kickoff is a 30 to 60 minutes, sometimes it might take a little bit more, call with a new client, right? And here we'll actually go through the final steps of the onboarding process to start delivering results. And it is, like I said, the last step before the actual work begins. Okay, so you've done all the things to get the client. Now it's, okay, how do you do the kickoff? How do you actually kick it off with the client? Make sure that you're going to get them results, and make sure that you're going to get started and give them a great experience immediately when you get started. So when do we do the kickoff? So the kickoff is scheduled by the client during step 5 of our onboarding process. So we conduct the kickoff after the client has completed the onboarding process, right? So if we take our system that we have been, going through up until like the point of, week 4 and the weeks to come, we talk about, of course, the current phase where you close a client, and then what do you do, right? So when a client gives approval, we send the invoice, we send the contract. We want to get it done immediately, right? To not have the client like reframe it, what we talked about, in the previous modules, or we want to do it within max 4 days, where we schedule a follow-up call for them to get everything sorted. Now, when we schedule that follow-up call, the client would have paid, they would have signed a contract, and then we get started with the onboarding process. So they pay, they do the contract, and we go through the onboarding process. And we preferably want to do 3 things when we sign a client, right? We want to send them the invoice, they pay it, send them the contract, they review it, and they pay it, and send the onboarding process. And then they do that after they've made the payment and a contract, right? So we want to do that possibly, when they sign both the invoice and the contract, or if they only pay the invoice and haven't signed a contract, that's also okay, right? So the contract can be completed during the onboarding process or kickoff. So that's something that we can continue if it's not already done in the onboarding process or in the kickoff. So during this kickoff, we're going to double check if they have paid the invoice and if they've signed the contract. If they haven't, we're going to get that fixed first. We're not going to start the partnership. Guys, really important this. You won't start the partnership before someone actually pays and does the contract. Okay? Really important. So note that down somewhere. We don't start with the kickoff and the further steps if a client hasn't paid the invoice or signed the contract. Really important. So now we're going to be focusing on the kickoff, and the kickoff is usually done after completing the onboarding process, right? So because the client will be doing the onboarding process, and then at step 5 of that onboarding, we will have the booking page, which we've given to you, where they will actually go and book a call with you for this kickoff session, right? So then the kickoff session will be from the onboarding. So it's pretty much all automated. They'll book it in automatically. You'll see it on your calendar. You'll know when it is. You can prepare for it. And that's due to, this module and the presentation that I'm going to be giving you. So this is the process and the system, right? When it comes down to the kickoff. So the kickoff, if we zoom in on that, there will be a couple of steps, just like, the onboarding has a couple of steps, the kickoff has a couple of steps, and every single process has a couple of steps, right? So if we go deeper in the system, there's different elements and components that make it interconnected. So step 1 of the kickoff is arranging the invoice, contract, and onboarding process. So meaning you need to check, well, it says arrange, but you need to check if they've paid the invoice, if they've signed the contract, if they've done the onboarding correctly. Do you have access to everything? Have they given you the assets? Have they done everything accordingly or not? If they haven't, you need to fix that first in the kickoff session. Otherwise, you cannot start. Okay? So that is really important. Then we have the introduction to the team. So you're going to introduce them to your team. If you don't have a team yet, you're going to just leave that out and skip that. But I'll explain that in the cheat sheet. So step 3 is the explanation of the reporting and the updates. We're going to send them reportings, we're going to update them, and we're going to let them know when we're going to do that. So there's a specific expectation that they can have regarding on how we will communicate with them. Then we have the timeline of results. So when are we going to get results? How quick are we going to deliver things? So they have an expectation for that as well. We're going to discuss about the offer. And when I say offer, I'm not talking about your offer that you signed them for. I'm talking about the offer that you're going to have in the ad, right? So when you do an ad, you have a specific offer. When you do emails, you're going to have specific offers. How many discount do you do? When you have a website, you're going to have specific branding things that you need to do. So you're going to talk about the different offer that you're going to give to them in order for you to actually be able to give us good service delivery from your research, what you've done, seeing what is needed for the client and giving them that. So then we have the schedule check-ins. So you're going to schedule in the check-in calls with your clients and make sure that you have a weekly, especially the first month, or a bi-weekly call with them via Zoom to actually make sure that you are talking with them and communicating with them to make sure that everything is basically good to go on that front. So with that being said, this is the structure of the kickoff and the entire kickoff session, right? So this is what you're going to be doing. Now, if we zoom in on this, there's going to be 2 main things that you're going to be using. Number 1 is going to be a Zoom call, right? You're going to use a Zoom call to actually talk with the clients, do the kickoff with them. And then you're going to be doing also the Google Slides, right? So the presentation that I'm going to give to you is going to be through Google Slides, and you're going to be using that to actually make sure that you take them through a specific process so it's clear for them. So it's not like, oh, what am I going to do? What process are we going to take on with each other? No, it's cut to the chase. It's clear. They know what is expected to them and what they're going to be, expecting from you as well. Okay, so that is what we're going to be using. Fairly simple with the kickoff, guys. It's not really that complicated, to be honest, but it's important that you know it and that you know how to implement it. So during the kickoff, throughout the kickoff, we cover several important aspects related to the collaboration with the client. Now, this includes the contract, the checkups for access to deliver results, and communication methods, right? So you will receive a cheat sheet for this shortly. So during the kickoff, we're going to double check on a couple of things and do the things that I actually mentioned to you to make sure that it's all good to go. So after the kickoff, right, following the kickoff, we stay in touch with the client through our communication platform and start delivering results for them. So if we've decided to, use Slack as a communication platform, we're going to basically be using that moving forward. Now, additionally, we have a check-in session via Zoom every other week or every 2 weeks to review progress. So like I said, for us, the first month with the client, we always do a weekly check-in. Then after the first month, we do a bi-weekly check-in with the client because there's no use in us talking that much with them. It's more about efficiency, getting things done, and we already know their business. We know what needs to be done. Okay, so that is really important to understand in terms of what is the kickoff, when we do the kickoff, during the kickoff, what we do, and after the kickoff, what is done. All right, so now you might be asking yourself, why do we do a kickoff, right? Like, isn't an onboarding process the onboarding and then we get started? Well, not really. There's 2 main reasons why we want to do the kickoff, and it has crucial importance for us to actually get started with the client to make sure that we are going to get them good results. The first one is that we complete the unfinished steps. So like I said, The first reason that we want to do a kickoff is that our clients sometimes don't complete the onboarding process as intended. You don't want to know the stories of my clients in the past that were like realtors or local businesses or whatever. They didn't know anything about the technical side of things. They didn't even know how to click to continue on going the onboarding process. And I'm not joking, all right? So the kickoff is intended to help them with that and to finalize the onboarding process so that we can successfully start working with them. So like I said, the most common steps of the onboarding process that we need to go through in the kickoff are the steps regarding the ad account access, giving you access to that, and the assets that they've given you. So for example, the signing of the contract is also something we often do during the kickoff, and we get that handled to get the client, set up on that. We already send it to them, but usually there's a couple of questions that they have, then we get it settled on the kickoff where the payment has already been done before, the contract gets handled, and then we take it from there. So like I said, the most frequent one that I'm usually getting is ad account access. We check that. We take a look at the assets that they've given us in terms of the pictures, in terms of everything that they need to give us so we can actually start advertising or start getting results. It's really important to check that with them, okay? So number 2, and the biggest reason also, is to set expectations. So the second reason we do the kickoff is because we want to set the right expectations with the client, okay? We already do this during the onboarding process, but we want to reiterate so that it's fully clear for the client what is going to happen. The worst thing that you want to do is not set any expectations. So there's 2 things you can pretty much just mess up if you go work with a client. The first one is over promising and then under delivering. So instead of you saying 15 leads, you say that you're going to bring 100 leads. It's more tough to bring 100 leads than it is 15 leads. So we always want to under promise and over deliver, but we need to set the expectation. So you can either set the expectation too high and not be able to deliver it, or you can set no expectation. Both I wouldn't ever recommend, and I would definitely stay away from, because it's really important that you set the right expectations so the client knows what they can expect, but it's also something within your limits that you can actually deliver for them, okay? So number 2, setting expectations. Now, how to see it, right? So next to these most important reasons, you need to see it like this. The kickoff is the last step we need to go through with the client before the collaboration truly begins. Therefore, it is important to have everything in place so that you can work efficiently afterwards. If you don't have the things that you need, how can you get them results? You can't. You need to have everything that you have in your power and that the client has in terms of assets so you can pretty much just get started efficiently. Results and efficient agency. That's what we're aiming to be, right? So let's now talk about the kickoff process itself and get you started with this. So your kickoff. So now that we know what the kickoff is and why we are doing it, it's essential to set up the kickoff for your own agency. And we, of course, you couldn't have guessed it, have a cheat sheet for this. So this is the cheat sheet for the kickoff call, and you can download this cheat sheet down below and go ahead and start developing your own presentation for the kickoff call. Optionally, you can modify the steps that you do not want to use for your agency and just customize the presentation you want to use. So if you go down below, you'll find the cheat sheet made specifically for you to be able to create your own presentation for your own kickoff. And the purpose of this document is to pretty much just give you a complete walkthrough on how to set up and execute the kickoff with a new client. So you can go through all the steps in terms of delivering the kickoff presentation. So we have gone ahead and give you a presentation template that you can use. So it looks like this. This is the one that we use for our own agency, and you can start pretty much using it for yourself. So this is basically what we do. And as you can see, we check if everything went well with the invoice. We check if everything went well with the contract. We check if everything went well with the onboarding process. Then we go on from that. So it's basically a 17-slide presentation that you can use, you can implement for yourself, so you can pretty much just start using it. You'll see also a video of how we do it, and every single step, of course, it has been explained to you so you can start using it. So check the contract, see on sign request if it has been signed, check the onboarding process, check the introduction to the team, and set up everything with explanations of it. So it's a fairly advanced document, 8 pages full of explanations of the kickoff call. So I would recommend you to go ahead, download it down below, start using it and adjusting it for yourself so you can get the best results and have full clarity when it comes down to the kickoff call. Now, customize where necessary. Like I said, the kickoff template I provided is just a support tool for yourself, right? So customize it where necessary to make it unique for your agency. If you think that it's needed for you to scratch some things, like for example, you don't have a team right now, you don't want to use that, remove it. It's not like you need to use it, but it's just a guideline for you to use, so it makes it easier so you don't have to create an entire one yourself. It took me, almost like 2-3 years to create a similar thing, what I'm giving to you right now, right? So, and you can use it within one click. Now, the invoice and contract. So as you already know, paying the invoice is something we have the client do during the sales conversation. So the sales meeting is where we want to have them, pay the invoice, do the contract, and set it up. Because otherwise, like we said, they are not really a real client, right? If, we want to work with them, there needs to be a little bit of skin in the game from their side as well, not only from our side, making it giving 150%, they need to also give 150% for it to actually work. So from my experience, it doesn't always happen with the contract that they immediately sign it during the sales meeting. Usually what happens is they say, yes, send it to me and I'll take a look at it. So what you then need to do, you can just sign the contract during the kickoff session. So what you can do is you can send the agreement, right? Communicate with them on Slack. Don't ask them anything about the agreement. Have them do the onboarding. And then once they are going through the onboarding, they might ask questions. So you can answer the questions in Slack about the agreement. And then once that is answered, you can come in the kickoff, double check with them. Hey, were you able to take a look at the agreement? And have you signed it? If they say yes, great. Double check in the sign request. If they haven't, then just go ahead and talk with them about any questions that they might have about the agreement, and then take it to the next step. Okay? So no worries about the contract. Like I said, contract is a little bit, I don't want to say futile, because it's really important to have pen on paper, especially with specific clients that you're going to be reaching out to that are cold clients and haven't come from a referral. You need to actually make sure that you have something pen to paper to make sure that you have yourself covered. Like I said, your back covered. But in essence, if they pay, usually you're already good to go, right? But if they don't pay and they don't sign a contract and you gave them the onboarding process, like, you're just shooting yourself in the foot, and you don't want to do that, okay? So with that being said, my personal experience and looking at my own agency is that the contract is usually something we handle with the client during the onboarding process, or usually during the kickoff, okay? So you can automate this process. What you can do, you can have an additional onboarding process step where you say, sign the contract, okay? And you can even take it further where you productize your agency to such a way that you have a fixed rate that they pay, right, for a specific package, and they click on that. They can buy it through Stripe checkout page and a payment link. They pay it, boom, it's paid, and then they get taken to sign request, and you have a agreement that you use for all clients. So if you have an evergreen payment method, right, or meaning like a like an offer that you can just replicate, and you have an agreement that you can replicate, you can put an additional step in the onboarding process with like step 2. And then you skip all the steps forward. So step 1, step 2. Step 2, you add basically, you have the introduction on step 1, and step 2, you add the invoice and contract with the digital links so that they can pay it. So you don't even have to do it. That is kind of a little bit more advanced. I wouldn't recommend doing that unless you have a productized service. But in most instances, I won't recommend it. Just do it manually. It's easy, okay? And you don't have to do it 100 times. You're not going to have, at least, if you already do have 20 clients, you're already going to have, like, I hope so, 20K per month, right? So you're going to do 20K months and you're already going to be set. So the thing is, you can be flexible with the contract, like I said, but ideally what we handle the invoice and the contract directly during the sales call with the client. We don't want it to be pushed back. We want it to get handled immediately, so we know that they're actually serious about the partnership. If they don't do it, they're probably not serious, and you probably shouldn't be wasting your time on a client like that, okay? So the extra step, guys, it was a quick module, but go ahead and download the cheat sheet and create your own version of the kickoff presentation in Google Slides. Make sure to also go through it multiple times afterwards to ensure everything is accurate. And optionally, share it with your accountability partner and accountability coach to receive additional feedback. So what I would recommend that you do is that you finish the kickoff presentation, get the kickoff presentation basically ready to go. And then when you have it ready to go, you can pretty much just take it on with your accountability partner and accountability coach, and just go through with your accountability partner through the entire thing, and have your accountability partner act as a potential client or current client, and go through it and just see together if it all makes sense, right? And if it doesn't, just adjust things. And also share it with your accountability coach so he can check it for you, give you feedback on it, and help you with this, okay? So with that being said, guys, like I said, it's a pretty cut to the chase module, but sometimes it's good to have those and not like 1 hour modules. With that being said, this was the kickoff call. Get this going, and the next one we're going to be probably talking about communicating with clients, how you can have a good communication and take it after the kickoff to actually make sure that they stay on as a client and not just that you have them for a short amount of time. For now, thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Bye. Alright, what is up, guys? Welcome to this brand new video where I want to welcome you to the communication with clients. So today we're going to be talking about everything related to talking with your clients, understanding what boundaries you need to set before you actually get started with the clients, and how you're going to be talking with them in a specific way to make sure that they are not walking over you, that you know what you need to say, and that you know when you need to say things without over communicating. Because the worst thing that you can do within your agency is over communicate with your clients. Yes, you heard that right. Over communicating, meaning just talking too much, having them call you the entire time, which is simply not feasible anymore when you have more than 10, 20, 30, 40 clients. It would just be a headache for you to just be communicating the entire time without focusing on the actual work that needs to be done. So in this module, I'm going to be preparing you how to actually make sure that clients, like I said, aren't walking over you, but that you also know how to communicate with them and where to communicate with them. So without further ado, let's get into this module and talk about the nature of communication, efficient communication versus inefficient communication, our location and schedule for communication, and the frequency for communication. So let's talk about the nature of communication first, because you need to understand what it is. So what is communication? Now, communication is the sending or receiving of information through talking, writing, or using another method, right? And bringing across a point, right? And just mentioning something, right? So it's receiving information by either talking or writing, right? And there's different types of communication. So with our clients, we combine Zoom check-in calls, where we do a 30 to 60 minute check-in call with them to go over all the results and how everything has been going. And then we also do Loom updates. So we do every single week on a Monday, we send them Loom updates where we share with them the reporting, we share with them how the results are going, what is happening, and how we are standing currently on the specific data that is, happening. And what we also do is we write on Slack, right? So we talk with them on Zoom and on the Loom updates, and then we write to them or we send voice notes on Slack to ensure like seamless contact, because those are like the easiest way for us to talk with them. And these types of communication is how we've been doing it for the past couple of years with our own business and with our own clients. So when it comes down to the system, the process that we are going through, we of course talked about all of these things that you see on your screen right now. And one of those things that we are currently going to talk about is delivering results and maintaining communication, because yes, we're already at that part. We've already talked about the entire process before this, where you have sent the invoice, sent the contract, onboarding process, kickoff, and now we're at the stage where we're going to want to be delivering results to our clients and maintaining the communication with them. Because one thing is getting the client, another thing is giving them a good onboarding and a good kickoff, but another thing is actually getting them good results and having them stay on with you for a long period of time, right? So with that being said, let's go into the different types of communication that we have with our clients. So when it comes to communicating with clients, we distinguish between talking and writing as types of communication that we will use. And to assist us and make this process easier, we utilize 3 tools. So the first tool is Zoom. And the tool we use for talking with clients is Zoom. Here we conduct check-in sessions to discuss progress with the client, right? So it's easy because we want to keep that bond with the client. Actually, I think it's really important to do Zoom calls and Zoom check-ins, especially in the first month with the client, because if you have like one-on-one sessions with them on a weekly basis, you're going to understand their business more. And you're going to be understanding their business more sooner than if you were to have it like every 2 weeks or just not communicating with them. So good communication is really, really important. So you want to make sure that in the first month especially, you keep in touch with them closely to make sure that you understand their business and they understand your process. And then after the first month, you can go into bi-weekly calls or even monthly calls, depending on what it is. But I just enjoy doing these sessions with my clients because I get to know them a little bit better, right? I also get to know their fundamental principles and what they stand for, what they do and all those things. And I just like working with them even more when I have these sessions, because they kind of become like a connection. And with all of the clients that I have, we've met up, we've done specific things with each other, and it's been a great time, right? So we kind of become friends in that sense. And that's what you want to have, because if you're friends with clients, it's harder to, leave you out, if that makes sense. Now, that's tool number one. Tool number two is Loom. Now, with the Loom tool, you can create and record screen recordings, right, to send to the client and send them updates on the results we have achieved so far. Okay, so Loom is really important. We've already used it for the onboarding process if you decided to use it, or maybe another screen recording software, or nevertheless, Loom is a great software to use for the screen reporting and give them a status of how the ads are going, or how the social media content is going, or how the growth of the social media is going, or how the website progress is going, etc., right? So that being said, the last tool that we use is Slack, and Slack is the primary tool for communication. And here we can send daily text messages to the client or voice messages if necessary. Now, with Slack, I know some of you guys might be in areas where it might make more sense to do WhatsApp with your clients. I'm not a big fan of WhatsApp, to be honest. The only reason why I would be a fan of is I have two phones. And I have one phone, which is my private phone, which no one can reach out to. And I have my business phone. And this business phone is only for clients, meaning I keep them separate. The downside to using WhatsApp, though, in my opinion, is that the clients can call you. And I don't like being called. Well, I mean, they can even try to call me, but I won't pick up because my phone is, on Do Not Disturb 24/7. So that's kind of what I don't like about WhatsApp. Plus, Slack is just separate from it, so you distinguish WhatsApp from Slack, where Slack is just business and WhatsApp is just personal, which I like even more. And you don't need to have two phones. You can just have one phone where you have Slack and you have WhatsApp for all personal measures and all messages, and then Slack is just for business. That's how I would recommend to doing it, and that's how I do it as well. So these three tools are the only tools we need to maintain communication with clients during the partnership. That's it. We don't need anything more, anything fancy. That's it, right? Yes, there might be, task management tool that you might use together with the client to give them an overview on what you're doing, what the to-dos are, etc., etc. But these are the main things of communication, the only ones practically that you need, okay? So with that being said, you also need to understand that there are different types of clients. So this is actually sales thing, which I'm going to mention in the sales module, but I want to mention it right now as well, because we distinguish 4 different types of clients when it comes to communication. So you can tailor your approach based on these categories when communicating with clients. So to give you an example, there are a couple of different clients when it comes to these things. So you'll see on the left-hand side, we have blue, red, green, yellow. What do these things mean? Now, red is, for example, individuals who are ambitious and really driven and really, outgoing, forward, direct. They know what they want, they know what they want to achieve, and they'll be really result-oriented. They'll likely take the lead and can sometimes come across as aggressive, right? They don't focus on small details and prefer to get straight to the point. So they be clear and straightforward with them, right? Some people might consider me red because I'm always like direct. I want to know the things, and there's no like nonsense, right? Like I don't really go well on like nonsense type of things, or like, to like joking around, of course, like that's part of the thing, but I'm really direct when it comes to like, business. So that's, you want to handle these people really straightforward, show them the results. This is what it is. This is what we do. This is what we're going to get. That's how you want to handle them, right? Red people. So yellow. Yellow is basically individuals who are more optimistic and want to build a relationship. They're more extroverts still, right? They're active. But this is kind of the most common behavior type that you will find. Now, they often don't listen well to others and bring everything back to themselves. This is really important for you to understand, because these people, right, they will be more focused towards the relationship building, connection, meeting up with you and all those things. And if you're, from natural, an introvert, you won't go do that. But it might be helpful to the partnership to actually do those things and go to them, right? Now, they are pretty relaxed and appear friendly, and they create a warm feeling for these people. So that's what you want to do, create a warm feeling, mention that you will be there, give them the trust that they need, and show understanding of their situation and be approachable. So whenever they want to, message you or something like that, make sure that you answer them. Make sure that you respond to them, right? It's really, really important. With the red ones, it's more direct. They'll say, hey, give me the results. Or, hey, what is this? And then you just answer, hey, it is this. Boom. That's it. Done. You don't need to sugarcoat it even more. With yellow people, they'll talk about multiple different things, connection and building this and doing that, and yes, amazing, and all those things. They'll be a little bit more fruity when it comes down to like, you working with them, which is good, right? But, just to give you an idea on how these people are. Now, green. So these are individuals who don't stand out above others, right? So they are calm, very friendly, but once they make their decision, once they make their choice, it's final. So they usually speak softly and slowly, so be willing to listen to them, okay? Really, really important. Now, basically, you want to provide these people reassurance and clearly explain what you're going to do, and you want to take the lead when they want to start, right? So pretty much with these people, you will be needing to be more assertive. You will need to be, a little bit more, okay, this is what we're going to be doing. This is what we're going to be explaining to you, because they are more introverted and more passive. So they'll be, you won't be able to read them as easily like red people or yellow people, but you'll be more focused on basically understanding them. They'll be more relationship focused. They'll be a little bit more fruity when it comes down to, build a connection and all those things, but more reserved, more towards themselves, right? Sometimes also a little bit more analytical when it comes down to green people. So you want to give them the stats. You want to let them know these are the stats. This is what we're going to be doing, and that. But they'll be more towards the relationship end. So they'll be like yellow, but still a little bit more like, more introverted. So you'll notice that they talk a little bit calmer. They don't say as much words as yellow people. Yellow people would just ramble on. You ask them one question and they'll talk for 10 minutes, right? But green people, they'll just answer it really quickly or really short. That's kind of the big difference between green and yellow. Now, blue, when it comes down to these individuals, they make logical, calm, and detail-based decisions. So they are usually introverted and ultimate perfectionists. So some people might consider me also blue, right? Blue or red, like that's usually what they will say. But they can also come across as closed. So be prepared to do your homework, focus on the facts, provide them with the facts, provide them with the necessary details, and don't get too personal with them, right? I mean, you can get too personal with them. I have one client who is like this, and we met up with him. We ate dinner with him. We, went with him and have a great connection, right? So just understand, these people will be really happy when you make things clear for them, when you have a to-do, when you have task management, when you let them know what needs to be done and you do it and you execute it and you get the results, then they will be happy. They like the structure. They like the nitty-gritty technical type of things. So, for example, with that client, what I just mentioned, we were talking about UTM links, and he knew everything about UTM links and connections and like workflows in Infusionsoft, Keep, and all those things. So, you'll notice if someone is like that. And then we have another client who's completely on the other side. He's basically just yellow, right? And then we have another client who's red, right? So it all just differs, but we know how to approach these clients with precision, because like I said, if you know if you understand them, you can adjust your own, agency, tasks and all those things to them and how they do it, right? So you get better results. So take note of these distinctions and really study them with your own clients to determine under which color they fit best, right? In future modules, you'll learn more about how to adapt to these different types. But for now, it's important to understand this and, see it for yourself. It's the same with like the ideal client and like the, the table that we had for the ideal client. It's the same with this, just you understanding your clients. You can never have enough of that, because you'll notice it straight away when you have these things in your mind, right? So with that being said, setting boundaries and expectations. Now, while you want to be accessible to the client, it's crucial to establish boundaries, because as an entrepreneur, the client should respect your time. You're not an employee of the client. Let me get that straight. You're not an employee of the client, all right? You are your own entity. You are your own agency. So they need to respect your boundaries as much as you respect their boundaries, okay? It's a partnership, right? But it doesn't mean that they need to walk all over you and treat you as an employee, because you're not that, all right? So with that being said, just as we set expectations during the onboarding process and the kickoff, we need to adhere to our boundaries to prevent clients from taking advantage, right? That's just how it is, because the most important thing is that you stand firm with clients, stand your ground, right? Don't let them walk over you. Be firm, know what you're doing, and always come with the facts, because that way, objectively, there's nothing that they can do when you are, having the partnership. So trust in your abilities to deliver results for them. Maintain the mindset that your time is valuable, and the client should understand this. They should understand that your time is the most valuable thing that there is, right? Just like their time is the most valuable thing that there is. And like you said, if you're doing everything that you can to get results, there's no reason for them to be communicating more with you than they already are doing if you're using Zoom, Loom, and Slack, okay? So this is the nature of communication, just so you have an idea of that. Now, let's talk about efficient communication versus inefficient communication. So this is how other agencies do it, right? So most agencies spend their entire day talking to the clients. Communication happens across various channels and there's no straight line. It's 80% communication with them and 20% delivering results for them. So basically, it's even extremer, to be honest. Sometimes it's like 95% communication and 10% delivering the results, because they don't know how to deliver the best results, just like we are going to be teaching you in this program. They just do something, right? Which is not the best thing. So you need to know how to deliver results. To give you an example and a comparison of how we do it and how these other agencies do it, they have daily calls with clients. They talk too much and they only deliver a little bit of results. They lose clients due to poor results. The client might say, oh, your communication is good, but you don't get me the results. Like, that's what it's all about, right? And then there might also not be structure in communication. So they might be communicating with the client on Slack, then on email, then on WhatsApp, then they might be calling the client, then they might be on Zoom, then they might be on Facebook getting a message from the client, or on Instagram getting the message from the client. And we want to centralize that. We don't want to be talking on these other platforms. We want to be having one platform. And honestly, the best thing about it is if you do it, if you're firm and you say, this is what we're going to do, the client is going to do that. They're going to comply. But it's all up to you. How firm do you stand your ground? Do you say, hey, we're going to do Slack? And then the client says, no, well, I'm going to send you on WhatsApp. And then they test you and they send you on WhatsApp and you keep on answering on WhatsApp. You talk with them there. Then you lose your firmness, right? You want to, when you say something, you want to do it and stand behind your decision. So really, really important you do that and you don't become the Gary Vee inefficient marketing agency. I know I'm bashing Gary Vee a lot. He's an amazing person, don't get me wrong. But just the way that he's running the agency is just, in my opinion, just a headache, right? Now, with that being said, how we do it. So with our efficient agencies, we focus on achieving results for the clients with the least possible friction, right? Communication occurs at most on one channel and we protect our time, right? It's 20% communication and 80% it's the delivering of the results, what we do. Now, with that being said, right, when it comes down to our agency, we have Zoom meetings with clients on a weekly or even a monthly basis. We don't talk too much. That's it. Now, we do 80% delivering results, 20% talking. So we flip it. So we're focusing 90% on, or 80 or 90% getting them results. Only 10 or 20% we're talking. Because why should we talk when we get you the results? There's no need. What do we need to talk about? How good the weather is in Dubai? Like, okay, I mean, that's a good thing to talk about. But I mean, what should we talk about, right? Retaining clients for the long term is what our mission is with this, because this way we can give them long-term results, since we're going to be helping them actually get results, right? So, and then we have structured communication, which is preferably via Slack. I wouldn't, like I said, recommend WhatsApp, right? Unless you have two phones. If you don't, just do Slack. Really, really simple. Okay. So with that being said, becoming friends, right? So now that you understand what efficient and inefficient communication looks like, it's important that you understand becoming friends, because the beauty of an efficient agency is that you will deliver results for your clients, especially with the help of this program. You're going to deliver it. Okay. The thing is, you got to keep on optimizing it to make it even better, because your niche might need different things, additional things on top of the things that we're going to be teaching you, like lead conversion, converting the leads. Or not only that, how do you take a lead offline and convert them offline? What do you do? How do they talk with the lead? You need to become an expert consultant in the specific niche that you are working with. No joke. You need to know everything about it, more than your client knows, right? Now, this will result, right? So results will lead to great relationship with clients, and you might even become friends with them. Okay. Like I said, we've had dinner with clients, done great things with clients. So this will result in long-lasting collaborations as long as you focus on delivering the results. If you focus on delivering the results, you're going to get long-lasting partnerships with these clients, which is what you want to have, right? Now, with that being said, be efficient and driven. So as mentioned earlier, we aim to be efficient in all aspects of our agency, including communication. So this starts with the onboarding process and the kickoff. So set the correct expectations here to prevent clients from doing, something else. That's what we had in the kickoff or in the, onboarding. We set our boundaries. We said, this is where we're going to communicate. This is what we're going to do in terms of check-ins. This is what you can expect. The reason why we did that is so we don't have to go back to this and just tell it to them. If they want to communicate somewhere else, we tell them, hey, you've checked the onboarding. You know where we communicate. You shouldn't be answering me or, sending me messages on the other platforms, because I'm simply going to just ignore you. That's it, right? So let's now talk about our location and communication schedule. So where we communicate. Now, we want to have a central place for communication with our clients. For my own agency, this is Slack, as I said. Personally, I wouldn't advise using anything else other than Slack from my own experience. We've tested WhatsApp, we've tested other platforms. It just doesn't work the same as Slack. I don't know why. It's just Slack is just so much more centralized. Now, it is the best place to maintain communication with the client, in my opinion, right? So the location, as I said, we communicate solely through Slack. In exceptional cases, you may find yourself in a niche where it makes more sense to create a WhatsApp group and communicate with the client there, but only do this if you notice that the clients are not proficient using Slack. So my opinion, start with Slack. If Slack is not working optimal for your clients and you just see them never logging in, keep on reminding them. If they still don't do it after a month, then try out WhatsApp with them and see if they communicate quicker on there. Because I know for a fact that in some niches, in some countries, it might be easier to use WhatsApp, right? There's nothing wrong with that. You just create a WhatsApp group, put them in there, talk with them. If it's needed, it's needed. You do what needs to be done, right? To have good communication, but just prevent that they call you, okay? Because like I said, a tip, be cautious not to overlap personal matters with business affairs. So you could consider getting an additional phone, like I said, with a different number to distinguish between personal and business communications if you decide to use WhatsApp. Because you want to distinguish these things. You don't want to have personal things going on your WhatsApp. You just want to, when you turn off the phone, you turn off the phone. That's it. Or when you leave the other phone, the business phone, somewhere else, that's it. It's practically done. So that's something I would advise if using something else in Slack. If you use Slack, right, for clients, just have one phone and it's all good. But this is something that I prefer. It's a personal preference, right? You don't have to do it. It's just something that I, like. So communication schedule. So once we have set up Slack, we will communicate with the client in a Slack group. So this happens daily or every other day, depending on how much frequency is needed with the client. Now, additionally, we also have the Loom updates that we send every Monday in the Slack group and the Zoom check-ins that we have every other week or every 2 weeks with the client. So concerning our contact schedule, I recommend sending a Loom update to the client every Monday to start off the week well for the previous results of the previous week. You will provide them an overview of the results of that previous week. Now, in the first month, we have a weekly check-in via Zoom. And after the first month, you can switch to bi-weekly sessions. And finally, communicate daily or every other day through Slack itself, because you're already going to have this Slack communication. So there would be no need to do a weekly check-in call after a month. If it's really needed, do it. With some clients, it might be needed, so just do it, right? It doesn't really matter. But that's our schedule, what we have. So we send a Loom video on Monday, maybe sometimes a text update on Wednesday, another text update on Friday, and we do bi-weekly calls with them to make sure that everything is up to date. A tip for this is it is crucial to communicate effectively with clients so that they understand the time is required to the results process. It's really important that they understand that. Therefore, communicate via Slack and reassure them this. Reassure that it's a time thing and that the results will come if they stay patient. Also, though, be flexible regarding Zoom check-in sessions and make time for them if it is urgent. If they really need to talk with you and it's really urgent and you consider it really urgent from your perspective, book in a Zoom call with them, regardless of if you have a check-in planned for next week. Book it in, help them, and assist them if it's needed. This is your client. You want to hold their hand, especially in the first month, and make sure that everything is clear, that they understand it, and that they have a sense that they understand that the results are going to be coming. Really important you do that, okay? Now, the action plan. So now that we have a better idea of where we will be in contact with the client and the schedule for contact, we can start setting up this channel and begin communication there. So we have a cheat sheet called the Communication with Clients cheat sheet that you can take a look. And in this cheat sheet, I'm going to share with you how you can create a Zoom account, Loom account, Slack account to communicate with your clients, how to send them the updates, what to do. So if you go down below, you'll see the cheat sheet, which is the communication with the customers, right? So you'll see actually everything that we've talked about, how to set up a Zoom account, how to set up a Loom account with explanations, how setting up a Slack account, and also giving them access to the specific channel on how you need to do that. So go through this cheat sheet to set up everything for your client to make sure that they are basically good to go and that they are ready to start making this step with you. And then you'll be golden moving forward, knowing all the things that you need to do in terms of communication and getting them good results also from this side of the perspective. Now, with that being said, other challenge. So the boundaries and expectations are set with the client when you do this. That means all communication takes place via Slack or via Zoom. Therefore, I would advise you to ignore all the other channels if the client attempts to message you there. Really important you do this. Why? Because you need to know the boundaries. Sometimes clients will be like little children. I'm not trying to, like I said, I'm red from the tab that I share with you, the red personality. I'm just really direct, meaning Clients are sometimes children. You need to let them know, no, you need to put your hand out of the cookie jar right now, and you're not getting another cookie. That's it. Point blank. You can get mad, you can get emotional. It's just the way that it is, right? So does the client call you? Do not answer and create a voicemail stating that the client should message you through Slack for a response. I actually have a voice message from myself. If someone calls me, I say, hey, Stefan here, I'm not available at this current moment. Message me on Slack if you're a client, because that's where the communication will find place. If it's about something else, go ahead and email me at stefan@forsuccess.co, and my team will handle this as soon as possible for you. That's it. That's what I do in a voicemail, right? I have an automated message sent to them. You cannot approach me. That's it. Go to Slack or mail me, and my assistant will take care of it. Simple as that, right? So do they email you? Reply to the email stating that you will respond to them on Slack. Simple as that, right? So even if a client sends me an email then from the voicemail, I have my assistant, a template for my assistant. If a client sends me an email, with basically a template which says, hey, thank you for the message. Since you're a client, you can message me on Slack, and I'll go ahead and answer your message that you sent here on Slack. Check Slack. So they send me an answer, I respond to them on Slack, and I let them know that I've responded on Slack. Go to Slack. I'm not going to be answering you on email. I don't got time for that. So go to Slack, and I'll answer you there. Be very firm from day one. Otherwise, they're going to walk all over you, okay? So why do we do this? One, because we want to protect our time and deliver results for the clients. We want to focus on the results, not on chatting with them the entire day, okay? And two, you have to set the expectations in the onboarding process and the kickoff, so the client should adhere to this. They should respect your boundaries. Not only do we want to protect our time, they should respect your boundaries, right? You are not an employee, like I said. So you need to make it clear to them what you do in terms of communication. Do not make the same mistakes that I made. I was communicating the entire day with clients. They're calling me 4 times a day, talking about random shit, right? So don't do that, because they're going to waste your time. And you're going to end the call and you're going to be like, man, I just don't want to call with these clients like the entire time. Like, what do I call with them, right? Especially if you're going to make websites and they want adjustments to the website and all those things. Like, no, like, this is the channel. Let me know what you want, and we'll have a weekly check-in call. That's it. It's boundaries. Otherwise, you're going to lose your focus and only talk with clients. We don't want to do that, right? We have a business to run. So that's our location and communication schedule. And now in terms of the communication frequency, to finish off this module, how often do we communicate? So most agencies, like I said, believe they need to talk to the client every day to keep them satisfied and keep them on as a client. It's like a sense of urge, like, oh, if I talk with the client, they're going to stay. No, they're not going to stay. If you don't deliver the results, they're not going to stay. Simple as that. However, the only thing you need to do is deliver results for the client. That's it. If you deliver results, you don't need to communicate. It's simple. We're results and driven focused, not communication focused at first. Yes, it is important, like I said, but we don't want to do it overkill. It's not needed. What the client cares about. What does the client care about, guys? The client cares about the results. Right? Just like you care in this program to get clients. You want to scale your agency, right? You don't care the way that how we do it. Like, you just want to get agency clients. That's it. So at the end of the day, talking to the client will not be the solution to retain the client for a long time. Results will. Keep that in mind. Really, really important. Personal experience. So as mentioned earlier, we deliver a Loom video to the client every Monday via Slack and minimize other communications. As long as the results are achieved and you meet the expectations, communication with the client will proceed smoothly. Do that, you'll be golden, but also remember that we need to stay flexible. So like I said, with all our clients, we have a good rapport that we build with them. So we also talk about travel, personal matters, daily events. This ensures that we become friends, and friends are not easily, you cannot easily let your friends go, regardless of whether they deliver the results. So yes, it might become harder, even if there are periods that you might not bring them great results, that they might say, because I enjoy working with you, let's take this together and let's just see how we can increase this. So with that in mind, they'll stay, right? Because you are delivering them, your good connection in that sense, but you've already delivered them good results. That's the difference. You need to deliver them results first, then you can do the communication. Not do the communication, not get results. They're going to ditch you, right? So with all these clients that I'm talking about right now, we've delivered them good results, and then we can joke and have good communication and all those things, right? So that's the communication frequency. A good book to read for yourself is How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie, and this book has changed my life forever in terms of the insight, in terms of communication. It will do the same for you. You will learn how to interact with people and enhance communication in every situation. So read it. I made this a routine for myself every year to read this book. That's how good I think it is, honestly, right? The other book that I talked about in this module as well, and that I'm going to be talking about in the sales modules, is Surrounded by Idiots, which is Thomas Erickson. And this book focuses on the 4 types of personality types you will encounter in life and their behaviors and how to communicate with each type of person. So highly recommend for improving your understanding of people as well. Not only your clients, but in the future also your team members. Okay, 2 great books. Get them, read them, get to action. That being said, guys, right now the action step for you is create a Slack account. Ensure you follow all the steps outlined in the cheat sheet. And if you have team members, consider adding them to Slack as well. Put everything on Slack, centralize your communication, and trust me, you'll have a great time for future references. Additionally, create a Loom and Zoom account if you haven't already, as this will set you up for effective communication with your clients. And trust me, if you follow all these things that I've said here, you might need to take a look at this module a couple of times, but these are the most important things in terms of staying firm, being, taking your ground, being grounded with clients, setting the right expectations, and taking it from there. Because communication is one of the most important things, not only with your clients, but also with your team. So if you do this, you'll be golden for the long term and have great partnership. And if you don't, you're going to have a tough time keeping clients, retaining them, and also just not enjoying your life as an agency owner. So take this into account, take everything into action. I look forward to seeing you in the next module. Bye. What is up, everyone? Stefan here, and welcome to this brand new video of the Agency Blueprint, where today we're going to be talking about calling mastery. So we're going to be touching base on everything surrounding making calls, doing this efficiently, and getting the best results possible by using this client acquisition method, which is, in my opinion, one of the most effective ones for when you have local businesses that you're working with, right? So if you have local businesses, I personally think that there's nothing better than cold calling. I think it's maybe one of the most underrated ways of actually getting booked appointments with local businesses. Now, the reason why I say that is because, a lot of people will say, oh, you can use this AI method to get calls or emails or LinkedIn or Facebook. But honestly, like 90% of the time, those people are just looking for easy ways out. And cold calling is not like sexy. It's not like, oh, I'm just going to make 50 cold calls. Look at me, Like it's going to be like, okay, I'm going to do 50 cold calls. It's freaking going to be painful, right? It's like running a marathon and just getting, not only doing a marathon, but just having a marathon where just people are screaming at you and just saying, I'm not interested, right? So it's just a matter of having that wall for yourself, so what will be, what can be expected when you do this method, because it's not going to be an easy method. But nothing that is easy, or I would say everything that is easy will get you better results usually, right? Like starting a business is not easy, but it will get you great results. It will get you the freedom if you work for it and if you set it up in such a way that it will work for you, right? Same goes with cold calling. So, and cold calling in general. So in this module, we're going to be talking about a few things and a couple of important things, which we'll usually always talk about with these client acquisition methods. But for calling in specifically, we'll talk about the methodology of calling, the mindset for calling, and then we have 2 ways of calling. It's cold calling versus warm calling. So there's 2 ways of actually doing this, right? There's not only, oh, you can do cold calls, or, oh, you can do warm calls. There's actually another way, right? And I'll show you that as well. So we have the cold calling setup and tools, warm calling setup and tools, and then call scripts and templates. So to start off with, as we usually do, it's the methodology of calling in general. Now, second approach method. So we have now reached the second approach method of approaching leads. In this module, like I said, everything will be focused on contacting leads by phone and setting up appointments this way. So we're currently still at the path of setting appointments before we get into the sales conversations and the sales meetings and the closing phase, right? And getting the customer to actually agree with you. So if we zoom in on setting appointments, we've already talked about cold email mastery. Now we're talking about calling mastery, right? And still we're setting appointments. That's our main focus for this week. Now, what is the method? So the calling method simply involves trying to contact cold or warm leads by phone and then schedule them in for a Zoom call. That's it, right? You pick up your phone, you call people, and you try to get them on a Zoom meeting, right? That's it. That's the only method. This is the method that we are going to be talking about. And because it's so simple, it's a practicality type of thing, because you need to, and I think this is one of the best methods, honestly, to develop as a person, not only just to get clients and appointments, but also to develop as a person. The reason why, because you will learn how to respond quickly to people. Because if you don't, they'll just say, dude, I'm not interested. Leave me alone, right? So if you learn how to respond quickly and adapt quickly to when clients say something, you'll be able to get even better results, because also when something happens with an ad or when something happens with something different with a client, you will be able to adapt quickly and get them results quickly, right? Because of you knowing how to handle a dynamic situation where a client asks you something or a potential client asks you something. How do you deal with that? So when you learn that and you bridge that gap, you'll be better off having, and knowing what to do in that sense. So basic principles for calling. So just like with sending emails, we also have principles for calling that we can adhere to. Now, making it easier for ourselves when calling leads. So we have a few principles. As I said, these are important principles that I would recommend you to note down. Well, at least we've noted them down for you, but I'll touch base upon them right now. You'll get a cheat sheet of it as well. And it's important that you don't forget this when you make calls. So the first one is have a large list of potential leads to call. At all times, you need to understand that you need to have an abundance mindset. If you don't have an abundance mindset, right? And if you think there's only 10 people in your niche and you call all 10 of them and then all of them say no, then you'll be like, I'll be depressed because there's only 10 people that have actually shown interest, and or that I've called and that haven't shown interest, and you will have a scarcity mindset. But what you need to have, and that's something we've done with the niche, of course, you need to make sure that you always have an abundance mindset. You need to always know that there are more fishes in the sea that you can hunt for, right? So it's really important that you have a large list of potential leads to call and not just a small one, because it will create a mindset for you that you will live in scarcity, and you don't want to do that. You always live in abundance, right? It's really important. Then we have owner over gatekeeper. So what do I mean with that? You always, at all times, want to call the owner. When you do a cold call, especially for local businesses, there's no reason for you to be talking with a gatekeeper unless it's a big company and it's needed, right? So there's different types of companies. There's 3 different types of companies: small companies, medium companies, large companies. When you contact small companies, you should be able to direct it directly to the owner. You should be directly able to call the owner. With medium companies, there might be a gatekeeper or an in-between person. And with large companies, highly likely you will have to talk with even multiple decision makers. So when you work with small businesses, right, you want to target the owner. Same goes for emails, by the way, LinkedIn, anything. You want to directly contact the owner. Find their number and call them. Now, if it happens that you call a gatekeeper, I'll give you an explanation on how to deal with them. But it's really important that you try to focus your attention on the owner, because the owner is the person that will be making the decisions, not the gatekeeper, right? Now, if you get the gatekeeper, you will act as if, they're your best friend, because you want to build a bond with people. You don't just want to, say, I want to sell you something, right? You don't want to, you're not selling something because you don't know if the owner actually needs it, because they decide on the business, right? So that's something you need to keep in mind as well. The third one is be straight to the point, especially if you call an owner. They're busy, they're doing things. You're pretty much, even if they know that you're going to be calling, you're still interrupting their day, right? When they could have done something else. So you need to keep in mind that when you call with these people, especially if you would cold call me, I want you to be straight to the point. If you go gibberish and all left to the right and I don't know what you're talking about, I'm not gonna stay long on that phone with you. I'm gonna say, thanks, man, wish you an amazing day, right? So you need to be straight to the point, really straight to the point, because you're talking with business owners here. You're not talking with a friend, right? So that's really important. Then we have lead the conversation by ending your sentences with a question. This is a really important one, and I see so many people mess up with this, is that they make a statement and then the client says, yeah, I'm not interested. But what you want to do is, even if you don't ask a question, you want to make it sound as a question. Let me give you an example. So I call you. I say, hey, John, Stefan here. I wanted to ask you a short question. You see my tonality? It's question, right? So I ask a question without actually asking a question. Does that make sense? Because when you ask a question, a client is used to, as a human, to answer the question. We are inclined to answer a question when someone asks it, rather than when someone makes a statement. We're like, I can objectively or subjectively say what I think of it. But when you ask a question, it inclines to give an answer. So if you ask a question, they'll give an answer, or they'll be rather more. So if I ask you a question like, okay, so would you be open for a call with me in, let's say, tomorrow, 2 or 3 p.m.? What works best for you, John? Right? So ask a question. Then you would be more inclined to give an answer because I asked the question, right? So always lead the conversation with a question, because there's always a person who leads and a person who follows. When you're in a call, right, and you're the person that leads, The person that leads asks the question. The person that leads doesn't only talk. The person that leads asks the right questions and asks questions in general. They lead, right? They lead and this person follows. So that's really important. Now, you cannot sell a pen if someone doesn't need a pen. That's number 5. I mean, if you don't need a pen, I can be the best salesperson in the world, but if you don't need it, that's it. Like, I cannot do any more than that. I can ask you if you want a glass of water. I can ask you if you want a microphone. I can ask you if you want different things. And if you say yes, I'll say, okay, maybe I can give you that. But if you don't want a pen, for example, if they don't need more clients, you can say, okay, that no worries. Like, is there something else that, is a bottleneck in your business? Like, is it like that you don't need clients right now, or that you don't need it like in the years to come, right? And then they might say, no, I might need years to come. Okay, so I could still help you in some way, right? So what do you need now? Do you need more employees? You could say, okay, I could do job marketing for you. I could, recruit more people for you. That could be an option, right? So it just depends on what they need that you need to give it to them. So if you call people and you hear continuously that they say, I don't need clients, I don't need clients, I don't need clients, and you say, man, this doesn't work, this niche doesn't want anything. And I would be like, okay, but well, you didn't ask them if they want anything else. You didn't ask them also if they don't need clients in 1 year. Because do they already have the clients for a year? Probably not, right? So you would be able to give them those clients for over a year, or give them employees that could, do the work and maybe fulfill that position so they can handle more clients. It's all about how you position yourself. That's really important. And you want to have a clear pitch and unique selling point. So if they say, okay, so why are you calling? I mean, that's, by the way, if they ask that question, even like, you should have already handled that by your first sentence. So when I say, hey, John, Stefan here, now reason for my call. I always say reason for my call, right? Why am I calling you? I want to give you a reason. If you have a reason for a call, chances are they will be hanging on the phone. Because if you don't give a reason, like, why are you calling me? Like, what's up? So you want to be clear, concise, and have a good pitch. Like, not be boring. Like, don't say like, oh, hey, yeah, hey, John, I run a social media marketing agency. I'm going to get you 10 clients. And I'm going to do Facebook ads for you and run all your lead generation campaigns. So I was wondering if you would be open for a meeting. Like, dude, like, it's 2024, and by the time you're watching this, maybe 2025, 26, 27. Honestly, if you come up with that specific script, right, you're going to get people that are just, they know it, right? They know that you are selling them something. So you need to make it more vague, and you need to make it more interesting. You need to say, hey, and now John, Stefan here, reason for my call is because I know you get, pitched a lot by all these different types of people. Just wanted to let you know that for real estate agents like yourself, I have a specific offer that I created newly where we guarantee you actually 15 clients, and we do it through a way that actually doesn't take you any additional time to do, but for us is fully, automated. So I wanted to share this with you if you see, if you would be open for it. We're looking for 3 more people in the, state of Arizona that we can help to actually do this with. Would that be something you would be open for? It's vague, but I told him that I have a USP which is automated. He doesn't have to do anything, and it would guarantee him clients. So why would he say no? There's no reason why you would say no. So that's just a example that off the top of my head I wanted to give you, just so you have an idea on that. Now we have focus on setting the appointment, not selling your service. Really important. The first example that I gave to you was I sell the service. Okay? In this case, I don't sell the service. I sell the appointment. So would you be open for an appointment is a direct question I would ask to someone in a phone call. I wouldn't say, hey, would you be down to actually do this with me? No. Like, I say, would you be open for an appointment? Would you be open for a short call? I want to make it a low barrier to entry. Would you be open for a short call so we can hop on a call, get to know each other, see if it makes sense to marry each other, maybe do a partnership, and take it from there? It's really low barrier to entry, right? And that's what you want to do. So focus on setting the appointment, not the service. Don't sell the service. That's something you do in a Zoom meeting, right? Now, the gold is in the follow-up. This is really important with cold calling. I would honestly say that, and you're going to see the data for, cold calling and what you can expect in that sense in just a minute. But I would say that with cold calling and warm calling, it's all about the numbers. So if you make 100 calls, probably half of those people won't even answer, right? And then half of those people might answer, but might say, I'm not interested, right? So but they might not be interested now, but they might be interested in a week. They might be interested in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. So if you follow up with them, the chances are that they might be interested because you're consistent and you're following them up. if you do it in a non-irritating way, because follow-up can also be irritating, right? If you do it in a bad way. So the goal is in the follow-up, if you know how to do the follow-up. Really important, because a lot of people won't respond. That's the nature of cold calling. That's the nature of sales. A lot of people don't respond, but we want to get the 1%, 1 to 3% that does respond. Okay. Now understand your niche in terms of times and call at the right moment. So if you call, for example, if you call, construction companies at like 1 p.m. During the day, chances are they might be working. They might be in construction. So you cannot get them to answer the call when they're in construction, when they're working. You need to call them early in the morning maybe, or afternoon when they are having a lunch break, or in the evening when they've done their work, right? That's when you wanna know the times on when to call people, because otherwise you look unprofessional and unprepared when you approach them at times when they are working, right? So then we have call, pitch, follow up, and call even more. Listen, don't focus on the people that don't answer. Don't focus on the people that say I'm not interested. Only focus on the people that actually pick up the phone, talk with you, and look at that. If the conversions are good, which I will share with you in a second, then it's all good. Because remember, it's the AKC formula that we have. It's always keep calling, always keep dialing, always keep on putting new numbers in your phone, always keep on being consistent. That's the only thing that's going to make you win with calling. Not only with calling, with business. If you keep on going, it's going to be easy at a certain time to actually get the results needed, right? So that's something you got to keep in mind and got to understand when you are doing this specific method. Now, these principles, take them with you, right? If you decide to use calling as your method for setting appointments, we have a cheat sheet of it where all these points are mentioned. So take them along with you, use them for your own advantage, and start understanding the methodology for cold calling when you get started with that. Now, with that being said, guys, setting appointments, we have the calling mastery. And then from calling mastery, we have calling, right? So we're going to be calling people. We're going to be trying to get the people to actually do a sales call with us. But in between, we're going to warm up the lead. So like I said, there's a thing called cold calling and warm calling. Warm calling is where we call warmer leads. I'll get into that in just a second. Cold calling is calling directly leads that don't know who you are. But in between, still, when we make a call, we want to warm them up a little bit. So we have a reference point that we can use before we start calling it. So for example, hey, John, I sent you a LinkedIn connection request. You didn't accept it, but I thought of calling you. Connection built because I sent him a request, right? Even if he didn't accept, doesn't matter. I still have a reference point on something that I did and took time for to actually do with him, right? So the goal will be getting them to a sales conversation, but the chances will be high that people won't respond or will leave a voicemail, or that they would say, I'm not interested. So what we do is we follow up after 1 or 2 days after that, just to see if we can get them on the line then. And if they said not interested, we tell them, hey, maybe we could call you back in a week. Then we call them back in a week, follow up in a week, right? And we note that down in our CRM, in Growzy, or in the Google Sheet, or in Trello, wherever you're using, whatever it is that you're using. And then we call them again. And we say, hey man, 2 days went by, I called you, what's up now? Would you be open for a Zoom call to get to know a little bit more about what it is that we do and how we could benefit your business, John? Right? And you call them back. And then you try to set them on an appointment. And you just don't stop. I've had clients that I've followed up with, I think, for 2 months, and then closed them on an 8-month deal, right? At the time, it was like $1,000 per month. So it's all in the follow-up. But it's all in the follow-up of you not being irritating towards them. You need to be concise. You need to be clear. And you need to be actively doing it on a daily basis to make sure that you are getting the best, results possible and best effort possible for them. Okay? So with that being said, those were the basic principles for calling, right? And pretty much what you need to focus on regarding that. Now, the mindset for calling. So beginner's mistakes. Now, often enough, I see students stumble over this method of approaching leads because it's a method that requires stepping out of your comfort zone to see results. Now, especially when calling cold leads who don't know you. I see so many people making this mistake, just becoming like too centrally focused on that the people said no to them or that they're not interested, which doesn't really matter in a cold call, because you're gonna get that. If people don't know you, they're not gonna be inclined to say, yes, I'm gonna do this with you, because they don't know you. Why should they, right? Should you do it? Would you pick up a phone with someone and say, yeah, let's jump in the pool together, when you don't even know, who that person is? Like, why should you? So the fixed mindset, what we talked about, is a starter or a beginner. As an agency owner, you can be there. and you will believe that everything is fixed. Avoid challenges. You give up easily. You see other success as a threat. You view feedback as a personal attack or criticism and ignore it. And that's not what we want to be, right? We want to be in the growth mindset. We want to be an intermediate, advanced, or expert agency owner. And we believe that talent and intelligence can be developed. We also embrace challenges. We also put effort and practice, into everything that we're doing, and other success for us is an inspiration. But we want to take action and look at the data. We don't want to be just making the emotion-based decisions. We want to be making data-based decisions, okay? So that's what we want to go to, and that's what we want to be implementing. So often, like I said, I see students making the mistake in their own niche, and these are mistakes I made myself when I started calling leads for my own agency. So I want you to avoid these by taking note of them and remembering it. Number one, not calling enough. So not calling enough means, in simple terms, most people simply don't make enough calls. You don't dial enough numbers, okay? Ensure that when you have an hour to call, you maximize. If I really want to focus, I could make at least 10 to 20 calls, maybe even more, in an hour. I could make a lot of calls. So if you don't call enough people, you won't get enough answers. It's a simple numbers game. Don't let anyone tell you, oh, it's quality. No, it's not quality. You need to call enough people. You need to approach enough people. If you don't do it, you're not gonna book calls. Like, that's it. Like, it's a no-brainer. Like, if I shoot the dart, often, I shoot it, chances are I'm gonna hit something. If I shoot it just once, and if I miss it, oh, that's it. Like, I can hit it one time, but if I hit it 100 times, chances are I would hit it like 10 times, right? So call enough people. That's number one. 2 is procrastinating, and maybe you're even procrastinating by watching this entire program, and you're now in week 5, module 4, and you haven't done shit. Okay, so if you're doing that, I'm gonna take you on your fingers because you are wasting time. You are procrastinating, and that's not what it's meant to be. Don't read books on cold calling or watch videos of others doing it or watch this module. Start immediately and don't look back, because the devil will try to distract you from the work you need to do. So dial the lead's number and you'll be one step closer to setting appointments and getting your first client, right? So you need to focus on the things that actually matter. Focus on the things that actually matter. Do those things and don't procrastinate. That's what a low-level agency owner would do. They would procrastinate. They wouldn't do the work. And if you're like that, you're not going to get results with an agency. I'm sorry. Like, that's just the way it is. So these are the two most important mistakes that I've seen people make. And the ways to avoid them is simply to not do them, right? Don't procrastinate, and do not make enough calls. Make enough calls. Call enough people. So I recommend taking massive action daily, typing in leads their number in your phone, calling them directly, and pushing yourself out of your comfort zone, and potentially having a Zoom call with your accountability partner to make calls to leads together, okay? Really important that you do that, and really important that you understand these things and the mindset that you need for calling. Now, practice over theory. Now, with approaching leads and running a business in general, practical experience always comes first, followed by theory. We apply theory only after we have done the practical implementation. And an unbreakable mindset is created only by doing, not by dreaming, learning, or by thinking. That's really important that you need to understand that. So remember that calling strangers will be a step out of your comfort zone. It's for everyone to step out of the comfort zone because it's something you don't naturally do, but it's something that will work, right? So if you find that owners within your niche are challenging, that it's challenging to basically reach them by phone, right? Evaluate whether calling is the best approach for your niche. If it's not, don't do it. Right? But give it a shot. Call at least 200 companies and see what they will say. See if you can get someone to actually say yes, right? In 95% of the cases, however, you will be successful with calling, especially when working with local businesses, okay? As said, local business is the best way to call them. E-commerce and coach is a little bit more difficult, especially e-commerce, because they're just hidden, often with like their data and with the information that they have. And it's tougher to get to them, right? So you got to keep that in mind, that when you are basically calling local businesses, the chances are higher that you would be actually able to get them on the line and get them to respond to you. So grab your phone and start calling. Don't wait, don't think, just do, because practice makes perfect. And it's a cliche, but especially true when it comes to calling leads. You can't pick up the phone and practice enough. So sales is a numbers game, especially when it comes to calling leads. Try to get in the zone and keep making calls one after another. Now, one book I would recommend, and I would do this honestly while you're making calls, is Smart Calling by Art Sobchak, and it's how to start cold calling leads with your agency. And however, like I said, don't read this book first and think I need to read this book or watch this module when I start cold calling or calling leads. Just start doing it now. Like, I don't care what you say, just say hi to them. Like, just start doing it. That will improve everything that you will do. It's practice over theory. You cannot only read about how to drive a car. You need to jump in the car and drive the car. Even if you don't know how to do it, the first step will be hard, but you will overbridge that, and then you'll go to the next steps and it will be easier, right? So start calling immediately, but consider this book as an additional resource to develop yourselves when making calls. Now, record your calls. And the worst thing, guys, that you can do, by far the worst thing, next to, and also a mistake that I also see people make, not only procrastinating, but also not making enough calls, is not recording the calls. So the worst thing you can do while calling is not recording your convos. We do this to review them together with your accountability partner, or possibly bring them to us during the coaching sessions so we can review them for you. So make calls, send them to us so we can listen to it. I even listen to calls from different countries. Like, I don't care. I'll translate it and I'll listen to it. I'll see what makes sense, right? I'll see what people say. I'll see how you speak. And then from there, I will actually go and evaluate based on what the things are that you are doing. So you can use that and we can implement it and do and work on it together, right? So do that. But that's the mindset for calling. It's really, really important that you understand this. Now, cold calling versus a warm calling. Let's go into what is this? What are both these things? And which one should you go for? So what is cold calling? So cold calling is the act of approaching leads over the phone without having prior contact with the lead. So you have no reference point to use, and the lead doesn't know you or your agency. So it's basically someone who doesn't know you, never had a touch point with you, never knew who you are, that you even exist, and you calling them, right? So it's, I don't know who you are, what do you want, right? That's a cold call. It's purely cold. The lead is cold. They haven't been warmed up, and they don't know who you are. Warm calling. So what is warm calling? Warm calling is the act of approaching leads over the phone after having prior contact with the lead, and the lead expects a call from you. So it is an announced call that you give the lead, and in some cases, the lead already knows you and your company. Now, keep this in mind. Warm calling has two different paths. One path is where you've really warmed them up through like LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, all these platforms, and you then talk with them and then said, okay, let's book a call. And they said, yeah, call me at this time, and you call them at that time, and boom, right? Then that's one way. Second way is where you send them a message and then immediately call them without even chatting with them. So it's kind of a mix in between a cold and a warm call, because you haven't really talked with them, but they might have seen the message, and then you call them and you say, hey, I've sent you a message, but you didn't respond. Let me have you on the phone right now and explain to you what I wanted to send you, because otherwise it will take a lot of time on Facebook to actually send you the message. So there's kind of cold, little bit warm, and then warm calling, if you know, so to say. So that's something you can keep in mind. You don't need to actually have a full-on conversation and say that them saying yes and then you call them. It can also be in between, because you don't want to waste a lot of time on actually nurturing them and talking with them, and you just want to get into calling. Like, don't waste any time and get into calling, right? But that's the two ways, actually three ways of doing calling. Now, the difference between cold calling and warm calling, like I said, cold calling involves someone you don't know and have not announced to call that person. It is an unexpected call, similar to what you might receive from an energy salesperson. So someone that is selling like, gas and electricity and all those things. That's what you would get. That is a cold call. And with cold calling, we dial the number directly and call the person. So we have a lead list, we take the number and we call them immediately. We don't do anything with them. You just take the number, call them. Hey, this is who I am, the reason for my call, blah, blah, blah. That's it, right? That's a pure cold call, okay? Now, warm call. Warm call is a little bit different. So warm call, you have a lead list. Then you message leads via social media. And then you can directly call them. Like I told you, you can just message them and then directly call them. It's still kind of a cold call, kind of, right? Because you didn't talk with them, so they didn't expect it. So it's kind of a cold call, but in between something. And then what you can also do is not directly call them, but build a relationship first, get agreement for the call, boom, then call them, right? Because that will actually set in stone the relationship that you have with them before you make a call, which will increase the chances of them actually saying, yes, I will have a Zoom call with you, and I will get on a call with you and just see what makes sense. Usually also just keep in mind from a warm calling perspective, there might be a chance that you might not even have to do a phone call. There might be a chance that when we call them and we've nurtured them a lot, we can just directly send them to Zoom and just have a Zoom call with them. It's way easier, right? So that's something you can keep in mind regarding the the warm calling perspective. Now, the pros and cons. So both cold calling and warm calling have their pros and cons, and these ones can also be listed. So the pros and cons of cold calling. Now, when it comes to cold calling, an advantage is that you don't need to spend much time building a relationship with that person, right? You don't have to wait. You don't have to wait for their response. Then you need to respond. Then you need to wait again. It takes a lot of time, right? However, it can be a disadvantage as the person on the line may be less inclined to schedule an appointment with you. Something that goes quick usually has a downside to it. Something that takes longer time usually has bigger upside because it's a sacrifice that you make for the time spent on that specific activity. Now, pros and cons of warm calling, different than from cold calling, of course, but the advantage of warm calling is that it's easier to arrange an appointment with the lead because they already know who you are. They've been acquainted with you. The downside is that it may take time to get a response from the lead unless you call directly, even if you haven't received a message back from the lead. So that's something I did, which worked great. I sent them a message, tried calling. Didn't get them on a call, sent another message, called again. That's how I keep on going, right? And if they respond, great. I'll chat with them there first, see what they're saying, answer them. Boom, let's get them on a call, and then convert them from there, right? So those are the pros and cons of cold calling and warm calling, ones that you really need to understand before actually getting started with this entire process. Now, my advice. So personally, I would always start with cold calling to businesses to step out of your comfort zone. Now, at the same time, I would immediately begin warming up leads through other methods of approach so that you can make warm calls from there. Now, this is going to be quite time intensive, so you want to start as soon as possible. You don't want to wait with calling. You want to start out immediately, start calling people, start doing this. But like I said, start cold calling first and then keep on warming up the people once you start, cold calling. It will be great because you will have calls from this and you will eventually have even warmer calls from this that you'll be calling. But it's just a two-way street that you need to do. Otherwise, you won't be getting the results that you want. That's just the way it is, right? So let's go into the cold calling setup and tools. Now, the cold call setting up and tools, when it comes to calling as a method of approaching leads, the setup is quite simple. First, you need to have a way to get the phone numbers of the leads, and then you need to have a phone to call the leads, right? Like you need to call them from someplace. So we need to get a phone set up. Now, what tools do you need? So when it comes to tools, you can use almost any lead finding method to find phone numbers. Now, you don't have to be fancy with calling, but let's grab the necessary tools. So that is all explained in the cheat sheet, cold calling setup and tools. And if you go to that cheat sheet, you'll see that I give a full explanation on using your phone, how to do it, how to actually, set up a voicemail as well if people call you back, and then also using Grosy. So you can use Grosy as a tool to actually buy a number. You can buy a number from Grosy and then from there call people and simply use it as your, phone. That's it. But you cannot connect your own phone to Grosy. That's kind of still a thing that is being worked on. But, you can use it as a dialer. So you can use the phone, buy a phone from your area. Some locations will be limited. You can buy it, call people from Grosy when you have your lead list imported in Grosy as well. Call leads from there and convert them from there, right? So that's something you can do. It's something you can set up regarding that. So that's cold calling setup and tools. Go through that, set up everything so you have your number bot in Grosy. Go through that so you make the first calls to in your Grosy account with your number, and then do a test call to your accountability partner or your friend or family or whatever, and to see if it works and if the sound is good. Really important you do that. So you can go both ways. You can do your phone or Grosy, whichever one you want. You can use both. Same goes for warm calling, by the way. This is a setup you can use also for if you want to do warm calls. Use your phone or use Grosy. Now, points to consider for cold calling. So keep in mind that you will get people on the line who are not interested in what you do. Now, this is normal. So keep calling and remember that calling is a numbers game. I cannot say it enough, guys. Calling is a numbers game. If you don't call enough people, you won't get enough results. Simple as that. Now, we do also have an alternative method. So when it comes to cold calling, you can also replace it with cold walk-ins. Now, this is a method that we also mentioned in our previous program. It's called the HC Accelerator, our previous program. However, this method is quite time-consuming and inefficient. But if you have potential companies in your local area, you could approach these companies in person. So what you can do, right, is you can pretty much just approach businesses in person to try to schedule a meeting with them. Now, typically, with a company that does not know you or your offering. So it's a really inefficient method, in all honesty, but it's great for getting out of your comfort zone. And if you really know that a company is worth it, you could go there and you could walk in and you could just pitch them on your service. So you find local businesses in your area, right? You visit their locations in person and you attempt to schedule a meeting. That's pretty much the entire structure of doing this. That's it, right? You do that and you try to set them on a meeting. So you go there, try to set them on a Zoom meeting, and then that's it. Or sometimes you can even do a meeting right there and there, right then and there. Basically just have a meeting with them and just talk over with them about the things that you want to talk to them about your offer. So when to implement it? Now, an alternative method to cold calling, like I said, is to do cold walk-ins at companies where you believe you have a chance to secure a meeting. So I wouldn't just go there bluntly there and just hope for the best. I would really do extensive research before you go to a company to make sure that they can actually afford your things and that they can actually, do the work with you. So I've personally used this method when I just started with my agency, and while it did result in meetings, it was rather time intensive, right, and time inefficient. So despite its drawbacks, I want to outline this approach in case you wish to try it for yourself, okay? So a tip for cold walk-ins: if you frequently visit a place and the owner is already acquainted with you, you can do a warmer walking by introducing your agency and inquiring about their interest in your service. So if they are a gym and you go to the gym there, then basically just connect with them already. If you're already connected, that's already a warmer lead than a cold lead that you approach and you try to pitch your services on. They'll be higher inclined to actually say, yes, I want to work with you. So some students of the program have achieved good results with this approach by simply leveraging their existing connections. Now, if this scenario resonates with you, walk-ins could be worth trying to acquire your first clients. It's a really out of your comfort zone type of thing. I did it 5 years ago when I started. It's excruciatingly painful, but it's great. You learn how to become extroverted as an introvert. You already amplify it if you're an extrovert, and you learn how to work with these people and how to, like I said, be dynamic. So when they say something, how do you respond immediately? How can you think quickly? And when you have that capacity to do that, you'll be golden when it comes down to the meetings that you'll have. So that was just an alternative method. This method will also be something we'll give you a framework for in the frameworks and scripts, the next cheat sheet that will come. But for now, that is cold calling setup and tools. Let's now get into the warm calling setup and tools. So when it comes to set up everything for warm calling, you need the same things as for cold calling. So you need a phone or a GROZY phone number. That's it. So you can follow that from the previous cheat sheet. The only difference though lies in the necessity to warm up leads through an effective channel where you have found them. And we usually do this through Facebook, LinkedIn, or Instagram. So the tools you need, in addition to your phone and the leads for warm calling, is that you need a profile on the channel where you will be approaching the lead. So let's take a look at this. So if you go to the warm calling setup and tools document, you'll see that we will need to create a Facebook profile. We'll need to create, if you want to use also a different profile in that sense, like Instagram, or maybe if you want to also do like LinkedIn. So I'll give you a full example of all these people and how to actually do it, right? And how to actually set it up and make it work and all those things. So you can just follow the cheat sheet on how to do it. I'll give you also the scripts that you can use to talk with clients and also do it to make a connection with them in the first instance and really understand how to actually do it from this specific, perspective. So go through the cheat sheet. If you want to do warm calling, I would advise you to go through this as well. Not only do the cold calling one, but do the warm calling one as well. So you have a full understanding of how to do this. Choose one platform though. Don't choose multiple ones. Really think logically where would your ideal clients be active on. If it's Facebook, do Facebook. If it's Instagram, do Instagram. If it's LinkedIn, do LinkedIn. Really simple. So points to consider for warm calling. Now, when it comes to calling in general, it's always more pleasant and easier to talk to people with whom you have already had a conversation with. Now, remember not to talk to someone for too long before being able to call them, right? You don't want to be talking just to talk. Like, you want to be talking for the goal in mind, which is to book them on a meeting, right? Now, the brief contact you have can already be used as a reference point during warm calling. Now, the importance here is building the relationship. Now, in warm calling, as I said, it's crucial to have somewhat established a brief relationship through a social media channel with a company. Now, this makes calling this company appear less intrusive, and you will have a greater chance of scheduling an appointment with them. You want to make them warm. The warmer you can make someone, the higher chance will be that you will get an appointment. Sounds easy, yes, but you need to follow the framework that I've given you to do that. right? So warm calling, setup and tools, check the cheat sheet, as well as the cold calling one. Now let's get into the call scripts and the templates. So innovate and test. Just as I mentioned in the previous module that you need to innovate and test the email scripts we provide, the same applies to the call scripts you'll receive in this module. Now, different scripts work better for each niche. Now, let's take a look at these scripts and templates in the document and the cheat sheet that I've given to you. So you will see a lot of, first things first, the structure of successful calling and how to do that, right? The specific intro that you can have, the gatekeeper's answers, the owner's answers, and then you have the reason for the call. I'll give you specific examples that you can use for this and specific examples of calls that I've made that you can use here and the conversation how it could go. Pitching the appointment, how to do that, scheduling the appointment, and how to do that in Zoom or in Growzy. And then we have the follow-up structure. When do you follow up with them? How do you do that? Which days do you do that? And then we have the scripts and templates. I give you scripts for cold calling that you can use with all the different scenarios. I give you the reason for calling phase script, pitch the appointment phase script, then all the different ones that you can use as well. Cold walk-ins, how can you do that? What can you say there? Then the warm calling script, right? This one that you can use this one as well. Then we have the reason for calling phase in the warm calling script and the pitch the appointment phase and scheduling the appointment. So with that being said, right, there's a couple of things that you need to follow in this, document. But the most important thing is that you don't need to just copy paste. So when you copy paste the things that I give you, you're not going to get the best results. You can take inspiration from it, but be a business owner, be an entrepreneur. That's why you're here. I want to learn you, teach you how to think for yourself. And when you think for yourself, you don't only just bluntly take things and implement them. This is not school. You don't just cheat on a test and by watching what someone else is doing. You need to develop as a person. It's tough. It's not easy. I know, right? So you cannot cheat here. You can just simply follow what I tell you and innovate for yourself. That's the best way that you will, learn, and if you learn it, you won't have the expectations that everything that I give you will work, right? Because it shouldn't. It should be all focused on actually being tested by you and then you seeing if it works from that perspective first, right? And from your own perspective. Now, metrics for calling. So when it comes to calling, there are essential metrics to follow to assess the effectiveness of your conversions. Now, as mentioned earlier, sales is a numbers game, and this certainly applies to calling leads, right? So for your understanding, once again, there's calling data goals. So I'll explain this to you briefly just so you understand how this works. Let's say you make 100 calls, minimum of 100 calls. You make them, 100 calls are made. Then we have picked up the phone. How many people have actually, from those 100 people, the calls that you made, picked up the phone? Usually, it's about 20 to 40% of those. So if you make 100 calls, 20 to 40 people will actually have picked up the phone, okay? So that's something you have to understand. Then we have callbacks or follow-ups. So meaning, out of the 20 to 40 people that have picked up a phone, 25 to 50% of those people that have picked up the phone will actually say, call me back later. Or they will say, follow up with me later. And then you need to follow up with them. So not all of them that pick up the phone would have the interest right then and there to talk with you. Maybe the half of them. So that's already 10 to 20 people that, pick up the phone, pick up the phone and talk, right? And then want to talk with you. So it's already less. So 100 calls, 10 to 20 people will talk with you and be maybe interested to have a call with you and give you a chance, right? The rest, you'll have to follow up. Those are the stats, right? Then we have appointment set. So you should expect from 100 calls that you make to set 5 to 10% of those people on an appointment. So 20 to 40 would pick up the phone. 10 to 20 would be staying on a call with you and giving you a chance to talk. And then from those 10 to 20, right, only if you're doing a really good job, you should be able to book in half of those people, right? You should be able to book in half of those. If you're not, then we need to tweak your cold calling. If you only book in 1%, right, then we need to tweak your cold calling. So you need to keep these stats in mind. You do 100 calls, 5 to 10 actually will be set on an appointment. Now, out of the people that pick up the phone, the 20 to 40 that pick up the phone, 25 to 50 of them won't be interested. So keep that in mind as well, So for example, sometimes even like half of them might need a callback, right? And then half of them might not be interested. You might be like, what is this? But then if you call back and follow up, you'll get 5 calls and the percentage will be good. The data will align, right? So this is so important that you understand this, because I see so many people, like lately I had someone in the program tell me they had 15 calls made. And he said, like, they were all, it wasn't great. Like, I didn't get an appointment. I said, okay, you made 15 calls. How many of them picked up the phone? He said, yeah, 5. I'm like, okay, so it's 30% of people that picked up the phone. So it's good, right? And how many of those actually told you to call them back? He said 4. I'm like, okay, that's more than half, which is unusual, but okay, it's all good. And how many of them actually wanted to have a call with you? He said 1. I said, okay, so he made 15 calls. 1 wanted an appointment, but you weren't able to get him an appointment because he told me, like, his skills need to develop. So it's 1 out of 15 that he set on an appointment, which is pretty good. If he would have called 5 times more, he would have had 5 appointments, or 6 times more, 6 appointments, because that's his data, right? So that's something you got to really keep in mind. It's all about the data with cold calling. It's all about the data when you do outreach, guys. Now, if you choose to call cold leads, your results will differ from calling warm leads. It's just how it is. The difference lies in the fact that people who already know who you are more likely to schedule an appointment compared to those who do not know you. It's just what it is. And as mentioned earlier, I would advise you to start with cold calling, simply to step out of your comfort zone and grow as an agency owner, and simultaneously also begin warming up leads through social media and warm calling. It will build your brand, and we will already start doing it right here and right now. Once you've mastered cold calling and calling in general, you can also inquire within the community if someone can do the calling for you in the form of an appointment setter, or if they know someone that could actually assist you with doing that, because then you can move out of that. You can focus on other things in your business, growing the agency, and they will focus on doing the appointment setting for you. But we'll talk about that in future modules. Now, with that being said, more about your social media profiles. Now, if you prefer calling warm leads to schedule appointments, you will receive explanations in later modules on how to set up your social media profiles effectively. And this is especially crucial to do if you want to warm up leads and increase your chances of scheduling an appointment when you call them. We'll talk about these in the next modules. But for now, guys, I want to leave you with the action step, which is download the cheat sheet and go through the steps to apply the calling method for your agency. Choose cold and warm. Go through both of them. And then choose, calling leads as your method if you're confident that it will effectively reach your niche, right? The business in your niche. Think of that logically and then do it. Start with cold calling and then simultaneously establish your social media profiles to make a transition towards warm calling, and do them both. Practice as much as possible. Keep the data in mind. Make the calls and record your conversations. Send them to us so we can take a look at them. Review these conversations with your accountability partner as well for feedback, and get the job started. It's all a numbers game. You now know how you need to do it in terms of cold calling and warm calling and everything. Set up your frameworks, set up your scripts, get the party started, and let's get those meetings by calling them right now. I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Bye. All right, what's up everyone? Stephanie here, and welcome to a brand new module of the Agency Blueprint. And today we're going to be talking about a module that will be similar to the previous two, to be honest. Most likely because, it's a social media platform that we're going to be using. And when we're talking about a social media platform, I mean, of course, the platforms are a little bit different from each other, but at the end of the day, they're all pretty much the same, right? So when I say they're the same, they're all social media platforms, but the way that you're going to message people on this platform is going to be different, right? Because Instagram is a different platform from LinkedIn and from Facebook. Although they have similarities, they are different in their own, each individual respectful way. So we're going to be diving into Instagram profile and DM mastery, everything that comes to look at it, and everything that you need to know before actually starting to implement Instagram for yourself. Because this platform is, in my opinion, one of the best platforms to actually start getting clients in, depending on your niche, right? Because if your niche isn't active on Instagram, counts for all the other social media platforms as well, then you shouldn't be focusing too much time on this platform. But without further ado, let's dive right in and go into Instagram profile and DM mastery. So first things first, we're going to be talking about the methodology of Instagram, setting up Instagram and the tools you need for it, the Instagram scripts and Instagram templates, dynamics of social media channels, and finish it off with that. So let's start off with the methodology of Instagram. So what is Instagram? Now, just like Facebook and LinkedIn, Instagram is a social media platform where we can find and approach leads. That's what we use it for ourselves. So the platform is primarily focused on sharing photos and videos with people, and currently ranks 4th as a social media channel with the most users. Now it might have gone up, but at the time of recording this, it was the 4th. So
why should we use Instagram? Because the reason why we should use Instagram is because it was acquired by Facebook in 2012, and Instagram offers an alternative method to connect with leads within your niche. And it is a platform where you can build a personal brand within your niche and, for some niches, easily find and approach leads, right? In my opinion, it is one of the best platforms to actually build your own brand, right? Because if you think about it, where does someone go if they want to look up more information about the personal life of that someone? They don't go to Facebook. They usually also don't go to LinkedIn. They go to Instagram. They find them on Instagram. Well, sometimes I would say like Instagram is first and then second is LinkedIn, but third is Facebook, right? So that's why the importance of Instagram and LinkedIn is quite huge. And I always recommend having at least a profile that is somewhat active, right? So people can actually see that you're a real business and a real person. So we're now at the stage of setting appointments, of course, and we're at the stage where we've gone over most of the things, and now we're talking about Instagram mastery, okay? So that being said, also Instagram is one of the modern ways of approaching leads, something we've gone over in the previous ones as well. So the basic principles. Now, of course, the principles, I've already talked about them on the Facebook and the LinkedIn module. So Instagram follows the same ones. As we said, we want to build a relationship before we start selling. We want to respond to the problems, wishes, and the needs of the client. We want to make it personal, create a video or send a voice message. Same goes for Instagram. You want to really make it personal. And what really works well is voice notes, from what I've noticed with my outreach. And then providing enough value, always helping first, selling the appointment, not the offer, emphasizing speed and action over perfection, right? These are the main ones. Of course, we have the cheat sheet down below, so you can go ahead and download the cheat sheet if you haven't done so before. Instagram ones are pretty much the same as the Instagram or as the Facebook and the LinkedIn ones. So you can go ahead and download these and then have it on at your site at all times, so you can make sure that you don't lose them out of your site, and always remind yourself of the most important things when it comes to these social media platforms. So the uniqueness of Instagram. Now, in comparison to Facebook and LinkedIn, Instagram is a more playful channel for approaching leads. And what I mean with that is it's more like friendly. It's more like, people go on Instagram to pretty much just, waste time, right? And just connect with people a little bit and just like chill and like all those things. That's kind of the, when you go on LinkedIn, the vibe is, okay, I'm going there for business purposes, like a business goal. When you go on Facebook, it's more like, okay, let me go there to see what my friends or family are doing. But when you go to Instagram, it's kind of a mix of both. It's kind of, I'm go there to connect with a little bit of friends, but also see some business things and find some things that are interesting for my business. So it's kind of a blend of LinkedIn and Facebook, I would say. So understanding the differences, though, between these three channels, which we'll get into in just a second, is crucial to maximizing the potential of the channel you are using. So you need to understand, like, what are the differences between LinkedIn and Facebook and Instagram in order for you to use it for yourself. So one of the main key components that is different from these channels is that, for example, Facebook, like I said, is more for friends and family. Like, people would go to this profile and to their profile on Facebook and to their feed to take a look at, also to a little bit like, spend a little bit of time on there and just like kill the time, but also to take a look at what friends and family are doing when they haven't talked to them in a long while. And usually on Messenger, there's, chats with family and friends where people chat with each other. So with that in mind, we already can assume that people go to Facebook for those purposes. So we want to keep it really friendly. We want to keep it really friendly on Facebook because that's going to get you the most return. As I said, also here, it's more personal. There's transparency, building relationships, no direct pitches usually, and it's person-focused content, which is the reason why voice notes work well, connecting with them works well, and then, building that bond with them before you actually start pitching anything. Now for LinkedIn, it's specifically focused, for business connections, of course. Now, when it comes down to business connections, it's that specific business oriented. So meaning, when you go on LinkedIn, there's a business intention. There's an intention of, okay, I'm gonna grow my business. I wanna find business connections, right? And it's more professional. It's more direct. There's the building of the relationships. There's a mix of direct pitches and relationships, and it's business focused content. Now, while I do have to say, LinkedIn is becoming more friendly, also. So what I mean with that is what seems to be working well on LinkedIn these days is pretty much also what works on Facebook, which is sharing personal content, which is building a connection with people first before you start pitching them, right? So that it is a business platform doesn't mean that we should pitch people immediately. It means that we should pretty much just build a bond with people before we start pitching them, right? Which is the case with all of these platforms. And as the years go on and as the time goes by, it's so much more important that you focus in on building the connection with people first before actually pitching them on your offer, because they're not going to appreciate you just going in and pitching them unless they came to you and it's more inbound instead of outbound. But now that we're talking about outbound, you shouldn't go ahead and just pitch people cluelessly, right? That's not what's going to work. So that being said, with Instagram, there's a uniqueness. And for Instagram, like I said, it's kind of a combination, to be honest. There's friends, family, business connections. It's more playful, right? So it's kind of a hybrid, to be honest. Like when I go on Instagram, I'm like, okay, like I'm there for friends, I'm there for family, there for maybe like, girls. I'm there for maybe, business connections. There's so many things that I can go on Instagram for. It's like a hybrid of all these things, right? So it's like I said, it's more playful, it's more open-ended. There's transparency, there's building relationships, there's no direct pitches as well, that doesn't work, and it's person focused. So unlike LinkedIn, it's more person focused and building a connection with people. But to be honest, I've had conversations with people that I'll share with you in a second that are pretty much directly business related, and there's nothing related to just personal. They just come in and boom, it's immediately business focused, right? So that's kind of a thing you need to keep in mind as well, relating to that. So that's kind of the difference between these platforms and what comes down to, to it. So really, really important you understand that. All right, now that we got that out of the way, let's go into setting up Instagram and the tools. So let me first get some coffee in. Nothing better than an espresso while you're doing the Instagram module. So setting up Instagram. The setup of Instagram is very similar to that of Facebook and LinkedIn, where we first start by optimizing our profile before moving on to approaching leads. So similar to LinkedIn and similar to Facebook, it's pretty much the same. So we have the social media channel, the profile optimization. From the profile optimization, once we've done that, we want to start posting content to build our personal brand. Then we have adding leads and sending messages, building rapport, identifying the problem, desire, or the need, providing value, and closing the appointments. So within the adding of the leads and sending the message, because we're going to do the outbound, we want to actually focus on, sliding into the DMs of people, because that's going to be the outbound thing that we do. Now we have content interactions where we're going to engage with people that interact with our content, or we call it the comment CTA, which means someone comments a specific word, then we pick them up and we start chatting with them based on the thing that they, commented on and what they want for that in return. And then we have inbound requests, which is the people that come to us. So meaning, people coming to us that either, send us a message, an inbound message, and want to know more about what we do. And then we have manual searches. And I'll go through all of these just so you have an idea in terms of how to do them. But this is kind of the structure that we have with setting this up. So on the building rapport side, we have liking posts before we send people a DM. We have commenting on posts before we sending them a DM. We have following people before we sending in a DM, and then sliding into the DMs, right? So that's kind of the thing that we do in terms of building rapport, because we don't just want to, send, add leads, send messages immediately. We want to build some sort of rapport, even if it's outbound, okay? So that's something we're going to be doing with Instagram. That being said, so this is how it looks. Profile optimization, we're going to start with the profile, improve your profile. Now you can go two directions with Instagram, like with Facebook and with LinkedIn, you're going to make a personal profile. With Instagram, you can make a business profile, right? And then just do everything from the business profile. I have that, but to be honest, I get more people coming to my personal profile, however you want to call it, my personal business profile, if that makes sense, coming to want to work with me than people on my business profile. So what I would recommend is I would just make a profile called Stefan from Fizz Media. That's how I'll do it, right? So I would just do Stefan from Fizz Media. And what you then do is you do your own profile picture. You don't do it of your business. And then you just do your name as the title, like Stefan from Fizz Media. That's it. Because it's more personal, right? Because think about it. People want to connect with you as a person. They don't want to connect with you as a business. Like, that's just weird, right? I'm not going to connect with a business. I'm going to connect with the person, and then I'll be highly likely to work with that person, right? So I would do everything surrounding your personal brand, not your business brand, if that makes sense. So that's what I would do. It works much better. So do that. Then we have adding leads and sending messages via direct messages. So as you can see here, sending business coaches messages. Hey Molly, Stephanie here. Checked out your profile. Gotta say I really like what you do, especially your sweet vibes. I mean, sweet vibes I wouldn't say, but this was my appointment setter, so I had to correct him. And then professionalism. Let's talk, right? So that's kind of, what we want to do. Let's just have a chat. Let's connect. Let's see what we might have in common, etc., etc. So we want to keep it really open-ended and not like, hey, saw your profile. Would you be open for more clients, right? For your coaching business? No, like we're not gonna throw the ball immediately to them. Like just build it up, right? So then we have posting content. So you're gonna be posting content on that specific profile, so that when people get a message from you, they see your content, they see your content profile. Profile content. So they're going to actually just interact with you based on the content that you've actually posted, right? So that's what we're going to do. That's our main focus. So in the cheat sheet of the Instagram setup and tools, when you take a look at that down below, you're going to actually find everything that you need to know for this specific strategy. So you have optimizing your profile, then the explanation of the profile pictures, bio, and what to do in your bio, and how to make your profile public, which is really important. Don't make it private. Like, just don't do that. I see so many agencies making the profile private, where I'm like, why are you doing that? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, you want people to be able to find you. Like, you never know who's watching, right? Then you have adding leads and messages, sliding into DMs. How do you slide into DMs? How do you do that? I give you examples of posts as well that you can use, interacting with people, inbound requests, how to do that, manual lookup, and then posting content and what content to post, how to do it. You can find examples of myself as well, which strategy to use when it comes to that, the content calendar, which I've given you also for Facebook and LinkedIn, and how to do all these other things that I've just mentioned, right? So go ahead and download the Instagram setup and tools, so you have a full explanation in terms of how to do that when it comes down to Instagram. So Instagram tools. Now, Instagram is the only channel among all social media channels where there are no additional tools that can automate the work for you, right? Well, actually there are, but there's like ManyChat, right? There's ManyChat where you can automate things through the chat, or you in Grosy now also have like, automated things in the chats. But in all honesty, it's not needed right now. I mean, maybe we'll revamp this module in the future and we'll add it, but for now, it's just adding more complexity to something that is not really needed. And when we talk about content and when we talk about all these things, like that's probably gonna, come up. But as for right now, it's not really that, important, to be honest, because you just need to start with the outbound requests. That's the outbound messages. That's the most important thing. So we do have later.com for scheduling content, but there are no other software or tools available to automate approaches on this platform. Okay, so we'll keep it really simple, really minimalistic, etc. Now there is, of course, the option to have a virtual assistant or an appointment setter, and the alternative option is to hire one to approach customers via Instagram. We did this for our agency for a while, and it worked quite well. And if businesses in your niche are active on Instagram, you'll need someone who can spend hours daily approaching them. Okay, so that's something I would do personally, and that's something that I have. Now, some of the tasks that virtual assistant could do is that, by the way, in later modules, you'll get a complete list of tasks that you can assign a virtual assistant to give them. And it mainly involves approaching leads, like pretty much just liking, commenting on the posts and following the pages, and then sending them, messages to start the conversations and setting up appointments, right? That's pretty much what the virtual assistant will do. And that's what we'll get off the ground when we get them on board with the things that we're doing with our agency, if that makes sense, right? So that being said, that's setting up Instagram and tools, and that's what we're going to be focusing on moving forward. Now, Instagram scripts and templates. So as always, we provide you with the scripts that you can potentially use for sending messages on Instagram. That's the cheat sheet, scripts and templates for Instagram, that you can find down below. So if you go to the scripts and templates for Instagram, as usual, you'll find the structure of Instagram DMs. Now, keep in mind, the structure is always kind of the same. We always build rapport first, where we slide in DMs, we want to build a connection with them. Then there's the option to them accepting the request or them never seeing the request, and what you're going to do when that happens. Then when they've answered, we want to discover their problem, need, or desire. And I give you the scripts that you can use, giving them value, right? And you can see examples of me talking with people and giving them value and how I actually do that. And then we have, example number 2, example number 3, etc. And then we want to do the close, right? Like the closing of the appointment, and pretty much just scheduling the appointment, which I explained to you here as well. We also have the follow-up structure as well for Instagram, which is kind of the same as Facebook and with LinkedIn. And then I'll give you the exact scripts, word for word, that you can use for yourself regarding this document, with also the data thinking, which we're going to come to in just a second. But go ahead and download the scripts and templates. Make them your own. Like I said, make them really personalized, because it's so important that you make them, you start sending voice notes that are personalized, that you start sending videos that are personalized. You test that, and don't just, test out like text messages. Like, test out videos, test out voice notes, try different things out, see what works, experiment, right? See it as an experiment, as I told you, input, process, output, feedback, like try out different things, try out different inputs, see what works for your niche, see what, makes them tick, see what makes them respond to your messages. Don't just send it and just say like, oh, it doesn't work, they don't respond. Like, no, try out different things. Be an entrepreneur, right? Entrepreneuring your way to getting a conversation going with them, if that makes sense, right? So that's pretty much scripts and templates for Instagram. Now, we also have the alternative methods for Instagram, right? So pretty much these are really simple because it's not that complicated, because we only have 2 things, which is Instagram stories, same as Facebook stories, same thing. I would just recommend when you post on Instagram, you just post on Facebook immediately. So you have like 2 birds with 1 stone. You create an Instagram story and you post it on Facebook immediately. So you have like this, repurposing of the content, of the same content. While it's different platforms, so we have different people at it, it's still valuable content. If you, make it as valuable as possible, you're going to just redistribute it to 2 channels, if that makes sense. Now, with that being said, there's also later.com. So you can also use later.com to actually schedule your posts, your reels. And if you want to do stories, you can also schedule your stories, but you will have to log in to later.com and then manually redistribute your stories to Instagram, if that makes sense. So that's pretty much it with the the alternative methods, because it's not really automations with Instagram. There will be ManyChat added to this document in the future, but for now, it's really simple. Just use this one and start implementing it for yourself, so you at least have it somewhat automated from later.com and the things that I mentioned. So keep it playful. Like I said, remember that Instagram is a platform where people are for their enjoyment, usually not for business purposes. Therefore, try to keep your approaches playful and interactive. So this is an example of a bad pitch. So this is someone that actually sent me a message, and it looks like this. They say, hello, no personalization at all, no voice note, no video. Why don't you make your IG more successful? Okay, like, why? Like, so you're saying it's not successful? Like what? And then I think, how do you know that it's not successful? Like, what, I think that the activity level on your IG profile can be greatly enhanced. I'm proposing you to make a partnership with our team. Immediately, boom, direct pitching me. Like, a direct pitch will not work, okay? What will work, on the other hand, is this. I mean, it says example of a good pitch. This is not even a pitch. This is just example of a good first message, right? So saying, hey, Stephanie here. So I named the name. Hey, Molly, Stephanie here. I checked out your profile. I really like it. I think you have something really nice going on. And maybe what I would have added here is I would have said, hey, Molly, love your profile, love what you have going on. Loved your reel about how to, grow your own business, blah, 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 blah. Like, say something about their content, because they've invested time in their content. They made the content, so it's relatable, or like they would have more trust when you mention the content that they've created, if that makes sense, right? So just mention that. Build a bond with them. And then say, let's connect, let's talk, let's have a conversation, let's see where this conversation can get us. Let's, build something, let's see what we can do. All those things, like just making it really open-ended and not closed-ended, because now it's like, if you pitch me, I'm going to say no. But if I say, let's connect, it's open-ended. There's not like you have to make a decision. It's just like, you just connect with me. That's it. It's open-ended. So you want to do that, right? So no pitching in the first message. Just first go ahead and connect with people. That's the number one tip that I can give you when it comes down to Instagram. By the way, all these other platforms as well. So sliding in the DMs. Now, direct messages, DMs refer to Instagram inbox where you can approach people. I found that sliding into the DMs works most efficiently when you show prior interaction with the lead. Sending enough messages is also crucial in this regard. Now, that being said, when we talk about data, there's a couple of things that you need to keep in mind in terms of data for Instagram. So the first thing is the messages sent via DM. I say here average 100 per week. Now, with Instagram, there's kind of also a limit. They don't say that there's a limit because, you can just send as many messages as you want. But as with Facebook and as with LinkedIn, they have this thing called the shadow ban. And what the shadow ban is that they can basically ban your profile from being visible to potential prospects and potential audiences. And you won't even know that it's shadow banned. Like, you won't even know that. So meaning when you post content, when you post an story, when you do something, it will pretty much just block you. While still being active, it will block your profile from actually showing the content to the audience, if that makes sense. So what you want to do is you don't want to do mass outreach on this channel. Like, you just don't want to do that. So what you want to do is you want to start with sending 10 to 15 outbound messages per day. That's it. 10 to 15 outbound messages per day, not anything more than that. Just starting with that and keeping, that, going every single day. So don't send more than that. Now, I would say you can build it up to 20, 25, etc. But be careful with it, okay? Be careful with it, because the thing is, you don't just want to do this to do this, right? You want to think of the longevity, because you're going to get more return if you pretty much just think of a way that you can diversify the ways that you're doing outreach, and then also just sticking at it on a daily basis for the long term, right? Because think about it, like, if you send 50 messages a day for 30 days of the month, you pretty much already are going to have 450 messages sent, which is quite a lot, right? So think of the longevity instead of just, because the thing is, if you send more on the short term, you might send out 450 in like a week, but you're not going to be able to send more after that. You're going to be blocked, right? So then it's like, what's the use of you just sending a bunch of messages when after that you won't be able to send any, right? Especially when you have a new profile, just be careful with it, okay? I'm giving you that tip right now because I've in the past sent a lot of messages and it's just been a headache, to be honest. So you don't want to do that. Now, then we have messages read and accepted. That I would say, like, it's an average of 20 to 30% of people that read and accept a message. Now, there's not really acceptance of a message. There's more like reading it, right? Or well, at least like if you send it and it comes into their message requests and they accept it and they respond, then it's all good. But you cannot see that. So the messages read is one of the indications that we will have, and usually it will be 20 to 30% if you've liked their content and if you've commented on their content and if you follow them, because that will increase the chances of them actually seeing your message. Because if you just send them a message, it will come into your message requests, and chances are they won't be able to see it, right? So you got to keep that in mind too. So that being said, we have conversations started. So there's an average of 5 to 15% of conversations started, depending on your niche, of course. If you send 100 messages, 5 to 15 people will actually respond and start a conversation with you. So keep that in mind. Then we have, depending on how good your message is and how personal it is, if you send videos, if you send personalized voice notes or anything like that, then it's a different story. Then we have appointment set. So appointment set is about 1 to 5%. So of the 100 people that you're going to send a message to on a weekly basis, about 1 to 5, you're going to actually, get an appointment with. That's kind of what I noticed and kind of what I've seen. Now, like I said, it depends on your niche. If you do e-commerce, it will be different than if you do like, realtors in your local area, or if you do like local business in your local area, it's going to be different. So keep that in mind. But these are the Instagram data statistics that are pretty similar to Facebook and LinkedIn, to be honest, especially LinkedIn, because LinkedIn is also limited with the amount of messages you can send. But that's pretty much what it comes down to. Now, show genuine interest. So like some photos of the lead, possibly follow them, comment on a photo before sending them a DM. Do this because in most cases, this will increase the chance that they will follow you back, or if not follow you back, they will just see or respond to your message, more quickly. What I like to do as well, but you need to be careful not looking like a bot or like someone that's a spam account. You can just send them a message in their comment and just say like, "Hey, Stefan, love your content, man. And this post about, how to grow your SMMA business is so great. Let me send, I'll send you a short DM just with some questions to connect with you. Wish you an amazing day. I would send them that as a comment under one of their reels or their posts or their content pieces or their story. I would react to their story, right? Slide into their story DM. So I would be more creative about it instead of just sending them a message and hoping they will ever see it. No, I'm more proactive. I like their content. I engage. I look at their stories. I engage with their stories, and I keep at it, right? I just keep on following up with them. So show that genuine interest, because that will pay dividends over a longer period of time. Trust me. So do that, okay? So I want to finish this session off with this video off with the dynamics of social media channels. Now, what I mean with the dynamics of social media channels is we've reached kind of the last social media channel that you can do outreach on. Well, we could argue that TikTok could also be a platform that we could do it on, and then YouTube and whatever. But we're not going to talk about that right now, because that's more a different platform. We might add it in the future, but for now, it's not really. Those channels are not really intended to do that. These channels are more intended to do that. So now that we've reached the last social media channel in this sense, there might be some more added in the future. For approaching leads, it's important to keep an overview of the dynamics of all these channels. So let's visualize this. So as I said, there's the three main channels that we have. We started with Facebook, then we went on to LinkedIn. We started with LinkedIn, then we went on to Facebook, now we're on to Instagram. So, with all of these three channels, it's so important that you, like I said, keep the things in mind that I already mentioned to you. Facebook is more for friends and family. LinkedIn is more for business, but for connections, business connections, right? Really important word there, connections. And Instagram is more for friends, family, and business connections. So it's a multiple hybrid thing. But when we hone in on these platforms and the niche that you are approaching, keep always in mind what the benefits of why they're on the platform. So always ask yourself, when you're on that platform, like, why are people on that platform? Okay, LinkedIn, they're there to build business connections and maybe see business opportunities. Okay. On Instagram, why are they there? They're killing time or building their personal brand. Okay. Facebook, they're there for friends and family. Yes. Okay, great. Keep that always in mind. That is so important. If you keep that in mind, you have a great time with these platforms, and you have a great time getting results in terms of the messages you're going to be sending to them outbound. Okay. So with all of these three, we start with the awareness. When we have the funnel, we start with the awareness. The awareness is your profile optimization. That's how you create awareness. And you could also say like your content, but I put content in like interest. So awareness and interest is more profile optimization. You need to have a great profile of your personal brand, and then posting content on that profile, engaging with the people, starting to create like hype surrounding your brand, and people knowing what you are doing. And then we have adding leads, which is the consideration part. So you're going to be adding them. You're gonna create the consideration with them. They're gonna go to your profile. They're gonna take a look at it. They're gonna search you up. They're gonna look you up and see what you're doing. And from the content, they're gonna understand that you know what you're talking about. And then from there on out, they are gonna go to the intent, which is starting the conversations. You have sent them a message. They're gonna check your profile. They're gonna check your content. They're gonna have you pretty much just in their sphere, because you follow them and they might have followed you. So if they follow you, automatically they'll see your content and they'll become more active. And then we have the appointment, which is pitching them, right? So once you've started a conversation, building the bond with them, pitching them on the appointment, getting them further to the stages down the funnel. As I said in the beginning of this entire week, it's so important that you see all of this that we're talking about right now as a funnel, because it is a funnel. What I mean with that is this is the funnel that we have. We have the awareness, we have the interest. We start with the profile, we start with the content. And then when we go down below, we are going to be adding them, following their content, liking their content, doing all of these things. Then we're going to start the conversations with them where we have a certain intent, and then we're going to pitch them on the specific appointment. So with this in mind, and in mind what our funnel is, we're going to be actually approaching them these ways with the outbound methods. So it's, as you can see, not only about outbound. We're not only going to be sending them messages. It's also about your profile. It's also about the content. So you need to post content in order to build a relationship with them. Otherwise, you're not going to get the same return as you would expect with the time and energy spent on these platforms. So that's really, really important that you keep that in mind and that you understand that with these platforms. So that's something I wanted to share with you because, like I said, each channel is different. So identify where your target audience is. Start with that channel. And is your target audience on multiple channels, then choose 2 channels and divide your time spent on those channels. So if you want to, if you know that your audience is active on Facebook and LinkedIn, spend 50% of your time on Facebook and 50% of your time on LinkedIn, and just skip Instagram. You don't have to do all of them, okay? And that's why I also said, like, choose 1 or 2 outreach methods in the beginning. You don't have to do more than that. Like, why do more when you could do less and get more? That should be the mindset. If you do too much inputs, you're going to get lesser outputs, actually. You're not going to, do more and get more. You actually need to do less, but the things that are more efficient to get more, what we talked about. So it could be 50-50 on Facebook and LinkedIn. It could also be 80% on Facebook and 20% on LinkedIn, because more of your audience is on Facebook and less of your audience is on LinkedIn. It just depends on how you want to, where your audience is. But you got to be really hyper aware of it. If your audience is not on Instagram, don't do Instagram. If your audience is on Instagram and there's more of them on Instagram than there are on LinkedIn and Facebook, do 90% Instagram, do 100% Instagram, if that works. Okay? So that's what you got to do. So always choose a maximum of 2 channels and start with them. Okay? So which channels will you use? As I said, based on the niche you have chosen and where you are located, you can choose to use a maximum of 2 channels where you will actively approach leads. Our goal here is to eventually have one organic method that consistently brings us appointments with leads. You're going to be learning over time, right? So what I would personally advise you to do is to ask your accountability partner or accountability coach for feedback on the chats you have with leads. So support each other and refer to the cheat sheet to see if you are getting the most out of your conversations. That's number 1. Always analyze it and choose and go for it. So don't waste time. If you're not sure which social media channel can work for you, just choose one and get started with it, because you won't find out what works unless you start investing time in it. So start immediately, okay? That's what I would recommend you should do. Analyze your inputs, the process, the outputs, and get the feedback on it, and then implement more. Choose and go for it, and don't waste any time. So with that being said, here's the action step for this module. Choose a maximum of 2 social media channels or 1. I'm not saying you need to choose 2. I'm saying just choose the ones that are actually getting you the return and where your audience will be, okay? That's what you got to keep in mind. So choose a maximum of 2, preferably 1, to test for approaching leads and setting up appointments. Then establish profiles for those channels and start adding leads and sending messages daily. Now, pay attention to the exceptions of these channels and ensure that you consistently continue to work daily. The effort will pay off as you send enough messages and make adjustments. So, guys, with that being said, these were the social platforms that we can use to do outbound messages on and approach leads on. I want you to go ahead and really thoughtfully think of one channel that could be the best that you can use. Start with that one. And then start thinking of which one could you also benefit from when starting to do as well. Could it be Instagram? Could it be LinkedIn? Could it be Facebook? Which one of them is it? But what will be your main social platform? Which one? Choose that one, hone in on that one, and start working on that one and optimize everything that you can on that one, okay? And if you notice that there's a cap or a limit in terms of how many messages you send and you cannot do anything else, then add another client acquisition method, which could be another social platform if you know that the people that you're going to be approaching are there, and then track it with the outreach tracker. Really important, okay? But that being said, that was the Instagram module. I hope you enjoyed it. In the next one, we're going to be continuing with all of these methods and continuing with adding even more methods that you can start using. And then finally, we'll start with, choosing one that's the main one or 2 and starting off with those and seeing how those will go. So that being said, guys, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next module and looking forward to getting you those appointments and even more with the next methods that I'm going to be sharing with you. We're going to be really exciting. So take a look at that and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. What's up, everyone? Stefan here, and welcome to a brand new module of the Agency Blueprint. And today we're going to be diving into the sales process, one of the most anticipated modules from myself, because I like to talk about the entire sales process and everything that has to do with sales and inform you as the best of my capabilities to teach you with what our goal is, which is to get you to the top 1% closer and being a top 1% closer with your own agency. Now, with that being said, let's get right into this module. We're going to be talking about what is sales actually, and what is to the T, like the word sales. What does it actually mean? And what is our interpretation of the word sales? The sales process, analyzing the process, and the levels of interest. So without further ado, let's get right into what is sales first. So the definition of sales. Now, before delving into the sales process,
you first need to understand what sales actually is. So let's take a look at the definition, the real definition on pen and paper. If you look it up on Google, what sales is. So selling is specifically, and these are the literal words, all right, that you'll find online. Selling is any transaction where money is exchanged for a service. That's what sales is. Money is exchanged for a service. You want a service, you pay money for it, you get the service. That's sales. Now, during a sales negotiation, the seller tries to convince or sell the buyer on the benefits of their offer. Now, there's two ways to this, because the one way is actually taking everything literal that it says here. In my opinion, sales is not convincing or selling the buyer on the benefits of their offer. Let me be clear on that. What it more is for me, and what it should be for you, is seeing and qualifying the client to see if we can actually help them with our service. And if there's actually a need on a scale of 1 to 10 for us to give them the service that we have and help them with that. That's what my interpretation is of selling, right? And because the reason why I say that, guys, is because selling has such a bad connotation in the entire, like, I would say almost world, because people think of when someone says I'm a salesperson, they think of someone that is just sleazy, that just wants to sell something down to someone through someone's throat, and basically just be the most sleaziest person that you can think of, and not even care of what the other person wants or needs. So you want something, I'm gonna give it to you. That's it. That's basically their entire thing that they want to do. In my opinion, in my humble opinion, a salesperson doesn't do that. A smart salesperson looks at, what does someone need? They need something, I'm going to give it to them. If they don't need it, I'm not going to give it to them. I cannot sell it to them if they don't want it, right? So that's pretty much what selling is, so just to get that from the get-go, okay? So you understand that. Now, what it's about. So as indicated in the definition, the seller is trying to persuade the buyer of the benefits of their offer, all right? That's pretty much the definition. However, a sale can only take place if you understand your role as a seller in a negotiation, which is the one that I just mentioned. But this is even more important. This comes down to the one that I told you just now. So you have the current situation and you have the desired situation. You already are familiar with this concept because I've talked about it in week 2, where we talked about your current self and your future self. So who you want to be and who you are right now and what you need to do to become that person. Your client has the same thing. Your client has their current situation with their business and their desired situation. It's the same thing. They want to achieve something as well. Some more than others. Depends on which niche you're working with. Now, the current situation might be of your client, might be lack of knowledge about modern marketing. These are usually the reasons why they, want to work with an agency. When someone says, like, why should someone work with an agency? Well, it's the reasons because they don't know about marketing. They don't know as much about marketing as you as a marketeer, right? Which is the number one reason. The second one is they're not getting enough leads. They have few leads. They need more leads through the pipeline to actually convert for their business, to grow their business, to get more sales, to get more money. They have inconsistent revenue, usually due to few leads. They have limited growth, which usually comes down to not having enough leads. And then the outdated marketing methods. So they're probably using flyers or billboard ads or just, TV ads or whatever they're doing, and like magazines or something like that, instead of modern marketing methods, but they don't know how to start. They don't know how to do it, right? And this is pretty much 80% of the businesses out there these days. Still, in 2024, 2025, 26, 27, it's still like this right now. Still. So just keep that in mind, that it's basically like this, that you're working with these clients that have this. Now, the desired situation, they want usually someone who consistently generates them leads. Someone who can generate them a consistent flow of potential clients. That's what they want. They want an abundance of leads. They want as many leads as possible that are quality. They want increased revenue. They want to grow their business. They want greater growth. They want more staff. Or some instances, not more staff, but just increasing their business, right? Or they might need more staff. You don't know. So you got to understand what the current situation is of your clients and where they want to get to. If you understand this, and if you understand that you are simply just helping them, right, get from point A to point B, then you're going to be the best salesperson there is in this planet on Earth. Because companies work with us because we help them move from their current situation to their desired situation. That's all sales is about. It's not about you going in and selling them on your offer. It's not about that. That's completely backwards. They don't care. They shouldn't care about your offer until you know that you can actually help them. If your client doesn't have pain points, if your client doesn't have desires, if your client doesn't have needs to grow, how can you sell them something? You can make them aware of it. You can increase their pain, let's say from a 4 out of 10 to a 6 out of 10, which naturally could increase their intention of working with you when you position them the idea. That's also what a good salesperson can do. But we're not here to manipulate people into buying something that they have no need into buying. We're not sleazy salesmen. We're not gas or energy salesmen. We don't do that. We're agency owners. We're professional. We know what we do. Okay? So with that being said, that's pretty much what sales is. And that's something you need to understand from right now, because if you don't, you're going to have a lot of trouble moving forward with the things that I'm going to give you. So with that being said, pretty much this is the essence of sales. And I want you to pin this pin up and print this pin out for yourself, which says sales is essentially about helping businesses move from their current situation to the desired situation. If, as a marketing agency, you can do this faster, more efficiently, more effectively than anyone else, right? To get them from point A to B. So meaning you can get them leads quickly. You can get them leads efficiently and effectively, meaning quality leads and more clients, and your offer is better. You are providing value first. And for the value you provide, and for the speed, for the efficiency, for the effectivity, you are pretty much able to charge money. And the better you become at this, the more money you can ask for your offering. Just let that sink in. Think about it. What are the best companies in the world doing? They're doing Apple. They're delivering an iPhone, right? They're delivering an iPhone quicker, right? More efficient. It's more efficient. It's more effective than any other phone that there is out there. So, that being said, they can charge more, or they can charge more exclusive prices. Why? Because they provide more value than any other company. Why does Amazon charge a specific transaction fee? Because they deliver it quickly, right? So you gotta start thinking of it like this. Why should someone work with you? Well, because you're quick. You know how to deliver leads quickly because you're in this program. You know how to do it efficiently. You know how to do it effectively because you're in this program, right? So think of it like that. And that's what it's all about. Now, optimal conversion. So when you understand what sales is and what we actually do as marketing agency owners, it becomes much easier to convert leads from unknown to paying customers. So over time, you will effortlessly bring in leads with minimum effort. I can promise you that when you have this down to the T, it's going to be easy for you. Now, make sales enjoyable. So the definition of sales indicates that you're trying to persuade someone to start with your offer. But remember that you want to work from an indestructible and abundance mindset or IRA mindset. So this means not entering conversations out of desperation, but rather with the mindset of assessing whether it's smart to work together. So I always say, don't look at sales as that you're trying to bother people. Don't think of sales as you're gonna, try to persuade someone or something like that. Like, we're not in the business of a pyramid scheme. Like, that's not what we do. We have a real business. Like, we really deliver a service and we really give people names, phone numbers, and emails. Like, this is a real tangible business. So we're not going to be looking at maneuvering our way into signing someone with us. Like, that's not the way that we work. The way that we work is by actually qualifying the client in something we call the discovery phase, which I'll get into in just a second with the sales process. And we see if we can actually help them. If we can, all right, then we position our offer. Then it's like, okay, because you told me this, I can show you this, right? And then if they said this and it just doesn't click to you that they are saying it because they want it, because they're there with you, then we're going to ask other questions and say like, okay, so are you sure you just said that? Because your business is showing differently, right? So you got to also be really direct with them and know your numbers and know what you're doing, which I'm going to teach you. So this is just important to understand the basic principles. If you don't understand this, it's going to be really tough, as I said. So make it enjoyable. That being said, let's get into the sales process. So what is the process? Now, the sales process for a marketing agency involves the steps that take place during conversation with a potential customer. And these steps provide us with a framework to follow for a smooth conversation during the call. Now, currently, we are at the client acquisition still. We've done the finding and organizing of leads, approaching the leads, and now we're at the sales conversation. So the sales conversation in the closing phase specifically. And if we zoom in on the sales conversation and the sales meeting, the sales call, whatever you want to call the appointment that you've set, right? You're going to have an appointment with the client. The appointment has specific steps that we're going to take, a specific framework that we're going to use, because this framework will help you have something called the straight line, which is something I learned from Jordan Belfort, who's probably one of the best salespeople in the world, in my opinion. There is some sleaziness to him, which is more of the American way of doing things, but I would say my way is more like European, and it's more, I always will call myself a person-to-person salesperson, pun intended. But that being said, there's a specific line that we want to use, and the line looks like this. So we start off with the introduction phase. We start off with a short introduction, snap introduction to actually get on a ground level with the person that we're talking with. We want to know a little bit more about them. We want to know some munition. I call it munition because munition can be used later down in the call for something that someone said. Like, for example, where they come from, where they live, what school they went to. Introduction. It's an introductory phase. We want to get to know the person a little bit more. Second one is the discovery phase. We want to discover the person, want to qualify them. Qualifying is basically more the phase that should be called like the qualification phase, not the discovery phase, because it's more discovering, qualifying. Those two words go simultaneously hand in hand, because in this phase, we're going to be pretty much diving into, okay, so why are you here in a call with me? Why do you want to grow your business? What have you tried before? Why is marketing important for you? And then on the questions that you ask them and the answer that they give, you're going to be funneling them even more. And this is something that you need to learn practically. It's something that I can teach you, but it's something that's never ending, because when someone answers, you can go never ending on actually going onto that specific thing that the person said. Then we have the emotional phase, which is more, okay, so why is this important to you to make the growth from your current situation to your desired situation? Why is it important? Tell me. The fourth is a logical phase. Logical phase is more like, okay, so you want to go from point A to point B, your current situation to your desired situation. If we take a look at this and we go from here to here, now you're making 10K, here you're making 20K. If I would be able to help you go from 10K to 20K, would you say it would be worth paying at least 5,000 for that? Then your answer would be, well, yes, because you would make me 2 times more. And I'm like, okay, so, well, if I do that for you, I can do that for you through my offer, and this is my offer, blah, 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 do you have any questions about that? And then we go further, right? So then we go to the closing phase, and that's the phase where we're going to be trying to close the client, or the client's going to give us closing signals, and we can act on that and go for the kill. So this is our sales process. This is it. It's really simple. It's not difficult, but there's 2 ways that we can go to it. There's the 1 call close and the 2 call close. Okay, there's even a 3 call close, which is a little bit more extensive, but we don't usually do that. 2 call close. So this is what it's all about. This is the new way of doing sales, I would call it, the new era of doing sales. Because the old way is just going on a call and just focusing on closing them, which is not the way that we do it. Like I said, we're not the traditional sales people. We're helping first and seeing if we can help first, and then seeing if we can make the sale. Okay, so at the end, when a customer agrees, they either agree or we do a second conversation, a call with them, and then, schedule it within 4 days. So if we need to do a follow-up, we do a follow-up. We're not going to be trying to push them down their throat our offer. We're going to schedule a second call, but we're going to try to do it within 4 days. If it's not possible, no worries, but we're going to try to do it within 4 days. Now, that being said, it's not black and white. So as mentioned, what's important to understand is that sales will never be black or white. And by this, I mean you will never precisely go through all the steps in the sales process. So be willing to make exceptions. Now, in some cases, you might even jump directly to the closing phase and acquire the customer immediately. So I always tell a story about one client when I used to do face-to-face meetings, was like 4 or 5 years ago, a restaurant owner. I went to him, and this dude was either coked up or he was just on high on life. Like, I don't know what he had, but I went to him and he was so amped up. Like, he was just like, oh yeah, blah, blah. And I noticed like within the first like couple of minutes, I started talking about my offer, and he was just asking closing questions. He was just like, okay, so how can we get started? He told me like within like 2 minutes. And then I said like, yeah, well, we can get started immediately, and this is how we work. We can do this process. And he was like, yeah, let's do it. How much does it cost? I was like, yeah, it's 500. He was like, okay, yes, sure. Send over the contract, send over everything. Let's get it started. I was like, okay. It was one of my first few clients that I was thinking like, bro, like, this is actually nice. Like, it's so quick. So, but you won't meet those people like that often. You'll meet them once in about 100, 150 people. Might even not be 100, 150, might even be more. But when you meet them, you need to know when to close them. You need to know, like, if I were to go through all the process with him, he would just be like, you know, I don't want to work with you. You're not as efficient as I think it will be. So that's the moment when I had that experience with him that I understood that certain people need certain things in a call. So it's not black and white in the sense of every person is the same. You need to adjust your framework. You need to be a chameleon in sales to know if someone wants something else, you give it something else, right? And if someone wants this, you give them this. If someone wants that, you give them that. So it's, and I'll talk to you about like different types of people and the different types of energy levels that people can have in sales, but it's something important to remember. Now, something also important to remember is a straight line. So during the sales process, we always try to maintain a straight line with the lead. Therefore, we don't want to engage in small talk, but discuss the most essential matters to ultimately have the best chance of closing. So we have the sales conversation, the sales call, then we have the agreement collaboration. I like to draw a green line or a green, like straight line basically towards like the agreement collaboration and a red line all across. And I call this the no-go zone. And the green zone I call the go zone. Now, the straight line means that the green zone means this. So during the sales conversation, it's crucial to stay in the green zone of the straight line, which is your process, right? The sales process, what we talked about. The introduction, the discovery, the emotional phase, logical phase, the closing phase, and then either closing them or getting them on a second call. Now, this is a zone where you focus on the customer situation and their problems. You're only focusing on qualifying the client. You're asking questions. You're leading the conversation because there's always someone that leads and someone that follows, and you're going to be leading. Now, when you lead, it's really important that you follow a specific line from bringing someone from here to here where you want them to be, right? If there's a possibility of you getting them there. If there's not, that's it, right? Now, the red zone, that, with that being said, is something you want to stay way clear of, because this means engaging in small talk that has nothing to do with the customer situation, and always you want to avoid this. A clear example could be I start a conversation with someone and he starts talking about how he loves planets. When we talk about planets, he starts talking about these planets, he starts asking me questions about it, and he draws me away from the main thing, which is why we're sitting there, which is to talk about his business, his problems, needs, and desires, for me to focus on that. Instead, he goes on to completely planet like A, and then basically just brings me there too, and I start talking with him about that, and I lose the conversation because he leads the conversation, right? So you always want to retract it back to the straight line. This is, by the way, really important, something I learned from Jordan Belfort. Really, really, really important. I would say probably one of the most important things that you can do in a sales call, to be honest. Now, breaking down the process. So now that you have a better understanding of our sales process and the fundamentals of selling, we can delve into breaking down the various phases of the sales process. So let's exactly start doing that. So let's break it down to the T. Number one, the introduction phase. So this is the initial phase of the conversation where you typically have a brief introduction with the potential customer. This one usually lasts between 1 to 3 minutes, and you also set the frame for the conversation here. So the introduction phase looks like this. You start with some small talk, get to know the person, where they're from, where they're living, where their office is, etc., etc. Get to know a little bit about them. Ask how the weather is, what they enjoy, what they do, etc. Second thing is ask or mention something personal. So you ask personal things, you mention something personal, you mention something maybe that you've seen before the call, mention that, etc. Then you keep it short and concise. You don't want to talk about this too much because it can also get you to the red zone. So you want to typically take about 1 to 3 minutes for this specific phase, and then once you've done, you've noticed like, okay, and then you want to frame the call. So we do the introduction and then frame the call. Framing is usually what we do in the discovery phase, where we say, hey, amazing, great to have you here, man. Just again, let's start with the conversation. So, best for me would be to ask you a couple of questions just to see where you're standing right now with your business, to get an idea. And, then we'll see where the call takes us and see if we can do something together. If not, that's also good, but let's get it started. So first question from me, and then you go into the first question. So that's pretty much the introduction phase, okay? Now, the second phase is the discovery phase. And the discovery phase involves asking targeted questions to discover the potential customer's current situation. And in this phase, we want to determine if they have problems, desires, or needs where we can position ourselves as the solution. So that being said, when we have the discovery phase, we are pretty much just going to do what I said just now. We're going to set the frame of the conversation. Hey, this is the conversation. This is what we're going to be doing. I'm going to ask you some questions. I'm going to see where you're standing. And I'm going to see, as a doctor, which is pretty much what you're doing, if I can help you go from point A to point B. Now, you're going to ask questions about the current situation. You're going to probe for problems. Do they have problems? Do they have desires? Do they have needs? Sometimes you might even have a call and someone might say, like, I don't need anything. I don't want anything. I don't care about anything. I don't do anything. Then you're like, okay, so why are you here? And if they say, like, I don't know, I'm just curious to know about what you do. And then you're like, but if you're curious, but if you don't want anything, don't need anything, then why should I offer you something or talk about something when you might not need it? So you should be really direct with people, because if they say they don't need it, then why should you waste your time on them? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Just be direct. Don't be needy. Like, you don't need the client. Like, they need you, right? Or they're not aware of that they need you, right? Or they just simply don't need you. That could also be the case in this instance. So you want to determine if you can assist them, if you can help them, and it might typically take 5 to 15 minutes, but it might also take longer. I've had calls where I've done the discovery phase and the qualification phase, guys, for more than 30 minutes. Because I want to get to the bottom of why someone is actually here. And I want to get to the bottom of what they want, what they actually want. If I don't know it, I cannot go into the other phase. And what I notice is when I pretty much qualify them so much and discover them so much that I can pretty much just skip the emotional, logical phase and go to the closing phase immediately. That's a lot of times what I notice. Okay? So the discovery phase is probably one of, if not the most important phase, because you cannot sell someone something where you don't know if you can actually help them or what their problems, needs, or desires are. If you don't know it, you cannot give them anything. So you need to know. So take your time with phase 2, which we'll definitely in depth do with the framework that I'm going to give you in the next modules. So then we have the emotional phase. Now, the third phase of the sales process involves tapping into the emotions of the potential customer. Depending on your niche, this may not be necessary in some niches where the conversation is more business oriented and it's clear what the discussion is about. In that case, proceed directly to the logical phase or the closing phase. So to give you an idea, with real estate agents that I used to work with, the emotional phase was not really there. They were more rational, stoic, logical. So I just skipped this phase all in all. But if you're in niches like coaches or maybe even e-commerce or similar niches to that, you want to appeal to the why. So why did you start your business? Why do you want to grow your business? Why do you want to do this? Why do you want to get to point B? You want to ask them questions about their motivation and their mission. You want to understand that people make purchases based on emotions, then they justify it with logic. So they buy emotionally, right? I buy something emotionally because it gives me a good feeling, and then I justify it with logic. Oh, it was only $200, but it made me feel good. So I justify it with logic, right? So you gotta keep that in mind. Now, you want to inquire about their goals. You want to discover what is preventing them from doing this on their own, right? You want to discover that. And then it typically takes 5 to 10 minutes, maybe sometimes even longer. I've had some calls where it became really emotional with people because they really wanted to do something for their family or something like that. And I really got to the point of, okay, why do you actually want to do this? Why do you actually want to, get these results and do this? And then they pretty much just laid it all on the plate with me. So that's the emotional phase. Then we have the logical phase. And in the logical phase, we delve into presenting our offer, explaining what we do, outlining the next steps for the customers if we initiate the collaboration. And we want to make the collaboration a logical choice for the customer, ensuring complete confidence. So with the emotional phase doing it, we are going to get the emotions and then we're going to justify it with logic. So we're going to say, okay, we have a presentation. I'm going to share that with you. You go into the presentation, you share that, you show the customer how you can assist them, you present the results from other clients, you provide more details about your offer, you conclude the presentation with the investment, and then it typically takes about 10 to 20 minutes. So you say, okay, because you want to get from point A to B, and it's important for your family and for you and for the your business, it's your baby and all those things, this is what I do, and this is how I can get you from this to that. So does that make sense? And then you ask him like that, right? Because you're justifying, the decision on what the investment is and what you're doing and all those things with, logic based on their emotions and what they told you. Because if they say they have a big problem and big need, you're going to show them the logical way of choosing it, which makes sense if they need it, right? And then we have the closing phase. Now, the final phase of the sales process is getting a yes to start the collaboration and close the deal. And here We usually send the invoice directly to the customer, handle the contract immediately, and provide the onboarding process. Now, with that being said, we have the closing phase. So the closing phase, like I said, is asking the qualifying questions to the customer, qualifying questions like, why would we choose to work with you and not with another company in your area? What can we expect from you as a client? Can we expect you to be proactive, to call the leads, to be active with the client, with the leads that we're going to send you? Or just going to sit on your ass? Just be blunt with them. And then pose a closing question to get a yes. So are you ready to take the next steps with us? It's a yes or a no question. I'm going to teach you those as well in the framework. You're going to arrange the invoice and payment upon agreement, arrange the contract upon agreement, send the onboarding process upon agreement, schedule a second convo within 4 days if there are any doubts. And then I would also recommend just scheduling in the kickoff, not just sending them the onboarding, but make sure they paid, make sure they sign the contract if possible, send them the onboarding process or schedule the kickoff from the onboarding process step 4 or 5, and then already have that in your calendar. And then it usually takes about 10 to 25 minutes, but it doesn't matter how long this takes because you're going to close the client. So if they're not ready to close, you got to sense that. You don't want to be needy. That's the thing that some people really can mess up with the closing phase, is that they can come across needy. If you come across needy in the closing phase, you can throw away the entire conversation that you've had, right? Because then you show that you are needy, and people don't want to work with needy people. So if they're not ready, just book a call with them within 4 days. Really simple. Okay. Those are all our phases that we have. So these are the ones that are really important and the ones that we're going to be diving into a lot more in the modules that are going to be coming. But for now, this was the clear-cut explanation and the one that you can actually keep in mind and make notes of, so you have it for yourself and you fully understand it. Now, with that being said, let's get into the levels of interest. And this is something I've already touched upon a little bit, but I'm going to tell you about it a little bit more now because we're in the week of sales. So there are different people, right? If you haven't noticed so far during your lifetime, there are different people. And depending on the niche you have chosen and the people you're conversing with, you will encounter diverse individuals with varying levels of interest. Now, there are cold and there are warm leads. Now, in sales convos and sales conversations with leads, you will notice that some people have no knowledge of marketing, right? And are completely unfamiliar with it. And you will also observe that some people already know a lot about it and will be more inclined to take the step to work with you. So when we talk about sales, like I said, some will be ready, some won't be ready. On the left-hand side, you see all the convos that you're going to have. Let's say you're going to have like 6 calls that are going to be cold. And then you might have one that it's going to be a little bit warmer, right? Through the efforts that you've done. It's all normal. It's all the name of the game. What you need to remember is that sales is a numbers game where you have to speak with enough people to find a lead ready to make the move directly. And it is just a numbers game, right? So on the left, you'll find a brief image where I want to show you that there are usually multiple conversations to have with a warm and interested lead who truly wants to make a decision with you immediately, right? So it might take a little bit more time for someone to become warm. There might be 7 touch points needed. So you can increase the chances of talking to warmer leads by approaching more leads daily, consistently posting content if applicable to the method you use, and having as many conversations as possible. If you stay proactive on your appointment setting, you're going to eventually get more clients because people will see those things. People will feel those things. People will notice those things. And when they do, you'll get the best return. You'll get the best bang for your buck because you're building momentum. You're building actually something of great use because it's something that, you have infinite amounts of potential with, if you think about it, of the emails that you have from the clients, the information that you have from the potential clients, all these things that you can gather, you can use to your advantage for the long term, right? So I would say don't focus on few conversations and just try to close them where people indicated no interest, but know that there will always be warm leads who have a higher level of interest in your offer. And those leads that you've talked with right now, just think of it like this. You either close them or you either keep them warm until you close them. That's pretty much how it is. Like, we're not going to think of we lost the sale, or we're not going to even think in losses. We don't think like that. We're thinking we either win or we learn from it or we keep them warm. That's it. And that's what I want to learn you now. Because the thing is with sales, there's a lot of rejection. As with relationships, there's a lot of rejection. You either get rejected or you reject. That's it. There's nothing like that. And I can tell you, not only in my business, also in my personal life, there have been times that I got rejected. And there have been times that I had to reject people because it's not a good fit, So like it doesn't make sense to do something, right? So that's something you need to keep in mind and have clear for yourself as well. So with that being said, that's cold and warm leads. Now I want to touch upon a little bit more about the 4 behavior types. Now we've previously discussed these behavior types that we can categorize in 4 colors. Now this is crucial to remember and understand how to respond to each type. So we already talked with this, so I'm going to briefly touch upon it. Just getting some water in because it's a pretty warm day today. But that's all good because we're always recording HC Blueprint modules. Anyways, the different types of clients, as you can see on the left-hand side, there are multiple people, right? So there are red, yellow, green, and blue people. Sounds funny when I say it, but you get what I mean. We've covered these behavior types before, but now let's delve into what they are and how to respond during sales conversations. So red. Red is people that are ambitious and driven. They're task-oriented and they're extrovert and active. They like to take charge and can sometimes come across as aggressive. Now, they don't discuss small matters and they want to get straight to the point, be clear and straightforward with them. And in some cases, you can go directly to the closing phase with these leads, so don't hesitate to do so, as these individuals usually want to take quick action. Red, someone would call me, well, not me like red, I'm more yellow, but some would call me red because I can be pretty direct. That being said, the person that I just mentioned to you with the restaurant owner, he was red. He was fully red, right? I showed him the what I do. I talked to him really clearly. I didn't even show results. And he was like, yeah, let's go. And I took action on it because I closed him within 5 minutes, right? Red people can be good, but they can also be tough because they want to see results. If you don't have them, then it's going to be tough. Then we have yellow. Yellow is pretty much how I am, more. So people with this behavior are optimistic and want to build relationships. And this is the most common behavior type. So try to have a casual conversation with these people as you would with friends or family, and they appreciate that. And then try to keep the conversation dynamic by asking more about their personal situation. So the emotional phase is also important to delve into with these individuals. So with these people, they care a lot about, relation-oriented things. They care more about, do you care for them? Do they care more about, what kind of person are you and all those things. So that's really important to keep that in mind. Depending on the niche that you work with, if you work with financial advisors, realtors, mortgage advisors, all those people, compared to like yoga teachers, maybe even personal trainers a little bit. Well, no, personal trainers might be red most of the time. Usually I would say like yoga teachers, holistic, beauty salons, holistic coaches, all those things, then you're going to, get more people that are more yellow. So that's yellow. So what you want to do is they're optimistic, want to build a relationship, right? Most common behavior type, usually they want to have a casual conversation with them, as said, and you want to really delve into the emotional side of things with them. That's really, really important. Now then we have green people. So people with this behavior do not stand out from others. They're pretty introverted and they're relation oriented. They like family things. They want to know. They're kind of the yellow people, but more reserved and towards themselves. So once they make a choice, it's firm. It's pretty much just like, because they're reserved, once they say something, they, stick with that. The extroverted on the right-hand side can be a little bit more like floating and choosing something just randomly, right? Based on how they feel. But the green ones can also make decisions based on how they feel, but they're just not going to tell it to you. They're not going to show it to you. It's going to be hard to crack them. So the people on the left, it's more hard to crack them. On the right, it's pretty direct, which I find better because they just say it in your face and I can do something about it. They just say like, I don't like this, fix this. And then I'm like, okay, we can take a look at it. We can do that for you, So like the people on the left are more introverted, which is you need to crack the code a little bit more on them, right? So they usually speak softly and slowly. And with these people, you should be willing to listen to them, provide them with peace and clearly explain what you're going to do, take the lead when they want to start, and the logical phase is important to explain well with these individuals, and also goes for the people that are blue because they make logical decisions. They also remain calm and want to know the details. They are also introverted and the ultimate perfectionists. So I kind of balance between I would say yellow, green usually. But the thing is, on the left-hand side, people can appear really closed-minded because they're just introverted. So be prepared to do your homework, focus on the facts, provide them with the necessary details, and don't get too personal with them because the logical phase is crucial to explain with these individuals. So what I would tell you is to buy the book Surrounded by Idiots. A really good book. It goes in on all these things. That's where I actually got it from. And there you will learn more about the different personality types that people have. You will learn how to deal with them. You'll learn how to talk with them. You'll learn how to interact with them. Because if you know how to interact with people, which is sales is all about, it's all about communication and how to talk with people and present yourself and not present yourself, dress wise, but present yourself how to talk with people, then you will be good. Because I would honestly recommend you to study this. Like, start studying human psychology, because you'll learn a lot from it. And take note of these distinctions, observe them with your clients to see which color they best fit. Try to note during each sales conversation which color the person you spoke with was. So the reason why I know this, I know all the clients that I have in my mind, which they are. I know to the T which they are, right? Because I've studied them and I know how to handle them now. Now, this will help you further analyze how to respond to future conversations, and it's something I would definitely recommend to start doing right now. Timing. Something I've learned is that also in sales, everything revolves around timing. If it's not the right time for someone to start, you can be the best salesperson in the world. You're not going to convince them to do it right now. So there might be words of like that you might not have put the urgency in the sales conversation, but that's a different story. So as long as you have a good offer, proper preparation, which we'll talk about in the next module, I'll give you the entire framework of all the processes, how to talk with people, how to do it. I'll share my pronunciations with you, how to talk, the tonality, all these things, and understand the phase of the sales process and present yourself confidently to the customer. It's just a matter of time before you acquire a client or start signing more clients for yourself. So, as for right now, I would recommend to you to download the pinup of this module and make sure you have noted all the phases of the sales process for yourself. And because these are key steps in converting a stranger into a paying customer for your agency. So, memorize them completely before moving on to the next modules. Remember them, note down all of them, know that you... So, if I go to the next module, the first thing I'm going to ask you is, what is the sales process? What does the sales process look like? And I want you to really be able to say immediately, you already know it. Yes, introduction phase, discovery phase, emotion phase, logical phase, closing phase. Exactly. That's what we want to be talking about. Okay, so you want to get to know that, memorize it, learn it, and also make sure to print out the pinup, as I told you. Really put that in place so you know the current situation to the desired situation and you understand that to the T. With that being said, I want to thank you so much for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. We're going to dive into completely working out these things that we just talked about the sales process, getting even deeper in the sales. Look forward to seeing you there. Have a good one. Bye. What is up, everyone? Stefan here, and welcome to a brand new module of the Agency Blueprint. And today we're going to be talking about the sales script excellence, but we're going to be talking about something in specific, which is the 2-call close. So in the previous module, we talked about the 1-call close and everything related to the 1 call and how to close people on a call where they come, they don't know you, you're pretty much like unknown to them. And then you convert them from a complete stranger to a paying client within just 1 session. Now, as I explained to you in the previous, module, is the 2-call close has its pros and cons. The 1-call close has its pros and cons. In my opinion, the pros of the 2-call close definitely in this day and age, and if you have cold leads mainly, and you're doing cold outreach, definitely outweighs the 1-call close. So the 2-call close definitely outweighs the 1-call close if you have cold leads. The 1-call close, outweighs the 2-call close when you have warm leads, right? So that's something I told you last time, and it's something I'm going to be telling you as well in this module, because it's going to be really important that you take it, with you regarding how to actually start implementing all of the things that I'm going to be mentioning to you. Take the script, take the framework, start implementing it and utilizing it for yourself in terms of, actually being in a call, talking with people and potential clients, and then using the script to your advantage. So that being said, we're going to just touch briefly again on the difference between a 1-call close and a 2-call close. And we're going to immediately go into the ultimate sales script 2-call close, because in the previous module, we already talked a little bit more about in depth what the difference is between both. So this module is mainly for the cheat sheet and explain to you what the exact difference is between these two. Then we have review and accountability partner to finish it up and top it off regarding this specific module. So the difference between 1-call and 2-call closes. So in the previous module, we laid the foundation for closing potential customers within a single sales call. So make sure to review this module first, right, before proceeding to this one. Even if you're not going to use the 1-call close, I really advise you to go back to it, because I went in depth on the pros, the cons, why to use it, why not to use it. So that is a really important module to actually understand first before you move further, even with like this module. So the information in this module builds upon what was provided in the previous one. Okay, so the difference. I'll touch upon briefly on this, but like I said, since I already explained it in depth and gave the arguments and reasons like why these are like better and not, I'll leave it for the previous module, guys. So go back to that one, check it out first. Now let's just sum it up in terms of the difference between the two and to visualize it. So we talked about the one call close going from the introduction phase to the closing phase. And then if needed, scheduling, the customer agreeing or scheduling a second call within 4 days, even with a one call close. So it kind of becomes like a 2 call close-ish type of strategy as well, right? But it's needed. If you cannot close someone, you're not just going to push them onto making a close and then just lose the client just because you're pushy. You're not going to do that. We're going to schedule a second call if it's needed. And the 2 call close is mainly for the introduction phase and the discovery phase, where we're going to just have a short call, 5 to 15 minutes, 20 minutes max, talk with the people. Simply go ahead and go in and say, okay, you know what? We're going to learn more about your business, learn more about what your struggles and problems are at this moment, and then schedule another call where we're going to go deeper into our offer, the emotional, logical closing. Now, like I told you last time as well, with the 2 call close, which is the module that we're talking about right now, there is a possibility to not even only do the introduction and discovery phase. You can pretty much just go from the introduction to the discovery phase to the emotional phase in the first call, to even the logical phase, and then sum it up with what your offer is, but not mentioning the price, right? Or just mentioning the price, but knowing that the client might make a decision in between that it might be too expensive if it's just not feasible with their budget. So what I do usually is I just do a 2 call close, introduction, discovery, short call, briefly touching on, giving them a little bit of value, ending it like that, scheduling a second call, going more in and just talking with them, about like the offer, how we can convert it, all those things and all that good stuff, right? So that's pretty much the difference between the two and how we do it. Now, the pros and cons, we already discussed this in the previous one, so let's briefly just revisit it. Pros of the 1 call close: no waiting period in the sales process, meaning you can immediately get them on to become a paying client. It's faster and more direct in terms of the agreement, more structured and efficient in terms of time, immediate commitment from an individual. And the disadvantages are that it may come across as pushy if an immediate response is sought, not optimal for cold leads, conversation can be too lengthy, does not always work well with blue or green behavior. So I explained this in depth, so I'm not going to go over it again, guys. Benefits of a 2 call close was authoritative presence due to less pressure, power dynamic, where the client is qualified, less time spent talking to less promising leads, more focus during conversation due to a shorter time. And the drawbacks were waiting period in the sales process. You need to wait until you get actually to the second call. A lead may get distracted and do something else. If you have a team member, the quality of conversations may be lower, and it can also backfire if the contract or invoice is not arranged immediately. So those are the pros and cons for both. Like I said, they both have their pros and cons, but in my humble opinion, from all the calls that I've done, I noticed simply that the 2 call close just makes more sense unless you got such a good offer, such good certainty, such good self-confidence, and such a no-brainer decision that they can make that you can close anyone with a specific offer, right? But then usually when we say that, there's already been some sort of connection with the client before they went on a call with you. They already know a little bit more about your business. They know a little bit more about you. They know a little bit more about something that you're doing. So when that's the case, it's already more of a warm lead instead of like a cold lead. So it's already easier to close them, right? So that's basically the pros and the cons. Now, introduction and discovery phase. So in the 2 call close, we delve into the discovery phase in the first conversation to determine if the client truly aligns with our agency and what we do. So we look at them and we think, okay, are they a good fit for our agency? Could this be a client that we could work with? Would we want to choose them to work with? Because we choose. They don't choose us, we choose them. So only if this is the case will we schedule a second conversation to delve into the remaining phases of the sales process. So let me give you an idea of this. When I do a 2 call close, I'm selling people on the second. So I'm selling people in the first call on the second call. So what do I mean with that? And I'm qualifying them to see if they're actually ready to do the second call and plan the second call, because I don't want to waste my time. So let me give you an idea. If I have 8 sales calls on a day, they're all 2 call closes that I have in mind, and they're all first calls. What I'm going to do is in the first 10 to 15 minutes, I'm just going to do discovery. I'm just going to say, hey, listen, tell me a little bit more about your business. What do you do? Who do you serve? Let's get into that, and let's start with that. Tell them a little bit more about that. Once I've told them about that, then it's a question like, okay, let's take it to the next step. Okay, so then I go deeper. Tell me a little bit more about this. Tell me a little bit more about that. What does your marketing strategy look like? What do you want to, what is kind of your experience been with marketing in general? What are the results that you've been able to get? And from there on out, I actually go deeper in and see in my head the entire time, like, okay, I ask myself the question, is this a client that I want to work with? Is this a client that is maybe an ideal client, the client that I like to work with? If they are, then it's a thing for my end, like, okay, they are pretty much a client that I might work with. So that being said, let me see if there's, an option for us to have a second call. Then I book in a second call. There are also instances, I have to be honest with you, where I have the call with a person and I just tell them, I don't think you're going to be a good fit for me. I tell them that straight to their face. I'm not going to book a second call just to book a second call. All right. If you don't have a lot of clients in the beginning, it makes more sense to do it. But at this stage where I'm at, and when you have like more clients, you should be very selective of who you spend time with. Because if they're not a good quality lead, why are you spending time with them? Focus your time on the leads that are actually good. So in those 5 to 10 minutes, which is why the second 2-call close is really great and has benefits surrounding that, you don't waste your time. You focus on discovering what their issues are, what their problems are, what they want, what they're doing, seeing if there's a solution to actually helping them. If there's not, there's not. And you just leave it as it is. You tell them politely, hey, this is not going to work. That's it, right? So that's why I love the 2-call close, because it gives you that authority to basically be able to do that, because you decided there's going to be a second call and you only sell them on a second call if it's actually a good fit, right? You don't even talk about the offer. If you ask an offer, you say like, hey, listen, I'll talk to you about that in the second call. First call, I just want to get to know you a little bit more, see what you're up at, right? Because I don't want to be offering you a pen when I know that you don't need a pen. But if they say, I need a pen, you say, great, let's schedule a second call. Or if they're so warm in that call, you just continue the 2-call close into just a 1-call close. So you need to be dynamic. There's not like, oh, you need to do the 1-call, you need to do 2-call. No, if the situation gives the opportunity to do a 1-call close, you do 1-call close. If situation doesn't allow it, you do 2-call close. Fairly simple. That being said, here's the script for the 2-call close. So when does the strategy work? Let me just be a little bit more clear about this first. Remember that the 2-call close strategy typically works best when you have a team member who can handle the first conversation. Now, I say this with, like I said, a salt of grain of salt. Make sure that you understand that you, in the beginning, will do the sales calls, not your team member. You do the sales calls, no one else. Really simple. You just do that. So from our experience, this is when this strategy performs optimally. Now, like I said, you can be that person in the beginning. It doesn't really matter. If you're good in sales, if you want to do sales, if you want to learn sales, in the beginning you don't have a salesperson, you do the sales. You do the first call, even if it's a 2-call close. You do the first call and the second call. Simple. That's how I used to do it as well. So if you're just starting out and handling everything yourself, you can stick to the 1-call close strategy. Like I said, it really depends on your niche. It really depends on the people that you're working with. But in the beginning, if you have cold leads and you're just starting out, do 2-call close. If you have warmer leads and you're just on your own and for some reason you have warm leads, right? You have a couple of clients, do 1-call close. Go for the 1-call close if clients already know you. If they don't, always go for the second 2-call close. It's really dependent on your situation and regarding where you're standing right now. So that being said, the script. So now that it's clear what this strategy is, right? So it's introduction, discovery, and then you see if they're a good fit. If they are, book a second call. If they're really a good fit, you just try to close them on that first call. You go through the emotional, logical phase on that call itself. If they're not a good fit, you tell it to them. That's a strategy. And you just end the call politely. So you now know the phases that are involved and when it works best, so we can delve into the ultimate sales script, providing a comprehensive explanation of how to execute everything. So the 2-call sales script, you can find it down below, guys, of course, as well as the 1-call script that I've given you in the previous one. So the question is, what is different from this one than the other one? So really simple. If we take a look at this one, you'll see that the first conversation phases are the introduction phase, as I said, with the same script. Discovery phase is the same thing. The only difference is when you are ending the discovery phase. So to give you an idea, we say if you have gone through this phase and a potential client seems like a good fit to work with, you can suggest scheduling a second meeting here. Now, like I said, you're not going to schedule a second meeting if they're really a good fit and they're ready to buy. Like, just continue with the 1-call close. Don't do a 2-call close. And what we do is we then open our Calendly. We suggest a time within 4 days that we're going to schedule with them. If they're like okay-ish lead, not yet ready to buy, we're going to just pitch them on a 2-call close, right? So pitch them on a 2-call, get them on that, and try to convert them from there. So then you tell them this. So you tell them like, now that I have a better idea of your situation and where you stand, I think there's certainly a good chance that we can help you and deliver results. I think it will be useful to schedule a longer conversation, around 45 minutes, to discuss this. I'll just grab my calendar. We can schedule a time. Grab your calendar and then you just plan it in. I also have an explanation on how to do this as well. And then in the second call, what you do is you start with the emotional phase. But if you scroll down a little bit, ahead, you'll see what you can do as well is you can start with a review of the first conversation. So you start reviewing in the second call the first conversation. You say, hey, this is what we talked about. You told me this and this and this and this and that. Is that correct? They say yes. You say, okay, great. So let's get started with the call. So then you say like, okay, this is what we went over. And then you say, after you've gone through like the review phase, then you go into the logical phase and just follow it with, the exact same steps that we have in the one call close. So there's a little bit of a tiny difference, but it's almost exactly the same as the one call close in that sense. For the rest, the logical phase and the closing phase is pretty much the same. So you can just follow those steps regarding that. So now that you understand what the pros and cons are, you understand what it is, why we do it, the cheat sheets, etc., you have both strategies that you can utilize for yourself. Now, the phases remain the same. So when it comes to the sales process and the phases associated with it, they remain exactly the same. The only difference is that during the second sales call, you want to briefly mention what happened in the previous discussion. So let me just visualize this because I already explained it to you in the cheat sheet, but let me just explain it to you in terms of what the difference really is. So the introduction phase, right? We start with that's in the first call with the casual small talk. Ask or mention something personal. Keep it short, concise, usually 1 to 3 minutes. Then in the discovery phase, we have it's also in the first call. So we go really deep on the why. What's their motivation? What's their mission? Understanding that they make emotion-based decisions when justifying it with logic. Inquire about their goals. What is preventing them from doing it on their own? Summarize what was discussed in the first conversation as well. You can do that as well, but mainly you're going to do that in the emotional phase. So you're basically going to do like the emotional phase for the second call. So you start the call, and I would start honestly with just briefly summarizing what was discussed in the first call immediately. I would do that immediately and then go into the emotional phase. Like, okay, what's the why? What's the mission? Just summarize again all the things that you talked about, their goals, all those things, just to remind them of that and why it's important, because you want to activate the emotion part of their brain. Because if you activate the emotion part of their brain, they're going to be emotionally involved. Then it's difficult to say no, because if you say that you need to do it for your family, you need to grow your business for your family, how are you going to say no to something that's going to help you improve the life of your family, which it actually will do, right? Since we help people. So you start with that on the emotional phase. That's why I say like emotional phase, that's the second call. We start with a short review of what was briefly discussed before, and then we go into the emotions. And then pretty much the logical phase, you go into the presentation. Closing phase, you do, try to close them and try to get them on, signed up for your agency. So that's pretty much the only difference. Like the main difference is like on the first call, we do the discovery and the introduction. Second call, we do the emotional and we go into the review, and then we go into the logical and closing phase on that regard. So that's how we do it. So with that being said, all you need to do, so now that you have both scripts, it's crucial to choose a strategy that best fits your current situation and practice it daily. And this is the only way to increase your confidence during sales calls with potential customers. Okay, so that's pretty much what you need to do now. And now I want to talk to you a little bit more about, which one is ideal for which one. So I already talked to you about having the, if you're starting out, I would say 2-call close is better because you're going to have more cold leads usually. So do the 2-call close if you're just starting out and don't have that many clients. And if you're already more advanced, do a 1-call close. I think I said it the reverse way in the previous module, but it should have been this way. So you should do this in case, depending on what your situation is, because it makes more sense, right? If you do a 1-call close and you have cold leads, not going to have great results because they're going to be cold. But if you have warmer leads, you do it, it's going to work, right? So that's a script. That's what it entails. Now let's talk about the review and accountability partners. So there's a huge importance on repetition. So not only affirming and affirmations and making sure that you're affirming yourself and future pacing yourself in the ways that we talked about, but you'll eventually also need to do something, uncomfortable every single day, because you'll eventually look back and see that the discomfort is no longer there. Because through repetition, it becomes a habit. It becomes something that you're used to and you start to excel at it. I can tell you the first video that I ever created for any program that I've ever created I wasn't as good on camera as I am right now. I didn't know what to say in some instances. I was really thinking a lot. I stumbled, on my words pretty much and just didn't know what to say at certain moments. But now I have the feeling for it because I've done it so many times. And there's the 10,000 hour rule. So perhaps you remember the 10,000 hour rule we discussed in week 2. And this rule states that to truly excel at something, you need to spend a minimum of 10,000 hours on an activity. And I believe this applies to sales as well, because with the help of this program, you can cut this process in half, possibly become proficient even faster, because I'm already giving you a script. I'm already telling you about the process. I'm already going to tell you a lot more modules about objection handling and sales methodology and follow-ups and all these things, right? So you are going to cut your time in half because I'm teaching you the things that I've taught myself within the 10,000 hours that I've spent doing sales. So you're going to get those things on a silver platter for yourself. Now, with that being said, though, you're going to implement it. You got to still do it. You got to still practice. You got to still learn how to do sales by implementing and doing it yourself. So that's where the accountability partner comes in. So we set you up with an accountability partner for a reason. Schedule a time in both your and your partner's calendars daily or every 2 days to practice the chosen script. And as you practice, your partner can play the role of the potential customer and vice versa. Now, this will allow you to refine your skills, right? You will actually refine your skills, you will improve, you will make it better, you will start learning how to do it, and you will see yourself improve on a daily basis if you do this. This is exactly what I did with Kaho. Back in 2018, 2019, you see ourselves here. This was 4 or 5 years ago. We practiced every single day. And we practiced until we couldn't practice anymore. I was obsessed with sales. I told him, like, throw me the weirdest objections that you're ever going to throw at me. Tell me, like, everything. And so we wanted to become the best, and we never stopped. And that's how we became proficient at what we do today. Same with marketing, same with ads, same with all these things. We did it every single day, and we learned and learned and learned and learned, and basically kept on doing it until we actually became really good at it. Okay? And that's what I want you to do as well, if you really want to become good at it as well. That being said, that's how I became good at sales, guys. So when I started in sales, I practiced my script daily, the exact script that I gave to you. Practice it daily to know exactly what to say in a sales call. I took on challenging calls, like really tough calls with leads that I knew that I was not going to sign, but I still took it on. And I knew they were not the ideal client, but I still took them on because I wanted to feel like how it is to be uncomfortable with like people that just don't want to work with me. Like I just wanted to know how it feels. I did it. I didn't care. It was like kind of a little bit stressful in the beginning, anxious maybe is the word, but I didn't care. I knew I was going to learn from it. What was the worst thing that's going to happen? They're going to sue me? Sue me. I don't care. Do it. Like, just try it out and just go for it. So I've now had more than 700 plus calls, probably even 1,000 now that, you know, as of recording this. But that's how you truly become good at something, by consistently doing it and practicing it every single day. So this is one of the most important things that you need to do right now to make sure that you're going to become better at sales and at everything that we're talking about during this week. That being said, guys, so download the cheat sheet for the 2-call close, especially if you are someone who has cold leads and you're a starter. Utilize the 2-call close, or if you just want to try it out in the form of a triage call where you have a 5 to 15 minute call from your closer and then you have the second call or anything like that with your agency, go ahead and do that as well. Memorize it thoroughly if you intend to use this strategy, and practice it, if possible, with your accountability partner through role playing. If you're just starting with your agency, I recommend downloading both scripts and committing them to memory. This will ensure you're fully prepared to enter the battle and close deals, and it will also boost your confidence. So implement this action step immediately and start working on it. That being said, guys, those were the 2 scripts that I wanted to give you. Really important ones you take with you and you start implementing. Choose one of the 2 depending on your situation, which will be dependent on you, of course, where you're standing at right now. So go ahead and implement this. This was the 2-call close. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you got a lot of golden nuggets on this. And let's continue this week of sales and get you even more golden nuggets to get you more closings, more clients, get you to the top 1% closer. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Bye. Hello, everyone. Stefan here, and welcome to a brand new module of the Agency Blueprint. And today we're going to be talking about one where I will ask you, or I will tell you, the price is too high. I don't think this is something for you. And where you will have an answer. Exactly. That's what I will teach you in this module. So with that being said, guys, welcome to a brand new module of the Agency Blueprint, the Objections Mastery module, where we're going to be diving into everything related to objections, how to handle objections, how to understand what objections are, how to know what logistical questions are versus objections. And we'll talk about both. And so you understand at the end of this module exactly how to pretty much just understand the underlying factors of when someone gives you an objection and how to handle them. And I see so many people, not understanding what an objection is, not knowing what an objection is, and then not knowing how to handle it. So what I'm going to be giving to you in this module is exactly the word for word step-by-step explanation of how to handle more than 30 objections and more than, a couple of, I would say like 3, 4, 5 logistical questions that you could usually get, right? Now, in the program, there will also be a classroom specifically focused on graphic designing, right? What I mean with graphic designing, what am I talking about? Graphic designing. That was a pattern interrupt. About specifically focused on my sales calls. So what I wanted to say is there will be a specific, classroom in the school where we will talk about, and I will share with you also the live calls that I've had with my clients, right? So you can take a look at how I've talked with them, how I did it with them, and how I actually handled some of the objections that I'm going to be sharing with you today. So you don't just know like, oh, okay, Stefan, you're going to tell me the objections mastery, but you've never handled an objection in your life, and you haven't done sales call for a long while. Well, that's not the truth. I have live sales calls that I'm going to share with you that you can watch, that you can see for yourself, right? So everything that I'm going to be telling you today is from practical information that I've done myself with potential clients and that you can be utilizing as well with potential clients for your own agency. So without further ado, let's talk about what are the objections versus logistical questions, dealing with objections and logistical questions, and those main 3 things. So we'll be diving into those 3 things, a lot to go over. So let's get into it. So what are objections? Now, the real definition of an objection is the following. An objection is an expression or feeling of disapproval or opposition. Okay, that's the main definition. It is also a reason for disagreeing with something someone said. Okay, so it's pretty much what it comes down to is just disagreeing with someone. It's disagreeing, or it's disapproval, or it's opposition. It's like, no, you're just like withholding and throwing up things to not do it, if that makes sense. In short, it means that someone is providing a reason why they do not want to enter into a collaboration with you. That's what it comes down to. So you tell me like, hey, Stefan, this glass of water, this is, priced at, $1. It's really good, has water in it. You can drink it if you're thirsty. Are you thirsty? I would say, well, $1 is pretty expensive. And you would say like, and then you need to handle it. And if you say like, no, it's not expensive, and I would say like, yeah, it is expensive. You would say like, no, it's not expensive. I would say, yeah, it is expensive. I'm not going to do it. Bye. So you lose the sale. So what you need to know how to actually handle it. So I would ask you like, okay, so when you say $1 is expensive, could you define the word expensive for me? Do you mean that you simply cannot afford it? You have $0 in your bank account, or you simply don't see the value of the glass and the water in it to fill, give you and satisfy your thirst? Like, which one is it? You don't see the value in it, or you simply don't have the money? And then what I do is I funnel it. So with objections, we can funnel them, but we do it in our mind. So this funnel that I just told you is the price is too high funnel. So you have the price is too high, and we can go 2 directions. We ask them the question, depending on which one they say, we can funnel it again. Then we have an answer on that. And then if they say something, we answer it again. And then we bring it back, are you ready to make this step? Because we've just handled all the objections, and we bring it back to, are you ready to make the step and buy the glass of water, right? So we have funnels in the objections, and there's an endless funnel loop that you can use, but there are main ones that you can really learn at the top of your head to become a really good closer. That's something that I've done. When someone tells me something, I just go deeper in it, and then I can handle it, and then I can convert them even though they said something. So how objections arise. So objections in sales conversations can arise for various reasons, but the most common reason for objections is that you bring them into the conversation by not optimally executing the 4 pillars for yourself. And the 4 pillars are as follows. So we have certainty, we have clarity, we have self-confidence, and we have courage. If you don't bring these ones to the table, and a really good offer, by the way, also really important, that's clarity part. If you don't do these things, you're going to have a really tough time converting clients, and you're going to get more objections. So let me explain this a little bit more. So as you know, we distinguish these 4 things that, crucial components in sales that can make you a top 1% salesperson. Certainty, the most important thing in a sales conversation with a customer is to provide certainty, as we talked about. Starts with your offer, but also in the way you convey it to the customer, the way that you expose it, the way that you talk about it, the tonality. The clarity, right? If you don't know how your offer looks, how can you expect someone else to understand it? So you need to understand it thoroughly and all the ins and outs of it, how it works, how long, why this, why that, everything. You want to be clear in your wording of the offer and what you will do for the customer. We have the self-confidence, It's you can have the best offer in the world, but if you lack self-confidence in your abilities, people will begin to doubt you. So it's trust in your abilities and radiating that confidence. Knowing what you do, having and showing that competence, really, really important. And then we have the courage. Courage is pretty much just selling, is negotiating, right? So meaning you need to negotiate, you need to be able to handle the objection. You need to be able to, even if you don't know or you forget how to handle objection, that you at least try to handle it. That you do everything you can to showcase, hey, I know what I'm talking about. You're stupid if you don't work with me in a polite way. Now, show your teeth and stand firm, and you know your worth. So with these things, when we address all of these components, we make sure that we work on these to increase this, because the higher this is, so I show it in a battery form because, I'm a robot, if you didn't know already. But we show it in a battery form, meaning like all these points, all these 4 components go up in level. So the level increases, and it's pretty much higher, meaning what happens is you elevate your level in sales. So the way that you do that is you present your offer, which should be really good because we built it, right? We honed it. You have daily practice with the ultimate sales script. So I've given you a 1 call close script, 2 call close script. You should be practicing that and knowing the sales process. At the top of your head, if I would to wake you up in the middle of the night, I would say, hey, listen, what is the discovery phase? Ask me the questions. You ask me the questions. You need to know them at the top of your head. It sounds a little bit extreme, but that's what we want. We want extreme results. So we need to do extreme things and uncomfortable things to become comfortable with the uncomfortable, right? So with daily affirmation that you are competent in what you do. I am good in sales. I know what I do. I am competent. All those things you need to talk to yourself. You need to tell that to yourself. Daily practice with potential objections that may arise, which I'm going to give you in this document. You need to know all the objections that I'm going to give to you with the exact answers, maybe a little bit changed towards you and your niche and your country and your state and your city and all these things. But you need to have them ready. And then going through a checklist and setting an anchor. So going through a specific checklist, knowing what you need to do, setting that anchor that we talked about the preparation of the sales call, and then making sure that you have that ready. And then engaging in activities that take you out of your comfort zone. So not only is sales the way to actually practice it, it's by talking with girls. It's by chatting with people. It's by being active in the street, being more talkative and practicing it. It's all sales. Everything is sales. So when you're not talking, it's not sales. When you're talking, it's sales. Everything is sales. So that's how you elevate your level in sales and how you pretty much just do it, right? So if you increase the levels of this, you pretty much get few objections. That's why I, honestly, right now, at this current moment of speaking, I almost get no objections. So think of you when you join this program. Did you give us objections? Maybe about the price. Maybe about something, right? Maybe our certainty or some level of this wasn't as high enough, but now it maybe is. So we have few objections. But if it's low, like this, you get many objections. So meaning, if I pretty much go ahead and, don't have the certainty, don't have the clarity, don't have the self-confidence, don't have the courage for myself, if I don't have clear what my offer is, how will I be able to sell you on the offer if I don't know what my offer is? Like, it's tough. Like, I don't even know, right? So you need to make sure that you understand what your offer is, how it works, and how you can implement it. Really, really important. Then you'll get no objections almost, right? That's the case with us. So manifestation of objections. So you need to understand that you bring your own objections into the conversation. Nowadays, I receive almost 0 objections because I also assume that I won't get them. Like, I know that my offer is just so good that it's like, you would be stupid saying no to this. You would really be stupid saying no to this, right? So I know that my offer is so too good. So why should I get objections? Like, if someone says an objection like, oh, it's not trustworthy or something, I'm like, are you serious? Because, like, bro, it's so good. Like, you're shooting yourself in the foot if you don't do it, honestly. I'm just being honest, right? So it all starts with your mindset and how you present yourself to the potential customer. So recognizing objections. Now, it is also important to recognize the difference between objections and simply logistical questions that the potential customer may have. And this is a crucial distinction to make, if you want to increase your chances of acquiring even more customers. You need to know, now that you know that the objection is a disapproval or pretty much an opposition or the feeling that someone gives of disapproval, you need to know what logistical questions are. Because if you don't know the difference and you think that a logistical question is an objection, you're going to be handling it as an objection while the client might just have like a question. So you don't want to do that. You need to know the difference between those two. So we're going to talk about that first before we get into handling objections and how to actually do both of these actually, and handling both of these, by the way. So what are logistical questions? So now that you know what objections are, signs of disapproval, opposition, not willing to comply and work with you in that instance, or mentioning things. What are logistical questions? Because that's also there. So logistical questions are inquiries that may relate to the collaboration, but are more focused on the process that will take place. So try to understand that. So it's inquiries, it's questions, it's, for example, like this one that I tell you right now, a potential customer might ask, is there also the possibility that I could pay the amount for the 90 days all at once? That is not an objection. That is simply a question, a logistical question. So it has to do with the process of your partnership that you've talked about with the client. And the client may ask like, okay, so in terms of the payment, can I also divide it in 5 split payments? It's not an objection. It's pretty much a logistical question, right? So this is an example of a logistical question. In this case, the customer is not expressing disapproval or opposition. They are simply asking a question out of interest. That's pretty much it, right? So that being said, here's how to recognize the difference. So to make this even clearer, I want to provide you with some examples of objections and logistical questions so that you can precisely recognize the difference between these two matters, right? So with that being said, here are the differences. So we have the objections, and the first on the left-hand side is the objections of the price is too high. I need to consult with someone. I need to think about it. It takes too much time to achieve this. We want to do it later this year. So these are really things that they say like it really sounds to me like they don't want to work with you, right? It's because it's like, oh, the price is too high. Like, oh, I'm taking a step back, right? Or I need to consult with someone. I need to think about it. It takes too much time to achieve this. Want to do it later this year. These ones need to be handled. If you don't handle them, they're just going to be out there. The client would have said it. And I always say in sales calls, either the client convinces themselves that it's not the right fit for them when it is the right fit, and they know that it is. Either they convince themselves that it's not good for them, that they won't do it, or you will convince them or let them know and spark the idea or handle the objection that that's not the case, right? So it's either they convince themselves that they're not going to do it, or you convince them that they're going to do it. There's no middle in between, right? So you need to make sure that you are clear in the way that you handle these things, because if you don't, they're not going to be handled themselves. Like the client is not just going to say like, oh, the price is too high, and then after 2 sentences say, okay, let's do it. You need to handle it, okay? With logistical questions, though, it's a little bit different. So the client might ask, can I pay the amount in installments? Sure, we can talk about that. It's a different question than, the price is too high. How will you achieve results? It's not an objection. It's not a sign of disapproval. It's just a question, right? What channels will you use? Again, a logistical question. How many customers do you have? Logistical question. How quickly can we start? Logistical question, right? If they say how quickly we can start, I can say we can start right now. Are you ready? That's my answer. Or if they say how many customers do you have? Enough customers to be able to help you as well. So are you ready to get started? That's my answer. I don't handle anything. But when someone says I need to think about it, I need to handle it. I need to say, okay, so what do you need to think about? I ask them a question back. What do you need to think about? And then they give me an answer. I'm like, okay, that makes a little bit more sense, but it still doesn't make any sense. So what more do you need to think about? So I go a little bit deeper. I need to handle it. I need to ask questions. I need to handle the objection. With logistical questions, I just need to answer the question. That's it. I don't need to handle it. I need to do anything. I just give them a clear-cut answer to the question. Really important you understand this difference, guys, because if you don't, you're really going to be handling, logistical questions as an objection, and you don't want to do that, okay? So that's the difference, to give you an idea. Now, with experience, so the more sales conversations you're going to have, the more sales calls you're going to have, the quicker you will recognize the difference between these two. And the key is to listen carefully. Like, really, you need to become a good listener above all. Like, a good salesperson is not someone who just talks. A good salesperson is a person who listens 80 or 90% of the call and then gives the solution and the exact offer what the client needs 10 or 20% of the call. So we need to listen. The more you listen, the more you will understand, right, what the customer is saying, because there's a fine line between what constitutes an objection and a logistical question. Active listening can greatly assist you in this, and the way that you do it is by just shutting the F up. That's just the way that you do it. So if you want to become a better listener, just don't talk. Just listen to them and then continue on what they're already saying. It sounds easy, it's really hard, but you need to listen to people. What do you want? Okay, so why? So why is that? Okay, and then you handle it because you've listened. They give you words, and you can simultaneously work with those words and then put them into a sentence so they can actually be handled. Okay, so knowing all objections. Now, what I would advise you to do is to note down every objection or logistical question you encounter. Everyone. Like, if someone says something that you haven't heard and that's not on the list that I'm going to give you, because I didn't give you 300 objections, right? There could be some that might be a little bit different depending on your offer. So note them down alongside objections provided in the cheat sheet. Because if you have that, you're going to have a long list that you can give your closers in the future that they can use with any objection that might be handled within your niche. So then find good responses to these issues, ensuring that you are always prepared for an objection or logistical question. So you want to have them ready. You want to make sure that all of your objections are from A to Z, ready to be handled whenever they need to be handled. And you also want to have the logistical questions. What could they ask? Have those ready for your closers, get them ready, get them to them so they can start implementing them. Now, let's now talk about handling objections and logistical questions. So now the question comes, how do we actually handle these things? You know what they are, you know the difference, you understand it, but how do we handle them? So regardless of how much you work on yourself to ensure that objections do not arise during sales calls, and how good you might be, even for myself, there's always a chance that an objection or logistical question will come up. Always. Like a logistical question is by far always going to come. But an objection is going to probably come due to you, due to the 4 pillars, the components that I told you, and then it's the question on to you, like how you're going to handle it. So this is because it also depends on a potential customer sitting across from you, and it is crucial that you know exactly how to handle both of these. It's really crucial that you know it, because if you don't know it, then you're gonna have a really hard time actually, just converting clients. Like I said again, so that it all comes down to conversion. So with the objection mastery sheet, I have created all these objections, and I've set up all these objections that I've been able to handle as well. In the previous times and days and years that I've done sales. So I want you to take this document, okay? Follow it thoroughly, print it out for yourself, and start noting down on the back end of it, all the objections that you're going to be getting, or download it as a Google Docs. So download the PDF, open it in Google Docs, right? And change it for yourself. And then I give you also a couple of tips. So the first tip that I give you is keep a straight line. We've talked about the straight line. I'm not going to, mention it right now again, but you know what it means. It's keeping the line, keeping the straight, from the beginning to the end, the closing part to someone, not diverting to the red zone, sticking in the green zone. Agree and then handle the objection. So you want to agree and then handle objection. You never want to just handle objection. You always need to understand that to get the deal, to close the deal, you need agreement. Like, you're not going to get married if you don't agree on things. You're not going to get married. You're going to get a divorce. So you need to make sure that you agree on things. So agree, if they say a price too high, I completely understand, John. I completely get you, John. You agree with them. You get them. But then you handle it. Okay? That is really important. So you also want to write down your own objections or observations. Note down the ones that you hear. Don't start arguments. Don't start arguing with people. I've had in the past traits of like wanting to argue with people because I got upset that they didn't want to work with me. But don't get upset. It's not an attack on you. It's not a personal attack. I had to learn this the hard way. It's not a personal attack. If someone says this is not good, your offer is not good, there should be a bell ringing in your head like my offer needs to improve. It's not an attack on me. It's an attack on what I'm doing, right? So I need to improve that, and you can always improve that. So just ask them like, what can I improve? Don't start getting emotional. Like, that's not the way that this works, right? So it's business. That's what you need to understand. And then you can use the principle of looping. Now, this is something we will touch upon in just a second. But looping is a way that we can actually redirect an objection, right? We will redirect it and we'll go into it. So I explained it here as well, but I'm going to give you an explanation here. So just take a look at this and how you do looping. And then we have the objections. So I give you like 30 objections. With the first one, I still have to discuss with my team partner. I give you an answer. Objection 2, I worked with a marketing agency before and they usually never achieve the results they promise. And handling it to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can see how many I've actually put in here. All of them that you can use for yourself to handle them word by word, step by step. So I want you to start memorizing this on a daily basis because you're going to be so good at it when you come in a call. No one is going to be able to stop you, honestly, if you know this. Like, this is the cheat code. I'm giving you pretty much the chip with the cheat code, and you just need to implement it. That's basically it. And then we have the logistical questions. So logistical questions, can I also pay amount in parts? I give you the answer. How are you going to get results? I give you the answer. A couple of more that I have that I give you here as well that you can start utilizing for yourself. So with that being said, a 14-page document with the objections that you can start using right now, and that I would really implore you to actually start taking, implementing, learning, honing, and making it your own, and start making it, like I said, something that you can, that is, it's just a second nature to you and just normal for you, and not something that is out of the ordinary when someone says, oh, the price is too high. It should be normal, it should be regular, it should be standard, right? So you should have that at all times. So take that with you, print it out, start using it. So, aggressive objection handling. Now, in my time as an agency owner, I have heard the craziest stories about objections and how to handle them. People suggesting that you need to keep pushing to convince the customer and that the sales call will only truly begins with objections. And this is far from the truth. When people say, oh, the sales starts with objection, they have it completely upside down, because what they don't understand is that the certainty, the clarity, the self-confidence, the courage, that all happens before you get an objection. If that is low, you're going to get objections. If that is high, you're not going to get objections. Like, the goal should be to not get any objections, because what should they object to when there's full certainty that you're going to get them results? Like, if I have a glass of water and my guarantee is it's going to fill up your thirst, otherwise you get your money back. And you're thirsty and I give it to you and you drink it and you're like, oh, I don't have thirst anymore. I'm like, okay, so that's a great offer. So it's a no-brainer offer. So why shouldn't you drink this water, which I'm going to do right now? So it's like, why shouldn't you, right? But I'm not a fan of this aggressive objection handling. It's just not my way. It's just not how I do it. It's not the way I teach you and the way that I coach you on it. It's not my way. You can be hard on leads that they need to do when they're ready, but don't be aggressive. Like, don't push it when it doesn't make sense to push it, right? It's not the way that we do things. And then looping. So I already touched upon it in the cheat sheet, but a fantastic method. But you also need to be careful with this one because it can be pushy as well, but you need to know how to do it. It's really advanced sales. A fantastic method to achieve sales involves the looping process. Now, this process starts when a potential customer raises an objection and ends when you ask a closing question to seal the deal. So let's delve into looping and how you can apply it for yourself. I just want to tell you, just so you know, disclaimer, like I said before, just keep in mind, looping is a way to redirect objections, a great way to do it. It's pretty much just handling the objection in a more advanced fashion. That's pretty much what it comes down to. And just using the words that they said against them, pretty much, or like for them. I would say for them, not against them, because we're not doing something against them, we're doing for them. But keep in mind, before we get into this, before handling the objection, you need to understand once again, an objection won't come when the four components are at a high level of, in a high level in general. If they're a low level, you're gonna get objections. So looping should not even be needed if you have done all these things that I mentioned to the point that you are actually good, like offer, courage, certainty, self-confidence, all these things. If they are good, you won't even need to do looping. Just saying, right? But I'm still going to teach you looping in case it happens, just so you know, so you're prepared. I'm going to have you prepared. Now, what is looping? So looping is the process where a potential customer raises an objection. So they say the price is too high, for example, and you provide them with more certainty about your offer, yourself, and your company to persuade them to become a paying customer. So how does it look like? There's phases of looping. Now, the looping process has 3 phases that you see on the left, which you can see listed here on the left. And in looping, all 3 phases are essentially traversed to give the potential customer more certainty that they can work with you. It's all about certainty in this one. You go through each phase until you get agreement. And if this doesn't happen, you can handle an objection directly. Just keep in mind, looping won't work if people don't love your offer. Looping won't work if they don't trust you and they don't see that you care about them. And it also definitely won't work if they don't trust your company. But it all starts with your offer. So here are some reasons why someone doesn't want to work with you. It's really important. Take a look at this. So we briefly discussed this in a previous module this week because the reason a company may not want to collaborate with you mainly stems from their problems, desires, or needs. Additionally, there are several factors that may play a role in why a potential customer does not want to work with you. So here are the 5 things, in my opinion, on why someone wouldn't want to work with you. Number 1, they are not certain about your offer. They don't think that your offer can deliver what you're telling them. That's number 1, which is what you would have worked on beforehand, before you would have gone ahead and watched this module, because your offer is number 1. Number 2 is they are not certain about you. They don't think that you can deliver the results. That's number 2 reason. 3, and only a 3 is, and in that order, they are not certain about your company. They are not certain that your company can deliver the results, meaning that you have the reviews, that you have the results, that you have the things that you can showcase to them, that they get the certainty that you can actually do it. And then they have a high action threshold. What do I mean with that? A high action threshold means that they are a person who, doesn't take action that quickly. They need more time. So you need to give them time. If you don't, they're not going to do it. And then they do not feel pain or urgency. They do not feel the sense of thirst. They don't have thirst. They don't need a glass of water. They don't need it, So you can have the best offer. You can be the best salesperson. They can trust you, but they're still not going to do it. Why? Because they don't need it. They're good. They're comfortable, right? So it's hard to sell them. There is also one other thing that which you won't really notice much in like the agency, marketing agency space. In my opinion, it's more with the B2C, to be honest. But it's that they don't have the money. That's usually with local businesses, that they don't have the money to actually do it. Like if you go to a barbershop is not going to be able to actually pay you 1K per month. So they might say, I don't have the money, right? So that's also another reason, side by side, on what this can do. So applying looping. Regardless of what the potential customer says, you always want to respond along the lines of the following. Here's what you need to say. You say, I hear what you're saying, but let me ask you a question. Do you understand the offer we are making? So you want to always say, comply, always agree. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. But let me ask you a question. Do you understand the offer we're making? Does this idea appeal to you? So what we do is we acknowledge what they say. We appreciate it. And immediately ask a question to initiate the looping process. Looping is activated when we ask a question in return, because always keep in mind, there's always a leader and a follower in a sales call. The leader is asking questions. The follower is always answering. If they ask you a question or they have a statement or an objection, you need to ask them a question. You need to say, okay, do you understand the offer and does it appeal to you? Or what do you mean? What do you mean? I don't understand. What do you mean? Ask them a question. Let them talk. You have them not talking. Let them talk now, right? So this is also covered in the cheat sheet in the looping phase, how to do it, how to take it, and the first loop, the second loop, the third loop. So pretty much what we do is we just take them back to what they said. We take them back, okay, but you told me that you currently are sitting on 20,000 per month. You want to go to 40,000 and you don't have the process to actually get there. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So tell me, John, what is holding you back right now to work with a company like us, where we hold your hand the entire time, make sure that you're going to get the results, actually have a guarantee in place that we're going to sit and fill up your thirst. And if you don't deliver, we're actually going to give you the money back. What's holding you back right now to say yes to this partnership? Right? So that's how we handle it. That's a form of a loop that I just gave you. So what it essentially means is if we take the loop here and we go here on the left-hand side, we pretty much just have, they love your offer. Okay, so come back to the offer, build a trust with them, trust your company, and you loop them the entire time. So you take them back to, okay, the offer is good, it fits you. You trust me, I care about you, I'm going to hold your hand. Trust my company, I've delivered these results for this and this and this person, if you have that. If you don't, you just don't mention it. Okay, that's a looping. Check the cheat sheet for that. Advanced sales, guys. This is advanced sales. This is not your typical how to handle objections, just answer it. This is really advanced sales in terms of how to loop. So when they say something, ask a question, divert it back to something that they've already said, and utilize that for yourself so you can make the client aware that they're just talking gibberish and that they should just work with you, okay? And you're going to get a lot of results if you do this. That is looping. And now I pretty much have given you everything to become a ninja. to be honest. Like if you continue to practice the key aspects every day, you will ensure that you become a master of sales and handling objections, any objection or concern someone presents you. So you will be ready to close almost any deal with a potential customer as long as you keep doing this. As long as you keep doing it, you're going to get results. As long as you keep on utilizing this, you're going to get the results that you want. And, you need to become obsessed with sales. You need to become as obsessed with sales as you are with having the freedom with your own agency. That's what I want to implore you to do. That's what I want you to start doing as of today with the cheat sheet. So that being said, download the cheat sheet for this module. Start practicing all the responses you can give to objections. Ensure that you memorize them all so that you're prepared when entering conversations. Therefore, practice this along with the script every day with your accountability partner. Doing these two things will elevate you to a level where you consistently bring in leads. And I can promise you that if you do this, you're going to get amazing results and amazing, sales experience for yourself when you start implementing it. So with that being said, guys, this was the objection handling and everything I had to do in terms of objections. High-level sales, advanced sales, start implementing it. But we're not yet done with the sales modules. There's going to be a lot more. Stay tuned for that. Go take a look at the next ones because we're really going to go even deeper on advanced sales and how to do it and how to utilize it. So I really look forward to doing that. I'm excited. Hope you're as excited as I am. Without further ado, thank you for watching and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. All right, what is up everyone? Stefan here and welcome to a brand new module of the Agency Blueprint. And today we're going to be talking about a module that a lot of you have probably been really, really excited for. And that is the module that is about Facebook and Instagram ads. Now, this first module will be specifically about the basics and the foundations for Facebook and Instagram ads. And it will talk all about the specific things that you can do and set up to have your Facebook and Instagram ads as accurately running. But before we get into like the week of, setup and implementation, we'll first start with all the basics. So you pretty much just understand what Facebook is, how it works, what it entails, and then we'll take it from there when it comes down to the implementation and the setup of things. So we'll start with the introduction to Meta, the Meta and the algorithm. We'll talk about the Meta pixel and the impact of iOS 14, the structure of Meta campaigns, target audiences, understanding the KPIs, how to calculate advertising costs for optimal results. And then we'll also talk a little bit briefly on preventing being blocked by, or banned by Meta, which is where we'll give you a shield for protection, so to say. It sounds really, hyped up, but it's just pretty much a cheat sheet that we're going to be giving you at the end of this module. And you're going to be using it specifically to make sure that you're not getting banned by Meta, because I see so many people coming on to us and, mailing us or messaging us or, sending us messages to here and just saying, I got banned from Facebook. How can I, prevent this? Or how can I get unbanned? But the thing is, you don't want to get unbanned. You just don't want to get banned at all, right? And we're going to be talking about how you can do that exactly to set it up for yourself. So let's get right into the introduction to Meta. So Facebook has changed its overall business name to Meta because they are taking a step towards the metaverse and virtual reality. So if you're not already aware of it, Meta is called Meta because of the metaverse. They say, that it's all, becoming digital. Web 3.0 is basically where, everything is going towards. And that's the step that Facebook in that sense has changed. So Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, WhatsApp are all companies that fall under Meta. And in this module, we will specifically focus on the first two, okay? So what is Facebook and Instagram for most people? Now, Facebook and Instagram are social media platforms where you can connect with people and discover news. You can see them as modern news platforms. That's what it is for most of the people that are not in the agency space, okay? But what is Facebook and Instagram for us? Facebook and Instagram for us are basically platforms where we can build our network with potential clients. That's number one, where we do the outreach. And two is run ads for our existing clients, okay? So it is nothing more than a means for us to acquire more potential clients and a means for us, right, for the businesses that we work with to achieve financial freedom. So the only thing basically what it comes down to is what Facebook is doing is Facebook is selling its data to your clients. That's basically what we're doing. And what we're doing, we're managing to take that data, right, to be in Facebook and say, okay, we are going to use that data efficiently and send it to your client, because your client doesn't know how to send the data to the client, to themselves, right? They're just unaware of it. They're inexperienced, or they haven't been getting results, or they want someone to do it quicker to get them results instead of them having to do it themselves. So it's data, practically data going to a specific client. That's basically it. That's what Facebook is, and that's their business model, because they have so much data of all these people with the names, phone numbers, emails, all these different things, right? So the goal of Meta behind the scenes is that Meta has hired employees specializing in neuropsychology to keep people's attention to their platform. So Mark Zuckerberg, for example, the owner of Meta, wants to do everything possible to retain consumer attention. He wants that's why they're competing with, for example, TikTok, Google, all these different channels. They want to make sure that they're utilizing, right, the specific attention of the people that are on the platform. If they stay on the platform, that chances are higher that they can use that data to then sell it to advertisers. That's how they make money. So by retaining the attention, businesses such as your agency's clients can pay Meta to position themselves in front of the consumer and attract them. And they might pay them, but they might know how to do it. So you come in and you say, okay, I'm gonna help you do it. Let's do it. Let's set it up. And you set it up for them. So what you need to understand, though, is that Facebook and Instagram are a means for us to make money, not to become a zombie like most people using Facebook and Instagram, just scrolling down their feed, and it's feeding them all of this news like the entire time, like just triggering them fully. So that's why we also provided you with the tools to avoid being distracted by these platforms. The same applies to WhatsApp and Messenger, as these are also platforms owned by Meta. So right now, where we're standing in the phases is we've talked about the sales conversation, closing phase, customer agrees, sending invoice, sending contract, onboarding process, kickoff. We're now at the stage of delivering results and maintaining communication. And we're going to start with the first one, which is basically the basics and the foundations. That's this entire week that we're teaching you, where we're going to talk also about Google ads, TikTok ads, all different types of ways of delivering the service to your clients. And then also the result-oriented offer, focused more now in this module on Meta, Facebook, and Instagram ads. So that's the introduction to Meta. Let's now dive into Meta and the algorithm, so you understand it, how it is in this year, 2024, 2025, 2026, 2027, and how it's going to be. So what is an algorithm? We first need to understand that. So an algorithm is a set of instructions. It's pretty much a system for solving a problem or performing a task. So it implies that different processes work together to complete a task, meaning an algorithm is a cohesive form of different elements combined together to optimize the system as such, so it can accurately show something to someone depending on their search history, browse history, activities on the specific channel, and everything that they've been doing so far. So let's go into Meta's algorithm right now. So behind the scenes, Meta has a computer that determines which specific content or ads you see on your feed. And this is not just a computer that you think, is just a laptop or a computer or something like that. They have full machines in a huge warehouse specific thing that basically just monitors everything and the data that goes through to Facebook. It's like an interconnected web of things happening the entire time. 24/7, 365. So this is done by constantly switching between millions of data points that you've given to Meta by using specific keywords or visiting pages on Facebook or Instagram. And because they have Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Messenger, all of these platforms that you're using, they might say it's encrypted, but they have the data because you've opted in, right? So this gives Meta a clear picture of your interests, allowing them to place you in a group with other people so that advertisers like us can place an ad that someone finds interesting. So for example, if I look up things about cars, and I continuously look up things about cars, and then on WhatsApp, I'm talking about cars, and I go to Instagram, I only look up cars, guess what ads I'm going to be seeing? Ads about cars. So it optimizes what you look for, and then it places an ad in front of you based on your search history, okay? So it works like this. You see something on Facebook, you see, for example, a specific ad, and then what happens is the algorithm is continuously flickering and just seeing where do you stay longer, on which type of content piece do you stay longer. If you stay longer on an ad, we might show you more ads of these. If you stay longer on this content piece, you might show this. Oh, you joined a group about cars. We're going to show you an ad about cars. Do you like that? Did you stay on it more than 2 seconds? Well, if you stayed more than 2 seconds, let's try another one. Did you stay more than 4 seconds on this one? Yes? Okay, we're going to show you another one. And that's how it goes. That's how it works. It's pretty scary, but it is how it is. That's the algorithm. So for ads. So for us as advertisers, it's essential to comply with the algorithm's rules as much as possible. So we want to ensure that we have our tracker, aka the Meta or Facebook Pixel, installed so that Meta can optimize our ads for the right people who find our offer interesting. So this ultimately leads to cheaper ads and better results. However, Installing the pixel is only relevant for you if you're sending traffic outside of Facebook and Instagram, if you want to build like custom audiences, right? So if you're sending traffic outside, we need to install it because it's an external website that's being used to actually track all the things. So if you want to build custom audiences, specific audiences of people that have, like, for example, visited the website, or people that have interacted with the content pieces or something like that, right? So for us, it's really interesting to apply to these rules as much as possible. Now, you might find of it whatever you want to find of it, the metaverse or whatever it is, but it's something that's here, and you can either implement it or walk behind the facts of not implementing it, right? So engagement. So as an organization, like I said, Meta aims to keep people engaged on the social media platforms. So the more active and engaged people are on the platform, the more data there is for advertisers to create targeted ads, and Meta gets paid to show those ads to the ideal audience. So what Meta does is Meta uses data from their own platforms and other websites via the Metapixel to measure behavior. And this allows them to precisely determine which ads and content to show and what people would find interesting. So basically it comes down to the thing that I just mentioned to you. If you look up cars the entire time, it's going to be sharing with you only ads for cars. If you look up ads the entire time or marketing things, it's going to show you marketing things. So keep that in mind when you're targeting your clients or for your clients, that you want to have specific audience focused in on that. And it becomes even further. The algorithm knows so much that we don't even have to give them like an interest-based targeting. We can just leave the interest-based targeting open, just blank, and then specify our creative to the point where we actually speak to the engaged audience and we actually mention their names, or like, hey, car enthusiasts, or in your text you mention like for car enthusiasts. Then what Facebook will do is the algorithm and the AI will track that specific thing and they'll show it to the people that are car enthusiasts, right? And that's how far the algorithm has gone, right? Just to give you an idea. So let's now talk about the Metapixel and impact of iOS 14. So before we get into this in depth, you need to understand what the pixel actually is. So before we dive into the execution of the campaigns, which we'll do in the second module, you need to actually understand that it's crucial and it's important that you understand what the Metapixel is and that you know what the essence of it is. So the Metapixel is a piece of code that we can place on a website or a funnel to measure the effectiveness of our ads by gaining insights into the actions people take on that page. So pretty much what it comes down to, it is a simple code that we take, right? We place that code on our website, and when John goes on our website, we can track the data of John. Facebook collects that data, and then we can use that data of John to basically show him specific content pieces from our client to get him over to our client. That's basically what it comes down to. So its purpose is to measure the activity and behavior of people outside Meta's platform, because Facebook cannot track all the websites, right? So the only thing that Facebook can do is track inside their own platforms what is happening with the people and that data they have. External data is only measured by the pixel. That's why they created it. So this is a powerful tool to optimize your ads when you link the right events to it. So to measure the activities and behavior of people, the Metapixel uses cookies stored in your browser or server-side API. Now, when an event is triggered on a page, data is sent to the pixel. So when something happens, someone comes on the page, views the page, something gets triggered. Someone puts something to a shopping cart, it gets triggered. Someone puts something to a ad to, they go to the checkout, initiate checkout. So Meta can then link this data to the ad you're running, allowing you to precisely understand what happened and improve from there. So in a nutshell, a pixel is a code that we place on the website in order for it to actually track all the activity from the people that go on that website and that do specific events and handlings on the website. So we can then use that pixel for our own advantage, put it as an audience in our ads, and show it to exactly that audience. Show our ad to exactly that audience. That's the only thing that the pixel is, okay? So accurate data. Consider the Metapixel as a team member of yours that will help you find the right people. Now, if you provide the Metapixel with limited or wrong data to work with, it won't yield great results. So we use it to obtain accurate data from traffic on a website or a funnel so that we can then warm up those individuals and display targeted ads, as I was just mentioning to you. So what we want to do is we have the traffic, as we were talking about before, the cold traffic all the way to the top, the warm traffic, the hot traffic, and then the customers that are all the way down, and then the people that are unfamiliar with your product or your service, right? So that's basically the blue people that are cold traffic. So what we want to do is we want to track all of these people, especially cold people that come to our website or come to our funnel, right? And then have them in a pixel so they can go from cold to warm to hot to eventually a client, right? Because the warmer people get, the more inclined they'll be to become a client. They'll know more about your brand, they trust you more, brand awareness goes up, and that's how they become a client. So that's what the metapixel does. It keeps traffic of all these different sources of people that have actively visited the funnel or the website, okay? So knowledge here is power, and data is even more power, okay? So where traditional advertising on television or in newspapers doesn't allow you to see what happens when someone views an ad, because if you have an ad on TV, someone sees it, how do you know if John looked at that, ad on the TV or Jane or whoever it is? Like with the metapixel, we can actually see who did it, right? So knowing how many leads, conversations, sales results from the ads allows you to make informed decisions about their effectiveness. However, if you work with lead or instant forms, right? Lead forms from Meta, the metapixel may not be of great importance. You don't have to use it unless you're sending people from the thank you page of the lead form to a website. But in most instances, we're not going to do that. We're just going to have a lead form. Then when someone fills out a lead form, it's going to be a thank you, and then we're going to call the person. That's it, right? So it's going to be fairly simple. So only when you use a website, usually we'll use a metapixel. So here's the impact of iOS 14, and iOS 15, and 16, 17, whatever it is that it is right now when you watch this. So since iOS 14 came out a couple of years back, people can give permission via their browser or companies via their website for data collection with cookies. So if someone doesn't grant permission, you can't measure the events activated by the metapixel, and your metapixel will receive additional data, right? So in the next week, in week 8, I will be diving into exactly how to prevent this with the specific conversions API or other solutions on how to still measure people effectively. But for now, what is most important to understand is that in general, installing the metapixel is sufficient, unless you have a complex funnel like e-commerce or info product businesses or whatever. So in that case, when you have a complex funnel, it is useful to use an alternative tracking method due to these iOS updates that have come about. But like I said, we'll discuss this further next week. So in the next video of Facebook and the setup and the implementation, and show you how to implement alternative tracking methods alongside the metapixel. That's the metapixel. So now let's talk about the structure of meta campaigns, because I see so many people go wrong when it comes down to structuring their meta campaigns and understanding how they need to do that to the exact T, because it's really simple, but you need to know how to do it. So what do I mean by this? So Facebook and Instagram are platforms that are part of Meta. To run advertisements, we always have to do this from the Facebook Ad Manager. Don't boost posts. I have to be clear again. Don't boost posts. If you boost posts, it doesn't give you a clear-cut engagement that you can get when you do the Ads Manager. Plus, you're probably going to overspend because the targeting is limited. Never have your clients boost posts or boost post yourself. Always do targeted ads from the Ads Manager. So when it comes to structure, I mean that a Facebook campaign consists of certain components, all of which are important to make the whole thing run smoothly. So if you understand and set up these components correctly from the beginning, it will be much, much, much easier for you, right, to generate leads for your clients later. So let's dive into these components because these are really important. So I will visually illustrate this so you understand it and take you through these examples. So it all starts in Meta, right? It all starts with a personal ad account. And you got to keep one thing in mind. Whether you're running ads, you want to run ads on WhatsApp, to Instagram, to basically Messenger, you're always running it from the Facebook Ads Manager, okay? So the Meta Ads Manager, Facebook Ads Manager, that's where you're running it from. You have your personal ad account. That's the one that you have created that's linked to your Facebook profile. So I'll give you an explanation on this. So a personal ad account is your own personal Facebook account that you use to log in to Facebook in order to access your business manager and manage campaigns. This is a personal ad account, and we never, ever want to specifically, run ads from this one. Okay, so I see so many people make a mistake that they want to run ads from the personal ad account. However, we do conduct all activities on Facebook from the business manager, right? But this personal account is important because you can create a business manager from here. So we manage the things from the business manager, which it makes sense why it's called Business Manager, but your personal ad account is directly linked to your Facebook profile. So if anything happens to this one, it's a big problem, right? So we don't want to be actually, messing around with this one. We want to be making, it compliant with everything that is needed, which we'll give to you in the shield, in the cheat sheet, basically in this document or in this module. So personal ad account, that's where it all starts and stems from, right? You wouldn't have if you don't have a Facebook account, you wouldn't have a personal ad account. Once you create a Facebook account, you will have a personal ad account, right? So with that being said, a personal ad account is linked to the business manager. So what you can do is from your personal ad account, you create a business manager, right? So a business manager or Meta Business Suite is what it's called these days, is a central hub of your agency to manage all advertising accounts, meta pixels, Facebook pages, Instagram profiles for yourself and for your clients. So it's pretty much a central place to manage everything, right? To manage everything, to see the ad accounts, to link the pages from your clients, to link basically their Instagram pages and get access to those as a partner. It's basically the main thing where you will be managing almost everything, okay? So this is what the business manager looks like right now. It's called the Meta Business Suite, and Facebook is continuously changing these things. So it might look a little bit different once you're watching this, but this is the way that it looks like right now, than the way that it is when you would log in to it right now. So this is the business manager and the Meta Business Suite. Under the business manager, we can create an ad account or an advertising account, right? So an advertising account is a place to set up your campaigns, ad sets, and ads, all right? And this is the place you will use the most when advertising on Facebook and Instagram. So when you're running ads, right, you will have an advertising account that's created within your business manager. So within your business manager, you create an ad account, and then within that ad account, you can have a campaign, right, that has a specific objective, like a goal. And then you have the ad set where you can do the interest-based targeting or like different types of, specifications for the, on the ad set level. And then the ad itself, which people actually see. So it's the creative, the text, or anything else that you want to do, headline, button, you name it. So with that being said, that's the advertising account. Now, this is the advertising account and ads manager, and this is how it looks, at least to this day. It might look a little bit different on your end, but this is basically how it looks like, right? So advertising account, under that, there's a campaign level. So the campaign level is pretty much, like I just mentioned, is the first step we need to take in setting up an advertisement. So once you have the advertising account, we're going to create a campaign first. That's where it all starts with, because you need to have a goal, right, that you want to focus it on. So with that being said, when you have a campaign, there's specific things that you can do. So you can set up an objective that you want to achieve with your advertisement, right? So from your advertisement, you will basically go in there and then choose a specific objective. And what this does is it informs Facebook to optimize the advertisement for the chosen objective you have set. Now, at the same time, we can also determine the budget in here, just like in the ad set. So I will explain more about the differences between those two. So there are just a couple of different things regarding the campaign and the ad set. And I will go ahead and explain that to you right now, because the campaign level is thus the starting point when you advertise on Meta. So it's Facebook and Instagram. So you start here. This is how it usually looks like. So you can choose awareness, traffic, engagement, leads, app promotion, sales, right? You choose buying type, which is usually auction. So then you start with that. Now at the campaign level, you need to specify the goal you want to achieve with your ad so that you get the right settings that correspond to this goal, right? Meaning, if you want more traffic to the website, you do that. We don't usually do that, by the way. But if you want to get leads, you do leads. If you want to get sales, you do sales, right? So those are the most common ones that we are going to be using. But from our experience, we only use leads. So when we use leads, we use lead or instant forms or sending traffic to a marketing funnel to capture leads or calls. That's pretty much the only one that we are using, right? And the reason why we do it is, we want to optimize your ads for those metrics. So we want to optimize the leads for that specific metric. And if you're using like lead or instant forms, you do not need to deploy the metapixel for this. Like I said before, if you're doing lead forms, you don't need a metapixel for this, okay? You just need specifically Facebook itself, that's it. And then run ads from that. It's really simple. So if you have a local business or working with local businesses, it's really easy to do this for those clients, because the only thing you will have to do is just make sure that you have access to all the pages and everything, and then basically just run it from there. You don't need to create a funnel or a link to a website, put a metapixel, like it's just a lot of hassle that you don't need to do. But if you have an e-commerce brand that you're working with, or a coach or info product, or something that is more related to a website or a funnel, if you want to generate sales and optimize for more, you need to choose this objective. So this is what we use very often with e-commerce brands. So sales is e-commerce brands usually, and with other types of businesses. Leads is usually with local lead gen and local businesses in general. So that's the basically the distinguishing part of leads and sales. The other ones, app promotion, engagement, traffic, awareness, we don't do that, right? Because it's not really as good of a use from our experience as leads and sales are. By the way, the implementation of all this, guys, I'm going to be sharing that with you in the second video, which will be the one in week 8. So don't think that because I'm just, hammering with the information that you won't have clarity on how to do this. There will be tons of clarity in the next module that you will be able to watch. But for now, I just want to give you a clear, picture of the entire structure of how meta campaigns look. So under campaign, there's the ad set. So you can have multiple ad sets under the campaign. And what an ad set is we, with an ad set, we configure where we want our advertisement to be displayed and for which audience. So what we do here is we define the target audience by selecting factors such as location, gender, and age. Okay, so you can choose all of those things here. You can do the placements. You can do everything related to where the ad is going to be showing to the people. So the campaign level is something people don't see. The ad set level is something people don't see, but the ad level is something your audience will see, right? So the first two, campaign and ad set, they don't see. Then the last one, the ad themselves, they see that, right? So if we are sending traffic to a marketing funnel or website, we can select which event we want to optimize for, okay? Additionally, we can also set our budget here and choose where we want our advertisement to appear by using placement. So there's two types of different budgets that we can use. We can use CBO or ABO. CBO is campaign budget optimization. ABO is ad set budget optimization. So you can basically do it on an ad set level or on a campaign budget level. Usually we don't do it on a campaign budget level. We do ad set level, but we'll get into that also in the future. So with that being said, after selecting an objective in the campaign, right, we proceed to the ad set level where you, like I said, can configure the following. You can configure the budget. So how much are we going to be spending on a daily basis? We usually do daily. We don't do lifetime budgets. And we do optimization events. So only for sending traffic to a marketing funnel or website. Target audience. Which audience do we want to select to target our ad to? Placements. Bid strategy. So those are the main things that we're going to be choosing when it comes down to the ad set level. Under the ad set level, we have the ad level. So the ad level is, like I said, what people will actually see. So the ad or advertisement is the part that customers or the target audience will see. Now at the ad level, you set up the advertising materials such as images, videos, text, and call to actions. So this is what people will actually just see, right? Specifically because it will be more, everything will be entailed to actually show it to them and make sure that they are seeing it. But the thing is, Facebook in the behind the scenes, once the ad will be sharing it, you'll be showing it to the audience. Behind the scenes, Facebook will be checking the specific interest based, that you've put into the ad set and optimizing the ad based on showing it to those people or showing it to different people. And then you will see the data on if it actually showed to that people by looking at the metrics. And if the metrics are off, you know that you need to make tweaks and make adjustments to the ad, right? Or make adjustment to the ad set, depending on what the data will say. So this is the third level. And within the ad level, you have the options to create different types of ads, such as photo ads, video ads, carousel ads, collection ads, instant experience ads, poll ads, and lead and instant form ads. So if you choose instant form on the ad set level, so you need to choose that on the ad set level, then you can choose the lead form. So as you can see, we can do a lot of different things, but that there's a possibility to do a lot of different things doesn't mean that we're going to do a lot of different things. We're just going to keep it simple, okay? Because simplicity beats complexity. Simplicity beats over in trying to maximize all the things that a platform uses, because you got to think about it. The reason why they give so many options is because they got to compete with all these other tech giants, right? Like Google, TikTok, you name it. And another thing is they also want you to spend more and try more things out. Like it's a new shiny thing. So it will say you need to spend more, or you need to try this thing out, like dynamic creative or anything like that. So you spend it, but you don't get an additional result. So that is in essence what the ad level is. This is an example of a photo ad by Chargebee, where they run an ad specifically targeted to people that want to, have something with a brand. So if they have a brand, they show it to them, and they can use subscriptions. This is another one regarding like a masterclass of a coach that is running a video ad, and that is 15 seconds long. This is a carousel ad from Orange Fit, an e-commerce brand that does like multiple pictures and multiple headlines that you can see right here, right? With free advice, diet, Shoko, and all those things, right? So that's a carousel ad. Then we have a collection ad. So collection ad is usually for e-commerce brands that want to show off their collection, like a clothing brand. So you see different types of clothing pieces that they actually have in here. And once you click on one, you actually go to the exact specific product page of that specific brand. And then we have instant experience ad. So instant experience ad is basically what it comes down to is you can click on it, you can see, and you can get an instant experience specifically, and kind of look into kind of either an e-commerce store, or look into specifically what they present on their website, right? And then before just going to their website, that's an instant experience. A poll ad is pretty much just an ad that we run either usually on our stories, that where we give a poll, right? Where you can say like yes, no, or like donut fries in this instance. So you run it, people can see it, then they can vote like what do I actually like. And that is sponsored. And you can see that it's sponsored by basically the top one, where it says sponsored under the Dunkin' name. Then we have a lead or instant form ad. Now, a lead instant form ad basically means that when you see an ad, you can click on the sign up, it pops up, okay? So lead form means like it's a form that where someone can become a lead, meaning they get a pop-up, they can fill out a name, email, phone number, or additional information if needed to sign up for the specific ad or the offer that you are giving them in the ad, okay? So those are all the specific ads, and those are all the specific components of meta campaigns. Optimization. So when running an ad, Facebook's algorithm will optimize it for the objective you set at the campaign level and the optimization event, target audience, budget, placements you specified at the ad set level, okay? So meaning, in the next week, like I said, I will guide you through setting up a complete campaign and show you everything step by step so that you understand exactly why we do certain things in the setup. Remember for now that everything revolves around optimization and establishing a solid foundation for a campaign. So once the campaign is running, it's just a matter of managing it daily and letting the algorithm work to find the best combination of the golden formula, okay? So that is basically what we want to do, because Facebook's AI and algorithm knows 99% of the things, 99.9% maybe. We just give them 0.1 and implement the things that we think will be working from our experience. You implement that and it's working, right? So that's the level that the optimization has come through, and it works kind of like the more people use the softwares or like the programs, the more data Facebook has, and the more data we as advertisers have, and the more results we're going to get. And then the more people use it, so it's like a loop, right? It's like a entire loop that continuously cycles the entire time through. The more data Facebook has, the more people use it. The more people use it, the more data it has, the more results we can bring to our clients. It's a vicious loop basically that continues never ending. And it just grows incredibly because their data grows by the day, right? So, and by the way, also one thing I want to just dissect really quick is when people or clients say, I don't have Facebook, so my target audience won't be on Facebook. The thing that you can answer to them is you can just say, okay, well, do you have Instagram? Do you have WhatsApp? Do you have Messenger? And they say yes. You say, okay, so you do have Facebook. Because at least Facebook has your data, so we can still target you. Okay, so that is something really important to also measure, to tell clients, because they need to be aware that you actually have so much data. Like Meta has so much data, people don't even recognize it. They don't understand it. Like the same thing when they say with Google, like, oh, I don't use Google. You don't use Google, or I don't use YouTube. You don't use YouTube. Like, do you look up things on Google? Yeah. Okay, so we can target you on YouTube, right? So that's kind of a thing that you need to know, which will set you apart during the sales meetings that you will have with clients. So let's now talk about the target audience. So if you want to run Facebook or Instagram ads from Meta, there are numerous options when it comes to choosing a target audience at the ad set level. So we have Meta and Facebook and Instagram ads. So you have a target audience, right? Target audiences, which is basically the ad set, right? And then within there, we can have multiple things. So the first specific target audience that we can have is the locations, right? Now, what is the locations? So as the name says it, the first option is to choose a location at the ad set level. So this allows us to choose the to show the ad only to people in a specific area. So geographically, we can position it like on the right-hand side, only to people in Amsterdam, for example. So we show it only to people in Amsterdam, and we can even specify the amount of, kilometers or like miles that we want to specifically target the people in that area. So depending on where your client wants to be visible, you have the option to target specific countries or take a radius in their local area, okay? So you can choose between what's needed for them, where they want to target people, and show it only to those people from the ad set level. Now, for local businesses, a small radius is often sufficient since their target audience is usually not large. So when it comes down to local businesses, it's just simple to do like a small one. But the thing is, you will have something specific called restrictions and ad categories, special ad categories. If you have special ad categories, won't really be, that like easy for you to target more people like broad, because you'll be limited towards like who you can actually target. Facebook did that for like housing, employment, and all different types of campaign. Don't ask me why they did it, but it has to do with some restrictions that they had and some privacy problems that they had. But locations is still a powerful thing, even if you have those restrictions with the special ad categories. In most niches, you can use it, but if you have housing niches like real estate or anything like that, you will have to work with that, which will be a limit, I think, of 15 kilometers or 20 miles. That is your minimum. So you can't specify even more than that, right? So that's the locations. And then we have the detailed targeting. The detailed targeting with Meta is where you have the option to select a specific target audience within the categories of demographics, interests, and behavior. So on the right-hand side, you can see McDonald's. We can choose McDonald's as a specific interest, right? And if we want to do, an interest, we can do like a demographic. We can do like specific people that basically have, a specific education or parents or anything related to that. And we have specific behaviors, like if they're an expat, or if they, have like, if they are really active on like Instagram, or if they're really heavy active on, mobile or desktop or anything like that. We can hyper target those people. We can even target people based on the phones that they're using. Just imagine that. Like, we can target people based on the phones that they're using. So do you have an ad for people celebrating their birthdays? Then you can target the people who are about to have a birthday. Yes, that's how far you can pretty much just go with these, Meta ads campaigns and with campaigns in general these days. So it's, like I said, it's scary, but it's the world that we're living in. And you either live in it or you don't. So, and you make use of it or you don't. So recently, Meta emphasized, that advertisers, to keep the targeting broad instead of hyper targeted, but we strongly recommend experimenting with using interest and broad to see which will work the best for your clients. Because honestly, we cannot say like it's black and white. We cannot say, broad targeting works for everyone or interest targeting works for everyone. You just got to test it. You got to see what will work and what will make the the car tick. And if it's broad, more for your niche and your clients, then do broad. If it's interest-based, then do that. But you cannot put a finger on it if you haven't tested it, okay? So that's something important to keep in mind. And something that's really important in the marketing in general is it's not proven until it's tested. It's data thinking, and it's exactly what I taught you in week 2, which is really important. So, meaning we have detailed targeting, then we have custom audiences. So custom audience, as the name suggests, within Meta, you can create your own custom audience, so a specific audience based on your Facebook page, Instagram profile, email list, website visitors. So people that have specifically interacted with something or done something can be hyper-targeted by a specific custom audience. So in other words, when people leave your website, they leave your Facebook page, leave your Instagram profile, you have the opportunity to show them a targeted ad again so they don't forget about you. Have you ever seen an ad? Like you were looking up something like a lot of times and then all of a sudden you get an ad of that. Well, that is because somewhere in that process, your traffic has been saved when you were on the platform or when you were on a website that has a specific pixel. And then what had happened is that specific business that is buying the data from Facebook has set, I only want to have people that have visited my website or that have engaged with my Facebook content or that are following me on Instagram or that are following me on Facebook to be shown this ad. So you've been shown that ad. And that's creepy. And that's omnipresence, what we call in the marketing world, which is what we want to have. Because if you're everywhere, you're pretty much always in people's mind. And the person who is in people's mind and who has the attention will always win, right? So with that being said, a custom audience is something really important that you need to remember in this case, because what you need to remember is that you need at least 100 people in your custom audience for it to work, as otherwise Meta won't spend budget on the ad. So we always say, 100 people, if it's if it's below 1,000, it's not ideal. You want to have as much people as possible. But to be truly sure, we recommend having at least 1,000 people in a custom audience so that you can be certain that Facebook will spend. Because I see so many people want to start a custom audience. They do a custom audience of 100 people or 200 people. It just doesn't spend. And they say oh, why doesn't it spend? Well, because you're spending a budget that's too much compared to the specific audience size that you have. Now, the audience sizes and everything, compared to that, there's a specific layout of how much you spend a day compared to the exact amount of people that it's going to be shown to, right? And if that, amount of people in that audience, is less than the amount that you're spending for that specific audience, then it's not going to spend because you're overspending it, right? And Facebook doesn't allow that. So this is something Meta intentionally does to protect the privacy of its users, right? So it doesn't want to, because this way you can hyper-target. I can just take one person, hyper-target that person, and you will be crazy. They will be seeing 1,000 ads only of us a day. So meaning that's custom audiences. And then we have another target audience, right, that we can use, which is lookalike audiences. So lookalike audiences, if there are enough people in your custom audience, so let's say, for example, we take people that have visited our website, on the right-hand side, all website visitors from the last 180 days. You also have the option to create an audience that is similar to the people in it, right? So you can say, okay, what I want to do is in the US, I want to have, from that audience, 0 to 1%, so 100,000 people that look alike with their Facebook profile or their data on Meta in general. So that could be Instagram, Messenger, WhatsApp. I want 0 to 1%, the number of the lookalike audience, right? One lookalike audience, and then 0 to 1% of the people in that specific audience. I want to have that audience. You create that audience, right? And then, let's say, for example, you have 1,000 people, like I said, who you are certain that are already customers of the company. With custom audiences, Meta knows exactly who to target to find similar to those in your custom audience, right? So, for example, if you have a custom audience of 1,000 people, you create a lookalike audience, and you want to have replicas, 100,000 replicas of those 1,000 people in the custom audience. Facebook then takes those people, puts them in a lookalike audience, and then lookalike audience is all people with the data similar to the people in your custom audience. Okay, so this is really powerful because you can then use this one to your advantage and just take all these people and then show them that ad, because you probably already know that these people are warmer, and the warmer the custom audience is, the warmer the lookalike audience is going to be. So you can imagine if you have website visitors, it's different. If you have people that are a little bit more further in the stage of buying, or already there when it comes down to purchasing, they're already further. So this is a powerful method if the company you're working with already has a lot of data that you can put into a custom audience and then create a lookalike audience from it. As we are moving towards broad targeting, it is still worth testing out. So since, like I said, we're moving towards broader broader targeting in general, what I've seen with our team that is running everything, now it's just a matter of you trying out different things, still seeing if it will work, right? Giving it a chance, but taking the data and just looking at what makes sense from your end first. Because if you work with local businesses, it's different than if you work with e-commerce. If you work with e-commerce, it's different than if you work with info product. If you work with info product, it's different than if you work with coaches, right? So those were all the specific audiences, right? So I hope that makes sense. Target audiences, locations, detailed targeting, custom audience, and lookalike audiences. Okay. So let's now dive into the introduction to KPIs. So what is a KPI? So KPIs are key performance indicators. Key performance indicators might not tell you anything, but in other words, what this means is these are indicators that show us how the campaign, ad set, and ads are performing. Because without KPIs, we do not know if a campaign is profitable, and we are essentially gambling. So it's basically just, throwing money at a gambling machine and not knowing what is going to get a return, right? So we don't want that. The thing is with Facebook, it is pretty much kind of sort of gambling, right? The only thing is it's gambling with the data. So you have the tracking, you know what's happening, but you still got to, roll the dice and try different ads. You got to roll the dice and see what will work. You got to roll the dice and just see what will stick. So it's kind of still, guesswork, but to a degree, because we have figured all of the things out in the past 5 years. So if the results are not favorable for the business you're advertising for, we can simply look at the KPIs and identify where things are going wrong. Then we can make adjustments, right? So, depending on what the KPIs say, we can make tweaks, changes, optimizations, and basically take it from there, right? So the advertising is not a game of chance or emotional decision making. It's rather something that involves data and making logical decisions to achieve success. I compare advertising with accounting, because with accounting, you need to know the numbers. You need to know exactly to the T what actually will work, what actually, will, if it's making a profit, how the business is doing, if it's healthy, and you do that by having the right numbers in place. With Facebook, you have the right numbers in place, and you can pretty much take a look at it and make calculated decisions on that. Oh, your cost per lead is too high. How is that coming? What is the specific reason why the cost per lead is too high? Then we dissect that, and then we take that further. Why is the CPM too high? Why is basically your click-through rate so low? How can we improve that? Can we improve the image? Can we improve the text? Can we improve the creative? So you can base these things off of the things that are actually just, running with the business, and then optimize it from there, right? So you got to understand, there are hundreds of KPIs you can use, like endless amounts, but you don't need to know them all, luckily, right? So we will only delve into the most crucial KPIs to be aware of. So these are the key KPIs we will use when advertising on Meta, and specifically Facebook, Instagram. So let's go by them through one-on-one. And like I said, I'll go through them a little bit more quicker because there's a lot of them, but these are the most important ones that you're going to be using when you're running ads on Meta. Impressions. Impressions is the number of times your ad is viewed by people. So how much did they view it, right? So that's the views. CPM is the cost per 1,000 impressions. So it's the price you pay for 1,000 people to see your ad. And the reason why that's so important and so crucial is because then we can base if actually, if it will show to, for example, 1,000 people, if it's not as expensive as it should be, right? So it should always be, depending on which business you're doing at, preferably lower than 10, right? Or lower than 5 or lower than 3. So with that being said, we have clicks, right? So we have basically clicks, and clicks is how many people clicked on your ad. So how many actually clicked on the ad. CPC is the cost per click. So what cost, what cost do we give? What cost do we have for someone clicking an ad, right? The CTR, so the click-through rate. Now, this is the percentage of people who click on your ad compared to the percentage of people who see the ad. So it's basically, the impressions and the clicks, and we take those two measurements, and then we have the click-through rate. Then we have the frequency. The frequency is how often someone has seen your ad within a specific period, usually a day. And then we have some extra KPIs. So these are the main KPIs, the important general KPIs, which you need to understand, right? Then we have quality ranking, which is something we use to measure how qualitative your ad is compared to other ads targeting the same audience, right? We have engagement rate ranking, which is the expected engagement rate, calculates the likelihood that a person will click, react, or share the ad, which is also really important to measure. You don't want it to be below average for neither one of those two, and especially not for this one, which is the conversion rate ranking. And the conversion rate explains how the expected conversion rate of your ad compares to ads with the same optimization goal competing for the same audience. So the expected conversion rate calculates the chance that a person who viewed your ad will also achieve your optimization goal. So if you've chosen the conversions objective, this ratio indicates whether the person who viewed the ad will also convert. If it's low, the chances are that they won't convert. So that it means that the conversion on the back end needs to improve, either your lead form or anything really like that. If the engagement or quality is not good, then we can base that, our ad needs to improve in terms of quality and everything regarding like the engagement that they can create. So these are the extra KPIs. Now for different businesses and funnels, you'll encounter important funnel KPIs. So for example, for local lead gen or businesses, you'll encounter leads, right? So leads is how many people have provided their contact information, their name, email, phone number, or additional information that we asked from them. We then have the CPL, which is the cost per lead. This is the price you pay for someone to become a lead, in other words, to fill out the information and claim the offer, right? So, and CPL is basically, compared to like, okay, so how many leads are there that have actually, clicked and then how many leads have actually filled out their information. Then we have appointments. Appointments is how many people have scheduled an appointment. We have cost per CPAF, cost per appointment, the price you pay for an appointment, okay? And then we have sales, how many sales, how many people have made a purchase. And then we have CPA, which is probably one of the most important things, which is cost per acquisition, and it's the price you pay for a purchase. How much total price from Facebook have we paid to acquire one client? It's really important to know, because based on that, you can pretty much scale. If you don't have it, it's hard to really scale because you don't know what you're actually paying for a client, right? So revenue. Revenue is also one of the most important, which is how much income has been generated from your ads. And it's usually measured manually for local business, because local businesses, it's offline sales. So it's offline conversions. While as with e-commerce or with online coaches, it's all online. So you can pretty much just track everything online. You can see everything online. When someone buys, it automatically tracks it with the pixel. So you have the data immediately and instantly. With local businesses, you need to track it manually. So we usually use Growzy, Growzy.io as a software to actually track everything local for local businesses and, maintain everything like that. So then we also have the ROAS, so the return on ad spend. So the ROAS is the amount of revenue earned for every euro or dollar spent on advertising. So how much did we spend and how much did we get back? This is also usually measured manually for local businesses, okay? So usually when it comes down to, all types of different businesses, it's, for local businesses always manually, which is kind of a downside to local businesses. The pros though is that it's pretty easy to get results for local businesses compared to like e-commerce or coaches or info products, right? So those are really important funnel KPIs for local lead gen businesses, like really, really important ones, right? Now we have ones for e-commerce, and these are really specific to like e-commerce. So we have view content, which is how many people have viewed the product page. We have CPVC, which is cost per view content, which is the price you pay for someone to view a product page. We have add to cart, so how many people have added a product to their cart. We have CPATC, cost per add to cart, the price you pay for someone to add a product to their cart. We have checkout, how many people reach the checkout page to complete their purchase. CPCO, cost per checkout, what does it cost us? The price we pay for each checkout. Sales, how many sales actually made how many people actually made a purchase. And CPA, the price you pay for a purchase. And then we have, of course, revenue, how much income has been generated from your ads, and the ROAS, the return on ad spend, which is the amount of revenue earned for every euro or dollar spent on advertising. So as you can see, e-commerce is a little bit different because we can track everything. In real life, for local businesses, we cannot view the view content. We cannot see how much people have actually window shopped in the store or came into the store or went to live, like do the checkout and then didn't buy. We cannot check that because it's live. But with e-commerce, we can track everything. We can see everything. And these are the exact things that we're going to be measuring to make sure that everything is up to date. So in the coming week, we'll delve deeper into data thinking and making analytical decisions based on what KPIs indicate. For now, let's dive into one specific thing also, which is how to calculate advertising costs to achieve the best results. Because I see so many people struggle also with, these specific things when it comes to advertising costs and how to, understand how much to charge for a client when it comes to ad spend. And they just, they just make a mess out of it, to be honest, which is not something you want to do. You want to come across professional, right? So to deliver good results, you need a sufficient advertising budget so that you can conduct extensive testing at the beginning, right? In addition to testing, you must also provide enough budget to Meta, so Facebook and Instagram, so that they can generate your leads, appointments, or purchases at the right price, okay? Meaning, you need to understand how much you actually need to spend in order for you to acquire leads or to acquire clients. So why is it important to allocate enough budget to Meta? So let's assume you want to pay $10 to acquire one lead, one name, email, phone number. In this case, you should give Meta at least 10 per day so that they can find people for 10 per lead or less. Makes sense, right? You have 10, you want someone for 10 a day, at least you give them 10 a day so they can spend to get 10 a day, right? So if you give Meta less than 10 per day, there is a chance that you will receive inconsistent leads, meaning if you're not spending the right amount, if you spend only $3 a day, but you're aiming basically to, acquire leads, basically at an average price, because the average cost per lead is usually always 10 with local businesses. We talk about local businesses specifically. It's 10, meaning we need to spend at least 10 to acquire someone for the average, which is 10. If we spend 3, it will take us maybe 4 days to acquire 1 for 10. Does that make sense? So giving Meta less on a daily basis, when you know the average cost per lead in your niche, which you should know, which we've done extensive research on, if you give them less on a daily basis than what you're willing to pay for one lead, it's like going to a fishmonger to pay a 500 gram salmon fillet that costs $5, but only wanting to pay $250. It's like saying that you cannot if you make $250 a day, you need to come back to make $250 tomorrow, and then hope that you're going to be able to pay the salmon. That's basically what you're doing with Facebook. So you need to calculate the average cost per lead, which is something we talked about in the price tracker. Do you remember the price tracker? Week 4, we talked about the price trackers for different offers. We had 8 price trackers. One of them was local business. One of them was e-commerce, and mixed also with info product and all these things. That's basically where you calculate your ad spend. Because you calculate your ad spend for local businesses based on the average cost per lead, the lead to appointment conversion, right? So let's say, for example, you're going to get from 5 leads, you get, 1 appointment. So that means that your lead, appointment conversion is 20%. So meaning 1 out of every 5 lead becomes an appointment. And then if you know how many leads actually become a client, so let's say your client wants 3 clients, you say, okay, well, 1 out of 5 leads becomes an appointment, okay? Now, if he wants 3 clients, you ask him how many appointments do you need to actually convert a client. They'll say maybe 3 appointments. You say, okay, great. That means that I need to give him, if I want to give him 3 clients, I need to give him 9 appointments. So if we know that 1 appointment comes through from 1 out of 5 leads, that means that we need to do 9 times 5, because 9 times 1 is 9. That's the amount of appointments we need. And 9 times 5 is 45. So 45 leads for 9 appointments. That's how many leads we need to get. And if your average cost per lead is 10, you know that you need to spend 10 times 45 is $450 to get 9 appointments and get 3 clients. Does that make sense? That's how the calculation is done for local businesses. So pretty much, I would always say, when you calculate it like that with a price tracker, make sure to just 2x the specific price that you have for your ad spend. So if it's $450 in this instance, which I've shared with you, times that by 2, because then you'll be safe, that you know that you will get 45 leads. Because the thing is, your cost per lead might not be $10. Your cost per lead might be $15 or $20 or more. So to have that margin of safety, you want to just 2x a little bit more, basically the price that you're going to be paying, to Meta to get that data. Okay? So that's local business. E-commerce is pretty much the same. When it comes down to the break-even ROAS, you just calculate the break-even ROAS, and you will already have the ad spend there. So you can already pretty much estimate what the ad spend will be to get the ROAS, and then increase that also by at least 1.5 or 2. So if it's 1K, 1.5x that or 2x that. That's your ad spend, and that's what you start off with. Okay? So look, the less you pay Meta, the fewer leads you will get. That's the truth. Meta is made to make money. It has data. You pay money to get that data. The more you pay, the more data you're going to get. The less you pay, the less data you're going to get. Simple. However, if your client only has a budget of 5 a day for some reason, you can start with that and just see how it goes. I'm not saying that you need to exit. I'm just saying you want to have the margin of safety for you, because there might be a chance that the first month that you work with the client, you need to figure out the creative, you need to figure out everything. We're going to give you everything in this program. Nevertheless, you're not for nothing in the best program that is there in terms of the agency space. But when it comes down to, just these things, it's also a little bit of gut feeling. It's a little bit of, not seeing it black and white, but just trying it out and testing it out, right? So in some cases, your clients may not have enough budget. So if it's a local business, you can still advertise for them, right? However, keep in mind that the results may not be optimal. So to precisely determine the cost per lead, appointment, purchase, or ROAS, you can discuss this during the sales conversation or the kickoff with the client. So make sure they have enough budget. Make sure to go through the price tracker that I've given you. Make sure to calculate it with them. But make sure to be professional and be prepared before you bring it to them. Okay? Really important. So during the conversation on the sales meeting with the client, you can bring up the price tracker, calculate how much one customer is worth to them, then inquire about the maximum they are willing to spend to acquire this customer. If they're willing to spend 500, you can calculate back the amount of appointments, you can calculate the amount of leads that you need to bring to get them that result. That's your ad spend. Okay? So Depending on in which industry you work with and the offer you use, we can determine what the average cost per lead, appointment, or purchase is. We can to the T calculate it, okay? So if, based on your research and experience, you already know that the cost per lead falls within a certain range, right? Then multiply this amount by 30 to arrive at your monthly budget. And then, like I said, if you multiply it by 30, you can use the calculation that I used, just multiply it by 2 again, because that will give you the margin of safety. It also depends on how many leads you want to deliver and how many clients your customer wants to also have. But what it comes down to is you can use cost per lead times 30 days is the minimum budget. So for example, let's say the average cost per lead is $10. You times that by 30, and then it's 300 per month and 10 a day. That's your budget. Okay. So I would then say you just times that by 1.5. So 1.5 and then 2, and then you have your budget. That's the margin of safety that we want to have, right? So you can base it on this with the advertising budget formula. And you can base it with the price tracker that I've given you and basically use that as an example for yourself. So more information on calculating advertising costs will follow. For now, this was the most important, but like I said, for some local businesses, we have observed that high budgets are not always necessary. So as the target audience is usually small. So with a compelling offer, you can still deliver results. So if you have a good offer, you can still get them results. So here are some examples of how we were able to generate leads for real estate agents, for example, with a small budget. So we ran a homes list. We spent $193 and $80 on the down below one, and we got basically cost per lead of 5.69 and a 2.60, basically cost per lead for real estate agents on the lower one. So that shows that you don't necessarily have to have a huge budget, because this total is basically just not even a $300 spend, and we got more than 60 leads, right? So for e-commerce or for other businesses though, dealing with millions of people in a target audience, it's useful to request a higher budget so that you can test offers, landing pages, and ads in the beginning to see what will stick and what will work. So for example, this is an e-commerce brand that we have worked with. So you can see here that 5.4K has been spent. 20 was basically the cost per lead, and then from here the cost per schedule was basically 175. So this is specifically e-commerce when it comes down to doing e-commerce, but the stats that you see here, the cost per lead and cost per schedule, is more coaching based. So it's more for a coaching business like our own, and then using that specifically to show how many booked calls you might have, because for coaching business is more booked calls. For e-commerce is more like ROAS and sharing the ROAS. But the thing is, you will need more budget. So with 5K, we got 20 cost per lead, and we got 175 for a call, right? So it's higher spend. You need to be able to acquire more with the spend that you have. So e-commerce, info product, coaching, different ball game. That's why I said level 2, level 3. Local business, level 1, not that difficult if you have a good offer, okay? And sometimes it will take testing, but that's worth it, because when you find one, you can just ramp it up completely. Let's dive into the last thing, guys. Preventing being blocked, banned by Meta. So in the past 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, we've extensively advertised on Meta. And what we noticed is that they're becoming stricter with what you can and cannot do on their platform. So if you don't comply with their rules, you run the risk of having your account blocked. And that's not something we want. So the platform has, therefore, gained a notorious reputation as the platform that blocks advertisers without apparent reasons. But don't hesitate, because we have internal connections and everything that we know how to do these things with Meta. So all the people, for yourself also in this program, you'll have a great time, because like I said, we've gone through everything. We know how to do this, and you'll get the cheat sheet, of course, from the module. So these are the types of bans on Meta. I'll just run you through these ones specifically. So we have business manager account bans. So if you've received a business manager account ban, you will no longer have access to your advertising account, meta pixels, Facebook pages, created target audiences, etc. So you can still unlink Instagram profiles, but you won't be able to create advertisements for businesses anymore. And when you have this, you have a pretty big issue, okay? So with that being said, when you have business manager account bans, what will happen is you won't be able to use the business manager, the advertising account, and the campaign. So you won't be able to do that, right? So it's not the biggest problem, but it's still a problem, right? Because you won't be able to, do anything when it comes to that. But also when it comes down to, the further ones with the business manager account, you also won't be able to manage ads, to create campaigns, to do anything. The only thing you'll still have access to is your personal ad account. Well, as you know, and as I've told you, you cannot do much with that. The only thing you can do with that is basically create a new business manager, right? So that would be your only option if you were to, this were to happen to you. So this is a pretty big issue. Then we have advertising account bans, which is a little bit lower tier. When your advertising account is banned, you can no longer advertise on that specific account, but you can still advertise on the advertising accounts that are not banned. This is not a huge issue, but it is an issue. So this is a problem that often occurs with advertisers who do not adhere to Meta's rules in their advertisements. Or you might have a brand new Facebook account. You might have a brand new, personal ad account and then a business manager created from that. And you might get banned immediately from your ad account without having run an ad. Now, this might happen because people want to add their bank method or do something specific or try to run an ad immediately or didn't actually do anything. And that's the thing. When you don't do anything, that could also be an issue. You need to comply with Facebook in a specific way to know how to do it to not get this problem. Otherwise, you will get this problem. So if this happens, you can pretty much use other advertising accounts to continue advertising, but make sure you understand the reason why it happened. It won't happen for nothing. Everything on Facebook happens for a reason. You can backtrack it in terms of the methods you can do. So when someone comes to me and say, Stefan, my ad account was blocked, I say, okay, so what did you do before that to cause this? Because it's all cause and effect. It's all this happens, right? You do this, this happens. You do this, that happens. So we need to know what is this so we can understand why this happened. So we don't do this anymore and this doesn't happen anymore. So like I said, if this happens, avoid happening it again in the future if you want to prevent more severe consequences. So with the advertising account ban, you pretty much just won't be able to create new advertising accounts and new campaigns, right? So also you won't be able to do the ad set or the ad level, basically on that part, but you'll still have your personal ad account and business manager so you can create new ad accounts to start advertising your campaigns, ad sets, and ads there, okay? Then we have the personal advertising account bans. And boy, oh boy, this one is the worst, honestly. If your personal advertising account is banned, you can no longer advertise on Meta using your own Facebook profile. This is a lifetime ban unless you have filed an appeal and potentially received an approval from Meta to resume advertising. Like I said, this is the worst one because with this one, as you see on the right-hand side, you're just not allowed to do anything, right? And if you request it, usually they won't give you anything. So like it says here, can't use or manage ad accounts, can't create or run ads, can manage advertising assets or people, personal ad account, disabled. Audience, this is the worst. And with this one, you've either been banned a lot of times on your, ad account or your business manager, account, and you've done something completely horrible on Facebook. So this is no-go zone. You don't want to be here. So for example, this one blocks everything. So your personal ad account, your business manager, your campaign, your ad set, I don't want to say the word, but you're pretty effed. It's a pretty big issue if you have this one, right? So you don't want to have this. But the thing is, you can prevent these bans. You can prevent them if you know what you're doing. And that's exactly what I'm going to be sharing with you in the cheat sheet for Meta bans. So we call this the shield for Meta bans. With this specific sheet, right, we give you everything that you need to know on the specific things regarding the meta bans and everything regarding that. So if you go in this, you'll see things on, if you still get banned, what you can do, the solutions you can state, how to message the support of Facebook, how to talk with them, and how to basically use it to your own advantage to not have these issues. And if you're someone watching this on YouTube or something, you can join our free Facebook group in the description and get access to this one if you want. All the other people in the program will get access to it. You can download it, guys, down below and go ahead and watch the shield for meta bans. So with that being said, like I said, here's the action step for this module. Download the cheat sheet, shield for meta bans, implement the precautions, and make sure to save this document properly in case anything happens. If you're not in the program, join the Facebook group. The link will be down below. Join it and we can give you this document so you can actually start using it. Now, like I said, ensure that you're familiar with Meta's policies and rules before advertising on the platform. And if you're unsure whether an ad is suitable to launch, please go ahead and create a post first in school or join our Q&A sessions that are dedicated to help you save time and not get banned and pretty much just have an easy time when it comes to Meta, okay? So with that being said, guys, that was the first module of Facebook and Meta and just how to, understand the basics and the foundations. Hope you enjoyed it. And now let's get into the setup and the implementation so you understand everything, how to do it to the T, and how to get started with this platform to get results for your clients. Look forward to seeing you there. Hello everyone, Stefan here, and welcome to this brand new video where I'm going to be sharing with you today the setup and the implementation of Facebook and Instagram ads. And boy, oh boy, has this been a module that we have, tremendously, worked out in terms of the cheat sheets, in terms of everything that you need. So if you're looking at this right now, we're gonna, this is probably not going to be as long as a module that the module has been from week 7, or the previous module that you watched, but it's going to be more extensive in terms of the cheat sheets and explanations that we're going to be giving in the documents, because we're going to be teaching you exactly how to create a ad account, how to basically set up all the audiences, how to create campaigns, ads, all these different things, and also how to manage them, how to make sure that everything is going well, how to split test, and a bunch of things that you're going to learn in this specific module. So I'm going to teach you and show you the bird's eye view, and then it's up to you to go into the cheat sheets that I'm going to be sharing with you today, and then completely clarify everything for yourself, where we have explained everything to the T for you, so you can start implementing it ASAP. So we're going to be talking about installing the Meta Pixel, fighting against iOS 14, creating and gathering target audiences, retargeting, managing your budget and a concept of load balancing, and launching your first campaign. Then we're going to be talking about testing and finding winners, and then at the end we're going to be talking about reporting and managing. And for the last one, we're going to be talking about what to do if your ads are generating poor results, which we're going to be giving you a document for as well, so you know that if something happens with your specific ads, what you can do to actually take measurements and start getting results instantaneously. So let's talk about installing the Meta Pixel. Now, as you know, we're of course talking about our process here, which is the onboarding process, the kickoff, setting up and generating results, scaling results, retention, and then maintaining communication. So we're now at the stage of setting up and generating results, where we're going to be, talking about a couple of different things. So we're going to be talking about the checklist for the service you provide. And then we're going to be talking about the daily routine for management. And those two things will basically lead us to a more important thing, which has a couple of steps that we're going to be taking the client through. So to give you an idea, we of course have the checklist for the service you provide, and then the daily routine for management. So there are 5 things in total under those things that we're going to be doing. So first things first is we're going to conduct a market and competitor analysis, and that we're going to do through our worksheet that we have for that. So we're going to see what are other people doing in the industry, in the same industry as your client, and what are we going to be doing, what can we do or take inspiration from to start doing for ourselves as well. Then we're going to be creating the Google Drive folders for an overview, because we need to have everything structured for the client, especially if you're going to have 10, 20, 30, 40 clients. You need to have it structured from day one. Then we're going to also analyze or build funnels for the clients, only if you do funnel services. If you don't do funnel services, we're not going to do that, because it doesn't make sense to give that as a service if you don't give that, or if you don't do that. So we're gonna skip that one if you don't build funnels. We're gonna write text or scripts and send it to the client when ready. So meaning ad scripts or ad copies, we're gonna write those down, make sure that all those ones are ready, send it over to the client so they can actually take a look at it, review it, and then when it's good to go, we'll launch it and we'll see what happens with the campaign. And then at the end, we'll follow the checklist for setting up and executing the chosen service. So for all of these things, right, checklist for the service you provide, we will have exactly all the cheat sheets that you need to actually do this. So how do you do the market and competitor analysis? How do you create the Google Drive folders? How do you analyze or build the funnels? How do you write text or ad scripts? How do you follow checklists for setting up? And then how do you manage all these things? And what is the daily routine you will keep for managing the client? So a lot of things to go over. Now, with that being said, we already talked about conducting the market and competitor analysis worksheet in the previous modules, creating the Google Drive folders, analyzing or building the funnels for clients, writing the text or scripts for them. And now we only need to still keep on talking about the checklist for setting up and then executing the chosen service. So how to actually do the service, because all these other ones we've already talked about when it came down to the setup and when it came down to the preparations for your specific account. So with that being said, here's the checklist for Facebook and Instagram ads. So first things first, we're gonna install the Meta Pixel. Then we're gonna do the installation against iOS 14. Then we're gonna gather and create the target audiences. We're gonna launch the campaigns. We're gonna test and manage everything, and we're gonna refine everything as it's needed. Okay, so this is our process and the checklist that we're gonna be going through in this module to start off with the Meta Pixel installation. So as you learned in the learning phase, which was the previous module in week 7, of Facebook and Instagram ads, it's necessary to install your metapixel when sending traffic to a website outside of Facebook and Instagram, right? Because if we send them to somewhere outside of Facebook, Facebook won't be able to track them unless we have that specific code installed called the metapixel or the Facebook pixel to track all the activity that happens on an external website. So if you're going to use lead or instant forms, then you don't need to install metapixel unless you want to later create target audiences or website visitors to retarget them. So if you use lead forms, right, for local businesses, you don't need to install the metapixel. So you can just leave that one out. Don't do it because you're not going to be sending people to external websites. You're just going to keeping them on Facebook or the platform itself. So no need to install a pixel for that. Okay. So in addition to installing the metapixel, it is also necessary to install specific conversion events on your website or your funnel, right? So if you're using a website or a funnel, you need to install the metapixel, and that's something you need to know how to do. So there's a couple of things. So first thing is there is a base code. Now, the base code is a code that you need to install as standard on all pages so that you can create audiences based on all website visitors, especially if you want to retarget people, which means showing people that have visited your website an ad again when they go back from your website, right? And this code, this base code, is also necessary if you want to get standard events and custom conversions working. So if you don't know what that is, standard events, we'll explain that, and custom conversions in the cheat sheet, but it comes down to actually noticing what specific event. So if there's a specific event that someone does or an activity that someone does on the website, we'll be able to track that with those events and with those specific conversions, okay? The base code is like the overarching code that we need to put on so we can actually track most of the things that we have here. And it looks like this, where you will have the entire code set up that you can implement on the back end of your website, usually in the header code or header that you can pretty much just put this in always. So I'll give you a thorough explanation of the base code on how it looks on a website or a funnel, in this case a VSL funnel. So we have a landing page, a free training, where the video is, then the booking page, then the thank you page. And the base code is basically on the entire thing, because it's basically for everything, right? So it's for an entire website, it's for the entire funnel. Now, what it means is that we install the base code on the entire funnel or website to measure all of the traffic, right? So that's basically what the base code is. We install it so we can track everything. We track the entire traffic of the website or the funnel, and we keep that set up as it's needed. Then we have the standard events. So let's explain what standard events are. So standard events, so to measure specific events on the funnel or website, we can use standard events. These are short codes that we will install on the page where people will land, or if they have taken a specific action beforehand, right? So if someone comes on the thank you page, we want to know that they came on the thank you page, and we can track that only with standard events. So for example, when someone fills in their name and email address and submits it, it can trigger the standard event at that moment, or land on a page where the standard event is measured. So someone comes on the first page, it's page view. Someone opts in their information, it's basically a lead. So we know that a lead has come through when they've filled out their information, and then we can basically track that and know how many leads came through on our Ads Manager dashboard. So with that being said, what this does is this enables us to see results specific to that campaign. So we can see what happens if someone, for example, adds their payment info, if someone adds to their cart, if someone adds something to their wish list, completes registration. So we can see when something happens, exactly measured, because we have put this standard event, so an event happened that is standardized, that we can measure on our Ads Manager. So that way we can track and see all the KPIs and make calculated decisions based on the information that we see. So you have the base code, of course, but then you have standard events. So standard events, what they do is they can track specific people on specific pages. So for example, if someone comes from the landing page and they go from the landing page to the free training, that is considered a lead. So we will measure that with a standard event called lead. And then you can also do another one for the VSL, which is schedule page. So for example, if someone books a call with us through a calendar or a form, we can pretty much get them to the thank you page, and then they will come down as a schedule event. So the schedule event is basically an event that we will have from a standard event, which is, like I said, the code that we install on a page to measure a specific event that occurs on the funnel or the website. So the base code is the overarching one for the entire website or funnel, and the standard event is the one that's specifically meant for specific actions that happen on the funnel or on the website. So Not only do we have standard events, we also have custom conversions. So what are custom conversions? So custom conversions is pretty much just an alternative version of standard events. So how this works exactly is that instead of installing a code, as with standard events, you can activate the events which are base code plus URLs or website links, allowing you to measure the people. And most of the times, it's easier to install this, but it's not recommended because it's not as accurate as standard events. So I would only recommend using this if absolutely necessary. So custom conversions, how it looks like is on the, in your, Facebook Meta Business Suite, basically what you will see is on the left-hand side, you'll see data sources, and then under data source, you'll see custom conversions. And these are specific custom conversions that we can install. So what it accounts for is pretty much just the same thing as standard events, where you have the lead and the schedule, for example, which could be a standard event, but we need to add it manually as you're seeing right now. So we need to add the website URL, so all the traffic that's on the website URL, and then note that as a rule, it only measures all the people that land on there, but it might have duplicates because for some reason people might refresh, then it might be a duplicate. With standard events, you don't have that, right? So that's what we can do as well as a backup. We don't advise doing it. We advise doing just standard events because it's a lot more accurate, okay? So let's now talk about fighting against iOS 14 or 15 or whenever, because since specifically iOS 14 arrived, right, back in the day, iPhone users have the option to choose whether they want to be tracked or not, right? And they need to opt in. So if people choose not to be tracked, then as advertisers, we struggle to measure these people with the data that we have, right? This means that we don't exactly know how many people have actually come in through our advertisements, right? Which makes it not as accurate as it used to be. So this is not only a big problem for advertisers, but also for Meta, because if they cannot deliver results for their clients using their platform to advertise, businesses will leave, and this will result in lost revenue for Meta. So hence, various solutions have been developed in recent years to mitigate the adverse effects of iOS 14. So one of them is the Conversions API. Now, this is the better solution from Meta compared to both standard events and custom conversions. So instead of using cookies on a browser to track a user, which is not trackable if someone has an ad blocker or disabled tracking on their browser, we use the server-side API to capture the data event from a server/computer and send it to Meta's server/computer to attribute the conversion to the campaign or ad set or ad that contributed to that conversion. So this is something that you preferably install from the get-go when you want to send people to an external website or a funnel. So it might sound really complicated, but we're going to share with you exactly how you need to do this and how you need to set up the Conversions API. It's really simple, right? But you need to do this from the beginning because, like I said, standard events, custom conversions are great. Don't get me wrong, but Conversions API is just a tad bit better, right? So we want to use that. So Conversions API looks like this. This means that, if you have a purchase or if you have a lead, we have a Conversions API set up with integration. So we know that there's a higher chance that it's actually accurate and that we measure everything to the T. So there's also an option to do the solution to, also, go against like the iOS 14 things with third-party tracking softwares. So this is something we can utilize for a more complex funnel where we require additional data to track our ROI, return on investment. So we've primarily employed this for our e-commerce and info product or coaching businesses and for our own business as well, where precise tracking is especially crucial. The top software solutions we recommend are Hyros for coaching and info product businesses, because that one just works really, really well. And we recommend Triple Whale for e-commerce businesses, okay? Those two are pretty much the only things you need to track everything and to make sure that everything is to the T, set up and good to go. However, these software options can be quite expensive, making them less practical for local businesses with lower profit margins. So meaning, if they don't have the budget for that, you just opt in for Conversions API, which is a lot better and a lot more, cheaper for them to use instead of using these third-party tracking softwares, because we've had clients in the past who said, oh, I don't want to pay 150 per month for Triple Whale, or oh, I don't want to pay 350 per month for Hyros. And we're like, okay, no worries. We'll just do Conversions API and track things manually. I mean, it's all good, right? So those are the main solutions regarding this and regarding the iOS 14 things. So Hyros looks like this. This is basically what we track. You can see pretty much the entire clicks, the costs, the profit, the exact profit, the reported profit, and then basically what Hyros tracks, which is the accurate one usually, right? So we want to keep track of everything, make sure that everything is, up to date, and that we have an idea of how much it actually has generated us from the exact metrics. So it will help us a lot to actually see everything and make sure that everything is good to go. Also, when it comes to Triple Whale, you can pretty much just track everything for your e-commerce client regarding Facebook, Google Ads, Klaviyo, organic and social, email, TikTok, like everything. You can basically just see everything that someone has been doing and that someone has been actually, from how many purchases they came through and how many things actually came through from the exact things that we have actually done for the specific store. So in this week's Tracking 101 module, which will be later down the line, I will go in depth on how to install and use methods to track even better and go against iOS 14 even more. So we'll talk about exactly these softwares. We'll talk about Hyros, we'll talk about Triple Whale, we'll talk about all these things that you can use to set these things up to the T, so you have everything and your client covered to know how much actually you are measuring and how much is the exact measurement that is needed. Because on a lower scale, when some client is making like 10K per month, it's not really, that like, crucial that you really, track everything accurately. But on a scale of like 100K or a million, 1% becomes 10K, which is a lot of money, right? So we want to track everything to the T from the beginning and know that everything is good to go before we actually get started. So if you're planning to use only lead or instant forms for local businesses, you don't need to implement the solutions because with lead or instant forms, you don't need to use the metapixel, like I said, for measurement. So anything that you do with lead forms or instant forms, guys, you don't have to actually, install metapixels or conversions APIs. So that's why I said local business is pretty easy because, in essence, you don't really, you can have a productized service with local businesses. You can just have one specific, way of getting results, one offer, one way of just delivering the services, right, for your clients, and then just productizing it, just doing the same thing over and over. While as with e-commerce, it's a little bit different. You need to do conversions API, it becomes more technical, right? Because you need to know what you're doing. And, it's you're not only dependent on the offer of the client, you're also dependent on how good is their landing page, how good is their product page, how good is the backend, right? So the customer experience, like all of these things that come into play, which makes e-commerce level 2 and which makes info product coaching businesses level 3 regarding the difficulty level on you working with them, right? So that being said, we have a cheat sheet called the Metapixel and Event Installation. So with this cheat sheet, you get a comprehensive explanation of how to install the Metapixel, so you know exactly how you can accumulate people for your custom audience. You'll also get a step-by-step instruction on how to install the standard events, custom conversions if you can't install conversions APIs for some reason, right? So go ahead and watch this and learn everything that there is about this. So Metapixel installation, that is check. And we also talked about installation against iOS 14. So now you're pretty much prepared for everything to go into the market and actually understand what we need to do when it comes down to tracking everything and how to, basically make sure that we have ourselves shielded for the iOS 14 things and 15, 16, 17 things that are happening. So let's now go into creating and gathering audiences. So depending on the type of businesses you're advertising for, there are different audience options you can use. So for each business, we need and you need different audiences to ensure that you target the right people who can become customers, okay? So to steer you in the right direction, here are some suggestions for audiences you can use for local businesses and e-commerce or info product / coaching businesses, all right? So to give you an idea, we have for local businesses, a location radius. So this is the targeting option we'll use to focus our ads specifically on the area surrounding the local business you're working with. So if you're in Amsterdam, we'll just grab a circle radius around Amsterdam for 5 to 10 kilometers because we only want people to, who are in Amsterdam to actually see our ads, right? And then we have age. So we can also specify the targeting on the age. So depending on the products or services you advertise for local businesses, you can set age ranges to target specific demographics. So for example, if you're promoting pension insurance, you can ensure your ads are directed toward people approaching retirement age. And you can pretty much just track all of that and see all of that with Facebook because as said, Facebook has that data. You can use that data and position your ad in front of those people. Then we also have gender. So if your client's products or services targets a specific gender, you can also focus on a particular gender with this option. So for example, for pedicure services or beauty salons, you can choose woman in specific, right? Because they will be more inclined to actually grab the offer, you can show it only to them and specify it. So when you work with like a beauty salon, you'll choose a radius in Amsterdam for like 10 kilometers or miles if you want to only target those people. You'll choose an age demographic of maybe younger people, younger women, and then gender will be women. So Facebook knows that they need to target only those people, right? So that's audiences for local businesses that we usually use. So for local businesses, as said, we only use demographic options because your target audience is usually so small that it's actually not beneficial to work with interests. We don't do interest-based targeting. We only do these demographic options because usually it's already enough. Basically, that already is maybe too much already, because with your creative and with your text, you'll already have a lot of things that will actually be explained, right? And if Facebook can optimize it for that to make sure that the right people are actually seeing it, okay? So keep that in mind when you're making an ad. Usually try to test blank options versus like, filled out options, even the demographic ones. So you can see which one works best for your area, depending on which one you are actually, going to be working with moving forward, right? So always split test it and always see which one is going to work better. So additionally, Meta and other ad platforms are shifting away from specific targeting and are advocating for broader targeting. And it's worth noting that Meta's AI systems are becoming increasingly sophisticated as they gather more data. So they leverage this data to ensure your ads reach the right audience based on your ad, okay? So meaning you need to keep in mind that all of these things and all of these systems are becoming more AI focused, which means they will be more heavily focused on you not doing anything, but rather taking the AI and having the AI implemented on behalf of you. And that's a true business when you can pretty much just not do anything, but just have AI do the work, just double check it and then have AI do it. And that's what the data does from Meta and Google and TikTok, right? That's really, really powerful. So you got to keep this in mind, right? You got to keep in mind that the system knows more than we know. And it works 24/7, 365 on 150%. While as we can only work a couple of hours a day and that's it, right? So we need to utilize the system and have it work to its full advantage. So also keep in mind that for some local businesses, you need to select the special ad category. So what is a special ad category? So this is something that you need to choose for specific types of businesses. So for example, if you're running ads for credit card offers, auto loans, long-term financing, employment, right? Job marketing, as we are going to talk about in the modules as well. Housing, social issues, elections or politics. You need to choose this, and then there will be a limit of the things that you can do in terms of your advertising when you choose this one. And you need to choose this, but it will limit specific things that you can do with the audience options, but you must choose it. That's kind of a downside since that, got introduced 2 to 3 years ago or 4 years ago, whenever it was, that you are kind of limited in terms of your audience, but there's no worry about that because you might, have a location radius that's broader than the location that you want to target people in. But as long as you have your text, your ad copy, and your video created towards those people so they can actually see it, you're pretty much just good to go. And they will be seeing the right one, as long as, like I said, you let the AI do its work by making the ad script as good as possible or the ad copy as good as possible with the texts mentioned in there, and the ad creative also mentioning the right people, so they know that they are the ones that are being targeted, and that AI, Facebook's AI or Meta's AI knows that those people need to be targeted, right? So therefore, make sure that your ad for the local business clearly indicates which target audience it is intended for, okay? So that's why I said it's really important that you really hyper target it on specific things and specific people like this one. So for example, attention homeowners. It's targeting, guess who? Homeowners. Facebook sees that. Facebook looks up homeowners. Then you say a lot of money, save a lot of money by refinancing, right? Help you find the right refinancing. So you mentioned refinancing again, interest rates, all of these specific things. And it will basically target people that want to refinance and that are homeowners, right? That's how it basically works, okay? So what could have been done better in this ad is maybe specified a little bit more, right? To people, like which types of people in which area, right? So like, in which area are we targeting homeowners? And not only that, in the picture, mentioning, refinancing again, which they did, but that is good. But then also mentioning, saving money or like homeowners or just something in the creative itself, because Facebook will analyze the entire creative with their AI and then just put it to the right people and see which people will you get triggered to actually, click on it, right? And if more people click on it, it'll show it to more people, right? So that is basically an example of, something that is basically specified to a specific audience with an ad. Now, when it comes to e-commerce or any other online businesses, such as info product or coaching businesses, we're dealing with millions and millions of people. But broad targeting is still working the best at the moment. Also, keep that in mind. Broad targeting is still working the best, right? And it will probably keep on working the best as long as you specify your creative and your ad copy to the people. That's when it will keep on working, okay? So now let's talk about audiences for e-commerce and online businesses. So with e-commerce and online businesses, we usually also opt for the country level in the ad set. So we choose the country where the customers are most active and where most customers come from. We don't choose a local area because with e-commerce, you usually target either a state or a national, entire country, depending on the budget. And same goes for info product and online business because they can pretty much get any client, which is basically nationally, there, and that can pretty much have their product be shipped to or their services be delivered to, right? So we also do detailed targeting. Now, this is still a viable option, especially if you have a new meta pixel and need to optimize it with relevant data. So by selecting specific interests, you increase the likelihood of reaching the right audience for your product or service, particularly when you lack previous data. So what you can do is you can have a detailed targeting. Facebook has populated data from people that have actually done a specific thing. So for example, if you're selling a beauty product, you can do like beauty as an interest-based targeting, put that in, and Facebook will only target people that have shown interest in the beauty space by their activities online or on Facebook, Instagram, or whatever, and then show it to them to the T. So that's why we want to use detailed targeting and use that specifically. So the way that you can, by the way, come up with detailed targeting, like interests or demographic options and behavior that will work effectively is actually pretty simple. You need to ask yourself a question: what are the terms your client often uses? So this is the way that you can brainstorm it. Because some interests you can use are the common terms your client uses on their website or on their social media platform, or so, things they say. So for example, for real estate agents, terms like buying, purchasing, valuation are being used, and then I can take that and I can see if those are like interests or behaviors in the interest-based targeting in the ad set level to put that in, so I can show it to people that have actually shown interest in buying a house, purchasing a house, or valuation, or getting a valuation on their house, right? So that's number one. Number two is you can ask yourself, what are people who are an ideal fit for my client looking for? Always ask yourself, what are people who are an ideal fit for your client's products or services looking for, right? Which pages do they often end up on for their problems on interest, right? Which brands interest them the most? For example, for clothing e-commerce companies, women might search on, Zalando. Zalando is like a, big company in the Netherlands, but they can search on Zara or H&M or, all of these big like companies or like, things that they are looking at. We can use then those pages as interest. So if Zara has a page and people like that page, we can use that page as an interest in the ad set level to show people that have liked or interacted with the Zara page exactly the things that we want to give them to buy, right? So that's how far things can go, but that's what we call interest-based targeting and how you can come up with detailed targeting. And the last question you can ask yourself is, what is their current situation? Are they entrepreneurs? Are they employees? Are they people who have recently had a birthday? If they have, we can also choose those people from the exact demographics and exact things in the interest detailed targeting, okay? So this is where you do it. You do it in detailed targeting in the ad set level, right? But there is a small problem with it. Now, as you can see here, right, it says some detailed targeting options, which may include demographics, behaviors, or interests, are unavailable. Excluding any detailed targeting selections is unavailable. With the special ad category, you cannot choose detailed targeting, or at least you can choose them, but you're really limited to what you can choose, right? So if you don't have detailed, the special ad categories, usually you can use all of them for e-commerce or for whatever. But if you have special ad categories on, you will be pretty limited to what you can do. But like I said, it's not the end of the world, because usually with special ad categories, it's local businesses. And with local businesses, it's local areas. So if we already have the ad script and ad copy ready towards the audience, to the audience that we want to help, and we have the creative also ready for this exact audience, we're pretty much good to go, okay? So that is something you need to remember. And with more detailed targeting options going away, You have to work with a limited number to find the right people who are an ideal fit for your client's offer. And you do that by, I'm repeating myself, ad script, ad copy, plus the creative, okay? That's why it's so important, like I said, to create a good ad that clearly indicates who it's intended for and who the offer is intended for, because your ad does pretty much 80% of the work these days, if not more, okay? So that is the second way we can do targeting for e-commerce or online businesses. The third way is custom audiences. And this is one of the most cost-effective ways to achieve results, because the people who have already interacted with your client are also the warmest leads. So the custom audiences are usually in the more, warmer and the hot type of lead area with our, levels of traffic or warmth, different ways of warmth of traffic that we have. So with custom audiences, we also do that, also combine it with lookalike audiences. So lookalike audiences are really good because once you've collected enough data with your metapixel and you're using that in a custom audience, you can pretty much just, create a custom audience of all customers, right? So basically when you do that, from the custom audience, you can then create a lookalike audience to find other similar people. So you have the metapixel, you create an audience from that, people that have visited your website in the past 180 days. And then from the, once that populates and it has a lot of people, you create a lookalike audience of those people. And then you show it basically to all the people that have, that are lookalikes from the people that have visited your website, because the people that you visit your website, there's some level of intent there and some level of that they are interested. Otherwise, they wouldn't go to your website, right? So we can then use a lookalike audience of the custom audience, show basically to people that look alike our audience, and then basically just see how that audience would be working. So that's something we test as well. And then what we do is usually we, select all the clients, for example, or all the people that have visited the website or put add to cart or anything like that. We choose that. And then we make, an audience within a specific area, within the country usually, right? And then we create a lookalike audience of that audience of 0 to 1%, right? Because a 1% lookalike audience consists of usually people most similar to the lookalike's audience. And the further you go of the percentage, the broader it will basically be and the less likely that there will be people that look like your custom audience in that audience. Then we also give it a name, right? Like new lookalike audience, so 1% of like Netherlands, of like all clients. And then we create an audience with those people and we put that in as the audience in the ad set level. So we also have broad audience. Like I said, in our experience, this is pretty much working the best at the moment of filming this module. So instead of directing Meta on which people you want to target, you let Meta do its job by finding the right people for you based on your pixel data and your ad. However, you need to have enough data with your metapixel for this to be effective. So when you do broad, you need to make sure that you basically have enough data on the pixel. If you have, then you're good to go. If you don't, it might not work as good for e-commerce or online businesses as it would for local businesses, because usually with e-commerce and online business, you're getting a bigger audience, a huge audience. So if you just do broad, you're targeting everyone, right? While as with, local businesses, just a, small area. So if you do it broad, chances are likely that Meta is still going to target the right people. But if you do it broad for e-commerce or online businesses, it's a little bit different, right? So these are the audiences that we use for e-commerce and online businesses. So those were the audiences, right? We're going to go also into now retargeting and just the overall ways of retargeting, and so you understand that as well, because retargeting is also one form of audiences. And then after we talked about this, I'm going to give you the cheat sheet for the audiences and how to set up these audiences. So retargeting is a way to remind people who have already shown some interest to return and complete a specific action. Okay, so this could be booking a call or making a purchase. So someone comes on your website, they almost make a purchase, but they leave because their kid needs to eat. So they go away, they forget it. They have 300 tabs open and they forget it to order it. Then they come back, they open their phone, boom, there's your ad. That's called retargeting. And that's really, really powerful. And we want to have that because people forget things, right? If I ask you what you've eaten like 3 weeks ago on a Thursday afternoon, you probably don't know the answer, right? So people forget things. So this is actually the best way to achieve results for your clients at a lower cost, because people that have already interacted would be more familiar with it than people who have not interacted with it. If I tell you McDonald's, you probably know McDonald's. So the chances that I target you with an ad of McDonald's, that you'll go to McDonald's, is higher than it would be if I tell you, do you know Asaiko, right? You wouldn't know, because it's a company that you're probably unfamiliar with. But McDonald's, everyone knows McDonald's because they did a lot of retargeting, right? So people who have already shown interest are the ones who are easier to persuade than those who don't yet know who you are and what products or services you offer. Take the McDonald's example. They are everywhere. So chances are you're going to be more familiar with them, have more trust with them than another brand that you've never seen before, right? The question is though, what are cold ads and retargeting, so warm, hot ads? What's the difference between these, right? How can we separate these two, and how can we set these two up so we have a clear distinction? So the difference is on the left-hand side. This is a company called Lumen, and on the left-hand side you'll see an example of a cold ad. Well, so the cold ad, the purpose of a cold ad is to make people aware of their problems and the features of a product or service to solve their problems, right? So it's basically specified to actually solve the problems, right? And to actually name the features of a product or service to solve the problems of the people, right? While with a retargeting or a warm and hot ad, the purpose of it is to give people who are already interested a little push towards making a purchase or booking a conversation. So you can see on the left-hand side, it goes more in on Lumen is the world's first handheld portable device to accurately measure metabolism. So it explains what it does. And then you have the features. So, see how your metabolism is affected by your sleep. So it gives explanations on what it does and what the benefits are or the features. Usually we want to go into the benefits. It's better than the features. So benefits, show the benefits, not talk that much about the features. On the right-hand side, you'll see an example of a retargeting ad, which is a little bit shorter, and it's a testimonial. So someone who has lost, basically a lot of weight and that we're sharing with to basically remind people of, hey, listen, this is someone that's gotten a result. You've already known who we are. Take a look at this and take the quiz. So they give them a direct call to action to take action, right? That's the difference. The one on the left-hand side is a lot more nurturing and a lot more, hey, this is who we are. And on the right-hand side is a lot more, you already know who we are. Here's a direct call to action to take an action. Another one that could be with a retargeting ad, could be get your 10% off, buy this product immediately. Or book a call with us right now because you haven't booked it when you came through the cold ad, right? That's the main difference. So there are also different types of retargeting ads you can create to convince people, right? So not only are there differences between cold and retargeting ads, there are also different types of retargeting ads. So for example, you have the case study and the testimonial retargeting ad. And in a case study or testimonial retargeting ad, the goal is to show someone who has undergone transformation thanks to the product service your client provides. And this is done to build more trust and show that it really works. That's the one that I share with you in just, before here. And in the ad copy or ad creative, you can feature someone sharing a positive experience about the offer. It could be an ordinary person or an influencer who many people know. So like I said, the middle one is what I just shared with you, but it can also be like the one on the left-hand side of ordering, just showing like basically stats, right? Showing these stats of people that have actually taken the product, used it, and that are happy with it. Or on the right-hand side, a UGC type of content with Yummy Gums, where they're basically just showing someone who has used it, the review score, someone that is happy with it, and then 30% off. Go buy it and order it right now. That is basically showing the social proof, showing that other people are doing it. So because you might be more inclined to see when other people are saying that it's a good thing to use it than if other people are not doing it, right? So that's what you need to keep in mind. Here are also some other examples of brands that are using it, like Manscaped, Chili Sleep, and people that are using influencers, like right on the left-hand side. So for example, Pete Davidson or Megan Wilson on the right-hand side, or like Molly McLaughlin. Basically all these people that are just influencers that are using these things and showing, because if someone sees them, they might be more inclined to have a trust factor involved when they are actually making the ad, right? So that's a case study or a testimonial. Now this is a reminder, so simple and easy. You can remind people simply to return and complete their purchase or to book a conversation. And you can also redirect people back to the same landing page as your cold ad. So pretty much what you do is you just remind them, hey, this is a quick reminder that you haven't finished your order. Go back now and finish it, right? And you can pretty much just send them back to the landing page or the product page so they can actually finish their order. This is what it looks like from Manscaped. Rev up your grooming routine with performance grooming orders. Tools from Manscaped. Get free shipping on all orders. Shop now. So they can go back, get free shipping, and it's a really, really short one to remind them. Doesn't have to be a long text. The middle one is My Protein. Our end of season sale is here. So end of season, boom, there's a sale. Go back. You've already know who we are. Just go back, and do the January sale, get your products in before it ends, right? Then Groove Pillows, best pillow for neck pain 2022. Order today and get 35% off. Really simple, really direct, quick reminder, order it, and we get a high ROAS on all of these ads usually, okay? So that's the reminder, right? Then we have the discount. And you can, by the way, combine all of these. You can do a basically a testimonial case study with a reminder, with a discount. You can just combine them all, but it just depends on what product you have that we can use this on. So the discount has been proven time and time again that it convinces people to make a purchase. If they see a discount, they might be more inclined to do it. So if your client wants to offer a discount, use it for your retargeting ads. So this is a discount that Gymshark uses on the left-hand side, right? So basically it says, you're invited to Gymshark's sample sale for 1 week. It's up to 70%. It's insane. So it's more inclined for people to go there while they basically might have put their prices, to be normal or just lower them a little bit and then put the 70% off on it. Lumen does the same thing. Get 50% off, sale ends soon. Go shop now. Muscle Meals does the same thing. Order now. You get, discount for 10% if you use this code. So it inclines people to actually go back, do it, and get that discount, right? Even if it might mean that the company didn't lower their price. They just kept the same price, but just, or maybe even higher their price or increase their price and did the discount. So it kind of equals their break even, if that makes sense, which is really smart, right? So that is the discount. And then we have the product catalog. So are you working with a client who sells multiple products? Then you can set up a carousel ad where you can show different products that may be more interesting than the product they initially saw. So you can show more products in the catalog, right? Show it to them and basically show them multiple things. So for example, Gymshark or Alfleet does this on the left-hand side. They show multiple products, right? Or multiple things that they can see, multiple like hoodies, stock up, all those things. Orange Fit also has different tastes that they promote, right? So they have the vanilla taste, the choco taste, and Nike does the same thing with, for example, the sneaker, right? They show different pictures of the sneaker. So those are mainly the types of retargeting ads that we use when it comes down to, the warmer audiences. Now, like we said, since with iOS 14 and all the other updates of iOS, a complex retargeting strategy is less effective than a simple retargeting strategy, which is better for us because we have to do less complicated things to get results for our clients. So these are the target audiences we would recommend and that we use, you create if you want to implement retargeting for your clients. So you can use all website visitors in either the past 180, 90, 60, or 30 days, right? You can use Facebook engagers in the past 180, 90, 60, or 30 days. Or you can use Instagram engagers in the past 180, 90, 60, or 30 days. So these are usually the ones that we specifically create because these ones show us the best return that we've seen over the past couple of years. And by also combining these, if you don't have enough people, for example, visiting the website or on the Metapixel, combining them all with Facebook engagers and Instagram engagers will give you a bigger audience, a cumulative audience that you can start using to actually show your ad to. Now, of course, you can also test other retargeting audiences to see what works best for you. But for us, simplicity has always worked better than complexity, right? So that being said, guys, there is a cheat sheet down below for the people watching this. And if you're, not in the program, then it will be in the, school group that we have. So join the school group by checking the link in the description. But go ahead and download the creation and accumulation of audiences cheat sheet. And this specific cheat sheet, will give you all the information that you need to create audiences depending on the industry your client is in. So it will also gather all the audiences in a tracking document so you know exactly what works and what doesn't during the testing phase. All right, guys, so we talked about Metapixel installation against iOS 14, creating, collecting target audiences. Let's now go ahead and dive into the launching of the campaigns. So this is how you can manage your budget and structure your campaign. So as we said, after discussing with your client how much budget is needed to deliver the results, it's now the task to structure your campaign and spend the budget in the right way, right? So we have a simple campaign structure where we can test efficiently and also scale efficiently, and it is called the DCT campaign strategy. So what is the DCT campaign strategy? So the DCT campaign strategy is, it starts all off with a campaign with CBO, so campaign budget optimization. Then we have our main ad set where we place our winning ads. So this is not something that you place from the beginning, because that is something that needs to, be created once we have the tests on the DCT being set up. Then we have on the middle side, we have the DCT001 ad set and a DCT ad, just one ad under that so we can see which one works, and a DCT002 ad set with a DCT ad under that as well. So those ones are created immediately. The winning one and the main ad set is usually the ones where we put in those ones that have performed well into that, so we can scale those up and see how we can get those, to the next level. Now, with this campaign strategy, we focus on one campaign per country, product, service, or funnel, right? So to be clear, with this specific strategy, there's only a focus on one specific thing, right? Because it's usually for e-commerce or info product or coaches. So we've tested various campaign structures, and this approach stands out as the winner in terms of simplicity, efficiency, and scalability. Now, within each campaign, we limit ourselves to a maximum of 3 ad sets, compromising one main ad set and one to two DCT ad sets. So what you gotta understand is the DCT ad sets are designed to test new combinations of ad copy and creatives to identify the most effective combinations that can get us amazing results. So those are basically the testing campaigns that we can see which one will be working, and we continue to try those out. To give you an understanding, when you're doing local business, you will pretty much just do one DCT001 ad set. That's it, and one ad. Or you can have multiple ads within the DCT ad, but that's it. You're not going to do DCT002 or main ad set with local businesses. With other types of businesses, you can do it, right? E-com, local, info product or coaching. But for local, it's even more simpler. So you just use one DCT001 ad set. So once we identify a winning combination from the DCT ad sets, we replicate it into the main ad set. So we duplicate it, right? And then we allow it to continue spending and generate it even more results. So this iterative process can continue indefinitely, ensuring we consistently identify new winners. This way we can keep on testing. We can see what works, put it in the main campaign, scale it up. Test what works, put it in the main campaign, scale it up. That's the best way to actually do campaigns and actually set up everything from what we've seen in the past couple of months and years. So in launching the campaign, we will show you exactly how you can set this campaign up, manage it, and scale it to the next level. And in terms of budget allocation, you need just to know to invest the right amount in order to achieve the results at the right price. So if you're optimizing for an ad set for leads and you expect to get a cost per lead of 15, then you should at least, like we said, spend 15 a day to generate $15 or less cost per lead, right? You need to give Facebook the amount of the estimate that the average cost per lead will be that you are guessing that you want to get. So if you're optimizing an ad set for purchases and you expect to get a cost per purchase of 50, then you should spend at least 50 a day to generate, purchases for at least 50 or less per day per purchase, right? So of course you can spend less per day, but like I said, the risk is that sometimes you'll get conversions and sometimes you won't. So you got to test it out. But when working with local businesses, as said, you may not always have high budgets for your ads, so like $500 plus or even more. So in these cases, you don't necessarily need to have 3 ad sets in total. Instead, you can just allocate the entire budget to one campaign and one main ad set. Like I said, there's no benefit in spreading the budget too thinly across multiple ad sets or ads, because this will not provide sufficient data for effective analysis. The thing is, guys, with local business, you don't even have to do retargeting usually. You don't even have to do like all these complex like custom audiences, lookalike audience. You can just do one audience, which is just based on demographics or broad. That's it. You focus it on that. You have one campaign, one ad set, and 1 or 2 ads that are in the ad set that you can start testing out to see which one of those will perform the best. Let's now talk about launching your first campaign. So before launching a campaign and starting advertising, there are several things that need to be prepared in advance. Now, the first thing that you need to do is you need to ensure that you have the following items ready to go so we can launch immediately. So you need to have an ad account with a linked payment method, because if there's no payment method linked, you won't be able to spend anything and give it to Facebook so they can show the ad to their data, to their audience, right? Meaning you need to connect that first. You need to get that set up before you can actually launch a specific campaign or in general like an ad, right? Make sure that there's no prepaid being done. Make sure that preferably a credit card is being linked to the ad account. So, because that's what Facebook prefers the most, right? That being said, the Meta Pixel and the standard events or conversions API needs to be installed. This is only if you're sending direct traffic outside of Meta's platforms. If you're not, so if you're doing the lead form or instant form, you don't have to do this. Skip this one. Then we have the budget, right? Setting up the budget, functioning the funnel, instant form, right? So everything that is functioning with that. Link to your landing page. It's not necessary if you have, instant forms, because you're not probably going to link people to a landing page. Add copies, right? Or add copy. And then 1 or 3 images and or videos that you can start testing within the specific ad set. So we have created another cheat sheet called Campaign Launch. And within here, you will see the exact campaign structures, ad sets, ads, how you can start doing it with a clear overview on how to get these things implemented for yourself as soon as possible. So we talked about launching campaigns now and everything you need to know about that, the different types of campaigns that you can have, and how you can start doing that yourself through the cheat sheet. So let's now get into how to test and find winners. So to draw a conclusion on whether something within our campaign is working or not, we always wait patiently for 4 days, giving Meta enough room to test and optimize. And this is what we call the incubation period. We want to give it time to actually optimize. And, compared with like Google, it's a little bit longer. With TikTok, it's almost the same, but it's usually 4 days that we want to give Facebook the time to optimize our ads, which is, in other words, means do not touch anything within this 4-day period of time of an ad set. Don't make conclusions. Don't make rapid conclusions. Wait, give it time, and see what the KPIs say, because they will always say something if you give it enough time. Do not make emotional decisions to turn something off, as otherwise you risk getting few results afterward. Because the thing is, you got to understand, like after 2 days, you might not be able to find a winner, because the thing is, it hasn't populated the amount of basically spend towards the data. Facebook hasn't had enough time to give it to the specific data and see if the metrics will give it back if you don't wait 4 days. So if you would wait 4 days, it will have enough data to make a conclusion out of it and to actually be able to say, okay, it's been 4 days. Now we have an idea of that it's actually, have the right KPIs, and we can now make a decision. It's populated enough data, and it's learned. It's in a learning phase, and it's coming out of the learning phase, and that's what you want to have, right? So meaning, once the 4 days are up, we need to ensure that we have the right metrics to analyze what works and what doesn't. Now, I'm saying do not touch it for 4 days. Doesn't mean don't look at them 4 days. You're going to look at them every single day. You're going to see if they're spending. You're going to see if the campaign is actually getting data, what the KPIs are. So we're already going to be analyzing it and starting to see what our hypothesis could be for when the 4 days are done, and we've given it enough time to spend a sufficient amount, right? Depending on the funnel you have and how you've installed the Metapixel, we'll adjust our columns. So what we have is we have columns for analysis. And with this cheat sheet, you'll receive an explanation of how to set up the right columns in Facebook to analyze what works and what doesn't. You remember we talked about the previous module. We talked about the KPIs. We talked about the cost per lead, CPM, CPC. We talked about all these things, CTR. These are the things that we're going to be setting up in Facebook's Ads Manager itself, so you can see it immediately in there and understand it and know how to use it, okay? But the thing is, you got to report and manage it. So you cannot just put those in and then that's it, and only look at it in Ads Manager. We're going to use tracking sheets to track everything for a client and know exactly what we are getting from the ads that we are doing in a sheet that's more cohesively set up than an ad manager, because an ad manager usually makes us think, oh, we got to change things, we can click things, but a sheet is off that. It's a Google Sheet where we can focus in, hone in, and get the exact data to the T. So to keep your clients informed in a simple way about how everything is going with the campaigns, we always create a report of the key metrics, okay? So this is also useful because you can check if your funnel is performing well in combination with your ads and how much total return has been generated. You need to see everything, and this is the way that it looks like. You can see the month, the ad cost, basically the impressions, the clicks, the leads, the cost per lead, the appointments, sales, revenue, you name it. And this one is more for, also coaching or anything like that, but this is the way that it looks. So we have a yearly reporting for all the years and the months, and we have one for the specific zoom in for the exact month itself with all the days therein. So we also have a reporting tab, which says, what trends do we see on ad account, which date, and what changes did we make to the ad account. So we can always know which changes we've made. And also for the media buyer that jumps on with you in the future, they can also change these metrics and change things, and they need to report on those things in here so we can actually check those things out, okay? So with these reports, we can initiate the daily management routine to ensure that everything runs optimally, right? So we can see it, We can initiate everything in the terms of the routine that we need to have, and we can set these things up as they are needed. So the daily management routine will consist of a couple of things, right? And these are the things that it will consist of. So like I said, on the right-hand side, we talked about the follow checklist for the setup and execution of the following service. Now you know how to launch a campaign, now you know how to do it. But the thing is, how do you do the daily management of it? There are a couple of things that you need to know. One, fill in the ad tracker, the reporting, right? So you need to fill in the ad tracker. So the ad tracker is called the sheet that we have, which I shared with you just now. You fill out all the data, all the data points. Second one is you read the data from the tracker. So you see what the data says, and you try to think to yourself, okay, are we spending? What is the CPL? What is the cost per lead? What is everything? Like, is it up to date? Is it good? You check it out. Then we're going to draw conclusions from the data. Are we performing well, or are we not performing well? Is everything within KPI, or is it not within KPI? Because in the sheet, you will also see the KPI that you need to aim for. The cost per lead needs to be $10, for example. The CPM needs to be lower than 10. You'll see all the data that you need to uphold for local business, for e-commerce, and for coaching and info product, okay? So we're going to take action to make adjustments if needed, but not unless the 4 days have actually passed, right? And then we're going to allow time for testing and go through the process again. So we might duplicate an ad set. We might duplicate an ad. We might change things therein and do that, and then report it in our ad tracking, go back, give it time, give it 2, 3, 4 days again, and then we're going to basically see what it has done. And that is the process of the daily management routine. So we have a reporting document for each funnel with the appropriate columns you can use. So this is the columns and reporting document. So with this cheat sheet, we provide more explanation on how to set up the right columns to analyze what works and what doesn't. You'll also receive more information about the ad tracker, the reporting, so you can also show it to your clients with the actual results. So you have 2 documents. You have one with the right columns in Facebook, and this one is the tracking sheets that you can use to actually show to your, measure with your clients how the data is performing from the ads manager. You see the data, put it in, read it, take conclusions, try different things out, test it, go back, figure it out. It's all a numbers game. It's all checking data and seeing which things can be improved in order for you to actually make the ads perform better, right? So let's now talk about what to do when your ads generate poor results, because I know how you probably feel. You might be thinking, oh boy, I'm going through all these cheat sheets, but what if my ads just don't perform well? What because my client is going to leave me or anything like that? First things first, we don't want to have a scarcity mindset like I taught you on week 2. We don't even want to think of that. We don't even want to say it. So we're not going to do that. So no stress. Making mistakes is normal when it comes to marketing, right? I wouldn't even call it mistakes. I would call it like, doing things. Just in general, like doing things will get you specific, results. So you should always see it as a science where you test things to see what works and what doesn't. So to further assist you in what you exactly should do, we have created a meta ads help book. So this help book, because advertising in general is a science, and we must approach everything from an analytical perspective, not from an emotional perspective. So to learn what works best, we must continue to test, and testing means being willing to make mistakes. So with this meta ads help book cheat sheet, we will guide you on how to proceed when something doesn't work and how to analyze where the issue lies. Your CTR is low. What do you do? Your CPL is, basically on the high end. How do you lower that? Your CPM is too high. How do you lower that? How do you do those things? And what actions do you take to improve these things? That's what we'll talk about in here. And we'll also give you the checklist for setup, execution, and management of Facebook and Instagram ads. So for setting everything up, executing it, we've also created a checklist for you to follow. By going through this checklist, you'll have everything set up properly to achieve maximum results for your clients. So refer to this document for every new client so you know exactly what needs to be done. You can just follow the checklist. Like a pilot always has a checklist before liftoff, even though they're really experienced, it doesn't matter. And they've had, hundreds of thousands of hours basically flight experience, they still have a checklist. You need to have a pilot checklist, and that's what we've given you here. So you're now basically ready to maximize Facebook and Instagram ads for your clients. But remember, even if, we still make, things that perform not the best, and we learn from them every day. So dare to test and try things out, okay? Only then can you become even better at advertising. So as for right now, I want to give you an action step, because in the next module, we'll be going into the scaling part of Facebook and how to actually scale campaigns once you've found the winners. So go through the checklist for right now and all necessary cheat sheets to launch your first campaign for your client. Make sure to keep track of the reporting document every day after launching to ensure you maintain an overview of your client's results. And if you're stuck somewhere, bring this to our Q&A sessions. We'll assist you and we'll help you as good as possible. So guys, I hope everything was clear in this specific module. This was the entire setup of how you can start with the meta ads and Instagram ads and basically just go in and just get results for yourself. It was going over everything in a nutshell video. So like I said, hope you enjoyed this video. Let's go into the scaling and let's see how we can scale campaigns when we found a winner within the ads manager. See you there. All right, what is up everyone? Stephanie here and welcome to this last module of a 3-piece series, which is the Facebook and Instagram ads, complete guide on how you need to implement this. And in this module, we're going to be talking specifically about the scaling of meta ads or Facebook and Instagram ads and how you can actually do this to the exact point. So this is going to be a specific module to when you have the campaigns running, you understand meta ads, you are, seeing that an account is, profitable, everything is within KPI, it's getting a good cost per call, cost per lead, everything is within KPI, and you want to scale. You want to give your clients more results. So usually with local businesses, just so you know, before we get into the module, with local businesses, we usually don't really scale. We just keep it as it is sometimes, right? Like most of the time we just keep it as it is, but there are ways to actually scale if your client is open for that and they have the budget, right? We usually with e-commerce and with info product or coaching businesses, it's more usual to scale, which is where this module will come into play. But in general, it will be also useful for you to know if your local business client also has the capacity to actually take on more clients and you being able to scale the campaign. So without further ado, let's dive into this module, because in this module, we're going to be talking about what is vertical scaling, what is horizontal scaling, when do you scale vertically, when do you scale horizontally, and how do you scale with Facebook and Instagram ads. So let's start with what is vertical scaling. So vertical scaling is a way of scaling or enlarging by allocating more budget to a campaign ad set. Okay, so this ultimately allows you to reach more people with your ads and eventually achieve better results. Vertically means scaling up. So when we talk about scaling up, we mean keeping everything the same and just improving that to the max. So just making sure that the budget, what is, for example, 10 a day, goes up to, for example, 15 a day, right? So we up the budget and we don't duplicate things, or we don't add campaigns or add ad sets or add ads. We just simply up the budget. That's it. So the way that it looks for vertical scaling, it's fairly simple. You have a campaign doing 50 a day with 1 ad set and 2 ads. So on this level, it would be the campaign goes from 50 to 100 a day. That's it. You scale the campaign from 50 to 100. Fairly simple, right? Now on the ad set level, it would look like this. So you would be spending 50 a day on the ad set and 100 a day when you vertically scale, because you just up the budget, right? So that is vertical scaling. Now let's get into horizontal scaling. So horizontal scaling is a way of scaling, enlarging by duplicating campaigns or ad sets or ads. And this ensures that you have backups when some don't work. So that means with vertical scaling, you would just up the budget. But with horizontal scaling, you would duplicate the existing campaign ad set or ad, meaning the old one still keeps on going. That way, that one still keeps on running and keeps on getting this exact results. Even if you duplicate it and it doesn't give you the exact results, the old one is still running. So we call this scaling out, right? Not scaling up, but scaling out. So sideways scaling. Now, in Facebook and Instagram ads, we extensively utilize horizontal scaling to continuously test different ads with dynamic creative testing. So it's called DCT, what we already talked about in the previous module. We ensure this way that we are always prepared for situations where old ads may not perform well. And it's kind of a safer way of actually scaling. And it's basically the way that, usually we do this, these days. But in some instances, we also up the budget 20%. Sometimes we do vertical, sometimes horizontal. It just depends on the situation and depends on the account, which we'll explain to you in the cheat sheet of this module that you will be getting. Now, that is horizontal scaling. So how does horizontal scaling look like visually? So when you have a campaign, you have a main ad set and you have ads. Horizontal scaling simply means duplicating the ad set, right? So for example, in this sense, it would be scaling with the ad sets And if you scale the ad set that is already working, you just simply duplicate, in this instance, the main ad set twice, right? Or once, right? You just simply duplicate it, keep everything the same, click publish, that's it, right? Now, horizontal scaling with ads is a little bit different because you have a campaign, main ad set, and ad. And what you'll then go ahead and do is just duplicate the winning ad, right? So if an ad is working really well, you will just duplicate it and you will basically go ahead and just keep the same ad set running, keep the same campaign running, and keep everything running as it is. The only difference is you just duplicated an ad. That's it, okay? So now the question comes, when do you scale vertically, right? So if you want to scale vertically, you should always consider letting a campaign or ad set run for at least 7 days to see if it actually provides stable results. Okay, so always consider letting it run. It needs to run for 7 days, right? And then you see, okay, is it running pretty much? Is it running profitably? Is it getting us a good, stats within KPI? If it is, then we can think about basically, scaling vertically. Another important variable is that you need to know if your campaign or ad set is also yielding returns on your client's budget. So you always need to keep in mind what the ROI is on the ads in general. If it's generating a positive ROI, then it would make more sense to scale vertically. So there is no reason to scale vertically if you're not bringing returns for your client, because then you'll ultimately lose even more money, which shouldn't be the goal. Which is the thing why it makes it a little bit more tougher to actually, vertically scale or horizontally scale for local businesses, because there's a delay in the process of the client letting you know that they've actually made a sale. If it were online, you can immediately see it, you can immediately take action on it. But with this, there's a little bit of a delay, right? Because they need to let you know, they need to let you know before they've, when they've made a payment, and then it might take, might go 5 days over before you can actually know that you need to scale. Until then, your KPIs might have changed and it might not be feasible anymore to scale, right? So that's why local businesses usually doesn't make sense. So we just keep everything running, but we sometimes horizontally scale instead of vertically scaling, because usually the client won't have like the biggest budget. So we will just horizontally scale and then horizontally scale with the ad set that we have usually, and then keep the budget just at a little bit of a lower price, because we want to see if the ad set, the new ad set, the duplicated ad set will perform better than the current ad set. Because like the client doesn't have like the budget to spend the money on it. So we just keep it on for 4 days, see if it works, and then we take it from there, basically for local businesses. With e-commerce and info product, as I said, it's a little bit different ball game. And but you should always be looking at the ROAS, the return on ad spend. What does it bring in the client, and base your scaling most likely on that, right? So because it's the deepest metric, and the deepest metrics is what we want to base our decisions on. So as said, you want to look at the return. So in marketing, being profitable is more important than how many leads or conversations you bring in. You can bring in 1 million leads, you can bring in 1 million appointments or conversations. But if you don't get clients, if it's not profitable, then who cares about how many leads you brought in? Who cares what your CPM is, what your CTR is? Like, I don't care. What is your return on investment? What did you get, right? Like, what's the end all be all bottom line thing that you got? So make sure your campaign ad sets are profitable before you scale vertically, right? So make sure that everything is within KPI. Make sure that everything is profitable before you start scaling vertically. So as I said, for local businesses, only vertical scaling will usually not yield more profit because you're dealing with a smaller audience. So the more budget you throw into this, the faster your ads will fatigue. Usually there's a limited audience that we have with local businesses. So if you up the budget, it will share it with usually a lot more people. And the downside for that, what we do, in that instance, is we recommend testing how much budget per day is the limit when you're no longer profitable. So instead of you just upping it with the amount that we're going to be telling you in just a moment, you can pretty much just up it with a specific amount just to see what is feasible, what the limit is. So if you up it once and you see that it's still spending enough, the frequency is pretty good, it doesn't show the ad to that many people, you can then up it again, right? If your client has the budget. If it then caps with the audience and it starts actually going backwards in terms of the performance, then you know that you have hit your cap in terms of the amount of spend that you actually have put on that specific campaign or ad set. So at the same time, implementing horizontal scaling extensively helps to prevent ad fatigue from occurring too quickly. So if you scale horizontally, right, and you do that extensively, it will help prevent the ad fatigue, which will usually come when you do vertical scaling, where it's just a bigger budget on one specific campaign and more people seeing it. It will create fatigue with the people that see it, which is the reason why the click-through rate will go down, and usually the cost per lead will go up because too many people see it too many times, and they see it too often, right? There's also a thing, where it's called like too many people see it too often instead of, people seeing it not that often. So you want to have a balance within that. So understanding this is really important. So that is vertical scaling. Now, horizontal scaling, when do you do this? So horizontal scaling is ideal when you want to test different audiences or different ads. So if you want to test audiences in terms of interest-based targeting, custom audiences, lookalike audiences, if you want to test demographics, specific audiences, or you would just want to test ads and different creatives, then horizontal scaling on the ad set level or on the ad level is great, right? And that's when you can do this. Now, back in the day, this was also the go-to strategy for scaling with a larger budget, as vertical scaling often didn't work effectively. You just weren't able to up the budget and then that was it, right? You needed to horizontally scale and then just, duplicate ad sets and then basically just do it like that and then scale that way. However, these days that has changed, right? So what we do now is we do multiple, usually in this sense, multiple ad sets. So as you can see, ad sets have been duplicated and pretty much we have, either the same, as you can see here down below, either the same type of, interest that we have, mentorship plus target excluding, or we have just, the same ones with just a little bit of a difference, but we just up it and it has the same daily budget. Okay. So we just do this. And because this one is pretty much just the way to go these days when it comes down to scaling and when it comes down to setting up your, efficiently your ad set levels to basically work as good as possible. So that's the way to go in this day and age. Now, horizontal scaling is now particularly useful for testing new audience or ads, but also adding new winning ads into the main ad set. Okay, so basically what it comes down to is not only if you want to duplicate the ad set or you just want to duplicate the ad and you just keep it running like that, but also what you can do is you can also add new winning ads, right, into the main ad set. So if you know that an ad is winning from your DCT campaign and you want to put it into your main ad set, you can pretty much just duplicate it and put that in there. So you can test it there and see how good it will actually be working when you do it horizontally. So horizontal scaling is the way to go in this day and age, right? With Google Ads, it's a little bit different, right? But that's because, we'll get into that as well, like how that specifically works. But when it comes down to meta ads, horizontal scaling this day and age is the way to go. So how do you scale with Facebook and Instagram ads? So, all right, I'm going to share with you now how you can pretty much just start doing this. So when it comes down to, you using vertical scaling and setting this up, you will see the campaign up top here, right? So cold leads VSL, where we do a campaign budget optimization. So we are spending a specific amount on a daily basis. And what we'll basically just go ahead and do is we'll click on the daily budget. We'll up it with 20% to 6,000. We'll calculate how much 20% actually is, and we'll click on publish. That's basically it, right? That's how simple vertical scaling is. You just go into the same campaign, change the budget, up it with 20%. That's it. In the past, we didn't do this because, things would reset, this would reset like the campaign and it would, affect the campaign in such a way. But as for right now, we simply do it because it really, really works well. So, right. So that's how we do the vertical scaling. So if the campaign is performing well and we are satisfied with the cost per lead, the cost per call, the purchase, the return on ad spend, the ROAS over the past 4 days, then we typically increase the daily budget by 20%, just like I shared with you just now, each day within the same campaign budget optimization CBO campaign. So if it's a CBO campaign, 20% each day, we up it with 20%. Now, this ensures that we scale, but do not increase the likelihood of a decrease in performance. Because if we scale it with 150% or 100% or 50%, the chances of it decreasing and decreasing the performance is high, because Facebook might think, oh, this person is just doesn't know what they're doing. They're just scaling it increasingly, just exponentially at once. But when you scale it up increasingly and just slow by slow, yes, it might take a little bit more time, but the patience game is the game that will win with the ads, especially with Meta. So if you do things too quickly, or if you try to do things too quickly, you think you're outsmarting them by doing that, don't do it, right? Just go with 20% every day on a CBO. And when you've scaled vertically, always check in the past 4 days on the performance each day, right? So make sure that you're checking every single day what is happening when you scale it, because of course your budget is increasing. So you need to make sure that you're keeping track of all the budgets, keeping track of all the ad trackers that we've given you in the previous weeks, right? And making sure that you know what the KPIs are every single day, especially when you go up in budgets. Really, really important, right? Because scaling, to be honest, like it can have a detrimental effect, right? Like for us, we have had in the past, situations where we scaled on our business too quickly, and that was not good, right? It didn't give us an immediate return, because also for us, it wasn't like e-commerce, so it's an e-coaching business. So there's a delayed amount of time for someone to come through. So that is really important when you do local business, or when you do like coaching businesses or online services. So no e-commerce or info products. You need to be wary of that. When you scale, there's a delayed process of the return on investment that you're going to be seeing. So keep that in mind, right? So if it's in good KPI, right, and the performance is good, scale with 20%, okay? So if it's under KPI or bad performance, downscale with 20%, right? So if it's not working, downscale it, and then pretty much just go with that, because you don't want to, have something running which is not working, right? So at the same time, you can launch new DCTs with new ad copy. So that's basically ad sets. You can pretty much just launch new ad sets in case if it's under KPI or bad performance. You launch new DCTs with new ad copies and creatives, let's say 2 ads under that ad set. And if that doesn't improve for the upcoming 4 days, check your data and either improve the offer or improve your funnel. And which one of those two it might be will be set in the KPIs that we will have to check for you. So feel free to bring this along to us so we can also take a look at it with you and help you also make a good decision. But it is pretty much that simple. If something works vertically, you scale it 20%. If it doesn't work, you downscale it basically from less than 20%. That's basically it. That's how you do it. And if the downscaling is going on, you just simply launch new DCTs and then have basically that asset running with maybe a couple of different ad creatives and ad copies. That's it. That's pretty much it. So horizontal scaling, how do you do that? So horizontal scaling, what it comes down to is you pretty much just have one specific campaign running. So before, for example, or ad set running, you have this ad set, right? So you have the main one, you have a DCT, and you have another DCT. So what you then would do is you would just simply go ahead and just duplicate the winning one. So if the one that is getting us the lowest cost per lead, we would just, or basically, that is getting us the best KPIs, the cost per lead, cost per book call, ROAS, ROI, you name it, you will duplicate that one. So you duplicate that one, and you have that one running with exactly the same budget. So to give you an idea, I don't know why this happened, but when you've scaled horizontally with a new DCT, so meaning you basically go ahead and just duplicate this one, what you need to do and you need to understand is you also need to wait for 4 days to see if it performs. So always, 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 when you do something, give it 4 days to see what will happen. Don't just try to make measurements immediately and take conclusions and just to think that that's it, right? It's not that. Take it by day and check it day by day, but don't make drastic conclusions based on what happened, right? So if it works, copy the winning combination and put it in the main ad set. So you can copy, for example, the DCT 006, which I just shared with you, put it in the main ad set, right? So that's what you can basically do. And then basically just put in that one on the working one. And then the working one will just spend the most budget, right? So repeat this whole process and you have a simple but efficient way to scale in order to get amazing results. Now, what I've said to you was more verbal, but we got to show it to you, because it's not like, oh, I said it to you and now you just go ahead and scale campaigns. Like, no, like, yes, it might be looking really easy, but there might be more things coming along that I know that you might be thinking of now, that you think, okay, so, but how do I do this without, creating issues? Or what if I scale and then after a day, the performance starts lacking? Like, what do I do then, right? Do I stay patient? Or then you should be downgrading if you did vertical scaling, and horizontal scaling is different. But we need to explain this to you more thoroughly so you know to the T how to actually implement this and understand it also when you do this for your clients, especially if you're in e-commerce, especially if you're an info product, right? But anyways, if you're watching this and you're not in a program, join the school group so you can pretty much just, enter for everything and see these cheat sheets. if you're in the program, go ahead and download this cheat sheet right now, where you'll have all the explanations on scaling horizontal and vertical ads with Meta. Now, like I said, go ahead and do that, download it, and use this to your advantage when utilizing scaling strategies. Now, with that being said, we have some action steps. So try applying vertical and horizontal scaling to your own advertising account so that you're prepared to implement it immediately for your clients when the time comes. What I mean with this is go ahead and if you have a client right now, implement it right now for them. If you don't, or if you are having clients but you cannot scale for them for some reason, they don't want to scale, you can take your own advertising account, launch an ad for yourself, for your own agency, because if you have clients, we've taught you also how to do ads for yourself. You can launch these ads for yourself, see how it works, and start scaling it increasingly, vertically or horizontally, right? So that's what I would recommend for you to do right now. Start implementing and seeing how it works so you understand it for when the time comes that you want to do this for your clients. Now, with that being said, guys, this has been a 3-piece series for the people watching this on YouTube or wherever, and I want to thank you for watching this. It's been a long journey. Hopefully everything has been made sense so far. And like I said, we've had a lot of cheat sheets in these specific videos, but if you want to claim them all, go ahead and join the free school group where you can attend and make a chance to actually get these cheat sheets, and join that one right now. Other than that, for the people that are already in the program, guys, I look forward to explaining to you also how to do this with Google, how to do this with TikTok, how to do this with all different types of platforms, which we're going to be covering in the next couple of modules. For now, I want to thank you for watching this module, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. What is up, guys? Welcome to a brand new module of the Agency Blueprint. And in today's module, we're going to be talking about reporting to clients. So we have, of course, basically started this week on, talking about everything related to actually making sure that your clients are going to be staying with you for the longest time possible and just retaining them, right? So in this module, one of the main things that we're going to be talking about is how to actually report to your clients, and what do you report to them when you send them these specific information, right? So we're going to be talking about everything from A to Z on, communicating with them, letting them know the reports that you are basically doing, whether you're doing social media management, to pretty much just running ads for them. We're going to give you a full rundown on everything that you need to know to get them the best results, and also understand how to pretty much just showcase to them that you're getting them the results so they understand it as well. So without further ado, let's get into the module. We're going to be talking about why you should report, in general, free reporting for clients, which is our advice, and then the paid reporting for clients, which is advanced. Then we're also going to talk to reporting to clients in general and some additional things that you need to know before you start doing this. So let's start with why you should report. Now, before we get into why you should report, let's first clarify what we mean by reporting in general. So reporting involves tracking the data of our services and presenting the collected data to our clients to give them a better understanding of the status of results. That's pretty much what it comes down to. So we're pretty much going to share, the data of what we're doing for the clients and everything that we have done so far for them, in the tracking sheets that we've been tracking, showcasing that to them and telling them like, hey, this is pretty much how it's going so far. This is what you can expect for the next upcoming days and weeks to basically keep on doing in terms of results. And this is what we, would recommend for you that you need to give us, or this is something that you need to, do, or we will do in the running of this week to make the results even better if needed. So, for example, when we have two things, we have reporting for clients and we have reporting to clients. When we talk about reporting for clients, we talk about the, recording the data every day from the advertising channel where you deliver results. Or it could be, it's mainly from the paid ads tracking sheets that we've given you in the weeks of week 8. Now, the thing is also, when you are not doing ads for the clients, but you're doing websites or you're doing, social media management or content creation, you need to give them an update also regarding what you've been doing and kind of the growth of the content up until that point, right? So was it like the social media growth? How's the growth been so far? How many content pieces have been uploaded? You need to have a tracking document to keep track of all those things in order for you to showcase to them that the results are coming through, if they are. Or if they're not, just letting them know how long it might take for them to actually start getting the results. So this was explained in week 8 of the Agency Blueprint, as I said, with the necessary documents. So you'll already know how to report for clients, and you should already be doing it. And if you're not, I don't know what you're doing. So you need to know all the data and all the stats from the clients, when you're working with them. Otherwise, you have no clue as to if you're getting them results or if you're not getting them results. Okay. So that being said, then we have reporting to clients. So reporting to clients pretty much comes down to actually letting them know in terms of what you are doing. So you have the reports for the clients that you're keeping track of. And simply when you're going to report to the client, you're pretty much just going to make an overview of, or a video on the data that you have tracked here, that you have analyzed, that you're analyzing every single day. Give them a recap on it so they know what it's, what is happening and what is standing on it. So you want to inform clients about the data and the results achieved so far, right? You want to let them know, hey, this is currently what has happened this past week. This is basically the data, what it is saying, and this is what we can expect in terms of results for the next week or the weeks to come. And then the second one is we send them an update to let them know what has happened. So there's a couple of things. We let them know what has happened in terms of the data. We let them know what is currently the status of the data, and we let them know what is the, pretty much our kind of, what we are projecting that it will, will happen with the results in the next upcoming days, in the next upcoming week. So they know pretty much what is happening, what is going on, and if the results are generated. So pretty much you want to be looking at if the results are coming in. If they're not coming in, you want to let them know why that's the case. You want to let them know that you're holding their hand the entire time. You're on the process. You're making sure that everything is going well, that they're not spending money just to spend money, but that actually you are doing everything you can to get them the results, right? So that's pretty much why we want to report it. We want to let the client know everything, and we also want to know for ourselves if we are getting results by using the tracking documents, the reporting documents. But we also want to let the client know that they don't have to worry about us getting the results, because we are tracking everything every single day in order for us to make sure that they are actually, not spending, they're spending their money wisely and not just spending it and throwing it over basically in the garbage can, to put it that way. So that's pretty much what we, want to keep in mind. But that's in terms of like what we mean by reporting and what we're going to be doing when it comes to the clients and for ourselves. Now, meeting expectations. So the primary reason we want to report to clients is to provide an update on the results that are expected to meet their expectations. All right. So we want to let them know like this, hey, this is what happened. This is what is happening right now. We want to give you an update on it so all right? And then from there on out, with this update, we want to show them that everything is progressing well and reassure them about the results, right? So we want to let them know like, hey, listen, we know what we're doing. We're giving you an update just so you're aware of it, and we're giving you the status on everything that is happening so far, just so you have like a cut and clear idea of everything that we're doing, and that's basically just going to be the way that we're going to be working with forward. So it's pretty much just the reporting, why we do it is pretty much just to let them know like, hey, we are actively working on your business, and we're actively trying to get you the results, and we're actively trying to make our efforts better in order for you to achieve, the results pretty much that we have set on the first, meetings before we started this partnership. Okay. So we're going towards our expectations and what we're trying to achieve. Now, for clients, what you need to remember is that your clients are pretty much only interested in you delivering results for them, okay? They don't care about anything else. They just want results. Just like you want results with this program, your clients want results with your program, with your contract, with your partnership. And now usually they don't care about how fancy the reports you send them are, as long as they profit in the end. Like, that's why I always say, like, I'm going to be sharing with you a free version, and I'm going to be sharing with you a paid version. The free version is still the one we use up until this day. We've tried the paid ones, but it's usually only adds more complexity to things that is kind of useless. Like you shouldn't be adding more complexity just to add more complexity, and just doing things so because they're fancy just to make it look fancy. Like, you shouldn't be doing that. You should be making sure that the things that you are doing are effective and simplistic and not difficult. Okay, so that's pretty much what you got to keep in mind for specifically clients. Now, simplicity. So as you already know, we always focus on simplicity when it comes to running a marketing agency, and this is also something that applies to reporting for and to clients. Okay, so just a simple tracking sheet, just a simple video that you make on that tracking sheet is by far the most efficient way to do it. So that's why we report to clients and for clients. Let's now get into the free reporting for clients, which is our advice, which we would recommend, and the best way to actually do it and how we do it for our clients still up until this day, because that's the only thing they care about. So the simple method. Now, our advice is to keep reporting to your clients simple using the method we described in week 8 of the agency blueprint, just the ads tracking. For this method, you simply open a client's reporting document every morning, enter the data into the document from the advertising platform where you generate results, or enter like the, impressions or likes or engagement or whatever if you do content creation or social media management, or you enter like, for example, the email marketing stats, the open rate, the click rate, the, buy rate, pretty much just in terms of like what the conversion rate is for the emails that you are sending, depending on which offer you have, of course. And you open this document every single day that we've given you. You open it, enter the data from the advertising channel from the previous day. And we do this from Monday to Saturday, sometimes even Sunday, when the budgets are really high for the clients that we work with. Okay, so we use this, we keep this at all times, active for our clients. And then what we simply do is we take this document and, we pretty much just make a video of it. And I'll give you that in the cheat sheet of this module. But that's simply the way that we do, because we've never had a client say, oh, it's just a tracking sheet. Why are you doing it in just a tracking sheet? They will never say that. They will always say, okay, are you getting results or not? That's it. They don't care about how fancy it is. But next level reporting, if you want to call it next level, if you want to improve the aesthetic appeal of your reports, which I personally wouldn't recommend, but I'm still going to tell you that because it's interesting for you to know, you can choose to track all your metrics using Google Data Studio. Now, it's, by the way, called Looker Studio now by these days, so Google changed the name. But this is a free program provided by Google where you can input all your metrics to present them more beautifully to clients. It looks like this. And if you use Google Data Studio, you'll need something to send the data from. So you input the information into, for example, a Google Sheet, just like we're using the paid ads tracking sheet, and then you send it to Google Data Studio. And we do this also from Monday to Saturday if you use a document like this. Now, I have to say we used documents like these with clients, but in my opinion, it's by far not the way to actually go about doing it, because in my opinion, it's just too complex and it's not ideal if you want to just keep things simple, especially if you're going to scale with a lot of clients. Doing this for every client is just a hassle and it's just overkill. Just to make it look fancy is, in my opinion, not worth it. It's still worth for me to let you know about it in case you want to make it fancy for some reason, then you do it. But in general, I pretty much just wouldn't do it. That's my opinion. Okay. So with that being said, the only reason you might want to use Google Data Studio is if you want to be fancy with your reports to clients. Therefore, we recommend keeping it simple and only working with the reporting document. So how we report. Now with our own agency, we still use the same reporting method with the same Google spreadsheet we provided you, regardless of how many clients we have. Okay, so every day we input the data from the advertising channel into the spreadsheet and go through the steps to optimize it for the client. So we take it, and then when we have pretty much just done all the things on the right hand side, we take the left hand side, we fill in the advertising tracking, which is the reporting, read the data from the advertising tracker, draw conclusions from the data, take action to make adjustments, allow time for testing, and go through the process again. So that's pretty much what we do. Now, our advice is, we would always recommend that you report to your clients for free, unless you have so many clients, 15 plus, that it simply takes too much time to report to them daily. In that case, you might consider automating this with a paid option. So in my opinion, the free version is still with Looker Studio and with Google Data Studio a great one. It's overcomplicating things, that definitely. So you don't need it. You just need a paid ads tracking sheet, which we've given you. You can implement that, start using it, and start getting yourself results and your client results, which is by far the most important thing. Not how fancy you make the reporting. That doesn't really matter. But if you want to do it more automated, there are ways to do it automated where you can just not manually put in the stats in the tracking sheet. You can just create an automation and then have meta ads just send the tracking automatically to the paid ads and a tracking sheet, and you don't have to do anything. And that's the method that I want to share with you right now, which can be a little bit more automated, especially if you want to do it all by yourself. Then it could be a really good way to do it. So here's how you can do paid reporting for clients advanced. So just to make sure you understand, this is the way that we do it. Free reporting, by all means, best way. You don't need to make it fancy. But if you want to get to the next, and so, free reporting, that's one, but then also the simple method, not the next level reporting, just to be clear. That's how we do it, okay? So then we have paid reporting for clients. So we have Supermetrics. Now, Supermetrics is a paid software that collects the marketing data you need and brings it to a respective reporting, analysis, or storage platform. So you have Meta, right? You have Facebook, data from the advertising channel. That goes to a reporting document that goes to, for example, Google Data Studio. Now, if you do the simple method, you just need to go to Meta, to Facebook, take the data that is in there from your ad account, from your client, put it manually in the reporting document, and you're done. If you want to do it fancy in the next level reporting or whatever you want to call it, you take that data from Meta, you put it in a tracking sheet, and then in that in that spreadsheet that we've given you, right, in the paid ads tracking sheet, then it will we'll create like a Looker Studio for one client, for example. And then we'll link the Looker Studio with the spreadsheet. And what will happen then is that the spreadsheet information will be sent to the Looker Studio, pretty much the fancy looking reporting type of thing, right? So that is kind of the next level reporting. So it's all three of these. With only reporting manually, it's only Meta to reporting document. Super simple. That's how we do it. Takes 1 minute to do, and it's not that big of a hassle. Now, to the Google Data Studio, it just adds more complexity without just being that useful, to be honest. But what you can do is you can use Supermetrics to pretty much just send the data automatically every single day from the meta ads to the reporting document. So let's say, for example, if you have 10, 20, 50, 100 clients, and you have all the sheets of the clients in one big master sheet, for example, instead of all the individual paid tracking sheets that we have, you can just one click on the Supermetrics tab, and it will upload all of the data from all the accounts to one big spreadsheet. Okay, so this, for example, with real estate agents, what I used to do, I just click on it once and it gives me all of the data from the paid ads and from the ad budget spent. Okay, so pretty much that's what you could do and what could be a good angle to actually start with. But in my opinion, it's complete overkill. Now, why am I telling you this? And why am I telling you this to you when it's complete overkill? Well, because some of you might have 10 clients now, 20 clients, 30 clients, and you might want to automate it even more. Now, you can automate it even more. The only thing you would have to do is just manage the ads. That's pretty much it. Just make sure that the cost per lead is not going up that much. So that's why I said when you have one niche, one offer, one service delivery method, like for example, real estate agents, one offer, and then pretty much just one specific way of getting them results, you can pretty much do this because you can have one sheet overarching with all of the cost per leads and all of the cost CPMs and all of these things and ad budget spent, and just have a master sheet with all clients, all ad accounts, right? Or maybe just one ad account with all clients in it, right? Getting them results from there. And then pretty much just sending the data over there. So you could maybe automate it even more if you want to, but it's something I still wouldn't recommend. I would still keep it individually per client, but it's still possible. So that's why I mentioned it to you. So the optional possibilities is that in some cases you can fully automate reporting to clients if you want to, but this requires, like I said, some technical skills as with the things that I've shown to you right now. So for example, you can use Supermetrics and link it to your Google spreadsheet document that you receive from us to Google Data Studio. So you can take the data from like Meta, send it to a reporting sheet, and then send it to Looker Studio. So you have a complete overview per client on what you're getting them as a result. Like I said, complete overkill, not needed, but I still need to share it with you. So my advice is as follows. So as mentioned earlier, we advise keeping the process simple and filling in the data in your document yourself every day. Really simple. If at some point you have more than 15 clients and you have productized your service as we've told you in the program and haven't made a mess for yourself, and you find that it takes you or a team member a lot of time to keep up with reporting daily, then we would recommend looking into Supermetrics. Only then. Supermetrics is also not the cheapest. You need pretty much the $99 per month one if you want to do Meta ads and Google ads. If you want to do LinkedIn ads, Google ads, Facebook ads, and all of these other things, you pretty much need to have the core one. But in general, you don't need the core one if you don't want to go overkill. You can just pretty much use the $99 per month one, have the stats all being sent to your clients, and just keep it as simple as possible. Okay. So, explanation of Supermetrics. Now, if you want to learn more about Supermetrics, because it's really technical and always changes, it's best to ask us via the school community or bring it up in the coaching session so we can look into it together with you. Now, if there's more demand in the future, we may provide more explanation through a cheat sheet in this module. So just let us know. We can help you with it. We can make it more automated for you if you have more clients. So that is pretty much the paid reporting for clients, the advanced version, which I wouldn't recommend, but now you know as well what the difference is between the free one and this one. So let's now talk about reporting to clients. So how do you actually report to clients? What do you do? The second part. So as we mentioned at the beginning, there are two aspects involved in reporting. Firstly, you need to input the data into a reporting document or a software for your clients to have a clear overview. All right, that's number one. Secondly, you need to inform them about the current status by reporting to them. So you put the data in the document, and then you need to inform them about the status. So when we talk about reporting to clients, right, that's pretty much what we're going to be doing. We're going to be keeping them informed about the data, keeping them informed about everything that is actually happening, and sending them an update on what is going to be happening and what has happened so far. So reporting to clients. Now, when it comes to reporting to clients, we maintain a certain structure to keep this process as simple as possible. And it pretty much just looks like this. Every Monday, we send a Loom update to the client. Okay. So in this update, we go through the campaigns and the reporting documents, taking them through how the results are going for them so far. Okay. That's pretty much what we start with. And there will be examples in the cheat sheet that we're going to be giving you in just a second. But we do every Monday a video, and every Thursday we send the client an update to check how everything is going. So we usually send them a message along the lines of, hey, client name, how are things going with the leads that have been forwarded? Any customers come through yet? Or we ask them, hey, based on the updates that I've given you on Monday, how have you been able to actually, implement all the things that I've mentioned to you, if there were things to implement from your end, okay? So we always try to keep the messages diverse, but we do this to maintain contact with the clients and provide updates if necessary. That's the only reason why we do it, okay? Sometimes it's, might be needed for some clients to actually do, a Monday Loom video update, and then on Thursday a Loom video update as well. So we do 2 updates. That's also a possibility, but it just depends on the client themselves. So for example, we send them the Loom on the left-hand side, here, and then we tag them on it and we send them the update based on how everything is going. Furthermore, we try to maintain a normal contact with the client as needed in the respective communication channel for us, which is Slack in our instance. And we just make sure that we, are chatting with the client there, have good contact, and just make sure that everything is good to go based on everything that we are doing, right? So with that being said, in summary, we report to the client through the Loom video once a week and the text update once a week if really necessary. So that being said, it's pretty much what we do. Monday, Thursday, that's pretty much the updates and everything that we are, doing for the clients. Nothing more than that, to be honest. That's pretty much just it. We keep it really simple, keep it really effective, and just maintain it from there. And like that. So that's pretty much it. Now the cheat sheet down below that you're going to be finding is the cheat sheet reporting to clients. You will find it, and you will find all the explanations regarding how to actually do it and everything that we just mentioned so far with you. So be sure to take that document with you, because we're going to be talking about, strategy for reporting and, sending it, which is the Loom, which is text, which is the daily contact. We're going to give you a Loom video update example. We're going to give you a text update example, and we're going to give you an example for the daily contact we have with the clients. We'll also be talking about the frequency, which is pretty much just really simple. It's a simple document, but it's a really important one for you to keep up with and actually make sure that your clients are getting the best, communication with you and reporting possible. Okay. So with that being said, that's pretty much a cheat sheet. Take that with you and start implementing that as well. Then make it your own. So just like with everything, you can customize this process by evaluating after a certain period of time whether clients respond well to it or not. If you notice that clients are not responsive to your reports, ask them during the check-ins to see if they find it useful or not. Now, feedback is important here. So ask your clients or adjust it if you notice less responsiveness. You don't even need to send like a Thursday update if your client isn't as responsive and they don't need the message in general. You can just pretty much just not send them the message, just send them the video. That's it. The video, I think, is really important, because when you have communication with them, bi-weekly or weekly, all of it, you're already chatting a lot with them. So even sending like a Loom update is pretty much just more than enough. But the Thursday one, we just try to, we put in as well, just to make sure that they are getting, another update based on what we are talking about. So we pretty much just want to give them like an idea in terms of what they could be expecting as well. And just like a heads up in terms of if the communication hasn't been happening throughout the week, we just want to make sure that the communication is there. So we, have a little bit of like, information from their side on how everything has been going, and we are on top of things. That way we also show that we are on top of things by just communicating well with them. Okay. So what we do now, exactly what you have received in this module about reporting for and to clients is still what we do daily to keep ourselves and the clients informed about what's going on. So implement all the mentioned aspects and continue to maintain good communication with your clients to increase the retention. It's Pretty much it, guys. That's what it comes down to when it comes to reporting to clients. And to finish off this module, I would say go through the cheat sheet for reporting to clients, start implementing it immediately for your clients you already have. You should already be maintaining the reporting document daily for clients, as we said in week 8, but reporting to clients will provide an additional contribution to increasing your attention, provided, of course, you are delivering good results for your clients. So apply this weekly, apply this daily. Start with the reporting right now, start getting your clients results, and start bringing them a top tier service, which they will appreciate by you communicating well with them and showcasing what you are doing regarding the reporting. As for right now, take the cheat sheet with you. I hope you've gotten a lot of information about this and how to report to clients. For now, I look forward to seeing you in the next one, and I wish you an amazing day. Bye. What's up, guys? Stefan here, and welcome to a brand new module of the Agency Blueprint. And in today's module, we have arrived at module number 4 of week 12, which is the check-in calls with clients. And today we're going to be talking about, what you're going to do and what you're going to say when you actually get on, with a client and they pretty much just want to have a check-in call, or you have the weekly check-in calls, which you're going to be probably, scheduling from the onboarding session that you will have with them, which we usually do. Now, I do have to say we usually have like bi-weekly check-in sessions with clients. With some clients, we don't even have any sessions because we just notice that it's pretty inefficient. Sometimes the client will say like, hey, let's just have like a check-in call, and then we'll say, okay, let's do it. But most of the times we just won't be talking that much with the client. Might be like once a month pretty much that we're going to be talking with them. And if even that, right? Like, because the main thing is like we're doing the work, we're getting the results, we're making sure that everything is on point regarding like what we're doing, and just making sure that we're getting the bottom line, which is the results, what they want, the leads, the appointments, the clients. If we do that, we're pretty much good to go with everything. So that being said, checking calls with clients, let's get right in. So we are going to be talking in this session about the structure of the checking calls. And that's going to be probably, pretty much just the main thing that we're going to be talking about, because that's pretty much what it's all about. Like, there's nothing much more than the structure of it. So let's dive right in and talk about it. So what are checking calls? So let's just clarify first what checking calls are, so you have an idea in terms of like what you can expect regarding it when we get into the nitty-gritty of like the structure of it and all those things. So checking calls are pretty much Zoom meetings or Google Meet meetings, whatever you're using with your clients. We discuss important matters regarding your collaboration and your partnership, right? It's just pretty much just checking in with them, seeing how it's going, seeing how the results are going. Usually it's like pretty much just talking about their personal situations in some instances, as I say here, and other matters is if you have like good rapport with them. We pretty much just, with some clients, we start the calls usually off with like, hey, how's everything going? Because we already know them. They're almost like connections and friends of ours. So we say like, hey, how's it going, with your apartment in Spain, or like, how is that setting up? Like, for example, today we had a check-in call with a client and we talked about like her apartment in Spain, and then got to know that a little bit more, how her like trip was, because she went to Greece and to Spain. So it was like, okay, like how was that? So we get to know, her like personal things also a little bit on that part. And that's pretty much what we keep on that note, right? So we make sure that we pretty much just build a rapport with them. As I said, we are pretty much just friends with them in that regard. And then we have the frequency of the check-in calls. Now, for our own agency, we always schedule check-in calls with a client every 2 weeks. Okay, that's pretty much what we do. Now, in some instances with clients that we work with for like 6 months or like a year, we sometimes just say like, hey, let's not do any check-in calls anymore. And then when the time is needed to do a check-in call, we just suggest it sporadically and we just hop on a check-in call with them. Now, we found that having check-in calls every week is pretty much too frequent, because we already do send the Loom video, which I told you about, like on Mondays, and text updates on Thursdays, which are usually more than enough, right? We don't send more than that. We pretty much just have the Monday like Loom videos and Thursday updates, or sometimes even like a Thursday or Friday Loom video to them to show like all the things that are going on, especially with like when you're running ads, how the ads are going, if they're, getting results, and if they're doing the thing that we actually want them to do, which is get them leads, clients, and appointments. So having check-in calls once a month or longer than that results in less engagement from the client, we've observed. Now, that is taken with a salt of grain, because we are testing it right now with some clients, and we pretty much increased the engagement of the clients because we don't have the chatting there. We don't like spend time talking like on calls and all those things. It's just pretty inefficient. So we just made sure to have just check a lot more conversations with them in the Slack channels. So when we have more conversations in the Slack channels, we just notice that the engagement is still there. We talk with the clients, send voice notes, all those things. It's just like we're on it, right? Like there's no day that goes by that we don't answer something. So that's what we've kind of observed. So it goes both ways. Like in the previous times, what I've noticed is that if we don't have check-in calls, the client becomes less engaged. That's what I've noticed with local businesses. With coaches and with e-commerce, I actually noticed that it kind of can be detrimental to have many, many calls. So what actually works better and what could work in your favor is pretty much just not having that frequent calls and just making sure that you are chatting with them, sending them the Loom videos, sending them the updates on a Thursday or Friday, or even another Loom video on that day, and just pretty much engaging them on that. That's pretty much what I've noticed. Now, when it comes to the engagement, we of course talked about this before. We have the one-time Loom update, which we send on a Monday, one-time text update, which you send on a Thursday, a one-time check-in every 2 weeks, a bi-weekly check-in call, or once a month, you could also pretty much do. And then we have daily contact on Slack. Now, daily contact on Slack, like I said, is pretty much just the most important thing for us. We notice that that's kind of our bread and butter. We're on Slack almost, the entire day after our deep work in the morning. Like I don't open my Slack until like a certain amount of time. And then when I've opened it, I pretty much just answer the clients. I'm there actively helping them, assisting them on whatever is needed and making sure that everything is good to go on their part. So that's pretty much the contact that we have and the structure that we have regarding that. Now, when it comes to the execution of check-in calls, when it comes to the check-in calls itself, we don't really have a specific presentation or script that we follow. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I would love to give you a script or a presentation to follow on a check-in, but it's pretty much just go with the flow type of thing. Like, I don't necessarily like do that a lot in this program, as you know, like I give you the nitty gritty like structure pretty much of it, but we found it better to just have an open conversation with the client where we discuss several important topics. One of those topics is just getting into the results. So if you're running ads, go into the ads tracking sheet, walk them through like the changes and the campaigns that are being made. And what we've also noticed, like for example, today we had a check-in call with a client, almost like all the things that we already talked about in the Zoom call or in the Google Meet were already pretty much just handled on the Slack channel. So we kind of only repeated what we said on the Slack channel. I just observed it during the call. There was nothing else additionally, added other than what we've already talked about. So that's why I say there's no like specific real need even to have like check-in calls, right? But when you have them, just go over the results, what you would do on the Loom for the Monday and the update on the Thursday. That's pretty much the only thing that you would do. And answer any other questions that they might have. If you have any other ideas, you can talk to them about it. Pretty much just see where they're coming from, see if that idea actually makes sense in the entire realm of you working together with them. If it does, maybe help them with that. If not, just leave it as it is, right? But that's it. That's pretty much the entire thing. So remember that 95% of the work is done outside of the check-in calls. So if you don't do anything for the client, if you don't respond to them on Slack, if you don't help them on that part, then the check-in call is going to be useless. Like you're probably only going to use the check-in call to maybe just defend yourself on why and justify yourself on why the results aren't there, which you should already have in the first place when going on to the check-in call, right? So you just want to make sure that before you get there, that you're doing actually everything you can to get the client's results, because otherwise the check-in call is just useless, okay? The quality of the results you've delivered will ultimately determine the atmosphere in the check-in calls with the client. So we've had check-in calls with clients before where the results just weren't good. And then you have like this, they make you aware of it, and then you're like, okay, like, damn, I really need to do something. And then it's like an observation of, okay, we just need to be more proactive with this client. Otherwise, we're going to lose the client. We don't want to do that, right? So you want to be making sure that you're proactive with them, that you actually make sure that you're talking with them, that you're active with them in that sense, in making sure that you're getting the results, okay? So that's pretty much, the check-in call. Like, just go through the results. That's it. That's number one. Ask them if they have any questions. Take a look at other ideas that they might have and end the call. That's it, right? So, but like I said, when you end the call, make sure that you're on it when it comes down to all the other things that need to be done in order for you to get them the actual results, right? So here are some topics you could go over in the check-in call, just to give you some ideas. So first things first, you could talk to them about how they are doing personally, which is always what I do. I just ask them like, hey, any vacations planned? Now that it's summer, right now it's June. So I would ask them like, any vacations planned? Anything in specific planned? Anything in regards to where you want to go? Yes, no, talk about it. They ask you a couple of questions. We take it from there. Then we're going to discuss how their business is doing. So I would ask them like, how is your business doing? How is everything doing with the business? Everything going well? Or about the things that we talked about in Slack or before. Tell them a little bit more about that. Then review the results so far. So that's pretty much what we do immediately. So we describe these to the client and ask them for their opinion on the quality so far. Also ask them for feedback and what could be improved in their view. So we ask them like, okay, what do you think of, everything is within KPI, or at least we make sure that it's in KPI. If it's not, we tell them, hey, this is not within KPI. We need you to create more ad copies. We need you to create more ads. We need you to create more, pretty much just more angles that we can use. So we do that. That's pretty much the second thing. That's the most important thing. This by far takes, I would say, 60 to 70% of the call itself, right? And then we do all the other things. So then we go ahead and discuss new strategies or ideas, about the current funnel process. So if it's needed, we talk about the funnel, what needs optimizations, what do we need to help with regards to the funnel, if it's actually needed to help them regarding that. Then we have discussing new strategies or ideas with them about the current advertising process. Is there anything regarding the advertising that needs to be done? If they need to implement something, we let them know that, right? If not, then we don't. Discuss new strategies or ideas about them with the current products they're selling. This is usually with e-commerce. So we might even go as far as giving e-commerce businesses advice towards their products. Like if they could do bundles with like 3 different products instead of just doing one, we tell them that and we see if we can implement that or something like that with them, right? That's what we do. We also share our own ideas and experience with other clients to potentially apply them for this client. So what I usually do is my clients know that I have other clients. So what I tell my current clients is I say like, oh, so, we've been able to test like for example, the challenge funnel on another client. I think you should do that too. And then I show them the results, like how many appointments we booked. So I pretty much just leverage the results of another client that we have in order for me to make a point to my client that I'm talking with right now in the check-in, so they understand why they should do that and the argument behind that. Okay. So if the atmosphere is also good and the contract is nearing expiration, discuss this and sign a new contract if agreed. Now, I don't have contracts with some of my clients, like pretty much with most of them, I really don't have a contract. And most of them have stayed on at least for like, I would say 1.5 years, if not longer. So yeah, there's no like real need to have like a contract, I would say. There's more or less the only thing you would need is pretty much just a good verbal agreement that you're going to be delivering them good results, right? That's pretty much it. And that's pretty much the only thing that you would need to help them with in regards to that. Okay. So then it's schedule a new check-in call for 2 weeks later. So that's pretty much what you optionally can do. I wouldn't really recommend doing that on a first instance because like there's no like real need for you have the weekly check-in calls or the bi-weekly check-in calls because you can just make it really simple and just keep it at just a sporadic call at a certain moment. Now, in the beginning, I wouldn't recommend doing that because, like I said, we're at a level where I just know the ins and outs of my clients. I know everything about them. I know everything, about their personal life, business life. I've met them in person. When you're at the top of like just doing all the things that I've told you, which I do for my agency in these modules, there's no need for you to pretty much just, go ahead and have like a bi-weekly check-in call every 2 weeks. You almost always talk about the same things. So what is there to talk about? Don't talk, focus, work, okay? So that's pretty much what I would recommend regarding that and regarding the structure of the check-in calls. Just to give you some topics to talk about. This is pretty much just the topics that I go about in my head, but that I want to give you as well that you can use. So it's kind of a cheat sheet, still a cheat sheet. There's no cheat sheet of this module, but that's kind of a cheat sheet that you can use for this one. So if your contract with the client and you have contracts is nearing expiration, check-in calls are also opportunities to discuss renewals. Now, however, only do this if the atmosphere is good and they are satisfied with the results you've delivered. Of course, if the contract is expiring, you need to pretty much just talk to them about that, right? You need to talk to them about pretty much the contract just ending. So if it's not, ending, don't talk about that. Talk about something else, right? If it is ending, you need to bring it up. You need to tell them, what are we going to do about this? Are we going to extend for the same? Are we going to do it 6 months, 12 months? What are we going to do, right? I would recommend to you to say 12 months first and then 6 months and then pretty much just go ahead and just mention like the last one, which is extending it with the same amount that you've pretty much started it with them, okay? So that's pretty much it. Now, tips for check-in calls. So check-in calls give you the opportunity, like I said, to build a personal relationship with your client and discuss ideas for improving results. So you can talk about anything with the client during these calls, but try to keep the focus on results and how you can improve them together. These are really simple calls, guys. These are not sales calls. These are not anything related to that. These are just calls to just see if everything is going well regarding the results, if the client is still happy, and if you're happy, and then it's a go from both ends. Now, with that being said, there's pretty much also, you understanding when it's the right time to do the contract thing. When you want to do the contract thing, you need to make sure that it's the right time, as I said, and really position it well. There are some examples that I will probably give in the Business Blueprint program that you can watch of me signing contracts and extending contracts with clients. So take a look at that and get an idea on how I do it, so you can pretty much just take it for yourself and start implementing it too. All right. But when working with local businesses, the check-ins often revolve around the leads you're sending and how lead quality or appointment quality can be improved. That's pretty much with local lead gen always the case. Okay, how are the leads, because you're sending leads usually, how are the leads converting client A? And then client A will say, oh yeah, I need to follow up with a lot of them. Then you're like, okay, so can you please follow up with a lot of them? That will be kind of the main topic of discussion with like local lead gen. So just keep that in mind when you're talking with local lead gen or you have local lead gen clients. That will be kind of the subject matter. With other clients, it's a little bit different. So, it's up to you to figure out how to improve this for the client so they remain satisfied with the results you deliver, right? You need to make sure that the lead conversion is good. Like maybe the emails, maybe the calling is not good, maybe the follow-up is not good, maybe all other things are not good. So you just want to make sure that the client is pretty much just, good on that part in terms of like just converting the leads, because you can bring all the leads, but if they don't convert, then what's the use case of you sending the leads to them? Now that's for local lead gen. For e-commerce businesses, discussions may revolve around purchases coming in or perhaps the season you're in. Now also, because e-commerce is a little bit like of a higher level, I would say, compared to like local lead gen, you would come across pretty much just sometimes e-commerce brands, depending on the levels that they're at, depending on, what stage they're at, kind of different things. So for example, with one e-commerce company, we have had a discussion about like his even like his logistical side of things, finding people that could logistically like deliver the goods. We also had talks with clients on e-commerce part where they weren't sending any emails from Klaviyo. So we told them like, hey, you need to send emails from Klaviyo, where we do the emails on that part. So you can pretty much just get access to more revenue, bottom line, without you having to like run more ads in that sense. So then we talked about that. Then we talked about bundling different products, and we did that. So there was kind of different things that we kind of talked about with different clients. And finally, with online service businesses, you can expect discussions to focus on the funnel, sales page, conversations the client has had with potential leads, the appointment setting, like how that is going. And since, for us, it's like pretty easy when we work with like a coaching business, we pretty much know the ins and outs of a coaching business. So we can just pretty much be straightforward with them, knowing exactly what we want to do and how we want to do it. Okay, so that's pretty much what you're going to see with all of these ones. Now, that is the structure of checking calls. That is what you can expect with the topics, and that is pretty much what it all comes down to. Now, I want to leave you with the action steps for this module, which will be schedule checking calls with your clients if you haven't already done so from the kickoff conversation. Take the topics and the topics that I mentioned in this module also with you to see if you can implement those. Maintain consistency by conducting these checking calls every 2 weeks with clients, and ensure you have everything in place to increase the chances of long-term retention for your agency. So with that being said, guys, that's pretty much the structure for check-ins with clients. I hope everything makes sense. When you come to the point where you don't even need to have check-ins, just don't do them. It takes a lot of time and energy, especially if you have more clients. It's just like a waste of time, right? For example, I wouldn't be able to make these videos for you if I were just doing check-ins with clients every single day or every single week. Like, you just don't want to do that. So hope this module made sense. Let's go to the next ones and also, further go into everything that we're talking about in this week regarding like retaining and referring, getting referrals from clients. Hope you had a great one. Hope you got value out of it. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hello, everyone. Stefan here, and a warm welcome to this brand new module of the Agency Blueprint. And in this module, guys, we're going to be talking about finding and hiring team members. And as you guys know, it's my, ambition to give you guys all the nitty-gritty things that you need to know to run your business. Now, one of these things, when I say running your business, is having a team that makes it a business, right? Because we are always talking about the different types of agencies. And one type of that agency is a freelancer or a contractor. And it is the understanding that you are not a contractor, you're a business owner. That what we're going to be talking about. We started in this week already to talk about, the, evolution of team hiring, the, ideal team member. And now coming to the finding and hiring of the team members and how to actually find team members and hire them. Because To be honest, I've had more than 60 people in my business up until the point now where I have about 15 people, right? I have made some pretty big hiring mistakes. I have to say, I've learned the hard way, because the only way that that you're able to learn in terms of hiring is through practice. It's really tough to come from a non-recruitment background or non-hiring education background and just be really good at hiring, right? It's tough. Like for us agency owners that, don't have a specific education on how to run an agency, and we learn it by ourselves. It's the hiring that's actually the most, I would say, challenging part in running a business. Like not only finding good people, but then getting them to work together with you and retaining them to stay with you is almost as if you're trying to attract the ideal clients, right? It's kind of the same thing, because if you think about it, we're practically doing the same thing. The only thing is they're not going to be our client, they're going to be our team member. They're going to be someone who is involved in our team, right? So it's super important that you get this one good, right, for yourself, because it's going to be the detrimental factor to the growth of your business. And the fun thing about an agency is you don't need to have a huge team, right? If you scale vertically with your clients, aka you get a client, you scale them up in terms of the budget that they're paying you, you're gonna have a great time, because you don't need to have 5 media buyers, or you don't have to have 5 setters. You can pretty much just do well with one media buyer, 1 setter, and maybe 1 closer. That's it. Yeah, like you're set. That's it. That's just agency structure. So in this module, I'm going to be taking you through fully on how to find and hire these team members. And listen, I'm not going to say that you're not going to make any, you're not going to fall flat on your face, because to be honest, it's going to happen when you hire people. It's just the nature of business, right? The thing is, I will make it a lot easier for you during this module. So you will see the nitty-gritty things, you will get the preparation, you will get the right questions that you can ask, and you will get the right tips that I will give you from my experience, 5 years of running a business and having made more than 60, 70 hires. So let's get right in and talk about defining a team member, places to find team members, interviewing and hiring team members, retaining and training team members. So let's talk about defining team members first. So before proceeding with this module, okay, I would like to request that you review the previous 2 modules of this week, because if you don't understand the foundations, the basics of hiring team members, you're going to have a really hard time finding team members and hiring team members. Like, it's going to be excruciatingly painful. So you need to understand the foundations first, as with everything. Client acquisition, service delivery, you name it. I want you to go through everything yourself before moving forward, because by now, for example, you should know who your ideal client and your ideal team member is and who you need to engage for your agency. So if this isn't clear, please go back first and only then proceed with the steps you will receive in this module, because otherwise you will not get it, guys. So go ahead and follow the steps first. It's been created, this entire program, to follow it step by step. If you don't do it, you're wasting time. So with that being said, let's get into places to find team members. So inner circle. That's the first best way to find people. So the best and easiest place to find team members is by looking at your circle of connections whom you interact with. And by this, I mean people you've known for a long time and can trust, okay? Because your inner circle will be the highest level of trust possible from everyone that you will find out there. It's the people that are in your circle that will be the most loyal to you, they have the most integrity to you, and will do the best. Well, let me put it this way: will work the hardest for you. Okay, not necessarily do the best work. Watch my words carefully, because they will not do maybe the best work, but they will be the hardest working, because they trust you, they know you, they've built trust with you through the impressions that you've given them. I sound like you're running ads to them, but it is true. Like, you've given them a lot of impressions, so they trust you, right? So if this person, this inner circle person that you know, like a friend or family member or whoever, has a certain skill that you need, you could approach them to join you. Actually, you guys know Kaho. He's the longest lasting team member that I have, right? He's the longest lasting person in my business. Why? Because we've known each other from 5 years old. because I can trust him blindly. I know what he's doing. He knows what I'm doing. He knows we got each other's back, right? So when you find someone like that, loyalty, integrity, and hard work and willingness to keep on improving is more important than the skill level that they have. The skill level can be developed, right? In certain areas. So the leadership, the hiring, the operational, all these things. Of course, someone has a natural incline to be T-shaped in one specific area. With Kaho, it's the technicality of things and setting up the systems. But he also has other things that he's good at. But he's developed it, and I've given him the time to develop it, right? So these people will be the most loyal. And that's really important that you understand that. Your inner circle will be probably one of the best hires that you can ever make, okay? Because loyalty goes over anything, in my opinion, right? That's one of the principles I live by in my business. So inner circle, is the first place I would look at, honestly. And because, just to get back to this real quick, like people would say like, don't work with family, friends, or whatever. In my opinion, in my humble opinion, I'm not talking here about a partnership together. I'm talking you're the CEO and you're having a team member, a freelancer who will be working together with you. In my business, I'm the CEO. I don't want anyone else to be a CEO. If you want to be a CEO, you're free to do that. You have all the freedom. Do your thing. I want to be the CEO of my business. I'm not going to share any partners. I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to be the CEO, right? You can say it's an ego thing. You can say it's whatever. I just want to be the CEO because I've had bad experiences with people that are partners, and I've had a partner before and it didn't work out, right? So not saying that it won't work out ever in the future. I never know, but I'm open to it. But with this business that I have, I don't want to have partners, point blank. So when you work with family, friends, and anyone else, you need to have a good measure of, or a good balance between your personal relationship and your business relationship. Okay, so if you are hard on the business and you're direct and firm, and in the personal you joke around, do that. But don't mix the both. It's pretty difficult, okay? And Kaho and I have been managing to do that because we know each other that well that we know when to take a step back and when not to take a step back, okay? So keep that in mind. Upwork. So another method that works well for us is finding people through Upwork. Now, you can also post a job listing here where people can respond, or you can pretty much reach out to the people yourself. So you can go to Upwork, you can create an account, and we already talked about this in the client acquisition week, guys. That was week 5, Upwork Mastery. We already talked about Upwork, so if you want to take a look at Upwork and what it is and all those things, go back and take a look at that. I'm not going to explain it to you here, but you have an account at Upwork, right? You have a client account, and then you can create job posts like these ones that I've created, where I'm looking for people that can do our media buying, right? So, but you can also find talent, right? You can also go top left, click on talent, drop down, find specific talent, type in like media buyer or social media manager or whatever, and look them up directly, which is easier because you can directly find them. So that's a way that you can do it. And Upwork, honestly, like I've had some pretty good hires in Upwork. Like a couple of people that are still with my company came from Upwork, and they're pretty good, right? I must say though that media buyers in Upwork is a tough place to find them. Honestly, I've had more luck with the next method that I'm going to share with you. But Upwork it's a good place to start, right? That's what I would say. I've also had some really bad experiences with Upwork where I've asked a question to someone to show me, for example, their ads manager, or not show me their ads manager, but I've asked them like, what's the best way to get results for a coaching business? And they would tell me like, yeah, you need to build a website. And I'm like, no, I don't need to build a website. Like, that's BS. So with those things, in mind, like keep in mind that Upwork is it's better than Fiverr. Fiverr, I wouldn't advise. Fiverr, I would advise maybe some small things, some small like graphic design things, or like quick like Google Sheet things, or like something like that. But Upwork is really more for, like intermediate people, I would say, like beginners and intermediate people. If you want to really look for advanced people, they are there, but they will either be really expensive or chances are you won't find him there. Like, you will find him in different places. So Upwork, right? That's number one. And then, like I said, you can go into talent, go in here, click on freelancers. Like, I like to click on, I'll share it with you here. I like to click on freelancers, right? Here's freelancers, this one. And then what I do is I type in like media buyer. What I do, by the way, also is I click on top rated plus and top rated, because that's just what I do. Like, I don't want to work with someone who's just a rising talent or just starting. Usually as a media buyer, I want someone who's already a little bit more experienced, right? So yeah, that's something to keep in mind regarding Upwork and what you can do. So that's method number 2, which I would say is pretty good. Now, the third method is school group, or like, there's two types of like ways in terms of school. There's free school groups and there's paid school groups. You right now are in a paid school group, right? If you're watching this video, or maybe you're watching it somewhere else, I don't know, but like, you're in my paid school group, or you can join my free school group, which is the agency or business community. So it is self-explanatory. You pretty much just approach people in a school group to see if you can find someone who can work together with you. So for example, this is one person, Koen, who has made a post in our group, the Agency Blueprint, and he was looking for a lead successor. He was looking for someone to join his team at Horizon Media, and it related to approaching leads, calling people for an appointment, and he says you will receive a fixed monthly amount plus a commission per acquired customer. You can work wherever you want. You'll receive coaching and support. You have the opportunity to grow in a fast-growing agency. If you seem interested, you can send me a message. So this is pretty much like a template that you could use for yourself to pretty much just get, to post it in school groups if you're looking, for example, for a appointment setter, right? So you can use school groups. Like I said, the level of skill in a free school group will be very different than a than a paid school group like ours. So if you post a message in our group, chances are that someone might not be the person that you're looking for, but they might know the person that you're looking for, right? Because we have a lot of high-level people in the Business Blueprint program. So that's a way that you can do it. You can use free school groups or paid school groups to pretty much just find and approach people. The last one is actually a really, really good one. Now, with Facebook groups, though, there's also free Facebook groups and paid Facebook groups. Like, it's not that you pay for the Facebook group, but it's you pretty much either pay for a program or a software, and then you go into a Facebook group. So on Facebook, there are different groups, right, where people are willing to help others with their knowledge or skills. And this is a great place to find people. So it's kind of the same as school, I would say, but it's one of the places where I found the most valuable people. And I'm not talking about free Facebook groups. I'm talking about paid Facebook groups. One of the examples that I'll give to you here is, if you look on the left-hand side, it says the Hyros Forum. So I have this software, right, called Hyros that I use, right? I pay a lot of money for it. You cannot just, buy it if you don't have the cash flow to do it. It costs like $350, I think I pay per month to actually track all the revenue. And it gets more, as soon as you continue. So regarding Hyros, it's a group where you are either an agency, basically that is spending that amount for their clients or on behalf of their clients. So you're already high level because your clients are paying for it, or you're a media buyer that is running ads on a ad platform and has gotten access from their agency that they're working with, or clients that they're working with as a contractor, to the platform, to the Facebook group. So then I can come in here and I can already I can make a post like the one post that I said here, like looking for a junior media buyer to help us run ads for e-commerce and coaching info product clients. So I posted it there, got a lot of reactions, got a lot of people that actually wanted to get in touch with me. So as you can see, you can pretty much just copy paste this message that I've shown to you here. Like all the messages I'm sharing with you here, you can copy paste, guys. Like you don't need to reinvent the wheel. It's not that exciting, like in terms of that, because finding someone and posting a job offer, I'll give you the template for that, but it's pretty easy, honestly. Like it's just you put it out there and that's it. The hard thing is filtering the right people from the people that just are spamming, right? That's the hard part. And another thing is, if you look down, you'll see this guy who says, is anyone in need of a media buyer? I have 14 years of experience, can start now. It's insane, right? So someone who has 14 years of experience, right, which
by the way, doesn't mean shit, because like they can have 14 years of experience, but they might be crap at what they do. So that being said, it's it's really important that you utilize these things to your best benefit, because if you do, right, then if you find the right groups, if you invest in yourself, you can pretty much just utilize those paid groups to your advantage, because chances are higher level people will be there. You invested in a business blueprint program, you invested a lot of money in this. Now there's a lot of people in this program that are actually top notch. They know what they're doing, right? So you'll be higher likely to actually meet these people here and get to know them, and also in places like Facebook groups and in whatever, right? So look, guys, just one thing that I want to let you know, there's hundreds of different ways to do it. There's Indeed.com, there's LinkedIn, right? LinkedIn is also, by the way, a great place to actually post a job offer post, basically, that you are looking for someone. I actually hired someone from LinkedIn that is working with us now as a media buyer. So it works. LinkedIn is also a really good place to actually find people. It's kind of the same as all these methods, but in my opinion, these are the best ones that I've used up until today, right? So that's why I've shown you these ones. But like I said, there's multiple other ones that you can use. Anyways, the cheat sheet, team member job offer template. So to make your work even easier when approaching potential team members you found, you can use the cheat sheet on this one containing a template that you can deploy. And we still use this template to this date when we want to find new team members, okay? So with that being said, when we have this specific, we're finding team members or anything like that, we have this one that we're using. So it's called the team member job offer template. I'll share it with you here. You can find it, of course, in the link down below if you're in the Business Blueprint program. So what is this? What is this cheat sheet? So this cheat sheet is actually a template that I give to you that you can use to place a job offer in all of these places. So Upwork, Facebook group, LinkedIn, even if you want to do it, school, if you want to send it to your inner circle, you can also do it, right? It doesn't really matter. Now, the template looks like this. So it says subject, looking for a driven, and then you need to change the name role, right? You need to change who are you looking for? So I would be saying looking for driven media buyer for Facebook ads, if I'm looking for someone for Facebook ads, right? Or appointment setter that can set appointments for our business or, whatever. Then the text says we have a successful digital marketing agency. So you could say something different. You can say website agency. You can say social media agency, right? You can say SEO agency, whatever it is that you are that specializes in, and then note your offer. What do you specialize in? Do you do Facebook ads? Do you do YouTube ads? Do you do website? What are you doing, right? And to help us, maybe also state your name here so that they know your name. They can look you up. They can check out your website and get an inspiration from it. So you can then say, to help us with our growth process, we are looking for node role to join and node part time or full-time to become part of the agency, right? So you can here say like node role, like which role, what role are you looking for someone? So what do you want them to do? Are you looking for someone part-time, full-time? Note that down here and change that. Then we say we are looking for someone mainly with at least mentioned number of years of experience needed. So are you looking for someone in a junior role or someone for an experienced role? If it doesn't matter, like if it depends on which hire you're making, right? If you're hiring maybe an appointment setter, they don't need to have like years and years of experience. Like they can pretty much just, anyone can learn appointment setting pretty quickly, I would say. Like if they're like open-minded and they want to learn, they should be able to learn appointment setting within a month. Honestly, like if they don't, then I don't know what they're doing. Like they just don't want to learn it. So, but if you're looking for a media buyer, it's different. It's a skill that needs to be developed, right? It's not just something that can be done instantly, like just that's it, right? So note that down here, right? And note down, mention what they should have experience in. Don't just say like, oh, you need to have 2 years of experience in general. Tell them like, hey, I'm looking for someone for Facebook ads. I need 2 years of experience for someone who's doing Facebook ads, right? And also being able to show me the results. So you say, must be willing to learn new skills and technologies and go beyond the role you're given and provide tangible results, I would say, on top of this, tangible results that I can see that you know what you're talking about, okay? So that's also something really important. Now you can say then, you will end up in an excellent corporate culture where hard work, honesty, transparency are paramount of importance.
you can change those things to your principles. I've given you the principle sheet, so you can change that for yourself. And you can say you must be open-minded, willing to learn more, want to get better, team-oriented. You have to do what is necessary for the team. So, right, you can change that too. If you need to change those things, change the principle. So, but it's important that they know the culture, right? They need to know the principle within your business. They need to understand it. It's really important. So our customers have the drive to become bigger and better. You serve very interesting companies in all kinds of niches and with different and innovative solutions to problems. You can name this if you are looking for a media buyer. So yeah, so I say this, you're going to be serving clients. You're going to be helping us with the clients. Just only name this and only say this if you're actually doing, they're actually doing the media buying. If they're not doing the media buying, just scratch this or change it into something else. If they are actually going to be helping companies, if they're going to be working with your agency, then just say you're going to be working with our agency and you'll be doing this and this and that, right? Now you say we are looking for an experienced node role. So I would say media buyer who has at least 2 years of experience with Facebook ads, but it doesn't stop there. You have to keep learning, bringing new ideas to the table. We attach great importance to forward thinking and a willingness to implement them. Then we say we will also focus on giving you everything you need to improve as a person. That includes books, trainings. Like this is an additional thing. You don't need to add this. It's just something I say because I want to let people know you're not just going to be a part of an agency. We are the top agencies that you can find, right? So if you are a part of us, you should honestly, you will be getting the best of the best. Like I invest a lot of money into the best trainings and I will give it to you. Like you can just watch it, right? You can start for it and you will initially start as a self-employed person. So you will be always, right? You can also expect to be rewarded well, but you'll also initially start working with us as a self-employed person, okay? So this is a node part-time or full-time. Again, just rename it again. Position that requires work time and focus. People who are fully committed to the agency respond to this vacancy below or send me a personal message if you're interested and your name. Now, remember, you need to change this template, make it your own, right? Tweak it, make it, different. If you're looking for an appointment setter, you will use different text than looking for a media buyer. So change that to your liking, change to what it's needed, and use it to your own advantage, right? So sometimes, some things might be a little bit double. Doesn't matter. You can change it to your own, remove things if it's needed, and you can download the sheet down below. And then what you can do, by the way, is you can copy this text and then just paste it in a in a Google Doc, for example, and then you can use it for yourself. So or what you can do, by the way, you can also open it with Google Docs. So if you download the PDF and you upload it in your Google Drive, you can just open it as a Google Doc and you'll have the document. So that being said, right, that was the cheat sheet for the team member job offer template. So let's continue and move on into the next point. So who are you looking for? To start with, I always advise hiring someone as an independent contractor, so a freelancer, right? And in the beginning, and in this case, the team member you hire has a registered business and you essentially hire their company to work with you. So we never hire people on a payroll basis, but always use this method. We always hire them as a freelancer. We don't hire them on an employee type of basis, because the thing is, like employees, you need to pay their insurance. You need to pay, there's a lot of, especially depending on which country you're from or where you're going to be hiring people, there's a lot of things that make it like hard to let go once, in case something happens. You don't want that. Like, you don't want that in the beginning. Preferably not. Like, preferably have everyone on freelancers. Like, you don't want them to be like, too much, involved in the, you don't want to be involving yourself into like the insurance type of things and paying extra for them and paying for like in the Netherlands, you have something called the 13th month. You need to pay that also for them. Like, it's just a hassle. Like with freelancers, you don't have that. Like it's more risk for them. Yes, that's true. But that's just the way that it is. Let them get more clients. Like, who cares, right? Because it's a risk for you to take on people if you've never hired someone, and then you take on people and then you just, have them full-time or part-time in your business, working as an employee on a real agreement with them, right? So I wouldn't advise doing that. So another option is to have someone work for you like under the table, at the beginning, but which means pretty much you just send them money on PayPal, like to family and friends, for example, or you
transfer them over money from your personal bank account to their personal bank account. Like you can do a lot of things with just in general with business, but it's up to you what you want to do. So I personally in the beginning have done this because it's easier. Like I'm not gonna hire someone full time, have a contract with them if I'm not sure if they're actually gonna be doing good work. So I do a trial period first, and then I pay them under the table. It's really simple, right? Better for them, better for me. Simple, but it's up to you again. So team member contract. Now, regardless of if you hire an employee, if you do it under the table, if you do it as a freelancer, which is the usual way that we do it, like, right? Freelancer, we hire a freelancer contractor. I want you to use a contract, and I'll tell you why. The reason why I want you to use a contract is because you'll cover yourself, and the contractor or freelancer or whoever you're working with has cover for themselves as well. It's a win-win situation because if something happens, you can always refer back to the agreement. You've not only verbally agreed upon specific things, but you've also verbally agreed on the fees. You've verbally agreed on the requirements. You've verbally agreed on the tasks that need to be done, on anything that the cancellation period, the notice, all these things. Okay, so this is the contract that I'll be giving you that's specifically based for freelancers and contractors, not like what do you have in the US, like W8EN like contracts, or like W9B contracts or something like that, I think it is. We're not going to do that, all of that. Like I'm not, no, that's not something we do. Okay, so with that being said, when you go to team member contracts and you click on this one, you will find a full-on video where I'll go over this contract. So you can download the contract here by clicking here, and you can watch this specific video where I will give I think it was like a 17-minute explanation of this entire contract where you can see it. I'll talk to you about customizing it and how to actually use it. So it's a full-on, I think, 4-page contract for team members that you can use, going over the name of the contract, basically the agreement of itself, what the tasks are of the contractor, the timeline, requirements from you, requirements from the team member, etc., right? So watch this 17-minute video and you'll know everything about this contract. Okay, so that's basically it. I would really recommend you to use this at all times with every team member. That's the thing. Like if they are inner circle as well, just use the contract, because yes, they trust you. Yes, the loyalty will be higher with them. Yes, there will be more integrity, but it's business. So in business, I don't care who you are. If you're if it's your mom, if it's your sister, if it's your brother, if it's your cousin, like I don't care. But use the contract. Trust me on that one. Okay, you'll be better off using a contract. And it might look weird, right? But like think about it. When people marry each other, they also have contracts, right? I mean, I'm not a proponent of that, but like because I think contracts are a little bit more futile than other people. But nevertheless, have pen to paper, especially if you're going to live together. Like have pen to paper for yourself, not for the government, like for yourself, right? Have clear what is your role, what is my role, what are we doing, right? And that's something I would always advise when you work with clients. Always have a contract. Always have an agreement with your team members and with your clients. Always. Okay? So, and save it in like a Google Drive, right? I always have a Google Drive map where I have all the contracts with my team members and my clients, and I have it there. So in case anything happens, I refer back to it. I say, hey, listen, dude or girl, we have basically, discussed this. Like you are reverting completely other things that we talked about. Like this is the thing that we talked about. So you better refer back to it. Like I'm really hard on those things because I don't want people like joking around on important stuff that we've did. And if people start doing that or playing with you, you have always something to refer back to. Okay? Which is the reason why I always advise when you set this up, even if I've given it to you, have someone check it over with you. Have your accountability coach check it. Have your accountability partner check it. Is it bulletproof, right? Or are there ways for someone to actually do something, right? Which is, which you should always be wary of, right? Like you could say like it's a panicky way of working, but it's not, because we're just wary of that something could happen, right? And we want to protect ourselves and we want to protect our clients and our team members, right? Because you pretty much protect them as well when you give them a contract, because they're safe too. And it's something you agreed upon together, so you can, go separate ways, because that's just the way business goes. Is people come and go. If you go your separate ways, it goes on in a good way. It happens in a good way. Okay. So that being said,
That's the places to find team members. Now, let's talk about interviewing and hiring team members. Once found, so when you eventually find someone who fits your description of an ideal team member, you can invite them for a Zoom conversation with you. Now, the easiest thing you can do for this is to create a Calendly calendar for interviews and send it to the candidate. Okay? So, really simple. When you have a candidate, you can just say, hey man, let's hop on a Zoom call. Here's my Calendly calendar, and what you then do, and I'll just log into my Calendly just so you can see it. It's really simple, but I'll share it with you. What you can do is you can go into Calendly. You can pretty much go to event types, right? And what I have, just to give you an idea, is I have a hiring call, right? A hiring call event. So if I click on it, what it will say is it will say, short call to see if you're a good fit to become a potential team member. 30 minutes, hiring call. I mean, I should make it 45 now that I'm seeing this, because I need more time for people to actually, like 30, honestly, like 30 for me is like enough, never mind. And then I have like, okay, the event type, right? It's 15 rolling days, a couple of hours that I have throughout the week, which usually is Thursday and Friday that I do these calls, right? I don't want to do them, any time else. Then I have like hiring call, right? So, that's something you want to do as well. Just have that set up and then just send them the link to it so they can actually book a call from this, from Calendly, right? And if you have anything grows your calendar, just do it through there, and it's all pretty much just good to go. So that's what I would do once you find a hire. That's what I do, and that's the easiest way to actually do it. So interview. This is really interesting. So during the interview with a candidate, your goal is to ask qualifying questions to determine if this person truly fits your agency and if it will be a win-win situation. And boy, oh boy, am I going to give you some golden nuggets on this one. Beware of this. We will provide you with these qualifying questions and more in the cheat sheet. Of course, we have a cheat sheet for you. It's called the interview questions for job applicants. So I want you to use this document during the interview with a potential candidate to ask qualifying questions and determine if they are a good fit for your agency. So when it comes to the interview, we always want to use our intuition, but also our logic to make a decision about the next steps with the candidate. So it's a really delicate process, but it's a tough process. It's not easy, hiring. You need to have a gut instinct whether someone is actually good or if they're just BSing you, right? That's one. Second one is you need to logically listen to what they're saying to you and then come with the conclusion of like, okay, is this person BSing me or are they really truthful, right? And then the third one is, can they show you the results, right? I never go off someone's words. I do go off their intuition because I want to see how they think, but I never go off their words. If you're an appointment setter, show me chats that you've done. Show me calls that you've done. I want to hear them. I want to see them. I don't care if it's a different language. I don't care if it's, same language. Just send me over calls. Closing. If you're a closer and you want to, come onto my business and there's a job offer and you come and we have a hiring call and I ask you, okay, so let's do a role play. And we do a role play and you suck. Like I'm going to say, just leave. Like that's it. I'm really hard on that. Media buying. If you cannot show me results, tangible results of ad accounts where you run things for live, not just screenshots, because anyone can get screenshots, live, and walk me through the thought process of that account, I'm not going to work with you. I don't care if you're a junior media buyer or if you're a senior media buyer. I don't care. I'm not going to work with you. Simple. Okay? So, that being said, let's grab the cheat sheet because this is really interesting. You can download it down below. It's called the Interview Questions for Job Applicants. So, the interview questions for job applicants looks like this. So, you're going to have, right, this cheat sheet where you will be given the questions to ask potential team members during a job interview for a role within your marketing agency. Now, the goal here is to qualify someone well enough to ensure they are a good fit for your agency, of course, and the task is, of course, save this document with the questions and create your own Google Docs with the questions. You can create like the Google Doc here, click on Google Docs, and you'll have it here. And we have forged the questions. It's I think like 17 or 18 questions below over the years into what we have now. So do the same for yourselves. I do this at the top of my head because I've done it so many times, but I sometimes also refer back to this document. So I use it myself too. That being said, let's go through a couple of these questions because they're really, really fun. So below, you'll find the questions that we use
for you to interview candidates for the various roles within our agency. So take them in and see which one you can want to use for yourself. In any case, don't ask all the questions or copy everything literally from us. Like I said, always make it your own, guys. Don't copy things. Make it your own. Make it better. Make it worthwhile so you can actually have your own business. Okay, like don't just copy paste things, right? I mean, if you do, you're gonna get great results. But if you don't, you're gonna get even better results because you're gonna understand the thought process that went into this. Okay, so anyways. Question number 1. I always started open-ended. Tell me a little bit about yourself and what brought you here today. It's basically 2 questions, but I've kind of blended in both. So I say, hey man, great seeing you. Awesome. Where you from? All right. Awesome, man. So tell me a little bit about yourself and, what brought you here today. Right? So I ask him that. I want to know like why are they here? Like, why did you, what are you doing right now? What is your experience? And what brought you here today? Like, I don't care that I approached you or that I did a job post. Like, why are you here? So you see that dynamic. Like, it's basically a sales call. If you think about it, it's a sales call. Like, I'm from the first question that I ask, asking them why they are here. Why are you here? Like, what's your reasoning for being here? The second question that I ask is, can you tell us something about your work experience or work history? I ask them, okay, what's your work experience? Tell me a little bit more about it. Like, what have you been doing before? What's your history of work, right? And they tell me, I've been doing media buying for this long. I've been doing this and that. I'm like, okay, cool. Okay, awesome, great. And then question number 3 comes. I say, can you tell me about the last 2 jobs you've had or a job that caught your attention? What were you doing before this? Were you doing media buying before? Were you doing something else? And then they say, I've been doing media buying, man. But before that, I was working as a chef at a restaurant, and then before that, man, I was a plumber. I'm like, okay, that shows hard work, right? But what does it show about your experience of media buying? I don't know. So we're going to question 4. Tell me more about your customer service or sales or ads management experience. We choose one depending on what. So we ask them like, okay, what's your experience specifically about, because question number 2 tells specifically about your work experience or work history, just overall work history. And then question number 4 goes a little bit more deeper in, tell me your experience about the ads specifically. How long have you been doing that? And if they then say, I've been doing ads for like the past 6 months, and before that I was the chef at the restaurant and the plumber, I'm like, okay, so they have 6 months of experience, not that long. Okay, let's go deeper. And then I ask them 5, what are you most proud of when it comes to something you've done as a customer service person or salesperson or ads manager? And can you show me an example? So I ask 2 questions. I say, what are you most proud of that you've done with that specific role? With ads, for example, if you've done it in 6 months, what is the most proud moment you've had? Tell me about it. And then, can you show me an example? And if they say no, I immediately say, okay, could you go ahead and maybe share the thought process of how you would launch a successful campaign for this niche. And I say e-commerce, or I say coaches, or I say local businesses. I want to see their thought process. The thought process is more important than, of course, like I want to see the results as well. And I'll revert always back to that. I'll be like, yeah, man, I fully understand, that you cannot maybe show any results, but do you have any results like, that you could maybe just give me an idea in terms of what you're doing, because I cannot just go off of like a good feeling that you have, right? Like I need to know that that you know what you're talking about. So what can you share with me? And then they share it, right? So you really want to be cautious of these questions and what they answer. The questions are important that you ask, right? Because you might notice they're all open questions. Really important. Don't ask closed questions. Ask open-ended questions. What are open-ended questions? This, guys, open-ended questions. What is an open-ended question? They start with why, how, and what usually. They encourage a full answer rather than a yes or a no. So what you want to do is you want to ask people. So if I ask you, are you having a great day today? You say yes or no. But if I ask you, how's your day going, right? If I ask you, how's your day going? You will tell me how your day is going. You won't just say yes. I will say, how's your day going? You will say no. No, you're not going to say that. You're going to say, okay, this is how my day is going, right? So we want to ask open-ended questions in interviews. The reason why this is so important in interviews is because you need to let them think by themselves. You don't want to give them the easy way out. Don't catch yourself, and that's the tough part. You don't want to just ask even in sales calls, you don't want to ask just yes or no questions. If you do that, they're going to be inclined to just say yes or say no, and that's it. Like they're, you're like done. Like that's it. Like no, like you need to challenge them. You need to challenge their thinking pattern. Okay? So, asking a question, how do you deal with rejections or when something doesn't go according to plan? How do you deal with it? Tell me about it. Right? And I want to hear what they say. I want to hear how they deal with things. So one might either panic, one might either start breathing more, or like heavier, or they might look away more or something. They might become nervous, and I'm like, oh, could you tell me more about that experience that you had? If they say like, I've had a bad experience, I'm like, oh, tell me more about the bad experience. I want to hear more about. I go deeper into the question. There's funnels and layers into the questioning. So I say, okay, tell me more about that, and I say, this and this and that. I think, oh, okay, so and oh, so tell me a little bit more about that. And I go deeper and tell me more. I just want to hear everything. So I get a great understanding, and I don't just say, tell me more. In conversations, it's really important that you are observant of what the person is saying. Don't be busy with yourself. Be busy with that person. Just really listen to them. This is why the script will give these questions will help you a lot, because it will give you a guideline, right? But you can tweak them for yourself. I say, how is your training experience? That's a question that I ask. I say, what moves you? What motivates you in life, right? The training experience is more like, okay, how advanced are you? Like what kind of training have you done, right? And they can say, good. Yeah, it's good. I'm like, okay, so what training experience do you have, right? And then they tell me about it, or they don't if they don't have it. Then I say, what moves you? What motivates you in life? Like, why are you doing this, right? Like, why? Then I say, how do you see? So you see what, how, why. You see, like all open-ended questions. Why, how, what, all open-ended questions. So I say, how do you see yourself in 1 to 5 years? What are your professional goals in life? What are you looking for in terms of role? I tell them, what are you looking for, right? What are your expectations for media buying? Why would you want to work with us? Really important question, qualifying question. Why would you want to work with us or join the team? And why should we choose you? Why? Why should I work with you, right? That's a really important question. And then what motivated you to have the conversation with me today is basically a question that I would already ask like at, number 1 or 2, to be honest. It's kind of already one or two, because I say like, okay, what brought you here today, right? Like a little bit like that. Then these questions, these are the most fun ones. Sometimes you want to ask questions that have no real correct answer to them. And I'll give you an example, of there's 2 of them. One is it allowed to lie? So this is a trick question, right? There's no good answer to this. Well, actually there is. Like, no, it's never good to lie. Like, don't lie. Like, just be honest, right? So, and you can claim the argument like, if you don't say it, is it a lie, right? If I don't say it, am I lying? Like, practically yes. It's called quietly lying, right? So, if you ask that question and they say yes, and this is a yes and no question. So is it allowed to lie? I say yes. You say why? I'm like, well, sometimes things might not be going well, but it's good to sugarcoat it. Like it's good to sugarcoat it just to not be focused on it anymore. I'm like, oh, okay, tell me more about that, right? The reason why I say tell me more about that is because why would it be allowed to lie? So that means that you're lying, right? So that's not a good answer. Like, you're lying. Like, why? Like, the answer to this, the good answer to this is no. It's not allowed to lie. And if something happens, you rather be transparent and honest. And if you effed up, you effed up. That's just what it is. Take it as a man or take it as a woman. Keep on continuing and doing it, right? That's it. Just let the person know. Let me know. Like, I need to know if you lie. Right? So that is really important. This question I pretty much just ask at the end. I always say like, okay, so I've asked you a lot of questions. It felt like an interrogation. I just make a joke. I'm like, yeah, so the FBI interview is done. Tell me a little bit more about you, So I say like, do you have questions for me? And then if they don't have questions, I ask them like a fun question. This one I start using recently because I got this from Jeff Bezos. From his book, The Everything Store. And he says in an interview, which is really interesting, it's caught my attention. He asked the question, like, how many windows are there in New York City? Now, the real answer to this is really difficult to know, right? Like you wouldn't know it. If I would ask you now, like how many windows are in your city, you wouldn't probably know. Like I wouldn't even know. But there's two things to this question that we are looking for. We're looking to, see the way that someone can think out of the box. So for example, if you want to understand if someone can think out the box, you first would think of, there are not only windows in on a building. There are car windows. There are car windows. There are basically windows on a bicycle. There are windows on a motorcycle. There are windows on on street stands. There are windows basically in trains. There are windows. There are so many different types of windows that you can find in New York City, right? So we want to understand, see if they understand first that there are different types of windows. That's one. And two is, we want to understand that they have some sort of insight of trying to make a calculation, because there's no good answer to that. The answer is really tough. It's a complex question. So we want to see that making an effort, because they can also panic. They can panic and they can say like, oh, I don't know, like, oh, 2 million out, 5 million. Like, we want to see like, can they actually make the calculation? Can they actually say like, okay, let's say there are, on average, let's say there are, the New York has like 10 million citizens, right? Let's say that a household has an average of 4 people per citizen. That would mean that there would be 2.5 million households, right? Now there's also construction buildings, all these types of buildings, but let's say in every specific area there's 4 people, right? That would mean that there are 2.5 million specific houses or buildings where people are living or working. So that's 2.5 million. Let's say that the average house and building has about, it will differ, but let's say it has about, because the buildings there are a lot of skyscrapers, there are like 300, right? 300 windows on a house, small house, and a big one. The average would be 300 windows. If we have 300 windows and we have 2.5 million basically of those households or buildings or whatever, and then on top of that we also have the cars, the trains, all these things, right? With those 10 million people, let's say half of them have cars, so that's 5 million. Each car has 10 let's say it has 10 windows. You have on the sidecar, you basically have the windows there, right? So you want to see how they're thinking. What I'm explaining to you right now, if they're saying it like this, then they're actually making they're trying it. So you're thinking like, there's this amount of square windows, and if you're doing like that, you know that they're actually putting in an effort, and they're doing they're doing what they're supposed to do, which is think outside of the box, which is what we want with this question. So that's a really good question to ask, and one that I've gotten a lot of inspiration from, because it was from Jeff Bezos, and that you could also be using for yourself in the interviews. But feel free to use your own. Like I said, I just wanted to give you an idea on these interview questions so you can start using them yourself and start implementing them. So I hope that gave you a better idea in terms of what we do during the interview. Now, think of it, like I said, as a sales conversation. So I always approach interviews with candidates as if I'm having a sales conversation with a potential client. Now, I ask qualifying questions, assess if it feels right to work together, determine if it makes sense to collaborate or have a partnership, and try to close a deal if everything aligns. That's pretty much just how I do the interviews, right? And if something doesn't fit, I will communicate that and end the conversation. That's also what I do in sales, because if it's not an ideal client, if it's like from the table, the matrix that we talked about, if it's like a worse client, like a really bad client, then I don't work with them. That's it. Like, it's just purely simple. And if they're a unicorn, right, I'm going to do my best to keep them, like do my utter best, right? And if they are a good fit, so if the candidate seems like a good fit, ask them when they can start and schedule a follow-up conversation to initiate all logistical matters with them. I never hire on the spot. Like, it's just something I don't do. Like, that's just my way of doing things. Like, unless I know it's a unicorn, I'll probably end the call. I'll still end the call. I won't hire them, and I'll message them immediately. I'll be like, like, we gotta work. Let's do another call, right? But I never hire on the spot, because you know why? In the moment, the emotions can take you over, and you don't think rationally. So what you always want to do in business, you want to think rationally. And the way you think rationally is by taking a step back sometimes and not being in a meeting. Because if you're with other people, there might be a little bit of, the other person being there and all those things, and you're not thinking straight. But when you're on your own, you can think straight. Or when you're with someone else that saw or heard the conversation, they might think straighter than you, because they might have heard some things that you haven't heard. Which is always good to have another person on the interviews. Honestly, like that's something I've learned. Having someone else on the interviews or recording the interviews and having someone else listen to them is a great thing to do. So after that, it's just a matter of onboarding. Once you have the follow-up, training and retaining the team member to get the most out of them. That's basically pretty much the main important thing once you've actually onboarded them as a client. Now, how do you retain and train team members? So now we talked about finding them. We talked about, hiring them. But how do you retain them? So you found and hired someone, but what now? So once you've found someone who fits your agency and have decided to give it a try, I recommend scheduling a second follow-up meeting during the interview where you will onboard the team member. Now, we always inform new team members that we will have a trial month to see if everything fits well. And if anything during that month doesn't align well, we still both have the option to end the collaboration. So in all honesty, two principles that I have with hiring. One, I never hire on the spot. Never. I always have a follow-up call. I don't care what we're doing or how good someone. I do a follow-up call. Always. That's it. I don't care if I'm hiring Elon Musk. Like I don't give 2 cents. Like that's just my principle. So that's one. And two is I never let someone go on a full-time or part-time role before they've actually shown that they're capable of doing the role in a trial period. Now that trial period could be 14 days for someone that has a specific role like appointment setting or closing, because I can quickly see what they're doing. With media buying or like technical stuff or like different like higher level things, I really need to know that they know what they're doing. So I need to give it more time. So I give it usually 30 days. It's trial month. With other tasks or other roles, it's usually 14 days. So I always inform them that you need to do a trial month, right? See if everything fits. And if anything during that month doesn't align well, we both still have the option to end the collaboration. So it's a win-win. If it didn't work out. And that's how, big companies do it as well. You don't just start. You have a trial period. If you've done well, you get hired. If not, you don't. That's it. So communication. During the second meeting, the follow-up meeting with the candidate, we'll onboard them to the several things. So we'll say, hey, listen, man or girl, you have been accepted to the business, or you're not being accepted. But in this case, let's say they've been accepted during this, follow-up call. And you say, okay, I'm going to get you onboarded in this call. I'm going to share with you everything, the access, all those things, and let's get it started, right? And then the first is letting them know where and how the communication will take place. So we always do this via Slack, and we invite the team member there as a guest to, communicate. So what we do is we have a paid Slack channel. We go onto our Slack, we click on, this specific pen icon, and we click on invite people, right? And then from invite people, we enter the email address from the person. We click on send. Boom, it's done. We've invited them. And on the call itself, we want to make sure that they join Slack. Sometimes we even make a channel dedicated for them, right? So for example, if it's media buying, I do for your success - media buying, right? Or if it's appointment setting, I do for your success - appointment setting, right? Or sales or whatever. So I note that down, and then I, make the channel and I invite them for the channel. I checked with them. Have you received it? Yes, no, okay. Check it with them. Make sure that they're on Slack. If they are, good to go. That's it, right? But before I invite them on Slack, actually, I first need to create their Google Workspace mail and access to Google Drive, right? So after inviting the team member to Slack, first, actually what I do is I make the Google Workspace account for them. So this allows them to send emails, receive emails, and access their own calendar along with the Google Drive we use. So I create that first for them, actually. So it's vice versa, it's reverted. So I do Workspace first, because then they have their email, and I invite them with that email. I invite them for Slack. Okay, so let's go over this so you know how to do it. So I go to Google Workspace. You should already have Google Workspace, right? So go to Google Workspace, log in, go to your admin console, log in with your specific email. I'll just go ahead and do that right now. You just do this. Oh, this is the wrong one. Let me just go ahead and do this one. So you'll go ahead and log in, right? And from the login, what you will do, let me just double check which one it is. This one. So you'll log in, you'll go to your admin console, and what you'll do is you'll invite them as a team member. So you'll go to users, manage, right? And you'll click on add user. So when you click on add user, you're actually gonna get a pop-up. You're gonna put in their name. So I'm gonna do like John Doe, and I'll do john@forsuccess.co. So you should have your domain name here. So you should connect it here. Then I will add a new user. I'm not going to do it now because it costs me money, but it will cost you money as well. So keep that in mind. But you need to invite them. And then this email will be the email that they can access it to. They can go to gmail.com. You can tell them go to gmail.com and then pretty much just log in with that email so we can see if you have access. Once they have access, I use that email to invite them for Slack. Okay, so that's the way that I do it. So with that being said, that's pretty much the workflow of the onboarding and then the team meetings. So in addition to Slack, we also hold team meetings 3 times a week with all our team members, okay? And we also invite our new team member to these team meetings. And we specify that these meetings are mandatory for all members and that we will discuss important matters here. Now, for these team meetings, we use a presentation. Of course, as you guys know, everything is prepared for you. Team meeting presentation, we use this presentation to maintain a bit more structure during our team meetings with team members. So feel free to adjust it for yourself and try using it for your own team. So if you go down to the cheat sheets, of course, you will find team meeting presentation. And with team meeting presentation, you'll find the link to the team meeting and a video for the team meeting. I think I made a 5-minute video or something for explaining how to use it. It looks like this. It's a simple presentation. You can make a copy of it yourself. You start with your CMO or media buyer, your chief sales officer, yourself, and whatever. It's a really simple presentation. It's nothing fancy or something, but it gets the job done, right? That's the most important thing. So you can take a look at that, use it for yourself, and watch the video that I made in this cheat sheet, so you have an understanding like what else you can go through on a team meeting presentation, so you have an idea, right? Now, grant the team member access to the specific things they need to start for your agency. After we've done all these things, we also want to provide the client with SOPs so they can onboard themselves. Actually, something we're going to be talking about in the next module. And these are standard operating procedures, a fancy name simply put for training documents for our team members so they know what they need to do. Some look like this that we have. We here talk about like how to build a VSL funnel infrastructure. So Caho made this. He talks about how to build a VSL funnel structure. He talks about VSL slides finish, giving us green light, record the video. So how to record a video, how to put the slides in place, which software to use. It's basically a cheat sheet that I give you that we give team members, right? So in the next module, we'll be talking about standard operating procedures, right? And then you setting that up in such a way so you can systemize it to your team members, because we're here talking about the delegating part of our agency system, right? We've talked about automating and then or systemizing, automating, and delegating, right? So but delegating, you can delegate things, but if your team members don't know how to do it like you're gonna have a problem. So you need to delegate and make a system of it so they can just follow that system, right? So you make it easier for them. It's pretty simple. Now, we create these documents once, and our team members can use them to figure out how to perform certain tasks on their own multiple times. We don't have to refer back to it. We just quality control it once in a week or once in a month to see if they're doing well. If they are, good to go. That's it. Now, this contributes to our ideology of decentralization, which we will discuss extensively in the next module. Like, we're going to be positioning you out of the business. So if anything happens with your business or with you or whatever, God forbid, your business can still run and you can still make money, right? So that's what we want to do. Now, with that being said, action step for today, guys, is follow all the provided steps and cheat sheets to find, hire, and train your first team member within your marketing agency. Now, remember that we always go through these steps when bringing on new people and take a lot of time to qualify candidates. So take your time with this and start the process to find someone. Like I said, do 2 calls. Don't just make a decision abruptly. Don't get them immediately on board. Do a trial with them. Like, still sign a contract, but set the contract not to an indefinite period of time, but do it 30 days. Do it 30 days. So they have 30 days with you, not longer than that. That's it. They can do a trial. You can see how they work, how they do things. And then from there, you can take it to a, indefinite period of time and just work with a 30-day notice. That's what I would advise. So with that being said, guys, it's been a fairly, extensive module, but I hope really you've taken this into consideration, everything that I've been saying, because it's a really important module and it's something you need to take to yourself, because it's so important to, to understand hiring, and it's so, easy to hire the wrong people. So really be careful with people and really listen well to them. Use the interview questions that I've given to you, tweak them for yourself. Practice make perfect. Don't worry about hiring wrong people, because we've all been there, we've all done it, and it's probably going to happen again, but it is what it is, right? You learn from the things that you do. So take all the things that I've given to you, look at all the things down below. If you've been watching this as a YouTube video, I hope you really enjoyed this, because it's been a lot of things that we've created for you guys, and wanted to give you as much value as possible. All the people that are in the program, go take a look at the cheat sheets down below, use them for yourself, and implement them. And other than that, I want to say thank you so much for watching. I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Bye. What is up, everyone? Stephanie here, and welcome to a brand new module of the Agency Blueprint. And in today's module, we're going to be talking about one that I would say is one of the most exciting ones, because I think I personally just love doing SOPs, because these are the procedures, the standard operating procedures that you will give to your team members, and that they will pretty much use to know what you need to do, what they need to do when you're not there. So when you create an SOP, a world opens, because you're going to pretty much just have one document, one video that pretty much people can watch forever almost, right? Depending on what you're going to be making. So for example, also, like, I see this program also as like a standard operating procedure, and I like to compare it to like pilots. When a pilot needs to have a liftoff, they need to have a specific checklist that they go through before they can actually do a liftoff. And they go through that checklist every single time they fly. It doesn't matter how experienced they are, because anyone can have a human error and make mistakes. So what I'm giving you here in these modules and these cheat sheets is pretty much a standard operating procedure, big standard operating procedure. And I want to be giving you my standard operating procedure structure and how you can give that to team members. So pretty much the way that I've given you cheat sheets, we're going to be making cheat sheets for your employees, for your freelancers, for your people in your team members, right? So precisely like that, I want to share with you the exact template, the exact process, the exact ways of creating SOPs, so that when you have team members, you can pretty much just share those with them, and they can just follow the instructions, maybe ask you some questions, you make some tweaks to it, but then when it's bulletproof, they can just always refer back to that video and watch it, instead of having to nag to you and you have to micromanage them on what they need to do, right? Because I've noticed like so many people just doing meetings with team members instead of just creating an SOP for something they're doing all the time. So we're going to be doing that today, and I'm going to be explaining everything to you with the introduction to SOPs, SOP structure and template, and pretty much just those two main things that we're going to be talking about today. So let's talk about the introduction to SOP. So what is an SOP? So an SOP is simply an abbreviation for standard operating procedure. This is a term commonly used in the business world, and SOPs are step-by-step instructions to assist team members in completing a specific task through a routine. So it's pretty much just a checklist, right? This is how a SOP looks like. For example, for the daily CEO, CMO tasks, I even give the head of the departments pretty much COOs. Like for example, this one is Kaho, but pretty much like what he needs to do as a CEO, CMO, because at all times it needs to be clear what your team members and your head of departments and then the people under them are going to be pretty much doing. So I share a video, so he knows exactly like, okay, this is what's to be expected from you, and this is what we should be aiming for, right? So he knows to the T what we need to do and what we're going to be doing, so that when every time he wakes up, gets to work, he does this, follows this, and I know the work is done. So SOPs are, in a sense, cheat sheets, as I said, or worksheets that you received in the agency blueprint, but then for your team. That's how you got to see it, okay? So they explain the what, the why, the who, and then the how, with step-by-step instructions to successfully complete a task. And the power in this, and the power in if you have also done this appointment setting yourself, closing yourself, media buying yourself, you can pretty much just record yourself doing it, make a cheat sheet out of that, give it to someone, and they can do it just as you, right? So that's pretty much the way that we want to be working, and that's what an SOP is to start off with. So the purpose of an SOP, so I already said it a little bit, but the purpose of SOPs is to achieve efficiency, quality output, and decentralization within your agency. And by creating SOPs, you establish systems that prevent miscommunication and enable team members to quickly understand how you would normally perform tasks. It's pretty much just like duplicating yourself. When you give someone an SOP and they firmly go through it, they should know to the T how you would do the task yourself, right? So
we want to go from a centralized to a decentralized model. So these are, autonomous organisms. So what I'm throwing out these fancy terms, but what does this actually mean? So a centralized autonomy, right? A centralized entity pretty much comes down to everything running through one person. So if there's one person in the business, say you as a CEO, the appointment setters go to you, the closers go to you, the media buyer goes to you, the VA goes to you, maybe a copywriter goes to you, the creative director goes to you, everyone goes to you. Now, we don't want to do that, because if you go on a vacation and everyone is dependent on you, you're pretty much like screwed, because you're not going to have leverage over your time, because they're going to be always going back to you and you're going to be having to micromanage them, which is not what you want to do. What you do want to do is pretty much have a decentralized system in place, a decentralized business in place. So what do I mean with that? So what I mean with that is pretty much you will go ahead and hire people that can do the work without you having to be there all the time to manage them. So it won't all be going through you. It will be going through the SOPs, or it will be going through a manager that can manage a setter, a manager that can manage the closer, a manager that can manage the paid ads person, right? So we don't even want to be involved that much. And that's the only way to grow a business. I've learned the hard way, trust me. So you want to be really, really, really stepping out of the picture and being only there when it's really needed, when it's a big, big, big thing that is needed. Okay, so you want to be going towards a decentralized. This is pretty much what we've been doing this entire program, and especially this entire week, focusing on having you become decentralized so you don't have to be there day in, day out, because who wants to do that, right? No one. So when to use SOPs? So SOPs are used when you have hired team members, signed contracts with them, and need to onboard them, right? So pretty much the onboarding part becomes an SOP. Like, how do you onboard a team member? You make that so like a manager in the future knows how to onboard team members. So you only implement SOPs when you have team members. You're not gonna make SOPs when you don't have team members. I mean, you could pretty much just already create them, but I create them when it's needed. I'm not gonna create like 100 SOPs when they're not needed. Like, then maybe no one is gonna need it, right? So once you have created these SOPs, you can provide them to your team members so they can onboard themselves even without your presence. So they understand exactly what they need to do. So you're going to have an onboarding one for your, managers that can manage your team members on how to onboard new team members. And you're going to have pretty much just all the steps that probably an appointment setter would need to pretty much onboard themselves into doing the tasks. A closer would need to onboard themselves to do the tasks. A media buyer would need to onboard themselves to do the tasks, right? So as an advanced or expert agency owner, you spend 80% of your time systematizing and delegating within your agency instead of doing the tasks yourself, actually. Which is, if you ask me, like, it's one of the things that I've been mostly active with, and it's one of the things that I mostly enjoy, because like, I just delegate. I create a really good SOP that really is clear for the person that's going to do it, and then I just see how they do it. And if they need anything, they let me know. I help them. And that's it. But they have clarity, right? That's the same thing with you in this program. You have SOPs, you have cheat sheets, you have worksheets. If you need anything, you know where to find us, right? So which SOPs to implement? Now, the SOPs you implement depend on your situation and the type of team member you have hired. So if you have hired a media buyer, you want to create SOPs for creating, setting up, managing your campaigns and how you specifically do that. You could use the ones that we give you in the program, but it might be individual to your specific niche. So you might have a different strategy compared to what we give you, right? So if you have hired an appointment setter, you want to create SOPs for logging in, approaching, and setting appointments with potential clients in your niche. It really depends on the role that you're going to be hiring someone for. That's why I said make SOPs whenever it's needed. Just like we're going to hire when it hurts, we're going to make SOPs when it's needed. So when we make SOPs, we really want to think of the exact step-by-step way of pretty much how you would do the task at hand, right? And then pretty much give it to the team member. So let's talk about SOP structure and template right now, because I want to share with you how to actually make an SOP, right? Now that you understand what an SOP is and why it's important, I'm going to share with you what an SOP looks like. So it's important that you know and understand the components of an SOP so that you can replicate this for your own agency. So once you understand this, you'll realize that it's quite easy to set up an SOP for your own agency. It's not that difficult, okay? So the structure of an SOP is as follows. So when it comes to the structure of an SOP, there are several elements that you need to establish to provide complete clarity for a team member, Okay, so you need to carefully consider for which task you want to create an SOP, think about what the end result looks like, and then reverse engineer by tracing back the steps you need to take to achieve the result. So you always want to be going back to, okay, so what's the first step when I sit down and run ads? Okay, I go to Ads Manager. Okay, that's step 1. Okay, I open the ad account of the client. That's step 2. I analyze the data. How do I do that? That's step 3. And then I draw conclusions. How do I do that? That's step 4. And then from drawing conclusions, that's how it goes. So you want to understand like what the exact process is when you're doing it, and really be aware of how you do it so that you can give it to someone else when creating an SOP. So we have 2 things. We have process for an SOP and structure of an SOP. So process for an SOP is asking yourself these questions. What task does the team member need to perform? If it's media buying, it's media buying, SOP. If it's appointment setting, it's an appointment setting SOP, okay? Ask yourself that, and then you'll have more clarity first. Second thing is, what steps does this task involve? What task does it involve? All right, so which specific tasks do you need to follow, just like the ones that I've given you as an example right now, need to be followed to pretty much complete the task to the T? Lay it out. Create it step by step. What do I do when I perform the task? So if you were then in that position, what would you do? So to give you an example, I pretty much created an SOP for one of my, setters, actually 2 of my setters. And what I did is I made a 40-minute video where I pretty much did the appointment setting tasks myself. And I pretty much booked almost 2 appointments during that 40-minute session. So while I was booking appointments, I was sharing with them how I would do it. And when they, that is even better. When you can record yourself doing it, going through all the steps, showing with them how you're thinking, what your thought process is, then they'll be highly likely to pretty much understand it as good as you. If you don't give them the golden nuggets, if I don't give you this video and I explain everything to you, you're not going to fully understand it. You're not going to fully grasp it to the point, to the level that I'm at, and that you can pretty much implement it yourself, right? So you need to understand that it's the level of the clarity for the team member that they're going to have is going to be dependent on your ability to give them a procedure and that they can understand. Think of it like a doctor. If I'm going to become a doctor and I'm going to do an operation just like a doctor, you would think that the doctor would want to give me a procedure that he does for the operation, right? Like I would need to know exactly how he does it. So that's how you want to see your team members. You're the doctor. They're going to do the operation with you, but you need to teach them how to do the operation with you so they understand the exact operation. If it's a knee operation, how they need to do it, okay? It's kind of a comparison I wanted to give, but I hope that makes sense. And then 4 is, how can I simplify it as much as possible? How can I remove the clutter even when I'm doing it? How can I do less and get more? That's what we want to do. That's what we want to share. And then 5 is, can I demonstrate it to my team member? If yes, most cases it's yes, you're going to show it in the SOP. You're going to make a video of you doing it. That's the best SOP that you can give them, because then they'll completely understand how they can just replicate what you're doing. And you also want to be clear about them just not replicating it, of course. You want to be letting them know that they need to also have their own input, right? Not just copy paste what you're doing, but have their own input on what could be improved, right? If depending on what team member you're going to have, right? So when we create a structure of an SOP, pretty much it looks like this. It contains 1, the clear steps to achieve the end result for that specific task. So steps 1 to 5, 10, whatever. 2 is a written explanation of the steps. In my opinion, not all people can just visually see things. They need to read things. So I give it to them written. That's why I make the cheat sheet for you written, right? So you can read it. It's easier. And then I also sometimes make a video, because sometimes I'm making a cheat sheet for you guys, for example, or an SOP for a team member. And then I'm like, I can put this all in text, which is great. So I can go through the steps and then show it to them. But what would be even better is that I create a video, because in a video, I can just explain everything just more, better. So like, I want to place myself into the team member. I'm always asking myself also for you. I'm placing myself into you. Like, I'm like, do you understand what I'm telling you in this program, right? Like, do you truly understand it? And if the answer is no in my head, then I'm like, I need to explain it in a video, So that's pretty much how I do it. And that's what I would recommend. I would honestly just recommend always creating a video, unless it's like a really like simple task. Like, I don't even what task would be as simple to not create a video, but like, I would honestly, like I said, create a video for almost everything, because it makes it easier. Just grab Loom, make a Loom video, put the Loom in the document and the template I'm going to give you. 4 is everything someone needs to do themselves without your input. So you want to make sure that the SOP, before you finish it off and before you send it to your team member, that it actually has everything they need to know. Like I'm talking about everything. So that there's nothing that there's unclear for them to pretty much do it. Okay? So that's what you want to have. That's what, is pretty much the process for an SOP and how I create things, and then the structure of an SOP and how you can start creating it for yourself. So the SOP template. So in this template, there's going to be also everything. Now that you understand the structure of an SOP, it's important that you get a tool for creating your own SOPs. Now I'll provide you with a ready-made document where you can input all your SOPs and a document to help you create SOPs for your team. So in the cheat sheet down below, you'll find the SOP template. And in this cheat sheet, you will receive 2 documents that you can use to create SOPs for your team. And one document is where you can put all your SOPs, and one document for each individual SOP. So you will also receive instructions on how to structure it properly in your Google Drive account. Not going to go thoroughly to explain it here for you. You can go ahead and go down in the cheat sheet, click on the links, open it up, and go through it yourself. So you can pretty much take a look at it. So there's pretty much an all-round SOPs, which is pretty much a simple Google sheet with all the SOPs for different departments. And then there's one individual SOP template, which goes in those specific like Google Sheets. And then that's the individual one that we're going to be creating, where we do the what, the why, the pretty much just the who is going to do it, and then the how, right? With a video instruction usually, and like a text instruction. So regarding that, we have refining and improving over time. So some SOPs can last for years if you set them up correctly the first time, but some SOPs will require more refinement and updates over time. So always check daily if your team has all the necessary systems and if they need anything else for which you can create an SOP. And we do this every day to achieve optimal results. So I always think of myself, how can I either hire the right people, or how can I either, when I've hired them, create them the best SOP so they understand what they need to do. So for me, it's all clarity. Like, does my team know what they need to do? If they don't know what they need to do at any given time of the day, I'm not doing my job properly as a CEO. So like, I need to make sure that either my head of departments or like the team members under them know what they're doing, so they can pretty much just run the business smoothly and effectively. Okay, so that's pretty much what you always want to ask yourself. So a couple of SOPs that I would honestly make if you have head of departments is an SOP on how to make an SOP. So I call that always like SOP inception, because you create an SOP from already an existing, like how you do an SOP, right? Like an SOP on how to make an SOP. So you make an SOP on that. That's number one. Number two is how to onboard new team members if you have head of departments, how to onboard new team members, how to offboard new team members. A lot of people forget that. How do you offboard someone if they're not good enough? How do you let them go? That's also important. Then a couple of other things for your, appointment setters or whatever. You could pretty much have specific SOPs where you share with them how to do the specific appointment setting tasks, how to answer people, how to talk with people, the exact structure that you use on talking with people. If you do maybe cold calling, or if you do like inbound, strategies, or if you do paid ads, how do they call the leads? How do they contact the leads? How do they convert the leads, just like you're doing? You need to explain that to them, okay? So those are a couple of ones. And then for the media buyer, of course, is the ones that we've pretty much just given you in this program that I would just replicate. If you have a process for media buying, I would just give that to them so they can start implementing it themselves. So that's pretty much the SOP structure and template, guys. It's a pretty straightforward module, like I said, because SOPs, it is really important. There's not much more that I can say that I haven't already said in this module, honestly, but I would just recommend that you go through the video that I've created in the cheat sheet. It's also a longer video. That cheat sheet is also an SOP. Once again, like I said, I don't have to do much explaining, because in the document, in the SOP, you have a video on how to make an SOP, right? So pretty much it makes it a lot simpler for you to just go there, understand it, walk through it, and pretty much just implement it. So if you have a team member, download the cheat sheet below and start setting up your first SOPs for this team member. Now, identify the tasks the team member will need to perform every day and list them all in the Google Sheet. Okay, then you can develop each SOP for them until you have made everything as clear as possible for them to complete the task, and then continue to optimize the SOP and check with your team if everything is clear to them after creating them in terms of implementation. So I don't just like create an SOP. I'm like, okay, does everything make sense? Is everything clear? I always talk with my team, like, is there clarity? Do you know what you need to do? Is there some kind of like not understanding of things? If there isn't, okay, great, keep on doing what you're doing, crush it. So if there is, I fix it and I go on it. So you want to have full clarity on what everyone needs to do, what goal they're trying to achieve, what we're trying to do with the business at all times. Because if there's no goal, you're going to be part of someone else's goal. Okay. So guys, I hope it makes sense. Really important module, maybe a shorter one, but like it's one of probably the most important ones in this entire program. I know I said it for a couple of modules, but like this one really, really important, because it's going to pretty much decentralize you from the business. And even if you, like, I've seen some people only have one team member, but they have like 30 SOPs. So like, and pretty much that team member knows exactly how to run the business. So it saves them so much time. They don't have to explain all the things the entire day. It's all documented. You don't want to know how many SOPs I have, like a ton. So take this into account, start implementing it, and I promise you're going to have an easier time scaling your agency and working on your agency, which is what we're here for. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one.